print and e-book formats of the book. Foreword by Nicolas Werth, translated by Grace McQuillan. It may be many years before I am able to bring to a close a more significant work on Russia at war, wrote Alexander Werth in the 1944 preface to his war diary, Leningrad, 1943. Russia at War would not be published until 1964, nearly 20 years after the end of the Second World War. It would have taken 20 years for the British war correspondent on the Eastern Front to achieve the necessary distance, to undertake the patient work of a historian, and to compare his own experiences with the stories told by the conflict's major players and the historical research on the war in the East that had been conducted in the meantime, particularly in the early 1960s and beyond, as much as in the USSR as in the West. Upon its release, Russia at War established itself as a classic, the best book we probably shall ever have in English on Russia at War. It was very quickly translated into a dozen languages. In 1965 it was released in the USSR, admittedly at the price of several minimal deletions grudgingly accepted by Werth, where, 24 hours after its appearance in stores, the 25,000 available copies sold out. More than 50 years later, the republication of Russia at War seems relevant to me for at least two reasons. To this day, no other work has analyzed, in its entirety, the way in which the Soviet regime and society were profoundly marked, shaped, and transformed by the experience of the war. In addition, many of the questions Werth poses, as well as the theories he offers and his general observations over the course of numerous interviews, prove to be extraordinarily useful in the advancement of historical research on Russia at War. A recognized journalist, and one who spoke perfect Russian, Alexander Werth immediately appeared as the ideal candidate for the task of covering the war in the East after the German invasion of the USSR on June 22, 1941. On the 1st of July, he took his place on the plane bringing members of the British military mission to Moscow, led by General Macfarlane, as a correspondent for the BBC and the Sunday Times. Werth would remain in the USSR until May 1948. During the war, every Sunday evening at 9, he hosted a widely followed program on the airwaves of the BBC called Russian Commentary, the only program dedicated entirely to the war in the East. In addition to this weekly broadcast, Werth kept a journal of the war, long excerpts of which are published in the form of books: Moscow 41, Leningrad, and The Year of Stalingrad. Werth also successfully obtained authorization to go to the front, to Smolensk in September 1941, to Stalingrad in January 1943, to Kharkov just after its liberation in February 1943, to Ariel in August 1943, and to Leningrad a month later. In March 1944, he covered the advance of Soviet troops in Ukraine. In early August 1944, he is the first Western war correspondent to infiltrate a Nazi extermination camp, Majdanek. In April and May 1945, he joined the Battle of Berlin and obtained a noteworthy interview with Marshal Zhukov. After the end of the war, Werth decided to continue his work as a journalist in Moscow, still for the Sunday Times, but also for the Manchester Guardian. In September 1946, all the international press agencies published Joseph Stalin's answers to the questions of British correspondent Alexander Werth, in which Stalin laid out, by way of an interview in writing, granted to the most famous foreign journalist posted in Moscow, his reflections on the state of the world, the international situation, the atomic bomb, and the relationship between East-West powers. The rapid degradation of East-West relations, and the beginnings of a veritable Cold War between the former Allies, began to make the work of a foreign correspondent in the USSR more and more difficult. With the development of the Cold War, Werth found himself in the precarious position of having to choose a side. He had seen too closely the massacre on the Eastern Front, the enormous suffering of the Soviet people, the thousands of burned villages, and the fervent desire of a society bled dry to finally live in peace, to believe for one moment in the threat of the Soviet bloc, brandished by conservative groups in the United States, Great Britain, and France. But at the same time, for Soviet authorities, the foreign journalist who was so well received, too much so, in the circles of Muscovite and Leningradese intelligentsia, who was friendly with Boris Pasternak, Ilya Ehrenburg, Boris Palevoy, Olga Bergholz, Sergei Prokofiev, Sergei Eisenstein, and many other well-known intellectuals, had become a troublesome figure. His requests to travel inside the country for his stories were rejected more and more often. In order to escape censorship, he was forced to go frequently to Helsinki to send his dispatches on forbidden topics, such as the winter famine of 1946 to 1947, or the rise of anti-Semitism, concealed by references to the fight against cosmopolitanism. Graver still, following a decree criminalizing unauthorized contact between Soviet citizens and foreigners, several of his friends and acquaintances were arrested and sentenced to long periods in camps. Werth then decided he could no longer continue his work as a journalist. He left Moscow on May 27, 1948, with the material for a small book kept in his luggage that was close to his heart. For 10 years, Alexander Werth would remain out of the Soviet scene, only occasionally writing about the USSR, all the while attentively following the country's political evolution after the death of Stalin. In the early 1960s, however, Werth decided to return to the USSR to examine the regime's evolution more closely. Between 1961 and 1964, the year Russia at War was published, he travelled regularly to Moscow and Leningrad, bringing back with him a number of historical and literary works about the war that had been published since the Khrushchev thaw. Throughout this period, the silence surrounding a series of questions, which until then had been carefully concealed in the USSR, began to crack. Yevgeny Yevtushenko's poem Babi Yar, published in 1961, recalled the specific features of the genocide of Jews, which up to that point had been denied by the regime, while Konstantin Simonov's novel The Living and the Dead unflinchingly depicted the chaos of the summer of 1941. Published the same year, the Mémoires de Guerre of Generals Boldin and Fedyuninsky delivered an unforgiving analysis of the mistakes made by Stalin and a certain number of senior political and military officials during the first month of the Nazi invasion. In addition, a large number of military, diplomatic, and political archives were declassified as part of the ambitious project Histoire de la Grande Guerre Patriotique de l'Union Soviétique, published in 6 volumes between 1961 and 1965. In spite of its clear weaknesses, the omission of troubling events such as the Panic of October 16, 1941 in Moscow, and the exaggeration of Khrushchev's role during the war, this summation, which was carried out by historians working under the control of a commission comprised of great party ideologues and several generals, wrote Werth, represents for me an immense source of information. At the end of 1961, influenced by a new step in de-Stalinization at the 22nd Congress of the CPSU, Alexander Werth's decision was made. The time had finally come to finish the project he has envisioned since 1944, writing a history of Russia at war. The accent placed on the experience of war lived by an entire nation, military and civilians melded together, is probably the greatest contribution, and one that is profoundly innovative and pioneering, of Russia at War. It is what makes this work perpetually current. The question of the experience of war is, in fact, at the heart of the new historiography of the war in the East, which, since the opening of Soviet archives in the early 1990s, has been especially committed to reporting the impact of that war of unparalleled violence on Soviet society and on the Stalinist political regime put in place in the 1930s. Conducted by Nazi Germany as a racial battle, as the undertaking of an annihilation of Judeo-Bolshevism, the war represented a formidable challenge for the Soviet regime, one that tested the whole administrative system of command that had been built during the 1930s. Under the extreme circumstances of a fight to the death, that system, managed by men who had experienced the hardships and violence of forced collectivization, the famine, and the Great Terror of 1937 to 1938, functioned fairly effectively at the cost of tremendous human sacrifice. To write the entire history, military, diplomatic, political, economic, and social, of the USSR at war, Werth makes extensive use of the method of changing scale, alternating between chapters of a broader scope and chapters dedicated to specific insights, based for the most part on his experiences as a war correspondent, which he compiled in notes and journals between 1941 and 1945 on the front in Smolensk, Stalingrad, Kharkov, Ariel, Leningrad, Oman in Ukraine, Odessa, Sebastopol, Lublin, and Berlin. 20 years later, The dual perspective of historian and witness gives both a depth and an intensely human character to Russia at war. Werth compares the reports of high-level German and Soviet officials, draws on the recollections of certain leading military actors such as General Chukov, who led the defense of Stalingrad, and Generals Boldin and Fedyuninsky, whose writings demonstrate a remarkable freedom of tone that was favoured by the very distinctive political context of the early 1960s. Werth also provides many original perspectives as a result of the personal notes he took on the spot and the interviews he conducted in the heat of combat with top military leaders like General Sokolovsky on the front at Vyazma during the most tragic hours of the summer of 1941, or Marshal Malinovsky in Stalingrad in January 1943, or General Rokossovsky in Lublin at the end of August 1944. All of this being said, however, he does not give priority to a view from the top of military history. On the contrary, the most compelling accounts are very often those that were told to him by lower-ranking officers, even regular soldiers. One of these is Major Kampov's story, describing how, in March 1944, the Soviet cavalry had finished off the German infantrymen, fleeing the liquidation of the Korsun pocket in Ukraine with sabres. Another is the testimony of a captain remarking in September 1941 that the Nazi barbarity had transformed his men into zliye muzhiki, wicked mujiks, ready to be killed where they stood and to fight their opponents head-on. The most powerful chapters of Werth's piece are probably those the author dedicates to what he calls the human dimension of the war, a dimension that historians today refer to instead as the experience of war. In reality, this takes on many forms: the experience of actual combat, the experience of enemy occupation, the experience of evacuation and mobilization on the work front, the experience of camp for prisoners of war, the experience of deportation to Germany as Ostarbeiter, workers from the East, which was the case for millions of Soviet civilians, and the experience of famine in the majority of towns occupied by the Germans, most of all in Leningrad, where 1 in 3 inhabitants died of hunger during the winter of 41 to 42. To examine all of these issues, very rarely addressed by history writers at the time Werth was writing Russia at War, the author draws heavily upon his war notebooks and his experience as a correspondent on the front. The experience of combat on the Eastern Front was one of extreme, paroxysmal, genocidal violence. Not one rule of war was respected any longer. Over the course of the first year of conflict, 2 million Soviet prisoners died of starvation or were executed in huge death camps. As the Soviet army reconquered territories occupied by the invaders, the progressive discovery of the Nazis' barbarity toward civilian populations heightened the fighters' desire for revenge. This translated, among other things, into a massive wave of rapes when Soviet troops entered Germany, yet another subject overlooked in the mid-1960s, and one that Werth addresses directly, one of the first historians to do so. Today it is known that the invasion of the USSR marked a decisive milestone on the path to the final solution. Nazi brutality took a particularly heavy toll on Jews in the Soviet Union. More than 2,800,000 men, women, and children were massacred by the Einsatzgruppen, starved to death in ghettos, or upon deportation to concentration and extermination camps. In Kharkov, shortly after Oman and Ariel have been liberated by Soviet troops, Werth collects the first accounts of the extermination of Jews. But he also speaks of the routine violence of Nazi occupation that empties those cities, in a matter of months, of more than half of their population. People die of hunger in large numbers. The repression is relentless and cruelly exhibitionist. Public hangings are a daily occurrence, and a significant portion of working-age inhabitants, women and adolescents for the most part, are deported to Germany. Werth allows victims, like the 2 young women working in an Oman factory who miraculously returned from deportation, to speak at length. He also, however, paints quite vivid portraits of a wide range of other figures: doctors, teachers, and members of the clergy. His description of the Bishop of Taganrog, a true Dostoevskian hero, is startling, who survived the occupation. Their journeys, their attitudes, and their words shed light on the dilemma and often the tragedy faced by all of the ordinary Soviet citizens who remained under German occupation and chose neither active resistance nor collaboration with the enemy. How did they reintegrate themselves into post-war society? How did they cope with the suspicion of having been contaminated by the occupier? These are questions that, due to a lack of sources, Werth could not answer as he wrote his book in the early 1960s, but today they are at the heart of the new historiography of the USSR at war. In one of the final chapters of the book, Werth reflects on the profound aspirations of Soviet society on the eve of victory. He concludes that the Stalinist regime benefited from the public support that was incomparably stronger in 1945 than in 1941. However, was that society, particularly the former combatants, ready to accept the return to status quo ante bellum? Certainly not. The millions of soldiers who, for the first time in their lives, had crossed their country's borders and discovered a reality other than the Soviet one they knew, had returned transformed by all that they had endured, lived through, and seen during the war. What changes did they yearn for? A better life in a calmer, more relaxed climate, Werth claims. This affirmation has been recently confirmed, clarified, and developed by Yelena Zubkova, one of the new generation's most brilliant Russian historians, on the basis of numerous letters from former soldiers, as well as reports from the party and political police regarding the state of public opinion the day after the victory. The experience of the war on the Eastern Front profoundly affected Alexander Werth, who had been raised in a German milieu in St. Petersburg and who then became a British citizen after his father's exile in Great Britain. The smell of death and mass graves, the sight of soldiers' bodies torn to shreds, civilians decapitated by shell explosions, and people hanged and decomposing on the main square in Ariel would follow him until the end of his life. His direct contact with genocidal Nazi violence in liberated Soviet towns, and later in Majdanek, shocked the connoisseur of German culture who had grown up praising Goethe and Schiller. He rejected this heritage completely and radically, going as far as refusing to express himself from then on in the language the Nazis had subverted. Conversely, he amplified the Russian part of his heritage and culture. Not that he believed that his Russia, the one of his childhood, could be reborn. Nothing was more detestable to him than the nostalgia for the past cultivated by Russians in exile. On the contrary, he glorified everything that seemed to him to point in the direction of a reconciliation between the Russian people and their regime. Those humble heroes, the simple soldiers or top officials who had climbed every echelon of the military hierarchy in a time of hardship. Those peasants who had joined the ranks of the partisans in spite of everything they had endured since the forced collectivization of the countryside. Those exploited workers in the Kirov factories in Leningrad who were ready to sacrifice everything to help the war effort for that great patriotic war. After Russia at War's tremendous reception in the USSR in the fall of 1964, just a few weeks before Nikita Khrushchev's dismissal, despite a circulation deliberately limited by the authorities, Werth decided to write a new book to be called Russia in Peace, devoted to the USSR of the 1960s. These were years marked not only by the exit of Stalinism, the emergence of a true civil society, areas of relative freedom, and a tremendous cultural blossoming, but also by the persistence of appalling ideological and economic obstructions. From 1965 to 1968, Werth spent several months in Russia each year, working unceasingly on Russia in Peace, until the fateful day in August 1968, when Soviet troops invaded Czechoslovakia. For Werth, that event signified the end of two ideals that had given meaning to his life. For the man who was committed to the left, the ideal of a socialism with a human face; for the one who had accompanied the Russian people during the trials of the Great Patriotic War, the ideal of a Russia that was peaceful at last. Goodbye, my Russia. This was the final message Alexander Werth left on March 5, 1969, before putting an end to his life. Introduction. In his speech before the American University in Washington on June 10, 1963, a speech that foreshadowed the Moscow Test Ban Treaty 2 months later, the late President Kennedy said, "Among the many traits the peoples of our two countries, the USA and the Soviet Union, have in common, none is stronger than the mutual abhorrence of war. Almost unique among the major world powers, we have never been at war with each other, and no nation in the history of battle ever suffered more than the Russians suffered in the course of the Second World War." And he went on to say, "At least 20 million lost their lives. countless millions of homes and farms were burned or sacked. A third of the nation's European territory, including nearly two-thirds of its industrial base, were turned into a wasteland. Some 6 months later, in a less conciliatory-sounding speech at Kalinin, delivered in the presence of Fidel Castro, Khrushchev thundered against the imperialists, urged them to clear out of Panama before they got kicked out, swore that the Soviet Union could defend Cuba from rocket sites on Russian territory, and, with more than usual truculence, declared, "We are building communism in our country, but that does not mean that we are building it only within the framework of the Soviet borders and of our own economy. No, we are pointing the road to the rest of humanity. Communism is being built not only inside the Soviet borders, and we are doing everything to secure the victory of communism throughout the world." But having got that chinoiserie off his chest, he then declared, with a nod at Peking, "Some comrades abroad claim that Khrushchev is making a mess of things and is afraid of war. Let me say once again that I should like to see the kind of bloody fool who is genuinely not afraid of war. Only a small child is afraid of nothing, because he doesn't understand, and only bloody fools." He then recalled that his son, an airman, was killed in World War II, and that millions of other Russians had lost their sons and brothers and fathers and mothers and sisters. True, for Castro's benefit, he ended on an unusual note of bravado, saying that although Russia did not want war, she would smash the enemy with her wonderful new rockets if war were to be inflicted on the Soviet people, which has, of course, to be read in the light of his usual line that it is no use trying to build socialism or communism on the ruins of a thermonuclear war. In all this there was much play-acting. Significantly, the passage in his speech which the Kalinin textile workers cheered more loudly and wholeheartedly than any other was that about the bloody fools who were not afraid of war. Kalinin, the ancient Russian city of Tver, only a short distance from Moscow, had been occupied by the Germans in 1941, and its older people remembered only too well what it had been like. Kennedy had spoken of the 20 million Russian dead of World War II. Officially, the Russians have been chary about mentioning this figure. When a speaker mentioned it at a meeting of the Supreme Soviet in October 1959, Pravda omitted it in reporting his speech the next day. But whether the exact number of casualties that Russia suffered in the last war was 20 million, or a little more, or a little less, these appalling losses have left a deep mark on the Russian character, and have, whether we like it or not, been at the root of Soviet foreign policy since the war, both before and after Stalin's death. The Russian distrust of Germany, and of anyone helping Germany to become a great military power again, remains acute. There is scarcely a Russian family which the German invasion did not affect directly, and usually in the most tragic way, and if Germany remains divided in two, and we still have trouble over Berlin, it is partly due to the memories of 1941 to 1945. These are still fresh in every older Russian mind, and the young generation of Russians are constantly reminded by books, films, broadcasts, and television shows of what Russia suffered and of how she had to fight, first for her survival and then for victory. It would be idle to speculate on what would have happened to Russia, Britain, and the United States in 1941 to 1945 if they had not been united in their determination to crush Nazi Germany. It may well have been a strange alliance, as it was described by General John R. Dean, head of the American military mission in Moscow towards the end of the war, and its breakdown after the job was done may have been inevitable, despite the formal 20-year alliance that Russia and Britain had signed in 1942 and other good wartime resolutions. Whatever members of the John Birch Society and other politically certifiable people, to use my friend Sir Dennis Brogan's phrase, may say today about our having fought on the wrong side, we must still say, thank God for the strange alliance. For a year, in 1940 to 1941, Britain fought Hitler almost single-handed, and so, in a very large measure, did Russia between June 1941 and the end of 1942, and in both cases the danger of being destroyed by the Nazis was immense. Britain held out in 1940 to 1941, Russia held out in 1941 to 1942. But even several months after Stalingrad, Stalin still declared that Nazi Germany could not be defeated except by the joint effort of the Big Three. Perhaps the young generation in the West knows very little about those days. The French radio recently questioned some young people about World War II, and quite a number of them said, "Hitler? Connais pas." When I taught at an American university a few years ago, I found that many young students had only the haziest notion of Hitler, Stalin, and even Winston Churchill. But do even most adults in the West have a clear idea of how victory over Nazi Germany was achieved? Not unnaturally, Britons have been interested chiefly in the British war effort and Americans in the American war effort, and this interest has been kept up by the plethora of memoirs by British and American generals. But these memoirs have, on the whole, tended to obscure the important fact that, in Churchill's 1944 phrase, it was the Russians who tore the guts out of the German army. It so happened, for historical and geographical reasons, that it was indeed the Russians who bore the main brunt of the fighting against Nazi Germany, and that it was thanks to this that millions of British and American lives were saved. Not that the Russians chose to save these lives, and to sacrifice millions of their own people, but that is how it happened, and during the war both America and Britain were acutely conscious of it. A wave of national gratitude is sweeping England, Sir Bernard Pears said in 1942, and even on the more official level, similar sentiments were freely expressed. Thus Ernest Bevin said on June 21, 1942, "All the aid we have been able to give has been small compared with the tremendous efforts of the Soviet people. Our children's children will look back through their history books with admiration and thanks for the heroism of the great Russian people." I doubt whether the children of Ernest Bevin's contemporaries, let alone the children's children, have any such feelings today, and I hope that this history book will remind them of a few of the things Ernest Bevin had in mind. It should, of course, be added that the Russians were acutely conscious throughout the war of the unequal sacrifices made by the Big Three. The little Second Front, the landings in North Africa, did not materialize until the end of 1942, and the Big Second Front not till the summer of 1944. The strangely mixed feelings towards the Allies among the Russian people during the war years are one of the recurring themes of this book. What kind of book is this? It is least of all a formal history of the war. The very scale of the Soviet-German War of 1941 to 1945, directly involving tens of millions and indirectly hundreds of millions of people, was so vast that any attempt to write a complete history of it is out of the question in one volume written by one man. A number of military histories of this war have been written by both Russians and Germans, but even the longest of them, the vast 6-volume Russian History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, running to over 2 million words, and trying to cover not only the military operations, but everything, is singularly unsatisfactory in many ways. It contains an immense amount of valuable information which was not available under Stalin, but it is overburdened with names of persons, regiments, and divisions, and an endless variety of military and economic details. It is full of ever-recurring heroic clichés, and yet fails completely, in my view, to tell the story of that immense nationwide drama in purely human terms. It has the failing common to much, though not all, Soviet writing on the war of making practically all Russians look exactly alike. Since this book is about the war in Russia, it contains, of course, numerous chapters on the main military operations. But in dealing with these, I have, as far as possible, avoided entering into any minute technical details of the fighting, which only interest military specialists, and have tried to portray the dramatic sweep of military events, often concentrating on those details, such as the immense German air superiority in 1941 to 1942, or the Russian superiority in artillery at Stalingrad, or the hundreds of thousands of American lorries in the Red Army after the middle of 1943, which had a direct bearing on the soldiers' morale on both sides. Further, I have tried to treat all the main military events in Russia in their national and often international context, for both the morale in the country and inter-Allied relations were very noticeably affected by the progress of the war itself. There is, for instance, nothing fortuitous in the intensified activity of Soviet foreign policy after Stalingrad, or in the fact that the Tehran Conference should have taken place not before but after the Russian victory of Kursk, which was the real military turning point of the war, more so than Stalingrad, which, in the words of the German historian Walter Görlitz, was more in the nature of a politico-psychological turning point. This book, therefore, is much less a military story of the war than its human story, and, to a lesser extent, its political story. I think I may say that one of my chief qualifications for writing this story of the war years in Russia is that I was there. Except for the first few months of 1942, I was in Russia right through the war, and for 3 years after it. And what interested me most of all were the behavior and the reactions of the Russian people in the face of both calamity and victory. In the fearful days of 1941 to 1942, and in the next 2.5 years of hard and costly victories, I never lost the feeling that this was a genuine people's war. First, a war waged by a people fighting for their life against terrible odds, and later a war fought by a fundamentally unaggressive people, now roused to anger and determined to demonstrate their own military superiority. The thought that this was their war was, in the main, as strong among the civilians as among the soldiers. Although living conditions were very hard almost everywhere throughout the war, and truly fearful during some periods, people went on working as they had never worked before, sometimes to the point of collapse and death. No doubt there were moments of panic and demoralization both in the army and among civilians, and I deal with these too in the course of my narrative. Nevertheless, the spirit of genuine patriotic devotion and self-sacrifice shown by the Russian people during those 4 years has few parallels in human history, and the story of the siege of Leningrad is altogether unique. It may seem strange today to think that this immense people's war was most successfully fought under the barbarous Stalin regime, but the people fought, and fought above all for themselves, that is, for Russia. And Stalin had the good sense to realize this almost at once. In the dark days of 1941, he not only explicitly proclaimed that the people were fighting this war for Russia and for the Russian heritage, thus stimulating Russian national pride and the national sense of injury to the utmost, but he succeeded in getting himself almost universally accepted as Russia's national leader. Even the church was roped in. Later, he even deliberately singled out the Russians for special praise, rather at the expense of the other nationalities of the Soviet Union, for having shown the greatest power of endurance, and the greatest patience, and for never having lost faith in the Soviet regime, and, by implication, in Stalin himself. This was one way of saying that, in fighting for Russia, the Russian people also fought for the Soviet system, which is at least partly true, especially if one considers that practically throughout the war, the two became extraordinarily closely identified, not only in propaganda, but also in people's minds. Similarly, the party did everything to identify itself with the army, except on one occasion in 1942, when an attempt was made to blame the insufficiently equipped army for some grave military reverses. This is not to say that the regime had no major share in the credit for Russia's ultimate victory. But for the vast industrialization effort that had gone on since 1928, and the tremendous organizational feat of evacuating a large part of industry to the east at the height of the German invasion, Russia would have been destroyed. All the same, many fearful mistakes had been made, both before the war and at the beginning of the war, and even Stalin admitted it. In this book, I trace the varying attitudes of the Russian people to Russia, to the regime, and to Stalin himself. Marshal Zhukov, who did not like Stalin, nevertheless paid him this tribute. You can say what you like, but that man has got nerves of iron. Among the rank-and-file Russian soldiers, Stalin was popular. As Ehrenburg recently put it, they had absolute confidence in him. A father figure, or, shall we say, a Churchill figure, was badly needed in wartime, and, in spite of everything, Stalin provided it remarkably successfully. All the same, as will be seen, his standing during the war had a great many ups and downs. The popular reactions to the regime and to Stalin during the war are, of course, only one of the many aspects of Russian wartime mentality with which I deal in this book. I was also careful to watch people's reactions to the Germans and to the Western Allies. The attitude to the Germans was determined partly by direct experience and partly by propaganda lines, often seemingly contradictory lines adopted by the party and the government at different stages of the war. In the course of my story, I report on the mounting Russian anger against the Nazis, the near-racialist anti-German propaganda of Ehrenburg and others, a propaganda which was suddenly stopped in April 1945 with the Russians well inside Germany, and the effect of the German occupation on both the local inhabitants and, later, the victorious Red Army. It is scarcely surprising that many of the Russian soldiers ran wild in Germany after all that the Germans had done in the Soviet Union, and yet the Russians' attitude to individual Germans at various stages of the war was often very far from following the Ehrenburg pattern. Feelings about the Western Allies also varied considerably. The distrust of the West had been so great that the Russians heaved a real sigh of relief in 1941 when they found that Britain had not ganged up with Hitler. But with things going from bad to worse on the Russian front, the clamour for the Second Front soon started, a clamour which became strident and abusive in the summer and autumn of 1942. Much of this anger was worked out by the Soviet press, but it would have been there anyway. The Russians were suffering fearful reverses, and the Allies were doing nothing. By the middle of 1943, especially with the considerable quantities of Lend-Lease deliveries arriving at the Russian front, the attitude perceptibly changed, and in the Soviet Air Force in particular, the Western Allies were distinctly popular. Russian airmen were, for instance, greatly impressed by the Anglo-American bombings of Germany. All the same, the unequal sacrifices were something of which the Russians were acutely conscious even at the best of times. Close on 20 years have passed since the end of the war in Russia, and I am perhaps the only surviving Westerner to have lived in Russia right through the war years, and to have kept an almost day-to-day record of everything I saw and heard there. Paradoxically, as far as foreigners were concerned, the war years were by far the most liberal of all the Stalin era. We ranked as allies, and were treated accordingly. On the whole, very well. In the circumstances, and especially as I speak Russian as a native, I was born in old St. Petersburg, I was able to speak freely and informally to thousands of soldiers and civilians. Moreover, as the correspondent of the Sunday Times and the writer of the Russian commentaries for the BBC, read by Joseph MacLeod, I was given some exceptional opportunities for travelling about the country and visiting the front. Some of these trips were made by small groups of about 5 or 6 correspondents, but I also often went on solo trips. Among the most memorable of these were my stay in blockaded Leningrad, and the 10 days spent in the Ukraine at the height of the Kornev offensive in March 1944, which swept the Red Army right into Romania. On all these trips I took every opportunity of talking to all and sundry, and Russian soldiers and officers, I soon found, were among the most candid and uninhibited talkers in the world. They were human beings, each with marked individual traits of his own, and were quite unlike the uniform heroic robots that they are often made to look in some of the more official Soviet books on the war. During those trips, I also had the opportunity of meeting many famous generals, among them General Sokolovsky at Vyazma in the tragic autumn of 1941, Chukov and Malinovsky in the Stalingrad area, Rokossovsky in Poland, and finally Marshal Zhukov in Berlin. In Moscow, I got to know personally some of the top Soviet political leaders, particularly Molotov, Vyshinsky, and Shcherbakov, but I cannot say that I attempted any serious Kremlinological studies during the war. At the time, all seemed to be going reasonably smoothly inside the Kremlin, especially after Stalin had given the necessary weight and authority to the new generals in the autumn of 1941. What we know about Stalin and his immediate entourage during the war comes chiefly from what a few Russians, such as Marshal Yeremenko, and some distinguished foreign visitors, such as Churchill, Hopkins, Dean, and Stettinius, have published since the war. There are also the entertaining Russian minutes of the Stalin, de Gaulle, and Bido-Molotov talks in December 1944. A more sordid picture is provided by some inevitably hostile Poles like Anders and Mikolajczyk. Though this evidence gives us a general idea of how the Russian leadership worked, a detailed account of the inner workings of the Kremlin during the war will not be possible until all the documents and records become available, if they ever do. The goings-on among the Nazi hierarchy have become public property, only because Germany was defeated and countless documents were captured. This has had, I feel, one bad effect on books on Germany during the war. They have concentrated on the actions of the Nazi thugs, and have told us too little about the reactions of the German people. It is most unlikely that they will, because they would show how great was the part played by people whose names are now taboo. But while we do not usually know exactly how certain far-reaching decisions were taken by the Kremlin, we do know what their effects were. While I made no attempt to spy on high government spheres, I was, on the other hand, able to observe, day after day, everyday life among Russian workers and other civilians, and the changes of mood among them from the consternation of 1941 to 1942 to the optimism and elation of 1943 onward, despite countless personal losses and the great hardships that most, though not all, continued to suffer. The inequality, especially in food rationing, was one of the most unpleasant aspects of ordinary life in Russia during the war, and indeed long after. I also saw a great deal of writers, artists, and other intellectuals, Pasternak, Prokofiev, and Eisenstein among them, and also some very queer political animals, such as the members of the Union of Polish Patriots, that fetus which soon emerged from the womb of Mother Russia as the Lublin Committee. All these contacts with both important and unimportant people gave me a good cross-section of Russian opinion, with its many nuances, during the various stages of the war, whether in Moscow or at the front or in the newly liberated areas, and I do not think it necessary to apologize for having devoted a substantial part of this book to personal observations of the life and moods in the Soviet Union during the war years. In the earlier part of this book, I have used some of the descriptive material from my earlier books on Russia, particularly The Year of Stalingrad, which are now out of print. I even venture to think that they will fill a substantial gap in so much of the more or less official Soviet writing on the war. It would, however, have been quite insufficient to rely entirely on my own observations, however numerous, and on contemporary press accounts, in writing this account of the war years in Russia. During the first few months of the invasion it was possible to guess a great many things, but it was virtually impossible to explain with any accuracy just why, within 2 months, the Germans reached the outskirts of Leningrad, and within 3.5 months, the outskirts of Moscow. During those months when, in Pasternak's phrase, autumn was advancing in steps of calamity, I shared the general bewilderment and consternation of the Russian people. Much else remained obscure during the war. Many such obscure points have been clarified by the enormous amount of literature published in Russia in recent years, since the 20th Congress of 1956, and more particularly since 1959 to 1960, of which I have made a careful study, and which has helped me greatly. Thus, the first volume of the official history of the war, already mentioned, contains, for all its shortcomings, some amazing facts to explain the many military, economic, political, and psychological reasons for the unpreparedness of the Red Army to meet the German onslaught. I have also drawn on some remarkable personal reminiscences by Russian soldiers, such as Generals Boldin and Fedjininsky, describing the first days of the war in the invasion areas. The silence and discretion with which all this was treated in the Stalin days is now at an end. Whether in war histories, memoirs, novels, or even poetry, more perhaps has been written in recent years about those fearful first months of the war than about any other. A novel like Konstantin Simonov's The Living and the Dead, published in the United States by Doubleday in 1962, is, in fact, the best, though belated, piece of reporting there is on these months between the invasion and the Battle of Moscow. Recent Russian books, included in the bibliography at the end of this volume, throw light on many other 1941 disasters, such as the Kiev encirclement, in which the Germans claimed 660,000 prisoners, or the early stages of the Battle of Moscow, including the equally disastrous Vyazma encirclement. Or take Leningrad, that unique story of a city of 3 million people, of whom nearly 1/3 died of hunger but would not surrender. In Leningrad, a book I published in 1944, I gave, in human terms, a full and accurate account of what had happened there during the famine. But I obviously could not, at the time, obtain statistical data, for instance, on the exact amount of food available in the city when the German ring closed round it, or on the exact quantities delivered at various periods across the ice of Lake Ladoga. Today, the precise facts are to be found in such invaluable recent books as D.V. Pavlov's and A.V. Karasev's On the Leningrad Blockade. These are first-class historical documents by any standard. I have also used dozens of other books recently published on other important episodes of the war: The Grim Summer of 1942, The Tragedy of Sebastopol, The Stalingrad Story, Partisan Warfare during the different stages of the war, and so on. I have also dealt in some detail with the diplomatic story of the war, some of the episodes on which I was able to observe closely. My many talks with Sir Stafford Cripps in 1941, and with Sir Archibald Clark Kerr later in the war, were of great value in throwing light on Anglo-Soviet relations. I also kept in close touch with the U.S. Embassy, and one of my most valuable contacts was the very shrewd Monsieur Roger Garot, General de Gaulle's representative in Moscow. Politically, one of the main strands in this book is the story of Soviet-Polish relations, which were in the very centre of Stalin's preoccupations, and which had important effects on his relations with his allies. First, the crisis culminating in the breach of diplomatic relations with the Polish government in London in April 1943, then the formation of a Polish army on Russian soil, the whole lurid Katyn business, then the setting up of the Lublin Committee and the tragedy of Warsaw in the autumn of 1944. It will be seen that, with a few important reservations, and after careful reflection, I tend to agree with the Russian version of Warsaw, but not at all with the Russian version of Katyn, at least pending further information, which is remarkably slow in appearing. Mr. Khrushchev has done nothing to clear that matter up. In short, I have made extensive use of recent Russian books on the war, most of which might be classified as Khrushchevite and, ipso facto, anti-Stalinite. There is, however, a danger in taking all these as gospel truth merely because they are anti-Stalinite. Stalinite history was notorious for its lack of objectivity and for its shameless suppression and distortion of historical facts. But the same, to a lesser extent, is often also true of Khrushchevite history. To give a small example, when I saw General Chukov at Stalingrad in February 1943, he declared that two members of the hierarchy had been on the Stalingrad front almost all through the battle, Khrushchev and Malenkov. One would look in vain in any recent book, even in Chukov's own extremely candid story, for any mention of Malenkov. Khrushchev's role is greatly magnified in recent histories of the war, and much is made of two particular instances, Kiev in 1941 and Kharkov in 1942, when disaster could, allegedly, have been averted if only Stalin had followed Khrushchev's advice. Khrushchevite history, like Stalinite history in the past, suffers from sins of omission. As Molotov, Malenkov, and Beria were Stalin's closest associates on the State Defense Committee, that is, the War Cabinet, as it were, one would correctly assume that they played a role of the utmost importance in the conduct of the war and the organization of the war economy. But, except for a few rare references to Molotov as foreign commissar and to Beria's treasonable activities, these names are not mentioned in recent accounts of the war. Similarly, the role of some generals now in high favor is magnified, and that of others, notably Zhukov, greatly minimized. In the official history, the fact that Zhukov had anything to do with the defense of Leningrad, which in reality he saved, is merely mentioned in a perfunctory one-line footnote. There are some other flaws in Khrushchevite history. Some crucial landmarks, such as the far-reaching reforms in the Red Army in the summer and autumn of 1942 after the fall of Rostov, are glossed over completely, though General Malinovsky, whom I saw soon afterwards, attached the greatest importance to them. The various changes in the propaganda line, the attitude of the people to Stalin and the party, and the relations between the party and the Red Army are other topics which, perhaps not surprisingly, are rarely touched upon in Soviet writings on the war. Much of the more or less official Khrushchevite writing also fails to render the real atmosphere of the war years. Thus, I find that not only my personal notes, but also the Soviet press of the Black Summer of 1942, when the Germans were crashing ahead towards Stalingrad and into the Caucasus, render much more accurately than any official history written today the intense anxiety and exasperation that swept the country. There were days when the tone of the press was frantic and almost hysterical with patrie en danger propaganda, and a little later in its outcry against cowardice, disobedience, and incompetence in the army. This, as we shall see, was at least partly designed to divert the dismay in the country from Stalin and the government to the army. Despite these shortcomings, recent Soviet books on the war still contain an enormous amount of valuable factual material. I have used this extensively, but not uncritically, and not without a great deal of laborious cross-checking. In many cases I have had to compare Russian statements and figures with their German counterparts. Though my story is chiefly concerned with the war years in the Soviet Union, I thought it necessary to deal briefly, in an introductory part, with the 1939 to 1941 period in Russia. After going through the Soviet press of the time, and questioning scores of Russians on that period, I have tried to show in these chapters how the post-Munich development, the Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations in the spring and summer of 1939, the Soviet-German Pact, the partition of Poland, the war with Finland, the fall of France, the Battle of Britain, and the rapid deterioration of Soviet-Nazi relations after Molotov's Berlin visit at the end of 1940, were presented to the Soviet people in their press, and also what a very large number of Soviet people privately felt about it all. I think one will find some interesting new facts in this story. The mixed feelings produced by the Soviet-German pact, the great anxiety caused in Russia by the rapid collapse of France, the sneaking sympathy and admiration for Britain, especially among Soviet intellectuals during the Blitz winter of 1940 to 1941, and the great relief, reflected even in Pravda editorials and in Molotov's speeches, at the thought that, after the fall of France, Britain was, with American support, continuing the war, and that a German victory was still very far from being a foregone conclusion. Regardless of all the official bluster about the invincibility of the Red Army, anxiety in the country grew very rapidly during the first half of 1941. Despite all Stalin's and Molotov's absurd attempts after the fall of Yugoslavia and Greece to put off the evil hour by at least a few months or even weeks, they both knew that a showdown with Germany was now inevitable, as seems apparent from Stalin's secret talk to the military academy graduates at the beginning of May 1941. His only hope now was to gain just a little more time. There also seems little doubt that some of the more clear-sighted Russian soldiers already had the possibility and desirability of an Anglo-Soviet alliance at the back of their minds. In conclusion, I wish to express my deepest appreciation to the Louis M. Rabinowitz Foundation of New York for their generous grant which has helped to meet so many of the expenses connected with the writing of this book. My warmest thanks also go to my friend Bobby Olstein for her frequent good advice and her untiring work on the proofs, which is far more than one normally expects from one's publisher's wife. I also thank my friend John G. Patterson for his great help in seeing the book through the press. Finally, I wish to record my special gratitude to John Erickson of Manchester University, our leading authority on the Red Army and author of the admirable Soviet High Command, for reading the greater part of the manuscript, and for making many valuable and helpful criticisms and observations. A.W. Part 1. Prelude to War. Chapter 1. Russia's 1939 Dilemma. On May 4th, 1939, there appeared in Pravda and in all other Soviet papers a small paragraph entitled Ukaz of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet on the appointment of V.M. Molotov as People's Commissar of Foreign Affairs of the USSR. It read, The Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, V.M. Molotov, is appointed People's Commissar of Foreign Affairs. The two functions are to be exercised concurrently. Chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, M. Kalinin. Secretary of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, A. Gorkin. There was no mention of Maxim Litvinov, who had resigned on the previous day at his own request, and whom Molotov had so abruptly replaced at the head of Soviet diplomacy, or of any other post he had been given instead. The small news item caused a sensation throughout the world, where it was interpreted as the end of an epoch. Hitler himself, at the famous military conference of August 22, 1939, the day before the signing of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact, and barely 10 days before the invasion of Poland, declared to his generals, Litvinov's dismissal was decisive. It came to me like a cannon shot, like a sign that the attitude of Moscow towards the Western powers had changed. This, like countless other statements to the effect that the dismissal of Litvinov and his replacement by Molotov meant a decisive change in Soviet foreign policy, is much too simple. The most that can be said is that the ukaz of the Supreme Soviet of May 3rd marked the official end of the Litvinov epoch, but this had, in fact, been petering out over a very long period, especially since Munich in September 1938, a settlement from which the Russians had been ostentatiously excluded. The gravest doubts about the success of Litvinov's collective security and League of Nations policy existed in Russia for a long time. In fact, it is wrong to describe this policy as Litvinov's policy. He was pursuing a policy laid down and approved by the Soviet government and the party, and the personal factor mattered only insofar as he pursued this policy with great conviction, enthusiasm, and determination. But all along he had found the results deeply disappointing and frustrating. For only a short period in 1934 did the French think in terms of a grand alliance against Nazi Germany, comprising France's allies, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Yugoslavia, Britain, and the Soviet Union. This was when Louis Barthou was foreign minister. Britain was, however, less than lukewarm towards the Barthou plan, and so was Poland. After Barthou's assassination in October 1934, he was replaced at the Quai d'Orsay by Pierre Laval, whose greatest ambition was an alliance with Mussolini's Italy and some kind of agreement with Nazi Germany. If, in 1935, he signed a mutual assistance pact with the Soviet Union, it was chiefly for tactical and domestic reasons, and the practical value of this pact was not rated highly, either in France or in Russia. For one thing, the French were reluctant to follow up the pact with a military convention. In March 1936 came Hitler's reoccupation of the Rhineland, and France's failure to react clearly suggested to the Russians that France could scarcely be depended upon to abide by her alliances with Poland and the Little Entente countries. There was going to be a widening gulf between France's official foreign policy and her military possibilities once the Rhineland had been occupied and fortified by Hitler. And who, during these years, had been the men in charge of British policy? Ramsay MacDonald, Sir John Simon, who gave Mussolini a free hand in Abyssinia at the Stresa Conference in 1935, then Baldwin and Simon, who had discouraged any French action in response to the Rhineland coup, then Samuel Hoare of the Hoare-Laval plan, then Chamberlain and Halifax. Appeasement had, in varying degrees, become the official policy of both Britain and France. Appeasement over the Rhineland coup, appeasement over Spain, appeasement over Austria and Czechoslovakia. Munich had been the ultimate triumph of the appeasement policy. In Britain, the few sincere critics of this policy, notably Anthony Eden, had been swept aside, and Churchill was little more than a voice crying in the wilderness. In France, things were no better. At the end of 1937, the well-meaning but wholly ineffectual Yvonne Delbos, who had been foreign minister since the formation of Léon Blum's Popular Front government in June 1936, went on a long tour through Eastern Europe. He visited Warsaw, Belgrade, Bucharest, and Prague, but only to find that France's system of alliances had fallen to ruin since the Rhineland coup, with the Czechs alone still pathetically believing that France would come to their help if Germany attacked them. Significantly, Delbos failed to include Moscow in his tour. Before long, the arch-appeaser Georges Bonnet became the head of French diplomacy. When, after Munich, Bonnet welcomed Ribbentrop to Paris in December 1938, he did not officially, as has sometimes erroneously been suggested, give Germany a free hand in the East. Nevertheless, the half-heartedness with which France's special relations with third powers were referred to, the extremely ambiguous statements Bonnet made a week later about the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Chamber, about France's commitments vis-à-vis Poland, Romania, or the Soviet Union, and, above all, the press campaign launched with official blessing in influential papers like Le Matin and Le Temps, in favour of lunatic schemes such as the formation of a Greater Ukraine under the rule of German stooges like Biskupski and Skoropadsky, left very little doubt about the overtones of the Bonnet-Ribbentrop friendship talks. When, during the following summer, Bonnet proceeded to warn Germany, Ribbentrop did not fail to point out that in December 1938, Bonnet had shown no desire to interfere with either German designs on Danzig or with German interest in the East generally. The idea of a Greater Ukraine had certainly not been a brainwave of the French or British appeasers. Hitler had been playing with this idea for some weeks after Munich. Soon, however, he realized that if his plans for a Greater Ukraine were to be pursued further at this stage, it might result in a rapprochement between Russia, Poland, and Romania. In January 1939, he told Beck that he had lost interest in the Ukraine. But the very fact that such a scheme had been considered and applauded by influential sections of the French and British press was, of course, not lost on Stalin, and his suspicion of some deal between London, Paris, and Berlin inevitably grew during the winter of 1938 to 1939. Even at this stage, however, Stalin continued to distinguish carefully between the aggressive powers, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the non-aggressive powers, France, Britain, USA, although he deplored the latter's weakness and gutlessness, as he was to make very clear in his report to the 18th Congress of the Communist Party on March 10th, that is, 5 days before the German march into Prague, which put an end to the precarious peace in our time after barely 6 months. That winter of 1938-1939 was an uneasy winter in Russia. True, the purges had been largely discontinued by the end of 1938, but thousands had been sent to exile or to labor camps, and many, no one could tell how many, had been shot. At the Lenin commemorative ceremony at the Bolshoi Theatre on January 21, 1939, Yezhov, Stalin's #1 executioner, was still to be seen amongst the top party and army leaders: Stalin, Beria, Mikoyan, Kaganovich, Shcherbakov, Andreev, Kalinin, Shkiryatov, Malenkov, Molotov, Budyeni, Mechlis, Zhdanov, Voroshilov, and Badaev. It was to be Yezhov's last public appearance. Now, at the end of the second 5-year plan, living, though not housing, conditions in Russia, and particularly in Moscow, had greatly improved. Stalin's «Жить стало легче, жить стало веселее», "Life has become easier, life has become more cheerful," had become the country's official slogan. Trivial musical comedies, operettas, and comic films were in vogue. Popular songwriters like Pokras, Blanter, and Dunayevsky were at the height of their fame. Blanter had just composed his famous Katyusha, which was, alas, to become one of the favourite soldiers' marching songs in 1941, and Dunayevsky his Shiraka strana moya rodnaya, "Vast is my country," with the more than incongruous line, "I know of no other country where man breathes so freely." This at the height of the purges. Alongside popular slapstick comic films like Volga, Volga, starring Lyubov Orlova, a sort of Soviet Gracie Fields, and illustrating how cheerful life had become in the Soviet Union under the sun of the Stalin Constitution, there were the patriotic films, among them Eisenstein's Alexander Nevsky, showing what would happen to the descendants of the villainous Teutonic Knights if they ever dared invade Holy Russia. Another famous film, Dr. Mamluk, denounced Hitler's persecution of the Jews. More or less consciously, everybody was aware of the Nazi danger. There was an uneasy feeling that everywhere in the world the aggressors were having it their own way, except where they dared touch the Soviet Union and her Mongolian ally, as Japan had done at Lake Hassan only a few months before. But Japan, Italy, and Germany were becoming increasingly arrogant, and throughout that winter the news from Spain was more and more depressing, despite the meaningless assurances in Pravda that the Spanish people would not lay down their arms until final victory. At the beginning of January, Colonel Beck, Poland's strongman, was on his way to Berchtesgaden to see Hitler. Had Russia any friends, a few wondered on the quiet? Except, of course, gallant little Mongolia. No wonder that in those days people looked to the army for protection, and that, for example, some women ace flyers like Valentina Grezadubova, Polina Osipenko, and Marina Raskova became popular idols. When in May 1939 one of them, Polina Osipenko, and the ace flyer Serov were killed in an air crash, it was like a day of national mourning. They were given a public funeral in Red Square, and the pallbearers included Stalin, Molotov, Beria, and other leaders. Every opportunity was taken to glorify the armed forces of the Soviet homeland, though, as some observers later recalled, all this was a little like whistling in the dark. Below all the bluster about the invincibility of the Red Army, there was a good deal of anxiety. On January 1st, 1939, in its New Year's Day editorial, Pravda recalled a recent warning by Stalin himself: "We must be ready at any moment to repel an armed attack on our country, and to smash and finish off the enemy on his own territory." Significantly, at the Lenin commemorative ceremony on January 21st, 1939, a large part of the long address delivered by Shcherbakov was devoted to the Red Army. The socialist revolution has triumphed in one country. The socialist state is encircled by the capitalist world, and this encirclement is only waiting for an opportunity to attack our state. In such conditions there can, of course, be no question of any withering away of the state. In 1919, our party program provided for the transformation of the Red Army into a people's militia. But conditions have changed, and we cannot build up a mighty army on a militia basis. In these conditions, our party and our government have built up a mighty Red Army and Red Navy, and a mighty armaments industry, and have lined with steel and concrete the frontiers of this land of triumphant socialism. The Soviet Union, which was weak and unprepared for defense, is now ready for all emergencies. It is capable, as Comrade Stalin said, of producing modern weapons of defense on a mass scale, and of supplying our army with them in the event of a foreign attack. The party and the government are maintaining our people in a state of military preparedness, and no enemy can catch us unawares. Shcherbakov recalled how, only a few months before, the Japanese samurai had felt on their own skin the might of Soviet arms, there at Lake Hassan, where the Japanese militarists had tried to provoke us into war. Our air force and artillery turned the Japanese guns into litter and their pillboxes into dust. This clash with the Japanese had, in fact, been the Red Army's only real experience of war for many years past, and it was, a little rashly, being held up as a stern warning to all other aggressors. At the same time, there still seemed to be a certain muddle-headedness about modern warfare, an attitude curiously reminiscent of certain French military theorists at the time, who pooh-poohed the concept of the blitzkrieg. Thus, Pravda wrote on February 6, 1939, in connection with the 20th birthday of the Frunze Military Academy, "In the land of triumphant socialism, the working class, under the leadership of the party of Lenin and Stalin, is building up new military concepts. Following the directives of the party and Comrade Stalin, the Frunze Academy has discarded a good number of old fetishes, cast aside quite a few mouldy traditions, and liquidated the enemies of the people who had tried to interfere with the training of Bolshevik military cadres devoted to the party." Was this intended as a nebulous reference to Tukhachevsky and the thousands of other purgees of the Red Army? Anyway, Stalin and the present Red Army leadership knew best. Military thought in the capitalist world has got into a blind alley. The dashing theories about a lightning war, blitzkrieg, or about small select armies of technicians, or about the air war which can replace all other military operations, all these theories arise from the bourgeoisie's deathly fear of the proletarian revolution. In its mechanical way, the imperialist bourgeoisie overrates equipment and underrates man. This debunking of the blitzkrieg and the primary reliance on man seems, looking back on it, about as incongruous as the alleged deadly fear of the proletarian revolution by which Hitler in particular was supposed to be obsessed. It went on like this almost day after day during that winter of 1938 to 1939. "The Red Army is invincible," Pravda wrote on Red Army Day, February 23, 1939, and E. Shchedenka, Deputy Commissar for Defense, declared that under the leadership of Comrade Voroshilov, the Red Army was ready to answer any attack by the militarists with a smashing blow of treble force. N.S. Khrushchev also joined in this chorus, exalting the invincibility of the Red Army. Below a large picture of Khrushchev, secretary of the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party, Pravda of March 4, 1939, published this message to Stalin from the party conference of the Kiev province. "The Kiev party organization has spared no effort to turn the province of Kiev into an impregnable advance post of Soviet Ukraine. We are living here in a frontier zone on the border of two worlds. The fascist warmongers have not ceased to think of attacking Soviet Ukraine. We swear to you, dear Comrade Stalin, that we shall always be in a state of military preparedness, and shall be fully capable, with all the strength of Soviet patriotism, of dealing with any enemies and of wiping them off the face of the earth. Under the guidance of your closest brother-in-arms, N.S. Khrushchev, the Bolsheviks of the Kiev zone will carry out with honor the tasks with which they have been entrusted. Long live our wise leader and teacher, the genius of mankind, the best friend and father of the Soviet people, Great Stalin." Only a few days later, a patriotic speech on the same lines was made by Khrushchev at the unveiling of the Kiev monument of Shevchenko, the Ukraine's national poet, ending with, "Long live he who is leading us from victory to victory, our dearly beloved friend and teacher, the Great Stalin." The references to Kiev, both in the Kiev Party organization's address to Stalin and in Khrushchev's speech as a frontier zone threatened by the fascists, are typical of the nervousness that existed in Russia at the time about Hitler's designs, despite all the bluster about invincibility and impregnability. The press campaigns in the West, especially in France, about a greater Ukraine, which was to be detached from the Soviet Union and was to provide Germany with her much-needed Lebensraum, had clearly caused a profound impression in Russia. It was to be one of the principal themes in Stalin's survey of the international situation in his report to the 18th Congress of the Communist Party, which opened in Moscow on March 10th. The personality cult, as we would now say, was at its height. On the opening day of the Congress, Pravda published a poem by Jambul, the veteran Kazakh bard, aged nearly 100. Tenderly the sun is shining from above, and who cannot but know that this sun is you? The lapping waves of the lake are singing the praises of Stalin. The dazzling snowy peaks are singing the praises of Stalin. The meadow's million flowers are thanking you. The well-laden table is thanking you. The humming swarm of bees is thanking you. All fathers of young heroes, they thank you, Stalin, too. O heir of Lenin, to us you are Lenin himself. Beware, you samurai, keep out of our Soviet heaven. Perhaps the only excuse for publishing this rubbish was that it had a folklorish and exotic flavour, and was the work of an illiterate old Asiatic. Even so, many members of the Congress must, on the quiet, have thought it frivolous and inappropriate to splash this kind of thing over the front page of Pravda on so solemn and serious an occasion. For Stalin's foreign policy statement was awaited with both eagerness and a touch of anxiety. It should be remembered that Europe was already full of danger signals, and that the Congress opened, and that Stalin's report was delivered, 5 days before the German march into Prague. Stalin divided the capitalist powers into aggressive powers and non-aggressive powers, but suspected the latter of wanting others to pull the chestnuts out of the fire for them, suggesting that they might not be averse to seeing the Soviet Union involved in a war with the aggressors. He dealt in some detail with the economic crisis in the capitalist world, a crisis which had begun in 1929 and which, since then, had only been partly overcome by the armaments race. Stalin said that the grabbing of Manchuria and northern China by Japan and the Italian invasion of Abyssinia already pointed to the acute struggle among the powers. With the new economic crisis, since 1937, this imperialist conflict could not but grow in intensity. It was no longer a case of competition for markets, trade war, or dumping. These weapons were no longer considered sufficient. What Russia was now facing was a redistribution of the world, of spheres of influence and colonies, by means of war. The have-nots were now attacking the haves. Japan now claimed to have been tied hand and foot by the Nine-Power Treaty. This had prevented her from enlarging her territory at China's expense, while Britain and France possessed vast colonial territories. Italy had recalled that she also had been cheated of her share after the First Imperialist War, whereas Germany was now demanding a return of her colonies and an extension of her territory in Europe. In this way, a bloc had been formed among the three aggressive powers, and now the question had arisen of a new share out of the world by military means. The new imperialist war, Stalin said, had already begun. Since Italy's capture of Abyssinia, both she and Germany had organized their military intervention in Spain. In 1937, after grabbing Manchuria, Japan had invaded northern and central China, and had driven its foreign competitors out of these new occupied zones. In 1938, Germany had grabbed first Austria and then the Sudetenland, while Japan had occupied Canton and, more recently still, Hainan. After the First Imperialist War, Stalin recalled, the victorious powers had created a new international regime of peace. This was based on the Nine-Power Treaty in the Far East and on the Treaty of Versailles and other agreements in Europe. The League of Nations was expected to regulate international relations on a basis of collective security. To give themselves a completely free hand, the three aggressor states had left the League. To cover up their treaty violations, the three aggressor states had proceeded to work on public opinion with the help of devices like the Anti-Comintern Pact. It was a clumsy game, because it seems a bit absurd to look for Comintern breeding grounds in the deserts of Mongolia, the mountains of Abyssinia, or in the wilds of Spanish Morocco. All these conquests were made by the aggressor states, quite regardless of the interests of the non-aggressor states. This new imperialist war has not yet become a general world war. It is being conducted by the aggressor states against the interest of the non-aggressor states. But these, believe it or not, are not only retreating, but to some extent conniving in this aggression. It was not, Stalin said, that the non-aggressive democratic countries were weak. Both economically and militarily, these countries, taken together, were stronger than the fascist countries. Why, then, were they behaving in this odd way? It might, of course, be argued that they were afraid of the revolution that would follow a new war, but this was by no means the chief reason for their behavior. The real reason is this. The majority of the non-aggressive states, and in the first place Britain and France, have given up the policy of collective security and have changed over instead to a policy of non-intervention, to a position of neutrality. On the face of it, this non-intervention policy may be described as follows. Let every country defend itself against aggressors any way it can or likes. It's got nothing to do with us, and we shall go on trading with both the aggressors and their victims. But in actual practice, non-intervention means connivance in aggression, and encouragement to the aggressors to turn their aggression into a world war. There is a clear desire there to let the aggressors do their dirty and criminal work, to let Japan become involved in war with China, or better still, with the Soviet Union, or to let Germany get bogged down in European affairs, and to get involved in a war against the Soviet Union. And not until all the belligerents have thoroughly exhausted each other will the non-aggressive powers come forward, of course in the interests of peace, with their own proposals, and dictate their terms to the powers that have frittered away their strength in making war on each other. A nice and cheap way of doing things. Was there not a hint that if they could play at this game of the fresh and bright neutrals dictating their terms to the exhausted belligerents, then why should not we play it too? Britain and France, Stalin went on to say, had clearly encouraged Nazi Germany to attack the Soviet Union. They abandoned Austria, despite the obligations to protect her independence. They abandoned the Sudetenland and threw Czechoslovakia to the wolves. In doing so, they broke every conceivable obligation. But after that, their press started its noisy campaign of lies about the weakness of the Russian army, the breakdown of the Russian Air Force, the disorders in the Soviet Union. They kept on urging the Germans to go farther and farther east. You just start a war against the Bolsheviks, and all will be well. He then referred to all the hullabaloo in the French, British, and American press about a German invasion of Soviet Ukraine. They screamed till they were hoarse that since Germany was now in control of the so-called Carpathian Ukraine, the eastern tip of Czechoslovakia, also known as Ruthenia, with about 700,000 people, the Germans would, not later than the spring of 1939, annex it to the Soviet Ukraine with a population of over 30 millions. It really looks as if the purpose of all this highly suspect screaming was to incense the Soviet Union against Germany, to poison the atmosphere and provoke a conflict between us and Germany without any obvious reasons. There may, of course, be some lunatics in Germany who are thinking of marrying off the elephant, I mean Soviet Ukraine, to the gnat, the so-called Carpathian Ukraine. But let them have no doubt about it. If there are such lunatics, there are quite enough straitjackets waiting for them here. Stormy applause. It is significant that some politicians and newspapermen in Europe and the USA should now be expressing their great disappointment because the Germans, instead of moving farther east, have now turned to the west and are demanding colonies. One would think that parts of Czechoslovakia were given to them as advance payment for starting a war against the Soviet Union, and now the Germans are refusing to refund the money and are telling them to go to hell. I can only say that this dangerous game started by the supporters of the non-intervention policy may end very badly for them. In any case, Munich had brought no lasting peace. The world today was full of alarm and uncertainty. The post-war order had been blown sky high. International law and treaties and agreements counted for very little. All disarmament plans had been buried. Everybody now was arming feverishly, not least the non-intervention states. Nobody believes any longer in those unctuous speeches about the concessions made to the aggressors at Munich having started a new era of peace. Even the British and French signatories of the Munich Agreement don't believe a word of it. They are arming as much as the others are. And Stalin added that while doing her utmost to pursue a policy of peace, the Soviet Union could not look on impassively while 500 million people were already involved in war, and she had undertaken the task of greatly strengthening the military preparedness of the Red Army and the Red Navy. Throughout, Stalin recalled, the Soviet Union had pursued a policy of peace. She had joined the League of Nations in 1934, hoping that, despite its weakness, the League could still act as a brake on aggression. In 1935 she had signed a mutual assistance pact with France, and another one with Czechoslovakia. A mutual assistance pact had also been signed in 1937 with Mongolia, and in 1938 a non-aggression pact with China. The Soviet Union wanted peace. She wanted peace and business relations with all countries, so long as these did not impinge on her interests. She stood for peaceful, close, and good neighbourly relations with all her immediate neighbours, so long as these did not try, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the integrity of her borders. She stood for the support of nations who had become the victims of aggression and were struggling for their independence. She did not fear the aggressor's threats, and would strike with double strength any warmongers who might try to violate Soviet territory. Long, stormy applause. The tasks of the party in foreign policy were 1. To pursue the policy of peace and of the consolidation of business relations with all countries. 2. To observe the greatest caution and not to allow our country to be drawn into conflicts by war provocateurs, who were in the habit of getting others to pull the chestnuts out of the fire for them. 3. To strengthen in every way the military might of the Red Army and Navy. 4. To strengthen the international bonds of friendship with the workers of all countries, workers in whose interest it was to maintain peace and friendship among peoples. On the face of it, in view of what Stalin said of the complete breakdown of international law and international treaties, his speech suggested that in this international jungle the Soviet Union would be wise to remain in splendid isolation. But in his precise wording, he evidently took some trouble not to slam the door in the face of the French and British statesmen. The possibility of a late deal with the West could perhaps still be read into the reference to the Franco-Soviet Mutual Assistance Pact. On the other hand, he had dwelt far more on the perfidiousness of the non-aggressor nations than on that of the aggressors, and he had almost gone so far as to congratulate Germany on her wisdom in not having invaded the Ukraine as the West had allegedly urged her to do. Not without significance were also Stalin's references to Russia's immediate neighbours. Had not some suspect negotiations been going on between Germany and some of Russia's immediate neighbours? Had Nazi diplomacy not been active in the Baltic states? Had not Beck raised the question of the Ukraine with Hitler at Berchtesgaden on January 7th, only to be told by the Führer that he no longer regarded the Ukraine as topical? And the Russians continued to suspect the Finns, who only a year before had celebrated the 20th anniversary of their liberation from the Bolshevik yoke, with the help of the Kaiser's army towards the end of the First World War. Such was the trend of Soviet policy on the eve of the Nazi march into Prague. It was still a wait-and-see attitude. The menace of war was already acute, but it was still not entirely clear what Hitler's next move would be. The Nazi entry into Prague on March 15th not only put a full stop to Chamberlain's Munich illusions, but put the Soviet Union in a position where a clear choice would have to be made before long. It was already evident from Stalin's speech of March 10th that he was anxious to keep out of it all, unless there was a possibility of stopping the aggressors through at least a partial restoration of collective security, which could only mean the conclusion of an anti-Hitler alliance by the non-aggressive powers. The German invasion of Czechoslovakia came to Russia as a shock, though not perhaps as a great surprise. When, on March 15th, the blow fell, the Soviet reaction was fairly sharp. In reply to the official German notification that Bohemia and Moravia had been incorporated in the Reich as a protectorate, and that the Statute of Slovakia had been modified, it had been turned into a German satellite under Monseigneur Tissot, Litvinov sent the German government a strongly worded note. In it, he recalled the Czechs' right to self-determination, and denied the validity of President Acha's surrender to Berlin. And Litvinov concluded, "The action of the German government not only fails to lessen the dangers threatening world peace, but can, on the contrary, only intensify them, shake the political stability of Central Europe, and strike another severe blow at the people's sense of security." The alarm in Moscow was even greater than appeared on the surface. True, the papers were already full of stories from Prague about German vandalism in Czechoslovakia, and about the Gestapo terror there. For instance, about her Karl Benesch, secretary of the Nieburg Communist Party organization, having been beaten and tortured to death by the Gestapo. But there was clearly nothing that the Soviet Union could have done about it at this stage. So attention suddenly shifted to London, Warsaw, and Lithuania, which had just had Memel shamelessly extorted from her by the Germans, as the Soviet press put it. The Germans in Memel, the Hungarians in Ruthenia, the growing threats against Poland, all this was getting very near home. Although the invasion of Czechoslovakia deeply shocked British public opinion, Chamberlain's own first reaction was mild, judging by his statement in the House of Commons on March 15th. However, the outcry in the country compelled him to strike a different note in his Birmingham speech on March 17th. This time he spoke of his disappointment and indignation, and less than a fortnight later, on March 31st, he announced the British government's guarantee to Poland. This extraordinary decision is perhaps best explained by a particularly well-qualified observer, Robert Coulondre, who was French ambassador in Berlin at the time. Without any kind of transition, and with a rashness pointing to his genuine anger, Chamberlain turned a complete somersault. He went from one extreme to the other, and diplomacy, which is the daughter of wisdom and caution, does not like such extravagant behaviour. Having been bamboozled by Hitler, Chamberlain was now going to be bamboozled by Colonel Beck, and was going to ruin a game the outcome of which was of the most vital importance to the cause of peace. Immediately after the German invasion of Czechoslovakia, the British government had turned to the Soviet Union. On March 18th, Halifax asked Maisky, the Soviet ambassador, to call on him, and inquired what the Soviet attitude would be if Romania became the object of an unprovoked aggression. The Soviet government promptly replied by proposing a meeting at Bucharest of the 6 powers most directly involved. The British government rejected this and proposed instead, on March 21st, the publication of a joint Anglo-Franco-Soviet-Polish declaration, saying that they would enter into immediate consultations about any joint action to be taken should the political independence of any European state be threatened. The Soviet government, though disappointed by the rejection of its own proposal, agreed to such a declaration, provided Poland was one of the signatories. But on April 1st, Chamberlain informed Maisky that he had dropped the idea. On March 23, 1939, the Germans had occupied Memel. On that same day, Colonel Beck replied to the British proposal for a 4-power declaration and argued against it. These multilateral negotiations would be very complicated and take time, and there was no time to lose. He therefore suggested the conclusion of a bilateral Polish-British agreement, without prejudice, of course, to any wider subsequent negotiations. What game was Beck playing? Certainly he was becoming distrustful of Hitler, and wished to strengthen his position by securing a British guarantee. At the same time, he had no desire to enter into any sort of defensive front with the Russians, as this, he argued, might incense the Germans. In discussing the matter with Gafencu, the Romanian foreign minister, he put forward the view that Hitler would not attack Poland so long as the latter had not become involved with Russia. Only a Polish-Russian alliance would produce a German invasion of Poland. Despite the terrible threat hanging over his country, and despite the lesson of Czechoslovakia, Beck persisted in his more than dubious game of backing both horses. In the House of Commons on March 31st, Chamberlain made his famous statement on Poland. A fortnight later he announced that the guarantee to Poland had been extended to Romania and Greece. As Coulondre says, the British government was now crashing ahead so fast that it even rushed past the station at which it should have stopped. It was enough to look at the map of Europe to see what a serious diplomatic situation it had created. Romania and Poland practically form a continuous front from the Black Sea to the Baltic, a front separating Germany from the USSR. Germany cannot attack Russia without going through Poland or Romania, that is, without bringing into play the Western Guarantee, and without going to war against Britain and France. Thus, without having to commit himself, Stalin secured a Western Guarantee in the East which he had sought in vain for 10 years. It must now have been clear to Hitler that only by coming to an agreement with the USSR could he dodge that double front the day he decided to attack Poland. Would it not have been much wiser, Coulondre asks, to stick to the 4-power declaration as proposed on March 21st, and, if Beck still refused to sign, to go right ahead with that Anglo-French-Soviet alliance which Churchill was demanding with prophetic foresight, and which the Russians were then prepared to sign? On April 1st, the Soviet press prominently displayed Chamberlain's guarantee to Poland, but accompanied the story with an account of the House of Commons debate, in which Arthur Greenwood asked whether the Soviet Union had been brought into it, to which Chamberlain replied that discussions were in progress with numerous countries, including the Soviet Union. 3 days later, in connection with Beck's visit to London, the Soviet press reported further House of Commons discussions. It reported Chamberlain as saying that the guarantee to Poland had marked a sharp change in British foreign policy. But already it focused all its attention on what was being said about the Soviet Union and the trap the Poles had laid. Sir Archibald Sinclair said that the Soviet Union held the key to peace in Eastern Europe. British-Soviet cooperation was therefore of the utmost importance. Mr. Lloyd George asked why the British government had not got Soviet support before entering into these colossal obligations. Britain should tell Poland that she could be helped only on certain conditions. In talking about the Soviet Union, Chamberlain, Lloyd George said, was merely trying to appease the opposition. If Britain did not secure Soviet aid, her help to Poland would merely be a trap. Mr. Hugh Dalton hoped he would soon see some action about the Soviet Union, and not just vapid assurances. The press reported that, according to a public opinion poll in Britain, 84% of the people now wanted close cooperation with the Soviet Union. But, it added, there was nothing to show that the government was following suit. If the Labour and Liberal press were now saying that no resistance to German aggression could be effective without the Soviet Union, the Times and the Daily Telegraph were still beating about the bush, assuring Germany that no encirclement was contemplated, and trying to draw fine distinctions between Polish independence and Polish territorial integrity. The Times, Pravda wrote on April 10th, is trying to suggest that this is a return to collective security, but it is not, if only because the Poles are still talking about holding the balance. All the same, something seemed at last to be stirring in Britain, and there was already much talk of conscription, which was indeed to be introduced at the end of April. But for a fortnight after the announcement of the guarantee to Poland, no new proposals came to Moscow from the West, or vice versa. It was not till April 15th that the British Foreign Office came forward with a proposal to the Russians that they give Poland, Romania, and other European states a unilateral guarantee against German aggression, in case these countries desired such help. It was for these countries to decide what kind of help would be convenient to them. This was unacceptable to Moscow. More constructive, from the Soviet point of view, was a simultaneous French proposal for a joint Soviet-French declaration based on mutual assistance to each other, as well as to Romania and Poland. The Soviet government apparently sensed Daladier's dislike of the guarantee to Poland, which Chamberlain had forced on him, and which made him prefer the Russian alliance. So, in order to coordinate the various British, French, and Soviet proposals, the Soviet government now came forward with the proposal for a straight Anglo-Franco-Soviet alliance, to be signed for a period of 5 or 10 years. This alliance would provide that they undertake to render each other every help, including military help, in the event of an aggression in Europe on any of the 3 signatories, and also to render similar help to all East European countries bordering on the Soviet Union, between the Baltic and the Black Sea. This offer, Coulondre wrote, was almost undreamed of at the time. He thought this was a tremendous step in the right direction, and attributed it to the fact that Litvinov, the collective security man, with his obvious predilection for the West, was still in charge of Soviet foreign policy. In actual fact, such a proposal could not have been made simply on Litvinov's initiative. But the Chamberlain government turned down the Soviet proposal, which, Coulondre argued, could have still saved the day had it been seized with both hands. Instead of accepting the Soviet proposal, the British government started producing, in Coulondre's phrase, more and more sophisticated formulae, the purpose of which was to provide Soviet guarantees to countries that did not even want them. The British government made it indeed clear, in a note addressed to the French government, that the various objections raised by Poland made any agreement with the Soviet Union very difficult. The undreamed-of offer had been made by Russia, and had been rejected. A new approach was needed. It had now become necessary to give Soviet foreign policy not only a more flexible and opportunist character, but also to give it the maximum authority. And Molotov's position in the party was second only to Stalin's. Just as in May 1941, with a German invasion threatening, Stalin was to take over the premiership, so in May 1939, with Europe on the brink of war, Molotov took over the Foreign Commissariat. Litvinov was temperamentally a Westerner, but he had received poor thanks from the West. As a Jew, he had been fiercely abused by the Germans for years. He was ill-suited for any new departures that might now become necessary for Soviet foreign policy. In the eyes of the party, he no longer carried sufficient authority, especially after the rejection by London of the Soviet plan of April 17th. There was no perceptible change in the tone of the Soviet press or in official utterances after Molotov had become Foreign Commissar. The press continued to report the great success in England and elsewhere of Russian anti-Nazi films like Professor Mamlok and Alexander Nevsky. Patriotic speeches continued to be made about the might of the Red Army, which would smash any aggressor on his own territory if he ever dared attack the Soviet Union. Thus, at the graduation ceremony of the Red Army academies on May 7th, a ceremony attended by Stalin, Molotov, Voroshilov, Khrushchev, Bulganin, Zhdanov, and others, Kalinin declared, "Our people are convinced that with an army like ours, they can peacefully go on building and developing the Soviet state, a classless socialist society and communism. The international situation demands from you a state of constant preparedness. I hope you will fully justify the confidence our people have placed in you." And Colonel Radimtsev, hero of the Soviet Union, and a future hero of Stalingrad, said at the same meeting, "We swear to carry out the order of Comrade Voroshilov to smash any aggressor on his own territory," and the press continued to publish ominous little items like this one in Pravda, May 16th. Hitler's visit of inspection. Berlin, May 15th. TASS. Hitler today left for the western frontier to inspect the so-called Siegfried Line. He was accompanied by staff officers and by Himmler, the head of the Gestapo. Was this meant to suggest that Hitler might indeed turn on the West, and that the Soviet Union and not the West had better hurry and join forces? At any rate, even a month after Molotov's appointment, Nazi Germany was still treated as number one danger. When the Supreme Soviet met at the end of May, A.G. Zverev, the Commissar for Finance, declared amid loud cheers that the expenditure on defense would be increased from 23 milliard rubles in 1938 to 41 milliard rubles in 1939. "The stronger we are," he said, "the better will be the chances that peace will not be disturbed, and that the fascist aggressors will not dare attack our country." This could only mean Nazi Germany. In its comments on this vast increase in military expenditure, Pravda was full of the usual bluster. This figure of 40,885 million rubles means new guns, fast new planes, powerful new tanks. With such a mighty Red Army, we can calmly look into the future, knowing that no provocation by our foreign enemies can catch us unawares. We can calmly go ahead with our third five-year plan. Provided with the most perfect equipment in the world, our Red Army will smash any enemy or any enemies, no matter where they come from. This was clearly intended as a warning to both Japan and Germany. One of the most important landmarks during that grim summer was Molotov's survey of the international situation before the Supreme Soviet on May 31st. He was highly critical of Britain and France, but the speech was, above all, an attack on Germany. After recalling the disasters that the Munich policy had already brought on Europe, Molotov said, "The aggressive powers today are becoming more and more arrogant. On the other hand, the representatives of the democratic countries, having turned their backs on collective security and having adopted a policy of non-resistance to aggression, are now trying to minimize the grave deterioration of the international situation." Until very recently, Molotov continued, the responsible leaders of France and Britain were happily contemplating the success of the ill-fated Munich settlement. But what was the result? Germany wasn't satisfied with getting the Sudeten country and simply proceeded to liquidate one of the Slav countries, Czechoslovakia. This just shows what non-interference produces. And after that, the aggressor nations continued as before. In April, Germany grabbed Memel from Lithuania, and Italy finished off Albania. Things went from bad to worse. In April, too, the head of the German state destroyed the Anglo-German Naval Agreement and the Polish-German Non-Aggression Pact. Such was Germany's answer to the proposal of President Roosevelt, a proposal imbued with the spirit of peace. He then referred to the new political and military treaty between Germany and Italy, which, he said, was aggressive by its very nature. In the past, these two countries pretended to be concerned with their joint battle against communism, hence all the fuss about the anti-Comintern Pact. Now the camouflage has been dropped. Both the leaders and the press of the two countries openly talk about the new treaty being directed against the main European democracies. Although there were now some signs that the non-aggressive countries were at last beginning to favour a front against aggression, it still remained to be seen how serious this change of heart really was. It may well be that these countries may like to stop aggression in some areas, but will not interfere with aggression in other areas. And Molotov brought in that Stalin quote about the chestnuts and about the need to be aware of provocateurs who might try to drag the Soviet Union into war. He, clearly, continued to be very hostile to Germany, but was also extremely distrustful of Britain and France. But even so, he said, there are some signs that the democratic countries have become aware of the utter collapse of their non-intervention policy, and of the need of creating a single front of the peaceful powers against aggression. The British-Polish Pact is a new element in Europe, all the more so as Germany has torn up her pact with Poland. And there is also a tendency among the non-aggressive European powers to seek the collaboration of the USSR in organizing resistance to aggression. That was why, he said, the Soviet government had accepted the proposal of Britain and France to open negotiations for the purpose of strengthening the relations between these three countries, and for organizing a peace front against any further development of aggression. We entered into these negotiations with France and Britain in mid-April. These talks have not yet been concluded, but from the outset we realized that if there is really a desire to create an effective front of peace-loving countries against aggression, then the minimum conditions to be fulfilled are these. 1. There must be a purely defensive but effective mutual assistance pact between Britain, France, and the Soviet Union. 2. There must be guarantees by all three powers to the countries bordering on the Soviet Union, and to other countries in Central and Eastern Europe. 3. There must be concrete agreements between the three about the immediate and effective aid to be rendered in the event of aggression against either of them or against the countries guaranteed by them. Having elaborated at some length on the perplexities of pact-making for the protection of the many frontiers so precariously maintained between the Baltic and the Black Sea, and between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, Molotov introduced another motif into his discourse, which was like an echo of Stalin's speech of March 10th. Such are our talks with Britain and France. That does not mean that we intend to break off business relations with countries like Germany and Italy. At the beginning of 1938, Germany offered us a new credit of 200 million marks, but since no agreement followed, the question of this credit was dropped. However, at the end of 1938, the German government again raised the question of economic talks, and of the 200 million marks credit. The Germans were ready to make certain concessions, and their foreign trade ministry said that Herr Schnurrer would come to Moscow. But instead it was decided that Ambassador Schulenburg would conduct the talks. Since there were some disagreements, the talks broke down. But now there are signs that the talks may be resumed. We also signed recently a profitable trade agreement with Italy. In conclusion, Molotov said that relations with Poland had improved, that relations with Turkey were good, and that he had recently warned the Japanese ambassador that the Soviet Union would defend both her own frontiers and those of the Mongolian People's Republic against any Japanese Manchurian aggression. The Soviet Union is not what it was, say, in 1921, though even some of our neighbours seem to have forgotten it. Nor is the Soviet Union what it was 10 or even 5 years ago. Its strength is far greater. In spite of delays and hesitations, some democracies are becoming conscious of this simple truth. Yet in any front of the peaceful powers resisting aggression, the Soviet Union cannot but hold a place in the front rank. What Molotov had said about trade talks with Germany did not, on the face of it, amount to much. It might have been meant as a mild warning to the West, where some of Chamberlain's close associates still considered trade talks with Germany to be their best hope of resuming an appeasement policy. Molotov was, of course, aware of the long-standing tug-of-war going on in Britain, below and above the surface, inside and outside the Tory party, between the advocates and the opponents of a pact with the Soviet Union. Until further notice, the Soviet press maintained a fairly consistent anti-Nazi line, playing the Western card. On June 9th, TASS reported from London Chamberlain's statement in the House of Commons on the Franco-British-Soviet talks. There was, Chamberlain had said, a common point of view about the main features of the intended agreement, and to speed up the talks, HM government had decided to send to Moscow a representative of the Foreign Office. This was the beginning of the Strang mission. Special prominence was given to influential utterances in Britain in favour of a pact with the Soviet Union, notably to Churchill's article in the Daily Telegraph on June 9th. Churchill even went so far as to advocate a joint guarantee to the Baltic states and Finland, and declared that such a pact was as much in the interests of the Soviet Union as it was in the interests of France and Britain. But, said Churchill, there was no time to lose. At the same time, the Soviet papers continued to carry numerous stories about German looting in Czechoslovakia, Austria under the heel of the Nazi invaders, executions in Spain, and so on. Alongside with this went accounts about growing German pressure on Poland, and reports of some of the more violent speeches by Nazi leaders, such as Goebbels's attack on England in his Danzig speech at the end of June, with its "Hands off Eastern Europe" slogan. Altogether, the growing violence over Danzig was being fully reported, and in a tone very far from friendly to the Germans. These, the Soviet press kept on suggesting, were out for trouble. Danzig is teeming with German military trucks that have come from Königsberg. Danzig is being invaded by hordes of tourists and other highly suspect elements. The German papers are continuing to carry screaming headlines about Poland's aggressiveness. The Völkische Beobachter is screaming that the Poles want to invade East Prussia, Pomerania, Silesia, and other German territories. Although whenever there was any vitally important business to discuss with Hitler, the British government would send him Eden, Simon, Halifax, or Chamberlain in person, the British Prime Minister seemed to think that an experienced Foreign Office official, like Mr. Strang, was more than good enough for Moscow. This choice had indeed been severely criticised by the opposition press and opposition speakers, who had argued that at least somebody of Halifax's or Eden's stature should be sent there. But, in Chamberlain's view, Halifax had other things to do, while Eden was much too friendly to the Russians. He had already gone to Moscow in 1935, and Mr. Strang would be better suited to what Chamberlain wanted to be no more than an exploratory mission, or merely a sop to the opposition. He was determined to turn a deaf ear to all the warnings, coming from Churchill and others, that the time factor was of the utmost importance. It was indeed not surprising that the Strang appointment should have aroused little enthusiasm in Moscow. There is a remarkable passage in Maisky's reminiscences about the visit he paid Halifax on June 12th, the day of Strang's departure for Moscow. To get the three-power pact concluded with the utmost speed, for that was our basic object, and to discover our British partners' real intentions, the Soviet government decided to invite Lord Halifax to Moscow. On June 12th, I was instructed to call on Halifax in a personal capacity, and to urge him in a friendly but pressing way to go to Moscow without delay to complete the negotiations and to sign the pact. After pointing out to Halifax the extreme urgency of the problem, Maisky said, "If you can go to Moscow right away, Lord Halifax, I shall ask my government to send you an official invitation." A hard and mysterious look came over Halifax's face. He looked at the ceiling, then rubbed the bridge of his nose, and then solemnly declared, "I shall bear it in mind." I realized, of course, that he could not decide on this visit to Moscow without referring the matter to the cabinet. After a week, there was still no reply. In conclusion, Maisky writes that he had an important postscript to make to this account of his meeting with Halifax on June 12th. In the documents of British foreign policy published later by the British government, there was Halifax's own account of this meeting. According to this, Maisky had suggested that Halifax should go to Moscow when things had calmed down, to which Halifax had replied that nothing would please him better, but that at the present moment it would be impossible for him to leave London. Maisky then proceeds to demonstrate that, in Halifax's account of the same meeting, the Foreign Secretary had told two untruths, both showing that, like Chamberlain, he was less than lukewarm about coming to a quick agreement with Moscow. This lack of enthusiasm on both Halifax's and Chamberlain's part is, of course, fully borne out by Churchill in what he said at the time and wrote later. It was decided to send a special envoy to Moscow. Mr. Eden, who had made useful contacts with Stalin, volunteered to go. This generous offer was declined by the Prime Minister. Instead, on June 12th, Mr. Strang, an able official but without any standing outside the Foreign Office, was entrusted with this momentous mission. Strang arrived in Moscow in the middle of June and had, together with the British ambassador, Sir William Seeds, and the French ambassador, M. Naguillard, a number of meetings with Mr. Molotov. The first meeting on June 16th lasted an hour. Another meeting on July 1st lasted an hour and a half, and still another on July 8th, 2 hours. Let us remember that these discussions arose from the diplomatic exchanges that had gone on since April. After rejecting the Litvinov Plan on April 17th, the British government had asked the Soviet Union to enter into a number of unilateral commitments. In its note of May 14th, this was already after Molotov had taken over, the Soviet government declared that the latest British proposals did not contain the principle of reciprocity, and put the Soviet Union in a position of inequality. The absence of these guarantees to the Soviet Union in case of aggression on the one hand, and the unprotected position of its northwestern frontiers on the other, might well act as an incentive for the aggressors to attack Russia. It therefore proposed a more detailed version of the Litvinov Plan of April 17th. An effective Anglo-Franco-Soviet mutual assistance pact, complete with 1. A three-power guarantee to the countries of Eastern and Central Europe exposed to aggression, these countries to include Latvia, Estonia, and Finland, and with 2. A concrete agreement among the three powers as to the nature and the volume of the help they would render each other and to the guaranteed states. Without such an agreement, the note concluded, the mutual assistance pacts may well remain suspended in mid-air, as we know from the experience of Czechoslovakia. This was another mistake. The sending of so subordinate a figure gave actual offence. It should, of course, be remembered throughout that Maisky, a Litvinov man at heart, was more enthusiastic about the tripartite alliance as the only way of stopping Hitler than were either Stalin or Molotov. The joint Anglo-French proposals of May 27th, in reply to this note, were a marked improvement on earlier efforts. They provided for direct Anglo-French aid to the Soviet Union in the event of a direct attack, but left the question of the Baltic states still unresolved. Molotov's new note of June 2nd now stressed the need for all-round, effective and immediate mutual aid, and proposed to cover Belgium, Greece, Turkey, Romania, Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland in the joint guarantees. It even provided that the mutual assistance would apply in cases when one of the signatories had become involved in war by helping a neutral European country that had applied for such help. What Molotov was in fact suggesting was a mutual assistance pact covering practically the whole of Europe. The talks were becoming increasingly complicated. The Russians raised the question of indirect aggression. This meant, in the first place, the use by Germany of the Baltic states as a base for aggression with the connivance of the governments of those countries. The possibility of Russian preventive action here could, in the British view, not be ruled out. The Russians also wanted to know if their troops could have access to Polish territory in case of need. They wanted a concrete agreement on the precise military contribution the Soviet Union, Britain, and France would make to the common effort. Looking back on these crucial days, Grigory Gafencu, the Romanian foreign minister, wrote, "The Western powers were seeking for a psychological effect. They did not hide this fact. They wished to create a solidarity between the West and the East, which would prevent Hitler from starting his war. This plan was perfectly justified, and any delay in its realization seemed intolerable. The Soviet view was equally tenable. Moscow did not want to engage itself lightly. If, despite agreement in principle, war broke out, the greatest German effort might be made against the USSR. The trouble is that, as Stalin was to say to Churchill in 1942, he, Stalin, knew perfectly well that such a psychological effect was totally insufficient to restrain Hitler. Anyway, the Strang-Molotov talks were leading nowhere, and on July 23rd, Molotov finally proposed that France and Britain send a military mission to Moscow. The manner and motions of this mission were to show before long how intolerable Mr. Chamberlain thought any delay. What he still wanted, without delay, was a psychological effect. On the other hand, a military convention, to the Russians the only real test of Western sincerity, was precisely what he was not in a hurry to sign. But were the Russians whole-hearted about an alliance with Britain and France? On June 29th, Zhdanov published in Pravda a sharply critical article on the Western powers, almost suggesting that an alliance with the Munichites would be a doubtful asset. References to the Siegfried Line also appeared in the Soviet press from time to time, suggesting that France's striking power against Germany might be insufficient. And among the Soviet hierarchy, there might well have been the lingering thought that so soon after the army purges, the Red Army had better not take on a powerful enemy like Nazi Germany unless some definite military convention could be reached with Britain and France. Short of this, it might, as Stalin had already suggested on March 10th, be preferable to remain neutral. But how? Nor did it escape the Russians' notice that since Munich, and indeed to the very moment the war broke out, there were important people in power or near the levers of power in Britain and elsewhere who, in their frantic efforts to appease Hitler, were prepared to go to almost any lengths. The list of appeasers, Mr. Hudson, Sir Horace Wilson, Lord Kelmsley, etc., which emerges from the Dirksen archives, that is, the papers of the German ambassador in London until the outbreak of the war, captured by the Russians and published subsequently, Documenti и материали канунов Второй мировой войны, T. Il Archiv Dirksena, Moscow, 1948, even allowing for a good deal of selective editing, certainly bears out what every experienced and sober observer of the political scene must have known or strongly suspected at the time. In all circumstances, the Russians had to prepare themselves for an imminent Nazi thrust eastwards against Poland, and the not unlikely event that such an offensive might encompass the Baltic states and possibly Romania, that is, a front extending from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Even if the German offensive stopped in the face of the Russian winter, the Russians must have feared a German invasion in the spring of 1940, with the West taking a ringside seat behind the Maginot Line, unless, of course, definite guarantees of coordinated military action were mutually provided. On August 4th, Pravda reported from London that Britain and France had agreed to send a military mission to Moscow. This report was accompanied by an account of the House of Commons debate, in the course of which Eden welcomed the decision. He thought that this would resolve distrust, and hoped that these talks would soon lead to an agreement. He proposed, however, that in addition to admirals and generals, the British government should send a representative political leader to Moscow, so that all the talks could be concluded within a week. There was no time to lose, Eden said, since Poland was now being threatened as Czechoslovakia had been, and it was essential to create a peace front with the utmost speed, so as to discourage aggression. To these warnings, Chamberlain turned a deaf ear. But for several days after that, very little more was said in the Soviet press about this military mission. For over a week, a carefree holiday mood seems to have reigned in Moscow. On August 1st, indeed, a monumental agricultural exhibition opened in the capital, with Molotov presiding over the opening ceremony. Stalin was represented by a colossal statue at the entrance of the exhibition. Although only a fortnight before, the Soviet press had reported a highly critical speech by Khrushchev on the state of stock breeding in the Ukraine, a speech in which he castigated the half-heartedness of so many kolkhozniki who wholly lacked the proper collectivist spirit and were, in fact, enemies of the collective sector of the kolkhozes. The opening of the agricultural exhibition gave rise to rapturous eulogies on the state of Soviet agriculture. With this exhibition, Pravda wrote on August 1st, we are celebrating a glorious victory of socialism. This is the 10th birthday of the kolkhoz system, and a report on its achievements. It was in the autumn of 1929 that the peasants started entering the kolkhozes by whole villages and districts. It was the year of the Great Change. The incantations of the Trotskyite and Bukharinite agents of fascism about the inevitable clash between the workers and the peasants, and about the impossibility of building socialism in one country, have been thrown into the dustbin of history. New machinery has taken the place of the individual peasant's plough, wooden harrow, sickle, and scythe. These raptures continued for several days, and 20,000 to 30,000 people a day visited the exhibition, with its ornate domes, Stalin Gothic spires, and its orgy of fountains, colossal statues of Lenin and Stalin, and with Vera Mukhina's giant silver statue of the worker with the hammer and the kolkhoznitsa with the sickle, sweeping into a glorious future above the main entrance. The opulent and luscious exhibits in all the various palaces and pavilions were there to show that agriculture under the kolkhoz system had become a magnificently going concern, whereas, according to Pravda, the peasantry in Nazi Germany was undergoing a process of continuous pauperization. Moscow was in a festive mood, and the blessings of peace seemed wonderful under the wise leadership of Comrade Stalin. No doubt, not all was well, least of all in a great number of kolkhozes, but conditions had certainly become easier in the last 5 years. The exhibition teemed with lemonade and ice cream stalls and eating places, and, in their light summer clothes, people looked cheerful, contented, and even superficially prosperous. War seemed a long way away, whatever the papers said about more Nazi provocations in Danzig. At last, on August 12th, Pravda announced the arrival in Moscow of the British and French military missions. The missions, headed by Admiral Drax and General Dumont, were met yesterday morning at the Leningrad station by a number of Soviet personalities. Later in the day, Comrade V.M. Molotov received the leaders of the missions. Present at the meeting were also Sir William Seeds, M. Magyar, and the Deputy Foreign Commissar V.P. Potemkin. Later they were received by Defense Commandant Voroshilov and the Chief of the General Staff of the Red Army, Army Commander of the First Rank, B.M. Shaposhnikov. In the evening a banquet was given in honor of the British and French military missions, and all the Soviet top brass were there. Voroshilov, Shaposhnikov, Budyeny, Timoshenko, heads of the Kiev and Belarusian military districts, and leaders of the Navy and Air Force. Friendly toasts were exchanged between Comrade Voroshilov and the heads of the British and French military missions. That was as much as the Soviet public were allowed to learn at that stage about the Anglo-French visit. What did it really amount to? The visit had been announced more than 3 weeks before, but the British and French had obviously been in no great hurry to come, having travelled by slow boat to Leningrad. Needless to say, nobody had ever heard of Admiral Drax or General Dumont. Why had nobody of note come to Moscow, Halifax or Daladier? Not Chamberlain, of course, for who would want to see him? All the same, there was obviously something in it, if all the top Army and Navy and Air Force leaders were attending the banquet. These were the kind of confused impressions people had in Moscow at the time. Certainly nothing had been done in London or Paris to fire the Soviet public's imagination. Present-day Soviet historians treat this Anglo-French military mission with the utmost severity. Here were generals and admirals who had either reached the retiring age or were holding only secondary posts. The British government's attitude to the mission was so frivolous that it had not even given them any powers. Only towards the end of the talks, after a lot of insisting by the Soviet side, did Drax produce some sort of credentials, but even these did not allow him to sign any kind of agreement with the USSR. The credentials of the French general were no better. All they had been empowered to do was to conduct negotiations with us. The history recalls that after the Soviet government had proposed that Britain and France send military missions to Moscow, these people had taken 11 days to prepare for their departure, and had then taken 6 more days to travel by slow cargo passenger boat to Leningrad, and thence to Moscow. The principle underlying the Soviet proposals was not only reciprocity, but also equality in the war effort to be put into this mutual assistance by the two sides. But even before Shaposhnikov outlined his proposals in detail, he had already been taken aback by the British reaction to his first mention of the respective contributions. When B.M. Shaposhnikov said that the Soviet Union was ready to make available against the aggressor 120 infantry divisions, 16 cavalry divisions, 5,000 medium and heavy guns, 9,000 to 10,000 tanks, and 5,000 to 5,500 bomber and fighter planes, General Hayward, a member of the British mission, talked about 5 infantry and 1 mechanized divisions. This in itself was enough to suggest a frivolous British attitude to the talks with the Soviet Union. The history does not, however, mention the suggestions of the French, who had a numerically far larger army than the British. The military convention the Russians proposed was to be based on 3 eventualities. 1. If the bloc of aggressors attack France and Britain, in this case the Soviet Union will make available 70% of the armed forces that France and Britain will direct against the main aggressor, that is, Germany. Thus, if they use 90 divisions, the Soviet Union will use 63 infantry divisions and 6 cavalry divisions, with the appropriate number of guns, tanks, and planes, altogether about 2 million men. In this case, Poland must participate with all her armed forces, in view of her agreements with Britain and France. Poland must concentrate 40 to 45 divisions on her western borders and against East Prussia. The British and French governments must obtain Poland's undertaking to let the Soviet armed forces pass through the Vilna Bulge, and, if possible, through Lithuania to the borders of East Prussia, and also, if necessary, through Galicia. 2. If the aggression is directed against Poland and Romania. In this case, Poland and Romania must make use of all their armed forces, and the Soviet Union will participate by as much as 100% of the forces employed against Germany by Britain and France. In this case, an indispensable condition of the Soviet Union's participation is that Britain and France should immediately declare war on the aggressor. Moreover, the Soviet Union can take part in such a war only if the British and French governments come to a clear understanding with Poland and Romania, and, if possible, with Lithuania, about the free passage of the Soviet armed forces through the Vilna Bulge, Galicia, and Romania. 3. If the aggressor attacks the Soviet Union by making use of the territories of Finland, Estonia, or Latvia. In this case, France and Britain must not only declare war on the aggressor, or the bloc of aggressors, but must also start active and immediate military operations against the main aggressor, putting into operation 75% of the forces employed by the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union would put into operation 136 divisions. Since Poland is bound by her agreements with Britain and France, she must intervene against Germany, and must also, by agreement between herself on the one hand and Britain and France on the other, give free passage to our troops through the Vilna Bulge and Galicia. Should Romania be drawn into the war, a similar agreement should be made between Romania, France, and Britain concerning the free passage of Soviet troops across Romanian territory. According to the Soviet version, Admiral Drax thanked General Shaposhnikov for outlining his plan, but it was not accepted by the British and French, and there were no serious British or French counter-proposals. Instead, both the French and the British made the most of the Polish obstacle. The British had indeed no intention of bringing pressure to bear on the Polish government. The attitude of General Dumont, head of the French mission, was rather different. Twice he cabled the French War Ministry saying he intended to send General Vallin, a member of the mission, to Warsaw in order to obtain the Polish government's consent. But the result was only a telegram from the French War Ministry to the French military attaché in Moscow, proposing to postpone Vallin's visit to Warsaw. All that the French and British found to propose, according to the Soviet history, was that the Soviet Union should declare war on Germany in the event of a German attack on Poland, but should take no military action before the German troops reached the Soviet borders. All this shows that they were much less interested in helping Poland than in getting the Soviet Union involved in a war against Germany. Already in June 1939, the governments of Latvia and Estonia, frightened of both Germany and Russia, had, under German pressure, concluded friendship pacts with Germany. But Poland's position presented by far the most urgent problem, since by August 15th the Germans were poised to invade her at any moment. Even in these conditions, no progress was made in the Anglo-Franco-Soviet military talks in Moscow. On August 17th, says the Soviet history, the talks were postponed until August 21st, so that the British and French missions could be given time to discover the real attitude of their respective governments to the passage of Soviet troops through Poland. The Admiral was still not in a hurry, whereas General Dumont held that nothing was lost yet, but that there was no time to lose. He considered that on that day the Russians were still in dead earnest about the military convention. In his dispatch to Paris on August 17th, he wired, "There is a definite will on the part of the Russians not to stay outside as spectators, and a clear desire to commit themselves right up to the hilt. There is no doubt that the USSR wants a military pact, but she does not want from us a meaningless scrap of paper. Marshal Voroshilov assured me that all questions of mutual help, communications, etc., would be discussed without any difficulty. Once what the Russians call the cardinal question, the Russian access to Polish territory, has been satisfactorily solved." That day, in desperation, Dumont even sent one of his aides, Captain Beaufre, to Warsaw to see Marshal Ridz-Smigul, but to no avail. His reply was a repetition of his remark to the French ambassador, "With the Germans we may lose our freedom. With the Russians we shall lose our soul." Finally, on August 21st, Admiral Drax said that he had received no further information from London, and proposed that the next meeting take place in 3 or 4 days. At this point, the Russians asked for a clear answer as to how the British and French visualized Soviet participation in mutual assistance in view of the Polish attitude. No reply was received. In his conversation with the French military attaché on August 23rd, the day of Ribbentrop's arrival in Moscow, Voroshilov said, "We could not wait for the Germans to smash the Polish army, after which they would have attacked us. Meantime, you would be stationed at your frontier, tying up perhaps 10 German divisions. We needed a springboard from which to attack the Germans. Without it, we could not help you." It was with a touch of melancholy that Voroshilov said about the same time to General Dumont, who had informed him of Daladier's latest telegram ordering him, without anything having been settled about Poland, to sign the best possible military convention with the ambassador's consent and subject to the French government's subsequent approval, "We have wasted 11 days for nothing. We raised the question of military collaboration with France many years ago," an allusion to the abortive offer already made in 1935 by Soviet Ambassador Potemkin to Monsieur Jean Fabry, then French Minister of War. "Last year, when Czechoslovakia was on the edge of the abyss, we waited for a signal from France. Our Red Army was ready to strike. But the signal never came. Our government and the whole of the Soviet people wanted to rush to the help of Czechoslovakia and to fulfill the obligations arising from the treaties. Now the British and French governments have dragged out these political and military talks far too long. Therefore other political events are not to be ruled out. It was necessary to have a definite reply from Poland and Romania about our troops' right of passage. If the Poles had given an affirmative answer, they would have asked to be represented at these talks. Although, in the Russian view, France was at least as much to blame for Munich as Britain, the breakdown of the Anglo-Franco-Soviet military talks in 1939 is attributed much more to Britain than to France. At the root of the trouble there was, among other things, that inept guarantee to Poland, which had only encouraged the Poles in their suicidal anti-Soviet policy, a guarantee the dangers of which the French government had seen at once. In Russian eyes, the inconclusive talks with Admiral Drax demonstrated Chamberlain's continued resistance to a firm military alliance with the Soviet Union, as well as his determination not to overcome the Polish government's objections to direct Russian aid. On the other hand, it seems obvious that Stalin and Molotov had been extremely distrustful of Britain and France throughout, and had never been really enthusiastic about the alliance. Even if concluded, it might still have produced a phony war in the West, and have helped Russia no more than the British guarantee helped Poland when it came to the test. Without the strongest military commitments by France, Britain, and Poland, the alliance offered no attraction to them. Short of such commitments, a last-minute deal with Hitler was almost certainly at the back of Stalin's mind, from April or May onwards. Chapter 2. The Soviet-German Pact. It is customary to look for turning points in history. Much has, of course, been read into Stalin's speech of March 10th, with its phrase about the chestnuts, suggesting a curse on both your houses, and a desire to keep out of any military entanglements. Even more has been made of Hitler's speech of April 28, 1939, in which both the Polish-German non-aggression pact and the Anglo-German naval agreement were denounced, and in which the Führer refrained from his habitual attack on the Bolshevik menace. A shrewd observer like Robert Coulondre, the French ambassador in Berlin, had at once considered this omission as very significant, and, in his dispatches to the Quai d'Orsay, had quoted authoritative German sources in support of his assessment. Garfenko also looked upon this Hitler speech of April 28th as a starting point. Facing the failure of his Western policy, the Führer already contemplated an about-turn in his Eastern policy. Such a change would obviously find support among the German General Staff, as well as in German economic circles. This was written in 1945, and since then there have been a variety of data to show that the matter was not as simple as that. We know, for instance, that it took Hitler a very long time to get used to the idea of a pact with Moscow, and, at Ribbentrop in particular, became enthusiastic about it some time before the Führer did. But, nonetheless, it is probable that already in April, after the British guarantee to Poland, he kept the possibility of an agreement with Moscow up his sleeve. Although there is evidence to show that there were earlier contacts, the Soviet history now claims that it was the Germans who made the first tentative approach to Russia on May 30th, 1939, while the Anglo-Franco-Soviet talks were already in full swing. On that day, Weizsäcker, the permanent head of the German Foreign Office, told G.A. Astachov, the Soviet chargé d'affaires in Berlin, that there was a possibility of improving Soviet-German relations. He pointed out that in renouncing the Carpathian Ukraine, which had been handed over to Hungary in the partition of Czechoslovakia, Germany had eliminated a casus belli with the Soviet Union, and he went on to say, if the Soviet government wishes to discuss an improvement in Soviet-German relations, then it should know that such a possibility now exists. If, however, the Soviet Union wants to persist, together with Britain and France, in its policy of encircling Germany, then Germany is ready to meet the challenge. The Soviet history reports that at this stage, the Russians merely replied that the future of Soviet-German relations depended primarily on the Germans themselves, in itself a curious way of rejecting their advances. And then, on August 3rd, according to the Soviet history, Ribbentrop told G.A. Astachov that there were no insoluble problems between the USSR and Germany in the whole area between the Baltic and the Black Sea. All questions could be solved if the Soviet government accepted these premises. Ribbentrop made no secret of the fact that Germany had been conducting secret negotiations with Britain and France, but declared that it would be easier for the Germans to talk to the Russians, despite all ideological differences, than with the British and the French. Having said that, Ribbentrop then resorted to threats. If, he said, you have other solutions in mind, if you think, for instance, that the best way of settling your problems with us is to invite an Anglo-French military mission to Moscow, then that's your business. For our own part, we don't mind all the screaming against us in the so-called West European democracies. We are sufficiently strong to treat all this kind of thing with ridicule and contempt. There isn't a war which we couldn't win. Ribbentrop then proposed that Germany and the Soviet Union sign a secret protocol, dividing into spheres of interest the whole area between the Black Sea and the Baltic. Unwilling to enter into such an agreement with Germany, and still hoping for a successful conclusion of the military talks with Britain and France, the Soviet government informed Berlin on August 7th that it considered the German proposal unsuitable and rejected the idea of the secret protocol. In his dispatch of August 8th, Astachov expressed the view that the Germans would not observe seriously, or for any length of time, any obligations they might enter into under such an arrangement. But I believe that on a short-term basis they would like to come to some kind of agreement with us along the lines suggested, and so to neutralize us. What would happen next would be determined not by any obligations entered into by the Germans, but by the new international situation that would be created. We need not here deal in detail with the familiar story of how the Nazi leaders, determined to strike at Poland, were growing more and more impatient at Moscow's reluctance to commit itself, and with the frantic, very urgent telegrams that were being exchanged between Ribbentrop and the German embassy in Moscow, or with how, in the end, in reply to Hitler's telegram, Stalin gave his assent to the pressing proposal that Ribbentrop arrive in Moscow on August 22nd, or at the very latest, on August 23rd. What is new is the way in which this whole episode is now handled by the Russians. By the middle of August, the German leaders had become acutely worried. The German embassy in Moscow was getting frantic wires asking what was happening about the military missions. Before these talks had started, Schulenburg, the German ambassador, asked the Italian ambassador, Rossi, to find out from Grzybowski, the Polish ambassador, whether Poland would accept Soviet military aid. Schulenburg then promptly informed Berlin of the Polish ambassador's reply. On no account would Poland allow Soviet troops to enter or even to cross Polish territory, or let the Russians use Polish airfields. At the same time, Schulenburg was instructed by Weizsäcker to tell the Soviet government that if it preferred an alliance with England, Russia would be left face-to-face with Germany. By choosing instead an understanding with Germany, the Soviet Union would have her security guaranteed. Similar tempting promises were made to Astachov, who reported, "The Germans are obviously worried by our negotiations with the British and French military. They have become unsparing in their arguments and promises to avert an agreement. I consider that they are today ready to make the kind of declarations and gestures which would have been inconceivable 6 months ago." On August 15th, Schulenburg told Molotov, "At present they, the British and French, are again trying to push the Soviet Union into a war against Germany. This policy had very bad consequences for Russia in 1914. It is in the interests of both Germany and Russia to avoid a mutual massacre for the benefit of the Western democracies." Schulenburg then proposed to Russia a non-aggression pact, complete with a protocol on the respective spheres of interest. Again the Soviet government declined, and Schulenburg, much discouraged, reported to Berlin that the Soviet government took treaty obligations very seriously and expected the same attitude from its co-signatories. By now, the Anglo-Franco-Soviet military talks had indeed reached a deadlock, both on numerical reciprocity and, more immediately, on the Polish issue, and when, on August 20th, Hitler sent his famous telegram to Stalin asking him to receive Ribbentrop on Tuesday, August 22nd, or, at the latest, on Wednesday, August 23rd, and saying that Ribbentrop would arrive with full powers for signing the non-aggression pact, as well as the protocol, Stalin agreed. This does not tally with the German version, which says that Molotov first mentioned a non-aggression pact on August 15th. The date is important. It was 4 days after the arrival of the Drax mission, about whose seriousness the Russians were now very doubtful. It should, however, be remembered that, apart from the political soundings undertaken by the Germans in both Berlin and Moscow, there were also the trade negotiations which ran parallel with the political soundings, and had, of course, some bearing on them. Indeed, it was by announcing the trade agreement with Germany on August 21st that the Soviet government prepared the ground for the much more spectacular and, to many, almost unbelievable announcement that was to come 3 days later. But the wording of the Pravda editorial of August 21st, accompanying the announcement of the trade agreement, was significant enough to anyone who could read between the lines, and, in this case, it did not even require outstanding political acumen to do so. Scheirer is probably quite right in saying that it was on August 19th that Stalin made his choice, unless it was on the 20th, after the receipt of Hitler's personal telegram. The best conclusion this writer can come to is that, as of August 14th, when Voroshilov demanded an unequivocal answer on the question of allowing Soviet troops to meet the Germans in Poland, the Kremlin still had an open mind as to which side to join. At any rate, Stalin does not seem to have made his final decision until the afternoon of August 19th. On the 19th, the Soviet press was, on the face of it, still violently anti-Nazi. It made it quite apparent that a German attack on Poland was now almost certainly a matter of days. Thus, Pravda of August 19th still published a TASS message from Warsaw under the heading German Provocations in Danzig, and a TASS message from Berlin under the heading Anti-Polish Campaign in Germany. The Völkische Beobachter today prominently displayed comments in the Italian press to the effect that the tension between Germany and Poland can no longer be settled by a mere settlement of the Danzig question. All German papers are trying to present Poland as an aggressor and as the creator of an intolerable situation. Britain and France are being attacked with special violence. In its editorial, the Völkische Beobachter says, "The problem of Danzig and the corridor are ripe for a German solution. The papers are openly threatening war. Every day that's wasted, says the Völkische Beobachter, increases the danger of war." By the 21st, the emphasis in the TASS reports from Berlin had slightly shifted, but only slightly. The main suggestion was still that a German attack on Poland was imminent, but now it was also suggested that Poland would be crushed within a very short time. Berlin, August 20th. The threats against Poland today are even more violent. All the papers are screaming about the Polish terror against Germans and about the crowding of Polish prisons by Germans. At the same time, the German newspapers are writing about the military weakness of Poland and her incapacity to withstand a German blow. It was not, however, this seemingly routine story which attracted the reader's attention that day, but the front-page editorial on the Soviet-German trade and credit agreement. It started from afar, as it were. Even only a few years ago, Germany held first place in the Soviet Union's trade turnover. In 1931, Soviet-German trade amounted to 1,100 million marks. In view of the strained political relations, there was a marked decline in this trade. Until 1935, Germany was still first in the Soviet Union's foreign trade, but by 1938 she was down to 5th place, after Britain, the USA, Belgium, and Holland. This loss of the Soviet market must have worried both German business circles and the German government. That is why, since the beginning of last year, negotiations were conducted between the two countries, with certain intervals, on trade and credit questions, with a view to enlarging Soviet-German trade. Despite difficulties that arose in these negotiations, in view of the tense political atmosphere, there was a marked improvement in recent months. Thanks to the desire of both sides to improve commercial relations between the two countries, all matters of dispute have now been settled. The editorial went on to say that a trade and credit agreement had been signed in Berlin on August 19th by Comrade Barbarin of the Soviet trade delegation and Herr Schnurrer. It was a satisfactory agreement. Under it, Germany granted the USSR a credit of 200 million marks for purchases to be made in Germany during the next 2 years, mostly machine tools and other industrial equipment. The Soviet Union would supply, during the same period, various commodities for 180 million marks. The great advantage of the German credit was that it was in the nature of a financial loan, and the Soviet Union could pay German firms in cash. The annual interest rate on this loan was 5%, which was cheaper than the interest on previous loans. Also, the loan would not be repayable for 7.5 years. This suggestion of peaceful German-Soviet trade relations for over 7 years to come was sufficiently startling at a moment when the Germans were about to invade Poland. But the conclusion of the article was even more startling. This agreement should greatly stimulate trade between the USSR and Germany, and should become a turning point in the economic relations between the two countries. The new trade and credit agreement between the USSR and Germany, though born in an atmosphere of strained political relations, is designed to clear this atmosphere. It can become an important step towards a further improvement in not only the economic relations, but also the political relations between the USSR and Germany. Emphasis added. Clearly, the die was about to be cast. What also contributed to Stalin's decision to sign up with Germany was the situation in the Far East. In August 1939, the fierce Battle of Halkyn Gol was being fought against the Japanese, and the Russians were afraid of becoming involved in a two-front war, against Germany in Europe and against Japan in Asia. A pact with Germany would almost automatically end the war with Japan, Hitler's ally. Ribbentrop's visit to Moscow and the signing of the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact of August 23rd came almost as a complete surprise to the Russian public, and if nobody openly declared himself deeply shocked and scandalized, it was simply because it was not done, especially after the Purge years, to be openly shocked or scandalized by anything with which Comrade Stalin and Comrade Molotov were directly associated. It is, nevertheless, obvious that, at heart, millions of Russians were deeply perplexed by what had happened, after their country had been in the vanguard of the anti-fascist struggle ever since the Nazis had come to power. This is also confirmed by the recollections of so competent an observer as Wolfgang Leonhardt, whose account is based on first-hand experience at the time within the Comintern establishment, child of the Revolution. At the same time, according to Jean Champenois, a leading French correspondent in Moscow, there was also widespread chuckling among many Russians about the punishment meted out to England and France after all their dirty tricks. The mental alibis to which many Russians, whether workers or intellectuals, resorted, at least during the early stages of the pact, were that Stalin and Molotov no doubt knew what they were doing, that they had, after all, kept the Soviet Union out of war. Here was something corresponding roughly to the cowardly relief and shame reaction in the West at the time of Munich, and that the pact, though distasteful, had been rendered inevitable by the attitude of France, Britain, and Poland. Nor was it doubted that Stalin and Molotov must have had a great many reservations about the whole thing. The reactions to the deal with Hitler were to undergo numerous changes during the 22 months the pact was in force, but it seems clear that Stalin and Molotov were fully conscious of the mixed feelings with which the pact was received in the country. Throughout the pact period, the Soviet press, for example, maintained a marked aloofness vis-à-vis Nazi Germany. There were no favourable comments on any aspect of the Nazi regime at any time, and there was, strictly speaking, no reporting whatsoever on the German scene in the Soviet newspapers, beyond the reproduction of war communiques and some official utterances by Hitler, especially when these concerned Soviet-German relations. Important news items, such as Stalin's toast during Ribbentrop's visit, "Since the German people love their Führer so much, let us drink the Führer's health," were carefully kept out of the Russian press. During the week preceding Ribbentrop's visit, Aviation Day had been celebrated on August 18th, and half the front page of Pravda that day was occupied by a drawing showing Stalin and Voroshilov surveying a boundless airfield with thousands of planes on it. "Great and touching is our airmen's love for Comrade Stalin," the editorial wrote, while, on page 2, a famous airman commented rapturously on Comrade Stalin's profound knowledge in aviation matters, and recalled some of the outstanding feats of Soviet aviation in recent years and their heroes, Chkalov, Gromov, Grezadubova, Raskova, and Osipenko. The same paper reported on its foreign news page Jewish pogroms in Czechoslovakia and persecution of Poles in Germany. On August 19th, Pravda reported the Aviation Day meeting at Tushino airfield, attended by 1 million people. Here also was a picture of the party and army leaders present at the air display: Stalin, Molotov, Voroshilov, Kaganovich, Zhdanov, Mikoyan, Beria, Shvernik, Malenkov, Bulganin, Shcherbakov, Shkiryatov, Budyiny, Loktionov, and Mikhailov. On August 20th, the place of honour was given to a letter from Prague entitled "The Czech People Are Not Defeated." And then, on August 21st, there appeared, as we have seen, the famous editorial on the Soviet-German trade and credit agreement, with its significant concluding paragraph, foreshadowing a political rapprochement between the two countries. But on the following 2 days, August 22nd and 23rd, there was still nothing of any importance, except the usual, seemingly anti-German news items like these: many Poles preparing to flee from Danzig, or mass arrests in Memel, Gestapo arresting not only Poles, but also Lithuanians, Polish press says. On August 24th came the bombshell. Big front-page pictures in Pravda showing Molotov, Stalin, Ribbentrop, Gauss, Deputy Secretary of State at the German Foreign Office and its legal adviser, and an interpreter. The editorial on the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact argued along the following lines. The pact was consistent with the Soviet Union's policy. We stand for peace and the consolidation of business relations with all countries. Recalling Rapallo and the Soviet-German Neutrality Agreement of 1926, it said, "Yesterday's agreement follows in the footsteps of the 1926 agreement, except that it goes still further, since Article 1 precludes any aggressive actions against the co-signatory either alone or with other powers, while Article 2 provides for neutrality in the event of an attack on either signatory by a third power. Article 3 called for consultation on matters of common interest. Article 4 was particularly important since it obliged the signatories not to take part in any grouping of powers which might, directly or indirectly, be aimed at the other signatory." The editorial also highly commended Article 5, providing for the peaceful and friendly settlement of any disputes, and for the creation of commissions in the event of more serious conflicts, as well as Article 6, which specified that the pact was valid for 10 years and was automatically renewable for 5 more years. Here was a clear promise of a lasting peace. The last paragraph concerned ratification as quickly as possible. Below the picture of the Kremlin meeting there was this announcement. At 3:30 p.m. on August 23rd, a first conversation took place between V.M. Molotov and the Foreign Minister of Germany, Herr von Ribbentrop. The conversation took place in the presence of Comrade Stalin and the German ambassador, Count von der Schulenburg. It lasted about 3 hours. After an interval, the conversation was resumed at 10 p.m. and ended with the signing of the non-aggression agreement, of which the text follows. Another communique concerned the arrival in Moscow at 1:30 p.m. on August 23rd of the Foreign Minister of Germany, Herr Joachim von Ribbentrop, and the persons accompanying him, among them Herr Gauss, Baron von Dornberg, Herr P. Schmidt, Professor G. Hoffmann, Herr K. Schnurrer, etc. It also gave a long list of the personalities who had gone to the airfield to meet them, among them Deputy Foreign Commissar V. P. Potemkin, Deputy Commissar for Foreign Trade M. S. Stepanov, Deputy Commissar of the Interior V. N. Merkulov, the chairman of the Moscow City Soviet, etc. Present were also members of the German embassy, with Ambassador von den Schulenburg at their head, as well as the Italian ambassador and military attaché. On the following day, Pravda briefly reported Ribbentrop's departure at 1:25 p.m. on August 24th. The same people who had come to meet him had also gone to see him off. The editorial that day, however, dealt with nothing more exciting than the state purchases of vegetables. For the next few days nothing more was said about the Soviet-German pact, and, surprisingly, there were no reports of any spontaneous and enthusiastic mass meetings anywhere in Russia approving it. The foreign press reactions, as reported in the Soviet press, seemed remarkably inconclusive, except for the London Star, which was reported to have blamed Chamberlain for what had happened. On August 29th, Pravda quoted H. N. Brailsford, the veteran Labour journalist, as saying something similar. Equally inconclusive were the various news items printed, about military preparations in Poland, Britain, and so on. Yet there was a great deal of uneasiness in the country. This may be gauged from the publication, on August 27th, of an interview with Voroshilov, in which he explained why the talks with Britain and France had broken down. The talks, he said, had stopped because of serious disagreements. The Soviet military mission took the view that since the Soviet Union had no common frontier with the aggressor, she could help Great Britain, France, and Poland only if her troops could cross Polish territory in order to make contact with the aggressor forces. The Poles said that they neither needed nor wanted Soviet help. Asked if there was any truth in the Daily Herald report that, in case of war, the Soviet Union would occupy parts of Poland and also help the Poles with planes, munitions, etc., Voroshilov said no, adding, "We did not break off the talks with Britain and France because we had signed a non-aggression pact with Germany. On the contrary, we signed this pact because, apart from anything else, the military talks with Britain and France had reached a complete deadlock." The whole suggestion was that the Soviet Union was prepared to go to war with Nazi Germany, but that she could not do so in view of the attitude of Britain, France, and especially Poland. During the next few days, the news continued to be highly confusing, more about Polish defence measures, British military preparations, about an appeal by the Slovak Premier, Monseigneur Tiso, asking Germany, on behalf of the Slovak population, to send troops to Slovakia, about German ships leaving American ports, and so on. On August 30th, there were only short news items about general mobilization in Poland, and about Ambassador Neville Henderson's meeting with Hitler and Ribbentrop. It was not till August 31st, that is, one day before the German invasion of Poland, that Molotov made a statement on the Soviet-German pact before the Supreme Soviet. If, only 4 days before, Voroshilov spoke of the breakdown of the talks with Britain and France more in sorrow than in anger, Molotov started that day on his series of anti-French and anti-British speeches, with lasting coexistence with Nazi Germany as their keynote. Since the third session of the Supreme Soviet, he said, the international situation had shown no turn for the better, either in Europe or in the Far East. The talks with Britain and France had gone on since April, that is, for 4 months, and they had led to nothing. Poland had made any agreement impossible, and in her negative attitude, Poland had been supported by Britain. He then ridiculed the British and French military missions who had come to Moscow without any powers or credentials. The whole thing wasn't serious. Then came his monumental defence of the Soviet-German pact. We all know that since the Nazis came to power, relations between the Soviet Union and Germany have been strained. But we need not dwell on these differences. They are sufficiently familiar to you anyway, comrades deputies. But, as Comrade Stalin said on March 10th, we are in favour of business relations with all nations, and it seems that, in Germany, they understood Comrade Stalin's statement correctly and drew the right conclusions. August 23rd must be regarded as a date of great historic importance. It is a turning point in the history of Europe, and not only Europe. Only recently the German Nazis conducted a foreign policy which was essentially hostile to the Soviet Union. Yes, until recently, in the realm of foreign policy, the Soviet Union and Germany were enemies. The situation has now changed, and we have stopped being enemies. The political art in foreign affairs is to reduce the number of enemies of one's country, and to turn yesterday's enemies into good neighbours. History has shown that enmity and war between Russia and Germany have never led to any good. These two countries suffered more from the last World War than any other. Molotov obviously expected a new war in Europe to break out at any moment, but this did not seem to worry him unduly. Even if a military collision cannot be avoided in Europe, the scale of such a war will be limited. Only the partisans of a general war in Europe can be dissatisfied with this. The Soviet-German agreement has been violently attacked in the Anglo-French and American press, and especially in some socialist papers. Particularly violent in their denunciations of the agreement are some of the French and British socialist leaders. These people are determined that the Soviet Union should fight against Germany on the side of Britain and France. One may well wonder whether these warmongers haven't gone off their heads. Laughter. Under the Soviet-German agreement, the Soviet Union is not obliged to fight either on the British or the German side. The USSR is pursuing her own policy, which is determined by the interests of the peoples of the USSR and by nobody else. Loud cheers. If these gentlemen have such an irresistible desire to go to war, well, then, let them go to war by themselves, without the Soviet Union. laughter and cheers. We'll see what kind of warriors they will make. Loud laughter and cheers. Molotov had set the tone of the debate. Soon afterwards, Shcherbakov rose to speak. "Two great nations," he said, "have solemnly declared their good neighbourly relations, and now the Western socialists are furious, for they would like the Soviet Union and Germany to attack one another." What Molotov had said about the British and French, Shcherbakov continued, showed that in their negotiations with the Soviet Union, their attitude, especially that of the British, was insincere. There was no real desire to form a mutual assistance front. He then proposed that, in view of the perfect clarity of Molotov's statement, there should be no debate, that the policy of the Soviet government be approved and the Soviet-German agreement ratified. Needless to say, neither Molotov nor Shcherbakov had any grounds for fearing a debate, but there is no reason to suppose that it would have been marked by any high degree of enthusiasm. A few hours later, the Germans invaded Poland. Nothing was said in Moscow at that stage of the role that the Soviet Union was going to play in the destruction of that country, except for a slightly mysterious TASS statement on August 30th, denying that Soviet troops were being transferred to the Far East. On the contrary, TASS is authorized to state that, owing to the strained situation in the West, the garrisons on the western frontier of the USSR are being reinforced. Needless to say, Molotov's and Ribbentrop's secret protocol was not published. This, as we know, provided that, in the event of territorial and political transformations, the northern frontier of Lithuania would be the frontier of the Soviet-German spheres of interest in the Baltic states, and, roughly, the Nauru-Vistula-San line, the provisional demarcation line. The Soviet Union and Germany would subsequently decide whether to maintain an independent Polish state, and if so, within what frontiers. Before long, as we shall see, the occupation by the Red Army of eastern Poland was to be represented as the liberation of western Byelorussia and the western Ukraine, and as a means of saving these areas from the Nazis. The present-day Soviet assessment of the Soviet-German Pact is that it was a measure that had been forced on Russia, which simply had no alternative. For example, ex-Ambassador Maisky's criticism of British foreign policy in 1939 in his memoirs. It is one of the very few points on which Khrushchev has never attacked or criticized Stalin, but has, on the contrary, fully justified his action. Chapter 3. The Partition of Poland. The coverage in the Soviet press of the German invasion of Poland was almost unbelievably thin. It looked as though there were a desire to make people think and talk about it as little as possible. An attempt was made to give the impression that this was a small local war of no particular consequence to the Soviet Union, where life, thanks to the wisdom of Comrade Stalin, was going on normally and peacefully. Much space was given in the press to a great popular fete at the Dynamo Stadium in Moscow on the eve of the German invasion of Poland, to another fete at Sokolniki a few days later, and to the International Youth Days, which were celebrated in Moscow, Leningrad, and Kiev at the end of the first week of the war, though the question which nations were represented at these Youth Days was left remarkably vague, and no wonder. In reporting the war itself, the Soviet press tried at first to sound as neutral and objective as possible. Both the German and the Polish communiques were published, but controversial matters like the Operation Himmler at Gleiwitz, where Germans dressed in Polish uniform attacked a German wireless station, were carefully avoided. In the Soviet post-war history of the war, on the other hand, the greatest prominence is given to this far-reaching Nazi provocation against Poland. Hitler's Reichstag speech announcing the invasion of Poland was given under a 3-column heading in Pravda on September 2nd. The speech was important since, in the course of it, Hitler said, "I can endorse every word that Foreign Commissar Molotov uttered in his Supreme Soviet speech," and proposed the ratification of the Soviet-German Pact. The news that Britain had declared war on Germany was given only a 2-column heading. Relations with Nazi Germany were what seemed to interest the Soviet government most. On September 6th, Pravda prominently reported that, in the presence of Ribbentrop, Hitler had received the new Soviet ambassador, Comrade Skvartsev, and the Soviet military attaché, Comrade Purkayev. After presenting his credentials, the Soviet ambassador had a lengthy talk with Hitler. Events in Britain and France were only very thinly reported, but, significantly perhaps, considerable interest was shown in the American attitude to the war in Europe. But that objectivity in reporting the war in Poland did not last long. 10 days after the German invasion, Pravda published its first survey of the Polish-German War, which, it said, was marked by an extraordinarily rapid advance of the German troops, the absence of any proper fortifications in western Poland, and great German air superiority, as a result of which practically all Polish airfields, most of the Polish Air Force, and most communication centres had been destroyed. The survey stressed the great superiority of the German land forces, with their large numbers of tanks and heavy guns, and also commented on the total lack of any effective help from Britain and France. Although, it concluded, a large part of the Polish army had succeeded in crossing the Vistula, the Polish command was unlikely to continue strong resistance, since it had lost practically its entire military and economic base. Better still was to come. 3 days later, on September 14th, a Pravda editorial argued that the Polish army had practically not fought at all. Why is this Polish army not offering the Germans any resistance to speak of? It is because Poland is not a homogeneous country. Only 60% of the population are Poles, the rest are Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Jews. The 11 million Ukrainians and Belarusians are living in a state of national oppression. The administration is Polish, and no other language is recognized. There are practically no non-Polish schools or other cultural establishments. The Polish constitution does not give non-Poles the right to be taught in their own language. Instead, the Polish government has been pursuing a policy of forced Polonization. The more heroic episodes of the Polish soldiers' resistance to superior German forces, whether at Hell or Westerplatte or in Warsaw, were not mentioned at all. Instead, on September 14th, Pravda reported that, after a tour of inspection of the front, Hitler had arrived at Łódź at 3 p.m. Reports of German air attacks on railway trains and of the flight of the Polish government were intended to convey the impression that by the middle of September, Poland was in a complete state of chaos. The full significance of the article on the Ukrainians and Belarusians soon became apparent. On September 17th, Molotov made a broadcast in which he declared that 2 weeks of war had demonstrated the internal incapacity of the Polish state. All industrial centres had been lost, nor could Warsaw be considered any more the capital of the Polish state. No one knew where the Polish government was. The situation in Poland therefore called for the greatest vigilance on the part of the Soviet Union. The Soviet government had informed the Polish ambassador, Mr. Grzybowski, that the Red Army had been ordered to take under its protection the populations of western Bielorussia and the western Ukraine. Grzybowski had indeed been informed that day that although it had been neutral up till now, the Soviet government could no longer be neutral in the face of reigning chaos in Poland, or the fact that our blood brothers, the Ukrainians and Belarusians, are being abandoned to their fate. And then came the guerre fraîche et joyeuse. In a few days the Red Army occupied vast stretches of country which had constituted the eastern half of Poland. The war communique of September 17th announced that the Red Army had crossed the Polish frontier all the way from Latvia to Romania, that in the north Maladechna and Barawanici had been occupied, and in the south Rovna and Dubna. 7 Polish fighters had been brought down, 3 Polish bombers had been forced to land, and their crews had been taken prisoner. By September 20th, the Red Army had occupied Kovel, Lwów, Wilna, and Grodno. 3 Polish divisions had been disarmed, and 68,000 officers and men taken prisoner. On September 19th, a joint Soviet-German communique was published, saying that the task of the Soviet and German troops was to restore peace and order which had been disturbed by the disintegration, raspad, of the Polish state, and to help the population of Poland to reorganize the conditions of its political existence. If, during the German invasion of Poland, the Soviet press was extremely reticent in its accounts of what was happening, and carefully refrained from any straight reporting, it now embarked on an orgy of rapturous articles and descriptive reports on the enthusiasm with which the Red Army was being welcomed by the people of the western Ukraine and western Bielorussia. Happy days in the liberated villages. Report from the Rovna area. Jubilant crowds heartily welcome N.S. Khrushchev. Population to Red Army, you have saved our lives. Such were some of the headlines. On September 20th, Pravda reported great animation in Lwów, and the great enthusiasm with which the people there had gone to see the film Lenin in 1918. Another report from the Rovna area read, An old peasant named Murash went up to our soldiers. I am 70, he said. and I know that there is in Moscow a man who is the father of all the oppressed, a man who thinks of us and cares for us, and I know that his name is Joseph Stalin. All the same, the Soviet hierarchy must have known that there was at least some slight uneasiness in the country over what was in effect a partition of Poland in the company of Hitler. Hence, for instance, the publication in Pravda on September 18th of a poem by Nikolai Aseyev called "Hold Your Heads Up." The landlord's Pansky flag has been trampled underfoot, but you, Polish people, have not been humiliated. You toilers of Poland, do not believe the tale that we have stepped forward just to add to your sorrows. If we have crossed the frontier, it is not to make you afraid. We do not want you to cringe to us. Proudly you can hold up your heads. In fact, the great majority of real Poles were to remain under German occupation, as most of the people in the areas taken over by the Russians were Ukrainians or Belarusians. As we now know, the NKVD soon got busy in the liberated territories of the western Ukraine and western Belorussia. The deportation to the east of hostile and disloyal Poles was to run into hundreds of thousands. They were to constitute a major political problem in 1941 to 1942. The Polish soldiers captured by the Russians were demobilized before long, but most of the captured Polish officers were to remain in Russian captivity, with dire consequences, as we shall see. The land reform in the liberated areas, a reform described in the Soviet press as early as September 27th as the distribution of landlord estates, began almost at once. On September 27th, Pravda published a map of Poland showing the provisional demarcation line between the Russian and German armed forces. This ran from the southeast corner of East Prussia down to Warsaw, and then further south along the River San. On the following day, Ribbentrop came on his second visit to Moscow. On September 29th, Pravda published a large front-page photograph showing Molotov signing the German-Soviet agreement of friendship and on the frontier between the USSR and Germany. Standing behind him were Ribbentrop, Stalin, Pavlov, the interpreter, and Gauss. The paper also spoke of the dinner given by Molotov in Ribbentrop's honour. Among those present were Forster, Gauss, Schnurrer, and Kort of the Ribbentrop party, Schulenburg and Tippelskirch of the German embassy, as well as Stalin, Voroshilov, Kaganovich, Mikoyan, Beria, Bulganin, and Voznesensky. Comrade Molotov and Herr von Ribbentrop exchanged speeches of welcome. The dinner took place in a friendly atmosphere. That day the following Soviet-German statement was published. Having signed today an agreement which finally settled the problems that had arisen from the disintegration of the Polish state, and having thus laid the solid foundations for a lasting peace in Eastern Europe, the Soviet and German governments declare that the liquidation of the war between Germany on the one hand and Great Britain and France on the other would be in the interests of all nations. If, however, the endeavours of both governments remain fruitless, this will only show that Great Britain and France will bear the responsibility for continuing the war. If this war is to continue, the governments of Germany and the Soviet Union will consult each other on the necessary measures to be taken. Signed, Molotov, Ribbentrop. Later, during the war, I had occasion to discuss with a number of Soviet intellectuals the effect this statement had in Russia at the time. It appeared that the recovery of Western Belorussia and the Western Ukraine had indeed caused much satisfaction, partly because it had pushed the Soviet frontier further west, and nobody had ever trusted Hitler. Secondly, the one thing many people dreaded was that Britain and France might make peace with Germany. They knew that Russia had become thoroughly disreputable in French and British eyes over the partition of Poland, and feared that there might be a Western deal with Hitler at Russia's expense. No sooner was the war in Poland over than the Russians inflicted on Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania mutual aid and trade agreements, under which the Soviet Union was given military, air, and naval bases in all three countries. In that matter, too, the consummation of the secret protocol drawn up by Ribbentrop and Molotov when the Soviet-Nazi treaty was concluded made steady progress. Vilna, however, which had been part of Poland, was handed back to Lithuania by the Russians after they had secured the required military hold on that small country, as they had on the two other Baltic states. Meanwhile, Molotov and Ribbentrop continued to go through all the usual motions of friendship. On September 29th, before leaving Moscow, Ribbentrop declared in a statement to TASS, "Again, this visit to Moscow was too short, and I hope my next visit will last longer. All the same, we made good use of these 2 days. 1. German-Soviet friendship is now finally established. 2. Neither country will allow any interference from third parties in East European affairs. 3. Both countries wish a restoration of peace, and they want Britain and France to stop their absolutely senseless and hopeless war against Germany. 4. If, however, in these countries the warmongers gain the upper hand, then Germany and the USSR will know how to react to this. He then referred to the great program of economic cooperation which had been agreed upon, and which would be valuable to both countries, and, he concluded, the talks took place in a particularly friendly and splendid atmosphere. I should like, above all, to stress the extraordinarily cordial reception given me by the Soviet government, and particularly by Herr Stalin and Herr Molotov. Looking back on this statement, a number of Russians later told me that it had created a rather reassuring impression. Among many Russians there was the hope, or the illusion, that Ribbentrop perhaps belonged to that Ostpolitik faction in Germany who were decidedly against conflict with Russia. That was the impression that Stalin and Molotov also had. They were, moreover, convinced that Ambassador Count Schulenburg belonged to the old Bismarckian no-war-with-Russia school of thought. In this they were right. The big question mark was Hitler himself. On October 8th, a week after the Ribbentrop visit to Moscow, Hitler made another peace offer to Britain and France, but it was rejected, again, one suspects, to the Russians' relief. The Soviet press during the weeks following the destruction of Poland makes pretty nauseating reading. Thus, Pravda of October 17th published an article by David Zaslavsky, an old hack, ironically a Jew, whom Lenin had once described as the most corrupt pen in Russia. In all seriousness, though scarcely able to suppress a smile, the French press has informed the world of a sensational piece of news. In Paris, in such and such a street, a new Polish government has been formed, with General Sikorski at its head. The territory of this government consists, it appears, of 6 rooms, a bathroom, and a WC. Compared with this territory, Monaco is a boundless empire. In the great Paris synagogue, Sikorski addressed the Jewish bankers of Paris. The synagogue was adorned with a flag with a white eagle, which the chief rabbi must have turned into kosher meat, since this is a bird that Orthodox Jews do not, as a rule, use as food. In former Poland, the Jews used to be frightened to death of the Polish nobility and of pogroms, but the Jewish bankers in Paris had, obviously, nothing to fear from General Sikorski. And more witticisms of the same kind, but not a word about the Nazis and Mr. Zaslavsky's own fellow Jews in former Poland. The cartoons in the press were becoming increasingly anti-British and anti-French. Thus, Kukrynicki published one showing a capitalist and a social democrat locking a door marked Democracy, and a French communist peeping through the barred window. The social democrat carried a shield marked War for Democracy. It was not till October 31st that Molotov made another speech before the Supreme Soviet. This was the famous speech in which he welcomed the disappearance of Poland, that monster child of the Treaty of Versailles, and declared that not Germany, but Britain and France were now the aggressor nations. It was this speech which marked, as it were, the zenith of Soviet-German friendship and solidarity. First, it dealt with Poland. The rulers of Poland used to make a great fuss over the soundness of their state and the might of their army. A short blow at Poland from the German army, followed by one from the Red Army, was enough to reduce to nothing this monster child of the Treaty of Versailles. He then dealt with the British and French guarantees to Poland, and remarked, amidst general laughter, that no one knew to this day what kind of guarantees these were. He noted that the war in the West had not yet developed. But the whole concept of aggression has changed. Today we cannot use the word in the same sense as 3 or 4 months ago. Now, Germany stands for peace, while Britain and France are in favour of continuing the war. As you see, the roles have been reversed. Emphasis added. He even improved on this performance by going on, "Now Britain and France, no longer able to fight for a restoration of Poland, are posing as fighters for democratic rights against Hitlerism. The British government now claims that its aim is no more, or no less, if you please, the destruction of Hitlerism. So it's an ideological war, a kind of medieval religious war. One may like or dislike Hitlerism, but every sane person will understand that ideology cannot be destroyed by force. It is therefore not only nonsensical but also criminal to pursue a war for the destruction of Hitlerism, under the bogus banner of a struggle for democracy. And what kind of democracy is it anyway, with the French Communist Party in jail? It was only when dealing with the liberation of the Western Ukraine and Western Belarus that Molotov did drop something like a hint that Germany, after all, still constituted a potential danger to the Soviet Union. Our relations with Germany have radically improved. We are neutral. But we could not remain neutral in respect of Eastern Poland, since this involved acute problems of our country's security. Emphasis added. Moreover, the populations of Western Belarus and the Western Ukraine had been left to their fate, and this we could not allow. Since the incorporation of these territories in the Soviet Union, Molotov said, the population of the country had grown by some 13 million people, over 7 million Ukrainians, 3 million Belarusians, 1 million Poles, and 1 million Jews. The war against Poland had cost the Soviet Union 734 dead and 1,862 wounded, and the Red Army had captured from the Poles 900 guns, 10,000 machine guns, 300 planes, 1 million shells, etc. He then spoke of the mutual assistance pacts with the Baltic states, and indeed contended that these did not, in any way, constitute interference in their internal affairs. This, however, did not end his diplomatic survey. Next on the list was Finland. Leningrad, Molotov said, was only 20 miles from the Finnish frontier, and could thus be shelled from Finnish territory. Lately there had been all kinds of absurd rumours. The Soviet Union was supposed to have demanded from Finland the transfer of Vyborg and of the north side of Lake Ladoga. This was a lie. Precisely the territory the Russians were eventually to annex. Our demands are minimal. In our talks with Tana and Paasikivi, we proposed a mutual assistance pact on the lines of those signed with the other Baltic states. The Finns said they were neutral, so we did not insist. What we are asking for is only a small area of a few dozen kilometres northwest of Leningrad, in return for which we are willing to give them an area twice that size. We are also asking for a naval base at the western end of the Gulf of Finland. We have now a naval base at Baltiski in Estonia on the south side of the Gulf. We want a similar base on the north side. Molotov argued that these demands were eminently reasonable, and regretted that the Finns were being difficult. From the Finnish point of view, these Russian demands did not look as trivial as Molotov tried to suggest, and events were soon to show that the Finns had good grounds for mistrusting Russia's intentions. He then briefly dealt with Japan, saying that between May and mid-September there had been heavy fighting in the Far East. Japan had wanted to annex a part of Mongolia, but if England's guarantee to Poland was a scrap of paper, the Soviet Union's guarantee to the Mongolian People's Republic was not. On September 15th, peace had been restored between Japan and the Soviet Union. In conclusion, he remarked that the United States government had lifted its embargo on arms to belligerent nations, and this, he said, aroused legitimate doubts. This complaint fitted, of course, the official line that not Germany, but Britain and France were now the aggressors. This argument was illustrated a few days later by another Kukryniksky cartoon in Pravda, showing British and French generals and capitalists in top hats queuing up for armaments in front of Uncle Sam's bargain basement. Molotov's speech of October 31st, 1939, marks the end of the first phase of the Soviet-German honeymoon. The recovery by the Soviet Union of Western Belarus and the Western Ukraine, including some areas such as Lvov, which had never been part of the old Russian Empire, suggested to many Russians that, from a national point of view, the rapprochement with Nazi Germany could have some distinct advantages. It is true that all these annexations were mixed up with acute problems of our country's security, as Molotov had said, and this could primarily refer only to a potential danger from Nazi Germany. Nevertheless, there was a widespread feeling in the country that neutrality paid, that as a result of the Soviet-German pact, the Soviet Union had become bigger and, as yet, without too much bloodshed, more secure. Following the partition of Poland, the western frontier of the Soviet Union had been moved several hundred miles further west. The Baltic states had been neutralized through the establishment of Soviet military bases there. There was, of course, that threat to Leningrad left, which had now to be dealt with. The liberation of eastern Poland, with its 700 Russian dead, had been one of the cheapest wars ever fought, and gave the pleasant illusion of the Red Army's invincibility. The Finnish war, with its enormous casualties, 48,000 Russian dead alone, was to raise some highly awkward questions about the Red Army's overwhelming power and efficiency. Politically, the Finnish war could not, as we shall see, have been handled, at least in its initial stages, more ineptly than it was. Chapter 4. From the Finnish War to the German invasion of France. The Russians considered the Finnish frontier, running only 20 miles northwest of Leningrad, a potential threat to Russia's second-largest city. The Russians, as Molotov said in his speech of October 31st, were only asking that the frontier be pushed back a few dozen kilometres, while a much larger area was to be given to Finland further north in return for this concession. Moreover, the Russians, anxious to control the Gulf of Finland, and so to protect Leningrad and its sea route, had asked for a naval base, that is, for the port of Hangö on the north side of the Gulf. In 1945, Paasikivi and Kekkonen, both future presidents of Finland, who had favoured accommodation with the Russians, told me that they had considered the Russian proposals moderate and understandable, and maintained that the war could have been avoided had their policy prevailed. The negotiations continued for 2 months, until at the end of November there was a frontier incident, real or imaginary. Despite Finnish denials, the Russians claimed that the Finns had shelled the Soviet border, killing several Russian soldiers. The Russians demanded that the Finnish army withdrew 20 or 25 kilometres from the frontier. The Finnish government denied that the incident had occurred and refused to comply. On November 29th, Molotov sent a note to Irja Koskinen, the Finnish minister in Moscow, in which he declared, "Having refused to withdraw their troops from the Soviet border by even 20 or 25 kilometres after the wicked shelling of Soviet troops by Finnish troops, the government of Finland has shown that it continues to maintain a hostile attitude to the Soviet Union. Since it has violated the non-aggression pact, we now also consider ourselves free of the obligations arising from this pact." On the same day, Molotov made a radio announcement in which he said, in effect, that war had been declared on Finland, since the 2 months' negotiations had only led to the shelling by the Finns of Soviet troops in the Leningrad area. He announced that the Soviet political and economic representatives in Finland had been recalled. At the same time, Molotov also went out of his way to state that the Soviet Union regarded Finland, no matter what its regime was, as an independent and sovereign state. This statement was all the more curious since 3 days later the Russians set up the Finnish People's Government of Terijoki under Otto Kuusinen. Spontaneous mass demonstrations of anger were reported from all over the Soviet Union in Pravda of November 30th, alongside the text of the Molotov broadcast. Here are a few headlines. "Let us strike mercilessly at the enemy. Mass meeting at the Bolshevik plant in Leningrad." Moscow, "We shall answer fire with fire." Kronstadt, "Our patience is at an end." The People's Wrath, "Wipe the Finnish adventurers off the face of the earth." Kiev, "The fate of Beck and Moshchitsky awaits them." On the following day, the Soviet press briefly reported clashes between Soviet and Finnish troops. More startling, however, was the monitoring report translated from the Finnish of an alleged address by the Central Committee of the Finnish Communist Party to the labouring people of Finland. And then, on December 2nd, the Soviet press published this TASS report from Leningrad. "Formation of a People's Government of Finland. By agreement with the representatives of a number of left-wing parties and with Finnish soldiers who had rebelled, a new government of Finland, the People's Government of the Finnish Democratic Republic, was formed at Terijoki today." Terijoki is on the Gulf of Finland, only a few miles across the Finnish border. It used to be a favourite seaside resort with Petrograders before the revolution. The Premier and Foreign Minister of this government was Otto Kuusinen, one of the most active members of the Comintern for many years past, and he had 6 ministers, somebody called Mauri Rosenberg, the Minister of Finance, Axel Antilla, Minister of Defence, Taure Lechin, Minister of the Interior, and 3 others. No one knew who exactly, with the exception of Kuusinen, these people were. On the same day it was announced that diplomatic relations had been established between the Soviet Union and the Finnish Democratic Government. The news of the formation of the new Finnish government was not only received with jubilant enthusiasm by the people of Leningrad, but, already on the very day of its formation, the Kolkhozniks of Tartaria heartily welcomed the People's Government of Finland. Kuusinen was going from strength to strength. On the following day, December 3rd, Pravda published a front-page picture showing Molotov signing the Mutual Assistance and Friendship Pact between the USSR and the Finnish Democratic Republic. Standing behind him were Zhdanov, Voroshilov, Stalin, and Kuusinen. It was not quite clear what had happened to the other members of the new Finnish government. The pact provided that the ratification papers would be exchanged by the two governments at Helsinki. The same issue of Pravda published a map showing the new Soviet-Finnish frontier, agreed upon between Molotov and Kuusinen. Apart from a lease by Russia of Hangö, only a small area of Finnish territory northwest of Leningrad, less than halfway towards Vyborg, was to be ceded to the Soviet Union. In return, Finland received large stretches of Karelia, including the whole Olonets area, east of Lake Ladoga. It is more than doubtful whether these terms did indeed impress the Finns by their show of generosity. Be that as it may, the clause stipulating that the ratification papers were to be exchanged at Helsinki between the Russians and Kuusinen was quite another matter. It suggested that the liberation of Finland by the Red Army, accompanied by the Terijoki government, would only be a matter of a few days, at most of weeks. Both militarily and politically, Stalin's and Molotov's miscalculations could not have been worse. The Terijoki government was set up 2 or 3 days after Molotov had explicitly declared his continued recognition of the Finnish government at Helsinki, and, except for the capture of Petsamo in the far north in the middle of December, the Red Army's advance on either the Karelian Isthmus or in central Finland was extremely slow and arduous. The Mannerheim line was much stronger than the Russian command had anticipated, and Finnish resistance was extremely tough. Indeed, casualties were rapidly mounting. Anyone who lived in Leningrad knew that the hospitals had difficulties in coping with the thousands of wounded pouring in day after day. Meanwhile, the communiques were brief and unilluminating, except for showing that most of the heavy fighting was taking place on the Karelian Isthmus. The disconcerted Soviet public soon guessed that the Finnish war was nothing like the walkover in eastern Poland. Still, the myth of the Terijoki government had to be kept up for quite a while, as well as the myth that the white Finnish clique at Helsinki was unrepresentative of the Finnish people. Pravda even resorted to quoting from some article in a Romanian paper which was supposed to have said, "The present ruling circles of Finland consist chiefly of ex-Tsarist functionaries. Foreign Minister Erkko recently recalled the happy times when Finland was a Russian Grand Duchy. General Mannerheim is particularly attached to the good old Tsarist days, when he was a personal ADC to Nicholas II. It was Mannerheim who, in 1918, strangled Finland's democratic freedoms with the help of foreign troops. Pravda did not specify that the foreign troops in question were German troops. December 21st, 1939 was Stalin's 60th birthday, which, needless to say, was marked by an orgy of laudatory articles. Stalin continues the work of Lenin, by Molotov. Stalin and the build-up of the Red Army, by Voroshilov. Stalin, the great engine driver of history, by Kaganovich. Stalin is Lenin today, by Mikoyan, etc. Poems and musical compositions, among them Prokofiev's musically admirable Ode to Stalin. 2 days later, the press began to publish the birthday greetings Stalin had received from abroad. The place of honor was given to the telegram from Hitler, followed by that from Ribbentrop. In his birthday greeting to Stalin on December 21st, Hitler said, "Please accept my most sincere congratulations. I send at the same time my very best wishes for your personal good health, and for a happy future for the peoples of a friendly Soviet Union. Adolf Hitler." Ribbentrop was even more gushing. Remembering the historic hours at the Kremlin which marked the beginning of a decisive change in the relations of our countries, and which thus laid the foundations for long years of friendship between our two peoples, please accept my most cordial congratulations on your 60th birthday. Joachim von Ribbentrop. Stalin sent Hitler a rather conventional telegram of thanks, but in his telegram to Ribbentrop he said, "The friendship between the peoples of the Soviet Union and Germany, cemented by blood, has every reason to be solid and lasting." The impression persisted among the Soviet hierarchy that Ribbentrop was more wholehearted about the Soviet-German pact than Hitler was. No doubt they would have preferred it the other way round. Third on the list was the telegram from Kuusinen, followed by birthday greetings from Chankashek, Monsignor Tiso, the President of Slovakia, Mr. Sarayoglu of Turkey, and the particularly obsequious messages from the leaders of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. There were no birthday greetings from any Western leaders, who were busy at the time expelling the Soviet Union from the League of Nations. Kuusinen wired, "In the name of the toiling people of Finland, fighting hand in hand with the heroic Red Army for the liberation of their country from the yoke of the White Guards, hirelings of foreign imperialists, the People's Government of Finland sends its warmest good wishes to you, Comrade Stalin, the great Veliki friend of the Finnish people. A few days later Stalin replied, "To the head of the People's Government of Finland, Otto Kuusinen, Terijoki, thank you for your good wishes. I wish the Finnish people and the People's Government of Finland a speedy and complete victory over the oppressors of the Finnish people, the Mannerheim Tanner gang." Shortly before the Finnish war had begun, there was, at Munich, an abortive attempt on Hitler's life. He had already left when the explosion occurred, in which 6 persons were killed and 60 wounded. Promptly, Ambassador Schwarzev called on Ribbentrop to present him the condolences of the Soviet government in connection with the terrorist act in Munich, which had caused serious loss of life. Pravda also reported that, according to Himmler, the plot had originated abroad, and that a reward of 800,000 marks would be paid in any currency to anyone whose information would lead to the discovery of the criminals. Hitler's Munich speech, delivered before the explosion, was reported in Pravda under a 3-column heading. During the Finnish War, Soviet relations with Germany continued, at least on the face of it, to be friendly, while the hostility to Britain and France became much more strident than before. True, there were, from time to time, some seemingly inexplicable deviations from this obvious line. At the end of November, Pravda surprisingly reproduced an article from the 19th century, London, deeply sympathetic to Poland, and describing the ruthless bombing by the Germans of trains crowded with refugees. It was like a confirmation of the numerous stories of German brutality in Poland which Russian soldiers had brought back from there, and which were widely current in Russia. Pravda's inconsistency is but one of the minor mysteries in that very strange period in Russian history. Yet, on the surface, Soviet-German relations could not be better. As the Finnish War progressed, the official Russian attitude to Britain and France became more and more hostile. Typical was Pravda's New Year editorial on January 1st, 1940. "Our country is the land of the greatest historical optimism. On the other hand, the capitalist world, as it enters 1940, is torn by agonizing contradictions. Covering up their imperialist aims with hypocritical slogans about their battle for democracy, the British and French financial oligarchies, helped on by their faithful flunkies from the Second International, Blum, Juho, Citrine, and Bevin, are rekindling the flames of the new war. The class war in Britain, France, and the USA, said Pravda, was stronger than ever between the overwhelming majority of the people who did not want war, and a handful of capitalists who cared nothing for the people's blood and were only interested in their own profits. All the honest sons and daughters of the British, French, and American peoples have branded with contempt that gang, ranging from the Pope to the London stockbrokers, who have started all this screaming and yelling over the noble help given by the Red Army to the Finnish people, struggling against their oppressors." A few days later there were angry articles on the shameful comedy of the expulsion of the Soviet Union from the League of Nations, a comedy staged by Britain and France. These were, moreover, now sending arms to Finland. In themselves, the Anglo-French arms shipments to Finland did not matter very much. But it was quite obvious that the indignation the Russian attack on Finland had caused in Britain, France, America, and Scandinavia gave the Russian leaders food for anxious thought. They dreaded the possibility that Finland might become common ground for a reconciliation between Germany and the Western powers, a reconciliation from which Russia would be made to suffer. This largely explains the eagerness with which they hastened to wind up the Finnish war and to make peace with the Mannerheim gang, without waiting for the Terijoki government to make its triumphal entry into Helsinki. The idea of turning a hostile Finland into a friendly Finland, with the help of this absurd device, had miscarried completely, and had merely silenced those Finnish elements, including men like Paasikivi, which had criticized their government for rejecting the original Russian proposals. What then had been the progress of the actual military operations? Neither at the time nor later did the Russians do much flag-waving over the Finnish war. It is now openly admitted that the first month of the war was an almost undiluted disaster. The most the Russians achieved in December was to advance, in the course of very heavy fighting, between 15 and 40 miles. But, having reached the Mannerheim line proper, with its network of powerful fortifications, they came to a halt. On the Karelian Isthmus, as well as in central Finland, the Russians were handicapped by snow, in some places 5 or 6 feet deep. The few available roads were heavily defended by the Finns, and the Russians had practically no trained ski troops, in which the Finnish army abounded. To move heavy equipment on such terrain was as good as impossible. The Finns were heavily armed with automatic rifles and Tommy guns, while the Russians were not. Temperatures, around minus 30 degrees centigrade, were abnormally low. A large proportion of the Soviet troops were simply unprepared for this kind of warfare. They had had no experience of moving on skis through lake and forest country, and had no experience at all of breaking through permanent lines of fortifications, or of storming pillboxes and other reinforced concrete structures. By the beginning of January, the offensive was stopped. Marshal Timoshenko was appointed commander-in-chief, and for a whole month the Russians planned and prepared for a breakthrough of the Mannerheim Line. Large reinforcements, especially of engineers, were to be mustered for the purpose. Massive support of tanks, planes, and guns was provided for in an all-out offensive effort to overcome the Finnish fortifications. Moreover, 3 infantry divisions, reinforced by cavalry and tanks, were assigned the task of outflanking the Mannerheim Line in the Viborg area across the ice of the Gulf of Finland. The storming of the Mannerheim Line, preceded by a tremendous artillery barrage from thousands of guns, did not begin till February 11th. But the advance was still slow. Although the Russians destroyed and captured many of the pillboxes, the Finns in the surviving pillboxes continued their desperate resistance, and casualties were very high on both sides. The steel and concrete fortifications of the Mannerheim Line, many of them connected by underground passages, with reinforced concrete walls 3 feet thick, were indeed in many cases almost invulnerable even to the heaviest pounding. It took nearly a week after a breakthrough along an 8-mile front before the Russians began to make any decisive progress. By February 21st, most of the western part of the Mannerheim Line had been overrun, but the Russian losses had been so heavy that their forces had to be regrouped, and further heavy reinforcements had to be brought up before the offensive could be resumed, what remained of the Mannerheim Line conquered, and Viborg captured. Full-scale operations were only restarted on February 28th. As the Russians approached Viborg, they met with another major obstacle, the flooding of large areas by the Finns. But they finally reached the Viborg-Helsinki highway. By now the resistance of the Finnish army had, in the main, been broken. On March 4th, Mannerheim informed the Finnish government that the army could no longer resist successfully. The Soviet-Finnish peace treaty was signed in Moscow on March 12th. After the Finnish attempts to obtain German or American mediation had failed, tentative negotiations were started in January in Stockholm between the well-known Finnish playwright Hella Vuolijoki, with Foreign Minister Tanner's consent, and Madame Kollontai, the Soviet ambassador. A variety of negotiations continued throughout January and February, though the Finns still hoped to obtain substantial military aid, including troops, from Sweden, and also hoped that the Swedes would allow French and British troops to go to Finland via Sweden. On this point, the Swedes, afraid of becoming involved in a major war, would not yield, and, indeed, advised the Finns to make peace with the Russians on the best possible terms. Almost throughout the Winter War, there had been something of a news blackout in Russia, even though people in Moscow, and especially Leningrad, had a fair idea of what was going on. But very little was said at first about the great offensive against the Mannerheim Line in February, and still less about the abortive advance into central Finland. And it was not till the first week of March, after 3 months of inconclusive and mostly frustrating news, that the Soviet press at last began to speak of victories on the Mannerheim Line. And then, suddenly, on March 12th, it was announced that the peace treaty between the USSR and Finland had been signed. The signing was done by Molotov, Zhdanov, and Vasilevsky on the Russian side, and Ryti, Paasikivi, and General Valden on the Finnish side. The terms were harder than those originally proposed by the Russians, let alone those originally agreed to by Kuusinen. Now the whole Karelian Isthmus, including Viborg and numerous islands, a part of Rybachi Peninsula on the Arctic west of Murmansk, and the country north of Lake Ladoga were annexed by the Soviet Union. Moreover, she received a 30-year lease on Hangö for a naval base. Nothing was said any more about the Terijoki government. It might never have existed. All that it had achieved in effect was to unify the Finnish people, many of whom had thought the original Russian proposals quite reasonable, and to cause much unnecessary resentment in Finland. Now this resentment was further increased by the loss of Viborg. Since by March 5th the Red Army could easily have occupied Helsinki and other parts of Finland, the Finns may be said to have been let off lightly. Nevertheless, without the loss of Viborg, it is just conceivable that the Finns might have been less eager to attack the Soviet Union in 1941. In itself, Viborg was of very little strategic value, but its loss was keenly felt in Finland, where the many thousands of Viborg refugees added greatly to anti-Russian feeling. During the war, many Russians agreed, on the quiet, that the annexation of Viborg had been a serious mistake. As distinct from Britain and France, Germany had, in the official Russian view, remained commendably neutral during the Soviet-Finnish War. Even so, the thought must have crossed the Russian leaders' minds that Germany might yet take advantage of Finnish grievances and longing for revenge. On the face of it, it is true, the Russians had attained their objective, which was to render Leningrad invulnerable. This, as it turned out, short-lived advantage was outweighed by the fact that the performance of the Red Army in the Finnish War was far from good. There was a danger that the Germans might draw certain conclusions from this. That the Soviet General Staff was not satisfied with the Red Army's record in Finland may be seen from the far-reaching measures that began to be taken soon afterwards to reorganize the army. 1940 was to become, in General Zhukov's words, the year of the great transformation in the Red Army. For all that, relations with Germany had remained highly satisfactory on the surface throughout the duration of the Soviet-Finnish War. All the abuse in the Soviet press was reserved for the Western democracies, which, it was now claimed, were more anxious than ever to generalize the war and to drag the neutrals into it. As early as January 17th, Pravda began to speak about Anglo-French designs on the neutrality of the Scandinavian countries. Hitler's speeches continued to be politely reported, notably the one on January 30th, in which he said that, thanks to the Soviet-German pact, Germany had a free rear in the east. The state which Britain had guaranteed had disappeared from the face of the earth in 18 days. Pravda also duly reported his threats to England, and his announcement that Germany would be victorious. On February 11th, with the Soviet-Finnish War still in full swing, a new Soviet-German economic agreement was signed. This, said Pravda, was a very good thing. Present-day Germany is a highly developed industrial power requiring many raw materials, and these the Soviet Union can largely supply. We also are a great industrial power. Nevertheless, we can do with certain forms of imported industrial equipment. Our trade with Britain and France has dwindled, and the increase in our trade with Germany is only to be welcomed. The new economic agreement had been welcomed by the Völkische Beobachter and other German papers. The volume and exact nature of these exchanges was not stated. 3 days later, Pravda reported another Hitler speech, again boasting of the quick victory over Poland and announcing that there was more to come. As Pravda put it, "I am determined to pursue this battle to the finish," Hitler said with particular vigour. There was a clear suggestion here that an attack in the West was now in the offing. Molotov waited till the end of March before making a statement to the Supreme Soviet on the termination of the Finnish War and on the international situation generally. This speech was, at least outwardly, the most violently anti-British and anti-French ever made. He was no longer regretting the breakdown in the Anglo-French-Soviet talks during the previous year. On the contrary, he now said that the Soviet Union had been determined not to become a tool in the hands of the Anglo-French imperialists in their anti-German struggle for world hegemony. The Anglo-French imperialists, he said, wanted to turn the war in Finland into a war against the Soviet Union, but they failed in this, and the Soviet Union's relations with Germany continued to be good. The Anglo-French hostility to the Soviet Union, he went on, had been most violent in connection with the Finnish question, and he then indignantly spoke of the police raid on the Soviet trade delegation in Paris, and of the virtual expulsion from France of the Soviet ambassador, Jakub Suritz. The Soviet government had had to recall him. After referring to the satisfactory economic relations with Germany, Molotov then complained of British and French interference with Soviet-German trade. They seize our ships in the Far East because they are alleged to help Germany, yet Romania sells half her oil to Germany, and Romania remains unmolested. He then protested against the various fabrications concerning Russia's alleged designs on India and other parts of the British Empire. Our policy is a policy of neutrality, and I know it isn't to the taste of the Anglo-French imperialists who want to inflict on us a policy of hostility and war against Germany. Pointedly, he remarked that Chamberlain, who had hoped that the Finnish war would develop into something different, was greatly distressed when he heard of the Finnish-Soviet peace settlement. He spoke of the 141 planes and the other equipment Britain had sent to Finland, and of the military help France and Sweden had given her. He concluded somewhat morosely by saying that the war in Finland had cost the Soviet Union 48,745 dead and 158,000 wounded. The Finns put the Russian losses much higher, for a small frontier rectification, saying that the Finns were minimizing their losses. Molotov then estimated that they had lost 60,000 dead and 250,000 wounded. These figures gave the Russians but little grounds for boasting, nor were they likely to foster Finnish-Soviet relations. Significantly, he was very sparing in his praise of the generals who had conducted the campaign. Altogether, as I was later told by many Russians, Molotov's report on the Finnish war had left them with an unpleasant and frustrating feeling. The only two things that could be said in favour of the war were that it had achieved its immediate objective, but at a terrible price and in very unfortunate conditions, and that it was now over. Here and there questions were also asked about the Terijoki government, but it was soon made clear to the bright young people who asked them that they had better shut up. Pravda briefly announced that, in view of the changed international situation, the Finnish People's Government had been dissolved. This was the end of that absurd experiment. At one time, while the war was still on, Pravda had published a long list, covering 2 whole pages of the paper, of the officers and soldiers decorated for bravery, but there was remarkably little flag-waving over the conclusion of the Finnish war, much less indeed than over the victory won in eastern Poland. Here at least much could be made of the more or less genuine enthusiasm with which the Ukrainians and Belarusians welcomed the Red Army. There was nothing like that in Karelia, where practically the entire population had been evacuated or had fled to Finland. Vyborg, the only large city occupied by the Russians, had been abandoned by all its inhabitants. Above all, there was the depressing effect of the heavy casualties suffered, and of the suspicion that all was not perfect with the Red Army. Then, less than a month after the signing of the Soviet-Finnish peace treaty, Germany invaded Denmark and Norway. This gave rise to more anxiety. During that short interval, nothing of any consequence happened in Russia, with the exception of the meeting of the Supreme Soviet at the beginning of April, which approved the 1940 budget. Already the effects of the Finnish war could be felt here. As Pravda wrote in its editorial of April 5th, the Supreme Soviet has approved the budget of the USSR for 1940. With great enthusiasm, it voted a large increase in our defence expenditure. Our country must have an even more powerful Red Army and Navy if it is to discourage the warmongers. The 57 milliard rubles to be spent on strengthening our defence will help the Red Army and Navy to solve any problems connected with the security of our state. The tone of this editorial was remarkably free of the usual bluster, and was perhaps intended to convey that the Red Army would, in the future, give a better account of itself than it had done in the Finnish war. Before the actual German attack on Denmark and Norway, the Soviet press tended to echo the German charges of Anglo-French violations of Norwegian sovereignty. This was, indeed, the phrase used by Pravda on April 9th. By the time the paper had been printed, the Germans were already busy occupying the 2 Scandinavian countries. During the days that followed, the Russian press continued, on the face of it, to follow the German line. Thus, on April 10th, together with the news that German troops had occupied both Copenhagen and Oslo, the Soviet papers published under a 3-column heading the Memorandum of the German government, which, they said, had been read over the radio by Goebbels. 2 days later, TASS, in a message from Oslo, referred to Quisling as the new head of the Norwegian government. However, it did not deny the continued existence of the other Norwegian government. After that, the German and British communiques, as well as TASS reports from London, were published with a certain air of neutrality and impartiality. In a variety of ways, the fact was emphasized that the Soviet Union kept strictly neutral in the Scandinavian War. For example, on April 12th, there was an angry official TASS denial of a New York Times story that most of the German troops that had occupied Narvik had travelled there by way of Leningrad and Murmansk. Yet there seems little doubt that, in the eyes of the Soviet leaders, the war was spreading much too near home. Although at the time nothing was published about it in the Soviet press, Much is made in the Soviet history of the war of the way in which direct Soviet diplomatic intervention saved Sweden from being occupied by the Germans. After the Nazi invasion of Denmark and Norway, the Soviet government informed Count Schulenburg, the German ambassador in Moscow, that it was definitely interested in the preservation of Swedish neutrality. According to Soviet diplomatic documents quoted by the history, both the Swedish Premier and the Swedish Foreign Minister, in addressing Madame A.M. Kollontai, the Soviet ambassador, warmly thanked the Soviet Union for having restrained Germany and for having saved Swedish neutrality. Meanwhile, the Soviet press went on with its rather routine and seemingly neutral coverage of the war in Norway, with occasional surveys stressing the general ineptitude of the Anglo-French operations. The last of these surveys appeared in Pravda on May 9th, and concluded that the Germans had as good as won. On the following day, the Germans struck out in the west. Inside Russia, the most important developments during the Norwegian War concerned the reorganization of the Red Army. On May 8, 1940, an ukaz of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet announced the creation of new military titles, Major General, Lieutenant General, and Army General, in addition to the already existing title of Marshal of the Soviet Union. These replaced the clumsier and less distinguished titles, such as Army Commander of the First Rank, the equivalent of Army General. At that time, 4 men held the rank of Marshal of the Soviet Union: Voroshilov, Timoshenko, Shaposhnikov, and Kulik. Shaposhnikov, a highly professional soldier whom the Soviets had inherited from the Tsarist army, was to be Chief of Staff during a large part of the 1941 to 1945 war. He retired in the end owing to ill health. Kulik, on the other hand, was a political upstart who was to fade out soon after the beginning of the war. He was to be blamed for much of the unpreparedness of the Red Army in 1941, and in particular for having failed to equip it with up-to-date machine guns and other automatic weapons, which at first placed the Russian infantrymen at a terrible disadvantage against the German soldier. At the same time, Voroshilov was appointed Deputy Premier and Chairman of the Defense Committee of the USSR. His previous post of Commissar of Defense went to Timoshenko. Corresponding titles were also created in the Soviet Navy. During the months that followed, the press was filled with army nominations and promotions, complete with pictures of all the new generals, which filled 4 pages of Pravda for days and days. Coinciding with the German invasion of France, this unprecedented publicity given to hundreds of Red Army generals was no doubt calculated to have a reassuring effect on the public. Chapter 5. Russia and the Fall of France, Baltic States and Bessarabia. During my war years in Russia, I put these 2 questions to a great number of people. What did you feel about the Soviet-German pact, and at what point, while the pact was in force, did you begin to have serious doubts about it? The answer to the first question was almost invariably something like this. Everybody thought it nasty and unpleasant to have to pretend to make friends with Hitler, but as things were in 1939, we had to gain time at any price, and there was no choice. We did not think that Stalin himself particularly liked the idea, but we had tremendous faith in his judgment. If he decided on the non-aggression pact with Hitler, he must have thought that there was no other way. The answer to the second question was invariably along these lines. We started getting really nervous when we saw that Hitler had managed to smash the French army within a month or less. We had had considerable confidence in the French army, and had also heard a lot about the Maginot Line, and, let's face it, we thought the war in France would last a long time, and that the Germans would be greatly weakened as a result. Selfish? Well, yes, we were, but who isn't? That we were frightened may be seen from the frantic haste with which, while the Germans were busy finishing off the French, we grabbed the Baltic states, Bessarabia, and northern Bukovina. And then came those draconian labor laws, the reorganization of the Red Army, and all the rest of it. We never expected for a moment that the Germans would attack, and above all invade us the way they did, but we felt that we had to prepare for a very hard fight if Hitler were mad enough to turn our way. And then there was a supplementary question which I liked to ask. It was this. Between the fall of France and the invasion of the Soviet Union, there was the war between Germany and England, and what did you think of that? Here the answers became much more confused, but roughly they boiled down to this. We developed a sudden contempt, yes, contempt, for the French. On England our feelings were very divided. We had been conditioned to be anti-British, what with Chamberlain, Finland, and the rest. But gradually, very gradually, we began to admire the English for standing up to Hitler. There was a good deal in our papers about the bombing of London, Coventry, and so on. We also began to feel sorry for the English people and began to feel that, sooner or later, we might have to face something similar. Our intellectuals felt particularly strongly about it. The idea of a just war, a people's war, began to cross some people's minds. But then, in May, there was Hesse, and we got fearfully suspicious of the English again. Ever since September 1939, the official Soviet line had been that the war between Britain, France, and Germany was an imperialist war. But, since the partition of Poland, the powers guilty of pursuing this imperialist war were Britain and France, but not Germany. They, and not Germany, were now the aggressors. During the Finnish War, Germany had been neutral, while Britain and France had demonstrated their deep hostility to the Soviet Union by helping Finland with arms and volunteers, and by expelling Russia from the League of Nations. The German occupation of Denmark and Norway was at first widely attributed in the Soviet press to Anglo-French provocation, though soon afterwards the Russian pleading with Germany not to occupy Sweden showed that they were anxious to limit the damage in Scandinavia. Soviet relations with Britain and France remained badly strained, and the Soviet press angrily reported the persecution of the French communists, whom Moscow itself had put in a hopelessly awkward and difficult position with its imperialist war slogans. The French working class, and the communists in particular, who in any other circumstances would have fought Nazi Germany wholeheartedly, were precisely the people who were being told by the Russians, and more particularly by Dimitrov and the Comintern, that the war against Nazi Germany was an imperialist war, and so, in consequence, not a just war. A different morale of the French communists might not have made any great difference at the time of the German breakthrough into France in May 1940, and the French army would probably have capitulated in any case, but undoubtedly Moscow helped in some degree to weaken French resistance, even though it was obviously in the Russians' interest to strengthen it and to keep Hitler pinned down in France as long as possible. It was all very well for communist propaganda later to adopt the fashionable Ehrenburg line that France had been betrayed by her bourgeoisie, but the morale of the whole nation was low in May to June 1940, including that of the French working class. The Soviet-German Pact and the subsequent Russian and Comintern propaganda about the imperialist war had placed the French communists, whether leaders or rank and file, in a truly tragic dilemma. Many of them strongly suspected that they, and France, were being sacrificed by Moscow, to whom the survival of the Soviet Union, with the help of the Soviet-German Pact, was the number one priority. Whether or not, as is now claimed by communists, certain French communist leaders took a firm anti-German lutte à outrance line in the first week in June, the Soviet leaders were very careful at the time to avoid anything that might have caused Hitler the least offence. Nevertheless, there was a significant change in the tone of the Soviet press as the French tragedy developed. At first, it was distinctly malevolent towards France and Britain. Thus, in summing up the results of the first 5 days of the military operations in the West, Pravda wrote in its editorial of May 16th, "During these first 5 days, the German armies have achieved considerable successes. They have occupied the greater part of Holland, including Rotterdam. The Netherlands government has already run off Zbierzala to England. It had been a long-standing ambition of the Anglo-French bloc to drag Holland and Belgium into its war against Germany. After the Germans had forestalled Britain and France in Scandinavia, these two countries moved heaven and earth to get Holland and Belgium into the war. So far, the Anglo-French bloc can boast of only one success. It has thrown 2 more small countries into the imperialist war. 2 more nations have now been condemned to suffering and hunger. No one will be deceived by the Anglo-French lamentations over the violations of international law. As soon as the war had spread to Norway, the British grabbed the Faroe and Lofoten Islands, heaven only knows in virtue of what international law. We now see how great is the responsibility of the Anglo-French imperialists, who, by rejecting Germany's peace offers, set off the second imperialist war in Europe." There was no mention of the ruthless bombing of Rotterdam, and on the following day, in a review of the military situation describing German successes, there were again the same phrases about the Netherlands government having run off to London, leaving the army and the country to their fate. On the same day, Pravda published a particularly nauseating anti-British article by David Zaslavsky. But during the following week, with the Germans crashing on towards Dunkirk, the tone suddenly changed. The reports became much more factual. Every important Churchill speech was quoted at some length, as was also Reynaud's famous Patrie en danger speech to the Senate on May 21st. Significantly, much space was given to the question of American help to Britain and France. On June 5th, Churchill's post-Dunkirk speech, "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall never surrender," was published under a 3-column heading in Pravda. On the same day, the paper announced that Molotov had raised no objection to the British government's appointment of Sir Stafford Cripps as ambassador to Moscow. When the resistance of the French army finally collapsed by the middle of June, and Pétain asked the Germans for an armistice, the Russians seemed suddenly to become obsessed with one great fear, which was that Britain might make peace with Germany. For what would happen then? Most significant in this respect was the military survey in Pravda of June 20th by Major General P.A. Ivanov. Not only has the French army been smashed, but France has now lost all her vital industrial centres. This is France's debacle. Another of Britain's allies has been put out of action, and now Britain is left face to face with Germany and Italy. Yet both sides have mighty economic resources, and therefore they may continue the war for a very long time yet, and it is much too early to try to foretell the outcome of this war. Emphasis added. It is highly symptomatic that the activity of the British Air Force should have been switched from the battle in France to the bombing of economic targets in Germany. And there followed long and detailed accounts of British air raids on Germany. There was not the slightest suggestion any more that a peace settlement between Germany and Britain would be a good thing. Stupefied by Hitler's overwhelming victory over France, Russia now dropped all further pretense of respect for the sovereignty of the Baltic states. Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia were occupied. Draconian new labour legislation imposed on Soviet industry. Bessarabia and northern Bukovina occupied. All this was being done within the last fortnight in June. Already, on June 17th, Pravda reported that there was great rejoicing at Kaunas as the Red Army entered Lithuania, adding significantly that its fascist dictator, Smetana, had fled to Germany. During the following days, the Soviet press reported similar jubilant demonstrations from Tallinn and Riga. The governments of the Baltic states were accused of plotting against the Soviet Union, and Latvia and Estonia, in particular, of having grossly violated their mutual assistance pacts with the Soviet Union. This now demanded that they set up governments which would respect their treaties with the Soviet Union, and that they give free access to their territory to Soviet troops, which would guarantee that these treaties would be respected. It was quick work. On June 18th, it was already announced that Mr. Paleckis, who had been put in a concentration camp by the pro-Nazi Smetana gang in 1939, had become Lithuanian premier. Similar miraculous changes were to take place in the next few days in Latvia and Estonia. On the very day Pravda published the DNB report from Berlin of Hitler's meeting with the French delegation in the forest of Compiègne, it also described the jubilant reception given to the Red Army by the Estonian people at Tallinn. Sometime later, Molotov was to explain the diplomatic background of the Russian invasion of the Baltic states as best he could. But every Russian clearly thought he understood why the Red Army had marched in, while Hitler wasn't looking. The direct connection between the invasion of the Baltic states on the one hand and the fall of France on the other was so embarrassingly obvious that, on June 23rd, the Soviet government found it necessary to publish this extraordinary statement, denying that it was dissatisfied with the German successes in the West. In connection with the entry of Soviet troops into the Baltic states, there are persistent rumors in the Western press about 100 or 150 Soviet divisions being concentrated on the German frontier. This is supposed to arise from the dissatisfaction felt in the Soviet Union over Germany's military successes in the West, and to point to a deterioration of Soviet-German relations. TASS is authorized to state that this is totally untrue. There are only 18 to 20 Soviet divisions in the Baltic countries, and they are not concentrated on the German border, but are scattered throughout the Baltic countries. No pressure on Germany is intended, and the military measures taken have only one aim, which is to safeguard the mutual aid between the Soviet Union and these countries. As for Soviet-German relations, The TASS statement went out of its way to say that the occupation of the Baltic states, or Germany's victory in the West for that matter, could not in any way affect them, though it was careful not to say whether or not the Baltic states had been occupied with German consent. There is a deliberate attempt, the TASS statement went on, to cast a shadow on Soviet-German relations. In all this, there is nothing but wishful thinking on the part of certain British, American, Swedish, and Japanese gentlemen. They seem to be incapable of grasping the obvious fact that the good neighbourly relations between the Soviet Union and Germany cannot be disturbed by rumours and cheap propaganda, since these relations are based not on temporary motives of an ad hoc, konjunkturny character, but on the fundamental state interests of the USSR and Germany. So far, so good. But 6 days later it was announced that the Soviet-Romanian conflict over Bessarabia and northern Bukovina had been satisfactorily settled, whereupon the Soviet press proceeded to report the jubilant reception given by the population of these two areas to the Red Army. According to the Russian post-war history, the Russians had become increasingly worried, especially since May 1940, by Romania's growing subservience to Germany. Both Tatarescu and King Carol, who had for a time tried to sit on the fence, were now beginning to lean heavily over to the German side. It was on June 26th that the Soviet government presented what was in effect an ultimatum to the Romanian government, demanding an immediate solution of the question concerning the return of Bessarabia to the Soviet Union. It also demanded the transfer to the Soviet Union of northern Bukovina, which was ethnically Ukrainian. An additional argument concerning northern Bukovina was that, in November 1918, the People's Assembly, WWII, of Bukovina had, reflecting the will of the people, decided in favour of joining Soviet Ukraine. Davidescu, the Romanian ambassador in Moscow, declared on the following day his government's readiness to enter into negotiations with the Soviet government, but the latter demanded a clear and precise answer. This came almost immediately, and on June 28th the Red Army began to move into the two areas. On June 23rd, Germany had been informed of the Soviet demands on Romania, but had to declare that she was not interested in the question of Bessarabia. As the history says, while the Battle of France was going on, it was particularly undesirable for the Germans to complicate their relations with the Soviet Union. Moreover, the Germans feared that, in the event of a Soviet-Romanian conflict, Romania might lose her oil wells, while Germany was extremely anxious that these should remain intact. For hard-boiled realism, the Russian conduct in this case was hard to beat. The history adds that, with the best will in the world, Britain was unable at the time to interfere in Soviet-Romanian relations, since she was wholly tied up by the war in the West. Romania joined the Axis in November 1940. During the few days separating the occupation of the Baltic states and of Bessarabia-Bukovina, a number of other significant things happened. On June 25th, it was announced that diplomatic relations had been established between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. Milan Gavrilovich was appointed ambassador to Moscow, and V.A. Plotnikov ambassador to Belgrade. But that was not all. On the following day came a real bombshell of another kind, the ukaz of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet placing Soviet industry virtually on a war footing. The 8-hour working day was now introduced, and the full 6-day working week. More important still, workers and employees were now tied to their particular enterprise or office, and there could no longer be any migration of labour. The ukaz also provided for the most rigid disciplinary measures against absenteeism and similar offences. Needless to say, countless spontaneous meetings of workers were reported from all over the country, all approving the ukaz, the purpose of which, according to all the speakers at these meetings, was to increase the military might of the Soviet Union. The fall of France was having its immediate repercussions inside Russia. Speaking at a plenary session of the Soviet Trade Union Federation on June 25th, N.M. Schwernik said, "We are living in a capitalist encirclement, and the war is raging over great areas. It is our good fortune not to be in the war, but we must be prepared for all emergencies. We must do all we can to be many times stronger than we are. We must, in every way and at any moment, be ready to face every possible ordeal." After the fall of France, it was only too clear to everybody that there was only one country from which these ordeals could now come. It was certainly not England, and not even Japan. And Schwernik went on, "Comrades, As Comrade Stalin has taught us, the most dangerous thing in the world is to be caught unawares. To be caught unawares means falling a victim to the unexpected. Today, the international situation demands from us that we strengthen the defense of our country and the might of our armed forces day after day. During that historic week, the coverage of events in the West showed a slight, if only very slight, pro-British bias. Churchill's speeches saying Britain would fight till final victory were duly reported, and as early as June 21st, there was a first mention in the Russian press of de Gaulle and his refusal to surrender to the Germans. On the other hand, Pétain was reported as calling for the termination of the war between Germany and Britain, and the Soviet press also published the Franco-German armistice terms and the report of the German High Command on the French campaign. 27,000 Germans killed, 18,000 missing, 111,000 wounded. Prisoners taken, 1,900,000, including 5 army commanders. The fact that German losses were only about half of what had been the Russian losses in the Little Finnish War cannot have passed unobserved. The secret hope that Germany would have found herself greatly weakened by her war in the West had been dashed to the ground. Now, for the first time, the Russians heard names bandied about which, before long, were to acquire so ominous a ring: Rundstedt, Kleist, Guderian. For all that, the pretense that relations with Germany were good had still to be kept up. Alongside reports of the election campaigns in the Baltic states, the Soviet press published extracts from a German white paper disclosing Anglo-French intrigues against the Soviet Union at the time of the Finnish War, their plans to bomb Baku and similar matters. And then came Molotov's Supreme Soviet speech of August 1st, 1940, in which he commented in his own peculiar way on all the spectacular and tragic events of the last few months. In a devious and subtly ambiguous manner, he intimated that he was not displeased, and perhaps relieved, as he most certainly was, that Britain had not given up the struggle. Germany has achieved a great success against the Western Allies, but she has not solved her fundamental problem, which is to stop the war on conditions desirable to her. On July 19th, the Reichskanzler offered peace negotiations to Great Britain, but the British government rejected his offer, interpreting it as a demand for capitulation. It replied that it would go on till final victory. The British government has even broken off diplomatic relations with France. All this means that Great Britain does not wish to give up her colonies and wants to go on fighting for world domination, even though this will be much more difficult for her since the defeat of France and since Italy's entry into the war. Having delivered this sidekick at British imperialism, Molotov then proceeded, "The end of the war is not in sight. We are likely to be faced with a new stage of the war, a struggle between Germany and Italy on the one hand, and Britain, supported by the United States, on the other." The reference to the United States was clearly intended to suggest that Germany's chances of winning the war were not necessarily good. It is highly significant that even when things looked blackest for Britain, the Russians took a reasonably optimistic view of her chances. Thus, the chief ideological journal of the Communist Party, Bolshevik, of July 15, 1940, concluded its survey by saying that Britain was far from finished, while a similar line had already been taken by the well-known economist Professor E. Varga in Mirovaya Хозяйство и Mirovaya Politika, World Economy and World Politics, early in June, when the collapse of France was already imminent. As for the future of Soviet-German relations, Molotov merely repeated, almost word for word, the TASS communiqué of June 23rd. There has recently been in the British and pro-British press much speculation on the possibility of discord between the Soviet Union and Germany. Attempts have been made to frighten us with the growing might of Germany. But our relations are not based on temporary ad hoc considerations, but on the fundamental state interests of the two countries. What he said about Britain was at any rate distinctly less ill-tempered than anything said or published for a long time. There have been no substantial changes in our relations with England. After all the hostile acts she has committed against us, it was hard to expect any favourable developments in Anglo-Soviet relations, even though the appointment of Cripps as British ambassador to Moscow may point to a desire on the part of Great Britain to improve her relations with the Soviet Union. Emphasis added. The incorporation in the Soviet Union of the Baltic states, Bessarabia and North Bukovina was presented by Molotov in a manner that was to be expected. It was, no doubt, pleasing to see the Soviet Union recover some of the territories which had once belonged to the old Tsarist Empire, and even to annex an area, northern Bukovina, including the large city of Chernovitz, which had never been part of it. Northern Bukovina, Molotov said, was chiefly inhabited by Ukrainians and Moldavians, and these, as well as the inhabitants of Bessarabia, had now become Soviet citizens with great joy. There was now every reason to believe that relations with Romania would become normal again. As for the Baltic states, Molotov explained their incorporation in the Soviet Union in the following terms. The mutual assistance pacts we had with Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia did not produce the desired results. The bourgeois cliques in these countries were hostile to the Soviet Union, and the anti-Soviet Baltic Entente between Latvia and Estonia was latterly extended to Lithuania. Therefore, especially in view of the international situation, we demanded a change in the government personnel of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and the introduction into these countries of additional Red Army formations. In July, free parliamentary elections took place in all three countries, and we can now note with satisfaction that the peoples of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, in a friendly élan, elected representatives who have since unanimously declared themselves in favor of the introduction of the Soviet system in all three countries, and for their incorporation in the USSR. 95% of all these people had previously formed part of the USSR. Molotov reckoned that since September 1939, the population of the Soviet Union had increased by about 23 million people, all of which meant an important increase in our might and territory. Relations with Turkey and Iran, he went on, were now fairly normal, despite the revelations in the German White Paper on the sinister role the two countries had played in the Anglo-French plotting against the Soviet Union. Relations with Japan, since the licking she had received at Halkin Gol, were now also fairly normal, and a Manchukuo-Mongolian commission would shortly deal with the frontier problem between the two countries. And then, I shall not dwell on our relations with the USA, if only because there is nothing good to report. Laughter. We understand that some Americans don't like our successes in the Baltic countries. He also referred to the gold belonging to the Baltic states, which the USA had grabbed, even though the Soviet Union had bought this gold from them. He ended with the suggestion that the war would continue for a long time, and that the entire Soviet people must remain in a state of mobilized preparedness in view of the danger of a military attack on them. We must not be caught unawares by any accident, or any of the tricks of our foreign enemies. Paleckis, Kirchenstein, and Lauristin, respectively representing Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, spoke at this Supreme Soviet meeting, and on August 2nd new laws were adopted on the formation of the Moldavian SSR, on the inclusion of northern Bukovina and the Khatinsk, Akerman, and Ismail districts of Bessarabia in the Ukrainian SSR, and on the admission of the Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian SSRs into the USSR. These laws were passed at the request of the parliaments of the three countries, and in virtue of Articles 34 and 35 of the Soviet Constitution. The Presidium of the Supreme Soviet was instructed to fix the date for elections in the three countries. On August 10th, Pravda published a Poem on Stalin by Salome Neris, a Lithuanian poetess. Meantime, in the three Baltic states, a purge was being carried out amongst fascist and other unreliable elements, with Vyshinsky, Dekhanozov, and Zhdanov supervising these operations. Estimates vary as to the number of persons deported from the Baltic republics between July 1940 and the outbreak of the Soviet-German War, but it is not improbable that they ran into tens of thousands. Although the Baltic states, like the rest of Europe, had been affected by the war in the West, consumer goods were still plentiful in cities like Tallinn and Riga, and even long afterwards, all the elaborate and ingenious pretexts Russians used to think up in 1940 for going on more or less official missions to these newly recovered territories in order to replenish their wardrobes and buy other nice things continued to be a standing joke. The elections in the three Baltic Soviet republics followed the usual Soviet pattern, but Russians who visited these countries in the autumn of 1940 had no great illusions about their people's unanimous love for the Soviet Union. There were strong pro-Soviet currents among the Latvian working class, but that was about all. When the Germans overran the Baltic states in June to July 1941, they met with very little opposition from the population. Certain elements continued to be violently anti-Soviet, as is admitted in much of the Russian post-war writing on that stage of the war. The Estonians, although most of them disliked the Germans, had strong affinities with Finland, and Finland was at war with Russia. Chapter 6. Russia and the Battle of Britain. A psychological turning point? In post-war Soviet histories of the war, there is a marked tendency to minimize the importance of Britain's resistance to Germany between the fall of France and the summer of 1941. One Soviet author went so far as to say that the Battle of Britain was something of a myth. There had really been no such thing. There had been important air battles over Britain, but it had never come to a real clash between the bulk of the German and British forces. One explanation currently offered in recent histories is that Hitler's fear of the Red Army stopped him from making an all-out attempt to invade England. Although this assertion may have some substance, one might as well recall that on August 23, 1940, that is, just as the Battle of Britain was about to start in real earnest, Pravda as good as egged Hitler on to attack England. In its editorial that day, celebrating the first anniversary of the Soviet-German Pact, it wrote, "The signing of the pact put an end to the enmity between Germany and the USSR, an enmity which had been artificially worked up by the warmongers. After the disintegration of the Polish state, Germany proposed to Britain and France a termination of the war, a proposal which was supported by the Soviet government. But they would not listen, and the war continued, bringing hardships and sufferings to all the nations whom the organizers of the war had dragged into the bloodbath. We are neutral, and this pact has made things easier for us. It has also been of great advantage to Germany, since she can be completely confident of peace on her eastern borders." Emphasis added. After referring to the economic agreement of February 11, 1940, the article concluded that Soviet-German relations had honorably stood the test of time, which was all the more valuable with a great war raging elsewhere. The most notable news items in the Soviet press during the last week of August and the beginning of September were a brief announcement on August 24th of Trotsky's death. This read as follows: London, August 22nd, TASS. London radio reports that Trotsky has died in hospital in Mexico City of a fractured skull, the result of an attempt on his life by one of the persons in his immediate entourage. Another Timoshenko speech on the reorganization of the Red Army, a TASS denial of a Japanese report that Stalin had, at the end of August, discussed with Ambassador Schulenburg an agreement between the USSR, Germany, Italy, and Japan on the abolition of the Anti-Comintern Pact. TASS is authorized to state that this is a pure invention. During the last 6 or 7 months, Comrade Stalin has had no meeting with Schulenburg. On September 5th, there was a report on the destroyers that the United States had given to Britain. From September 9th on, following the first great German air raid on London on the night of September 7th, more and more space was devoted to the Battle of Britain, though it was never called that. There was at first scarcely any first-hand reporting of news from our own correspondent, but the coverage, consisting chiefly of official German and British communiques, extracts from DNB and Reuters reports, and quotations from the British and American press, etc., ran into 2 or 3 columns every day, and was reasonably well balanced. Thus, on September 16th, TASS reported from London, "According to Reuters, it was officially stated that the Germans lost today 185 planes and the British 25. On October 1st, there was a similar report from London, saying that during September the Germans had lost 1,102 planes and at least 2,755 airmen, against a loss of 319 British planes. 168 British airmen bailed out over British territory." Despite the dryness of this reporting, the news from England undoubtedly stirred the imagination of the Russian public. Several Russians later told me that the most common reaction at the time had been, "Well, at last these German bastards are getting it in the neck from somebody." There was something else that made an even greater psychological impact. London was the first great city, the bombing of which was being reported in the Soviet press in some detail. There had been practically nothing about the bombing of Polish cities, and the devastating German air raid on Rotterdam had scarcely been mentioned at all. But now the papers were full of stories about gigantic fires, casualties, evacuees, shelter difficulties, and the like, and the Russian reader began to see it all in terms of a human drama. Significantly, after reporting for several days that most of the German bombing was done in the East End, in the London docks, in the poorer areas of the city, It was also reported some days later that bombs had been dropped on Buckingham Palace. And then, about a month after the beginning of the bombing of London, there was the first major first-hand report in the Soviet press from the TASS correspondent in London. In Pravda, on October 5th, there appeared an account of a visit by the TASS correspondent to one of the field batteries of anti-aircraft guns in the London area. The present system of anti-aircraft defences in England, it said, is much more impressive than anything the Luftwaffe has yet encountered. After describing the battery's night operations, the TASS correspondent went on, "In the morning, I was able to get more closely acquainted with the 20 soldiers manning the battery. Mostly these were young workers of 23 or 24, miners, transport workers, printers, mechanics, besides a smaller number of employees and unskilled labourers. 9 of the soldiers were trade union members, among them 2 miners. The food rations they got were satisfactory. The battery had been there only a few weeks. The cook, a corporal who was a miner, coming from the same village as Jack Horner, the communist chairman of the South Wales Miners' Federation, showed me the menu. For breakfast they had tea, porridge, bacon, or sausage, and egg. For lunch, meat and 2 vegetables, and a sweet. At 5 p.m. they had tea, bread and butter, or marge, jam and biscuits. At 7 p.m, supper, including another meat course. They were getting 12 ounces of bread a day, 12 ounces of meat, half a pound of vegetables, 2 ounces of fresh fruit, and a weekly ration of 3½ ounces of butter." The TASS correspondent was Andrew Rothstein. Significant is not the fact that a British subject and a communist should have written so sympathetically of the British people, but that the Soviet press should have published every word of his story. Such things do not happen by accident in Russia. The TASS correspondent added that there were dozens of such batteries in the London area, and commented on the comradely atmosphere amongst all these men. The behaviour of the sergeants is entirely different from what it used to be during the 1914 to 1918 war. This article caused a real stir in Russia. It was something quite new. There had never been any human interest stories in the Soviet press about the Germans and their menus, let alone about Frenchmen and Norwegians. There was also a clear suggestion that this was a people's war, in which the proletariat were playing as active a part as any, including Jack Horner's fellow villagers, who could reasonably be supposed to be communists. For a time, at any rate, a subtle kind of fellow feeling for the British people was thus created in Russia. The intellectuals felt it, of course, most acutely. Anna Akhmatova wrote a poem on the bombing of London, which was not, however, to be published until 1943. Time, with its bony hand, is now writing Shakespeare's 24th drama. No, let us sooner read Hamlet and Caesar and Lear above the leaden river. No, let us rather accompany darling Juliet with singing and torches to her grave. No, let us sooner look into Macbeth's window and tremble together with the hired murderers. But not this, not this, not this. This one we cannot bear to read. And Nikolai Tikhonov, full of foreboding, wrote another poem which was finally published in 1956. Through the night, through sheets of rain, and the wind cutting his cheeks, learning his lesson as he goes along, the man of London winds his way to the shelter, dragging his rug along the watery pavement. There's the cold steel key in his pocket, a key to rooms now turned to prickly rubble. We still are learning lessons at our school desk, but at night we dream of the coming exam. Especially among the intellectuals, there had all along been a distaste for the Soviet-German pact, and a growing feeling that what was now happening to England would, sooner or later, happen to Russia too. At night we dream of the coming exam. On October 25th, Pravda contained 3 news items, each significant in its own way. Hitler meets Franco, which suggested that Russia was certainly in very strange company. The evacuation of children from Berlin, which suggested that England was hitting back hard, and another TASS message from London saying that there had been great improvements lately in the organisation of air raid shelters. And 2 days later, Roosevelt warns Pétain against collaboration with Germany and against declaring war on England. After that came the news of the Italian attack on Greece, suggesting that the war was now spreading to the Balkans, a point about which Russia had always been very sensitive. Another curious news item during that week was the arrival in Moscow of Matyas Rákosi, the Hungarian communist leader. It was stated that he had been in jail for 15 years, and had now been released as a result of the recent Soviet-Hungarian negotiations. Chapter 7. Display of Russian military might. Molotov's tragi-comic visit to Berlin. And then came November 1940. The Soviet government clearly felt that the people needed reassuring. The November 7th celebrations of the 23rd anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution were marked by a spectacular display of the Soviet Union's military might. This was not only meant to restore the Soviet public's confidence, but also to impress Germany. At the Bolshoi Theatre on the eve of Revolution Day, there was the usual meeting at which Kalinin, the venerable president of the Soviet Union, spoke, saying that, of all the large states, the USSR is, in fact, the only one not to be involved in war, and is scrupulously observing its neutrality. To this, Pravda added, "What we see in the capitalist world is a process of savage destruction of what generations of human beings had created. People, cities, industries, culture are being ruthlessly destroyed." In his order of the day on November 7th, the Commissar of Defense, Marshal Timoshenko, declared, "The Red Army is prepared at the first summons of the party and the government to strike a crushing blow at anyone who may dare to violate the sacred frontiers of our socialist state." As Pravda described it on November 9th, the November 7th military display was a very big affair. The military parade in the capital of our country was truly dazzling. Troops of every kind demonstrated before Comrade Stalin and the leaders of the party and the government their preparedness for the defense of the sacred frontiers of the Soviet Union. The parade demonstrated the real might of the Soviet army. The squares of cities shook with the thunder of mighty engines and the rhythmic march of the battalions. Our combat planes flew over our cities in impeccable formation. There were many of them everywhere, in Moscow, Riga, Lvov, Ariel, Tallinn, Chernovitz, Voronezh, Kiev, Odessa, Archangel, Murmansk, Sebastopol, Tbilisi, Novosibirsk, Irkutsk, Yerevan, Vyborg, Krasnoyarsk, Baku, Alma-Ata, Vladivostok, and other cities. Altogether, over 5,000 combat planes of different types and classes took part in these air parades, and, but for the bad weather in some places, there would have been 8,000. Our proud Stalin Hawks flew these remarkable planes, the work of our glorious Soviet constructors. Stalin Hawks was the affectionate term for Soviet airmen. It then spoke lyrically of the growing army of Stakhanovites, who had also taken part in the parade, and of the thousands of children, those Soviet children who have a happy, cloudless today and a secure tomorrow. There was, of course, no suggestion that a high proportion of the 5,000 planes that had taken part in these air parades near the German, Finnish, and Japanese borders and elsewhere were wholly obsolete. No doubt the general public knew no better, but the German military and air attachés at the Red Square parade may well have drawn more professional conclusions. In Leningrad, where there appears to have been no air display owing to bad weather, the parade was directed by the commander of the Leningrad military district, hero of the Soviet Union, Lieutenant General Kirponos, who was to come to a tragic end in the Kiev encirclement barely 10 months later. Looking back on this strange period, one has the curious feeling that, in his own way, Molotov was made to play in Russia the part of Laval. Like Laval, he was le vidangeur, who had to do all the dirty work, while Pétain and Stalin tried to keep their hands relatively clean and refrained, as far as possible, from any direct dealings with the Germans. It was significant that, in the Tass Denial, published at the end of August, a point should have been made of the fact that Stalin had not seen the German ambassador during the last 6 or 7 months. Molotov, on the other hand, was extremely busy and active. Although he did not go to Laval's extreme of saying "Je souhaite la victoire à le monde," it was his job to present to the Soviet people the Soviet-German pact at all its stages in the most favourable light possible. This does not mean that Molotov crawled and grovelled to the Germans. On the contrary, he had, throughout, been thoroughly hard-headed and businesslike in his dealings with them, and was one of the few men not to appear impressed, still less overawed, by Hitler, when he at last met him face-to-face in Berlin on November 12, 1940. This is borne out by the story of the events leading up to Molotov's visit to Berlin in November 1940, and his handling of the matter. In June, without asking the Germans' permission, the Russians had occupied the Baltic states, Bessarabia, and northern Bukovina. The Germans then became particularly alarmed by the Russians' proximity to the Romanian oil fields, a source of oil supremely important to Germany. This started a process which, within a few months, was to end in the complete German subjugation of Romania and the virtual occupation of Bulgaria, to be followed by the German invasion of Yugoslavia and Greece. The German penetration of Romania had begun in a more or less camouflaged form soon after the Russian occupation of two of Romania's northern provinces, and had coincided with Hitler's Vienna Award, under which a large part of Transylvania had been handed over to Hungary. What was left of Romania, now a plain fascist dictatorship under Antonescu, was guaranteed by Germany and Italy. King Carol abdicated and went to Switzerland with Madame Lupescu, leaving the throne to his young son Michael. The Russians took the beginning of this German penetration of the Balkans very badly, and charged the German government with violating Article 3 of the Soviet-German Pact, which called for consultation. The Germans retorted that they had not been consulted about either the Baltic states or Bessarabia-Bukovina. A further complication arose from reports that German troops had been seen in Finland, ostensibly in transit to northern Norway, and that Germany was selling large quantities of armaments to Finland. Worse still, at the end of September, the Germans informed Molotov that a military alliance was about to be signed by Germany, Italy, and Japan, an alliance which, the Germans claimed, was directed against the United States. Molotov reacted sharply to this piece of news, demanding full information on the treaty, and also pressed the Germans for more details on their activities in Romania and Finland. A few days later, the Germans informed Molotov that they were sending a military mission to Romania, which produced from him the rejoinder, "How many troops does that represent?" Relations were becoming severely strained between Berlin and Moscow, and on October 13th, Ribbentrop sent a long, wordy, and perhaps deliberately vague letter to Stalin, prophesying the early collapse of England and proposing that Molotov come to Berlin, where the Führer could explain personally his views regarding the future moulding of relations between our two countries. He significantly added in an underlined passage that it appears to be the mission of the four powers, the Soviet Union, Germany, Italy, and Japan, to adopt a long-range policy through the delimitation of their interests on a world scale. It was obviously necessary for the Russians to try to find out what the Germans were up to next, and the invitation to Berlin was accepted. But there is nothing to show that they were genuinely interested in sharing the British lion's skin. Anyway, the lion was still alive, or in joining in any German-Italian-Japanese alliance against the United States. What they were worried about, above all, were the Balkans and Finland. As we know from the German documents published since the war, Ribbentrop, during his first Berlin meeting with Molotov, harped above all on the imminent collapse of the British Empire, and suggested that, in the share-out of this empire, the Russians might be interested in extending their sphere of influence to the south, particularly towards the Persian Gulf. Molotov was not impressed, any more than he was by Hitler's harangue in the afternoon about a common drive towards an access to the ocean, implying that the Russians might perhaps be interested in India. Instead, Molotov fired question upon question at Hitler. No foreign visitor, Schmidt, Hitler's interpreter, later recalled, had ever spoken to him in this way in my presence. Molotov wanted precise answers to his questions about the new order in Europe and Asia, and, above all, about German machinations in Finland, Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey, areas in which the Russians were directly interested. On the pretext that there might soon be a British air raid, Hitler, completely taken aback by Molotov's manner, broke off the discussion until the next day. When they met again on the 13th, Molotov once more showed no interest in the share-out of the British Empire, but argued instead that the German-Italian guarantee to Romania was directed against the Soviet Union, and, since the Germans were unwilling to revoke it, Russia would be willing to give a similar guarantee to Bulgaria, a suggestion which Hitler took very badly. Bulgaria, the Führer said, had not asked for such a guarantee, and in any case he would have to consult Mussolini on the subject. Again, thoroughly displeased with his troublesome and impertinent visitor, Hitler broke off the talk on the same pretext as on the previous night. He did not attend the gala banquet Molotov gave that night at the Soviet embassy. This banquet, at which friendly toasts were exchanged by Molotov and Ribbentrop, was interrupted by an air raid warning, soon to be followed by the drone of planes, and the guests scattered to shelters, Ribbentrop rushing Molotov to the nearby shelter of the German Foreign Office. While they were there, Ribbentrop pulled out of his pocket the draft of an agreement which, in effect, transformed the three-power pact into a four-power pact. Under this, Germany, Italy, and Japan recognized the present frontiers of the Soviet Union, while, according to the secret protocols defining each country's territorial aspirations, the Soviet Union was to expand in the direction of the Indian Ocean. Again, the infuriating Molotov was not interested, and kept on returning instead to questions like Finland, Romania, and Hungary, and German plans for Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Greece, and Turkey. He also continued to insist on the preservation of Swedish neutrality. Ribbentrop, more and more exasperated, declared that Molotov had not answered the fundamental question, which was whether the Soviet Union would cooperate in the great liquidation of the British Empire. Finally, Molotov could not resist it. "If you are so sure that Britain is finished, then why are we in this shelter?" The visit ended inconclusively, and a fortnight passed before Stalin himself took up the ball and, unlike Molotov in Berlin, showed some interest in joining the three-power pact as a fourth member. He might well have thought that he could not obtain any satisfaction from Hitler by any other means. His main proposals were that the Germans clear out of Finland, that Russia sign a mutual assistance pact with Bulgaria, that she establish a military and naval base within range of the Turkish Straits, and that Iran be recognized as a Russian sphere of interest. Stalin must have known that there was but a small chance that Hitler would accept these demands. Even at this late hour, Stalin still made it clear that he was not interested in India or any other part of the British Empire. His primary concern was that Hitler should leave the Balkans and Finland strictly alone. No reply to these proposals was ever received from Berlin. How was the Molotov visit presented to the Soviet people? The Soviet press certainly made a brave effort to show its readers that the Soviet-German pact was still a good thing, and that relations with the Germans were still correct, if not cordial. And yet the Soviet newspaper reader, well trained to read between the lines, must have guessed that things had not gone too well, as he read the following items. Comrade V. M. Molotov's visit to Berlin. Berlin, November 12th. TASS. Comrade Molotov was given a festive Торжественная reception in Berlin. The Russian adjective is somewhere halfway between festive and solemn. It might be translated as VIP. Long before the arrival of his train at the Anhalter Bahnhof, there had assembled on the station platform the representatives of various German government organs, the representatives of the German High Command, the diplomatic corps of Berlin, members of the Soviet embassy and trade delegation, and foreign and German journalists. The platform was decorated with flowers and evergreens, and the main entrance of the station with the state flags of Germany and the USSR. All the adjoining streets were crowded with people long before the arrival of the train. Comrade Molotov was met by Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop, commander of the OKW, General Field Marshal Keitel, the head of the Labour Front, Dr. Ley, the head of the German police, Herr Himmler, the head of the German Government Press Office, Dr. Dietrich, State Secretary Weizsäcker, Herr Stieg, the Burgomaster of Berlin, and many others. Herr von Ribbentrop then accompanied Comrade Molotov to his Bellevue residence. The German press unanimously considers the arrival of Comrade Molotov as a fact of first-rate political importance. And then, in the afternoon of November 12th, the conversation took place in the new chancellery between the Reichskanzler of Germany, Herr Hitler, and Comrade Molotov, in the presence of Ribbentrop and the Deputy Foreign Commissar, V.G. Dekanozev. The conversation lasted more than 2 hours. On the following day, according to Pravda, Molotov had further conversations in Berlin and left in the morning of November 14th. The following communiqué was published. In the course of his visit to Berlin on November 12th to 13th, Foreign Commissar V. M. Molotov had a conversation with the Reichskanzler Herr Adolf Hitler and Foreign Minister Herr von Ribbentrop. The exchange of views took place in an atmosphere of mutual trust and established mutual comprehension on all the important questions concerning the USSR and Germany. V. M. Molotov also had a conversation with Reichsmarschall Göring and another with Herr Hitler's deputy at the head of the National Socialist Party, Herr Rudolf Hess. On November 13th, V. M. Molotov had a final conversation with Herr von Ribbentrop. Then there was another story on the festive atmosphere in which Molotov was seen off from the Anhalter Bahnhof. After 10 a.m., Ribbentrop had collected Molotov at the Bellevue Palace to accompany him to the station. Again, the station was decorated with flags, flowers, and evergreens, and Molotov and Ribbentrop reviewed a guard of honor. Apart from Ribbentrop, Molotov and his party were seen off by Reichsminister Dr. Lemmers, Himmler, Ley, Dietrich, Weizsäcker, Himmler's deputy, Daluk, General Thomas, representing Keitel, etc. Comrade Molotov was also seen off by members of the Soviet embassy and trade delegation in Berlin, to whom he warmly said goodbye. Having thanked Herr von Ribbentrop for the reception he had been given, Comrade Molotov then took leave of the representatives of the German government who had come to see him off. Nothing was revealed at the time about the real nature of the Molotov-Hitler-Ribbentrop talks, and although in the final communiqué there was that phrase about the mutual trust, Russian readers had an uneasy feeling that something was not quite right. There was a little too much about the flowers and evergreens at the Anhalter Bahnhof, but no mention of any friendly atmosphere in the first report on the Hitler-Molotov meeting, even though it had lasted more than 2 hours. Could something be read into the fact that Keitel had merely sent his deputy to see Molotov off, and into the fact that Molotov had said goodbye warmly to the members of the Russian embassy, but not to the Germans? Perhaps the warmth was deliberately omitted in the account of Molotov's leave-taking, since the Germans present included such particularly unsavoury characters as Himmler and Daluk. Curious, too, was the omission of any mention of Molotov's second meeting with Hitler. Needless to say, there was nothing in the Soviet papers about the British air raid on Berlin, which had forced Ribbentrop and his guest into a shelter, where Molotov had made 1 or 2 caustic remarks. But these were to be quoted in Moscow sub rosa before long. On November 18th, the Soviet press printed photographs of Molotov and Hitler in the new chancellery. Molotov had a completely non-committal expression, and Hitler one of those strained and oily semi-smiles, into which anything could be read. Molotov looked much the same in the photograph with Ribbentrop, but the latter at least tried to look a little more cheerful. It was exactly a month after the publication of these photographs that Hitler finally decided on Plan Barbarossa, that is, the invasion of the Soviet Union. Molotov's most unusual manner of talking to Hitler had certainly something to do with it. Although Hitler had considered an attack on Russia as early as the summer of 1940, his final decision was not taken until after his infuriating meetings with Molotov. Chapter 8. 1941. It will be a happy year. On the face of it, nothing seemed to have changed in Russia as a result of Molotov's November visit to Berlin, and yet all kinds of strange news items began to appear in the press. For instance, a tacit denial, on November 16th, of an American report that Japan had offered the Soviet Union the whole or part of India in exchange for eastern Siberia, a curious coincidence to say the least, so soon after Hitler's mention of India to Molotov. Then, for 2 days, November 16th to 17th, Pravda ran, for no apparent reason, 2 whole pages by André Maurois on Why France Lost the War, which, for all their crypto-Vichyism, were scarcely pro-German. On the next day there was a story about 400,000 Frenchmen being thrown by the Germans out of Lorraine, and there were numerous reports of famine in Paris. There were further suggestions of the Soviet Union not really being sympathetic to the Axis powers. Thus, on November 18th, TASS denied a German story that Hungary had joined the German-Italian-Japan Axis with the approval and encouragement of the Soviet Union. Then, as later, there were frequent accounts of German air raids on England, Coventry, Manchester, etc., and of the air blockade of Britain, shipping losses, and so on. One of the peculiarities of the Soviet-German Pact was that it provided for no cultural contacts between the two countries, and one of the few manifestations of a heightened Russian interest in German Kultur was Eisenstein's production, on November 22, 1940, of the Walküre at the Bolshoi Theatre. A peculiarity of this Eisenstein production was his original and unconventional treatment of the Wagner opera, with pantomime effects introduced, for instance, in Act 1 to illustrate Siegmund's narrative. Members of the German embassy who attended the premiere referred to the deliberate Jewish tricks with which Eisenstein had desecrated the master's work. But, on the other hand, Sieglinde was sung by Madame Spiller, who, according to Moscow gossip, was Molotov's lady friend, perhaps a subtle compliment to the Germans. Nothing much happened in December. There were the usual celebrations of Constitution Day, and there were many self-congratulatory articles saying that in 1938 the Soviet Union had a population of 170 million, in 1939 one of 183 million, and in 1940 one of 193 million, since the Baltic republics had joined the USSR and Bessarabia and northern Bukovina had been freed from the yoke of the Romanian boyars. The elections in the new Karelo-Finnish Republic and in the western Ukraine and Byelorussia later in December proved a dazzling victory of the Stalin bloc of communist and non-party candidates. The press also reported that at a Supreme Soviet election meeting at Chernovitz, the candidate, General G.K. Zhukov, commander of the Special Kiev Military District, had declared to his voters, "Under the wise leadership of Comrade Stalin, our country has become the mightiest country in the world," a statement strangely contrasting with the much more cautious words General Zhukov was to use only a few months later. The press continued to deal in some detail with the situation in Britain, with Churchill's statement that the danger of an invasion was not over, with British victories in the Western Desert, and with Italian defeats in Albania. There was also a report of some particularly powerful new American bombers. Altogether, much interest continued to be shown in American aid to Britain. Occasionally there were also some more explicitly anti-Nazi items like this in Pravda of December 19th. Hungary, all Jews, except 3,500, deprived of voting rights. New Year 1941 was celebrated in Russia with the usual exuberance and in the customary holiday atmosphere, complete with the giant New Year parties for children, and celebrations in millions of homes. The editorials in the press tried to sound highly reassuring. On December 31st, 1940, Pravda wrote, "We can look back on 1940 with a feeling of deep satisfaction. As Comrade Kalinin said on November 6th, our economic progress resulted in an 11% increase of production. Much was done in 1940 by the party and the government to increase the military might of the USSR and the defensive strength and military preparedness of the people. There have been great improvements in the training and education of the Army and Navy personnel, and important work is being done in the military education of the civilian population and of our young people in particular. In all fields, our successes have been stupendous." And after recalling once again the incorporation of new territories in the Soviet Union, the editorial concluded, 1941 will be the fourth year of the third Stalinist five-year plan, and as we enter 1941, which will be a year of an even more tremendous development of our socialist economy, the Soviet people are looking into their future cheerfully and full of confidence. Ironically, during the next few days, the Soviet press spoke more and more frequently of the possibility of a German invasion of England, largely on the strength of speculation in the British press. Was there here a touch of wishful thinking? Even in February and March, this motif was frequently to be found in the Russian papers. Since the Molotov visit to Berlin, and even more so since the middle of January, the Russians had indeed more and more cause for uneasiness, but they continued for as long as possible to hope that Germany was still not interested in the East. On January 7th, the photograph, obviously old and dating from September 1940, was published in Pravda, showing a crowd of English children in a trench watching an Anglo-German dogfight in the sky. Would Hitler get bogged down in the West? However, appearances had to be kept up. On January 11th, Pravda announced, "Another victory of Soviet foreign policy, the signing of the Soviet-German agreement on the state frontier between the two countries, a frontier running from the Igorka River to the Baltic, mostly through former Poland." There was a picture of Molotov and Schulenburg signing the agreement. The publication of the agreement was accompanied by a communiqué on reciprocal property claims in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and on the repatriation of Germans from these countries, as well as on a new Mikoyan-Schnura economic agreement. All was well, Pravda suggested. The present agreement, based on the Soviet-German agreement of February 11th, 1940, covers the period from February 11th, 1941 to August 1st, 1942, and marks the next stage in the economic program approved by the Soviet and German governments. It provides for a much larger volume of trade than that provided for during the previous period. The USSR will send industrial raw materials, oil products, and foodstuffs, particularly grain. Germany will send us industrial equipment. This new economic agreement of January 10th, 1941, marks a great step forward. The exact volume and nature of this trade was kept dark at the time, and even today it remains one of the more obscure aspects of the last war. There are conflicting views as to the contribution these Russian supplies made to Germany's war economy. Certain German studies have tended to exaggerate their importance, while the Russians have tried, on the contrary, to minimize them. More recently, Professor Friedensberg of the West German Deutsches Institut für Wirtschaftsforschung published a detailed study on the subject. According to him, Germany received from the Soviet Union between January 1, 1940 and June 22, 1941, roughly the following deliveries: 1.5 million tons of grain, 100,000 tons of cotton, 2 million tons of petroleum products, 1.5 million tons of timber, 140,000 tons of manganese, and 26,000 tons of chromium. The last two items were, of course, of great importance to Germany's war industry at the time when the British blockade had deprived it of many of its customary sources of supply. According to Friedensberg, Russia had not supplied them before the Soviet-German pact had come into force. He also claims that the Russians had resold to Germany copper bought from the United States. On the other hand, the Russians seem to have received fairly little in return. According to the same author, German statistics for that period show a balance of 239 million Reichsmarks in the Russians' favour, while the Russian statistics for 1940 showed a balance of 380 million rubles also in their favour, a sum which the Hitler regime had never paid, and which the author asserts the Russians themselves refrained from claiming after the war, suggesting that they found it more convenient to forget about it. During May and June 1941, when Stalin dreaded more than ever a German attack, important raw materials, such as copper and rubber, were being rushed to Germany by express trains from the East and the Far East to keep Hitler happy in an effort of appeasement that was as frantic as it was futile. A few weeks later, this copper, after processing, was used to kill thousands of Russians. So, on the surface, all seemed well on January 10th when the new economic agreement was signed with Germany, an agreement which covered the period up to August 1st, 1942, by which time the Germans were well on their way to Stalingrad and the Caucasus. But only 3 days later, a new kind of rot started. Pravda published the following ominous statement: "The foreign press has suggested that we had approved the entry of German troops into Bulgaria. If there are German troops in Bulgaria, they are there without our consent. We were never consulted." It had now become clear that the Germans had taken no notice of Molotov's plea that the Eastern Balkans were a Soviet sphere of interest. Yet, if the Russians were annoyed, they still showed it only by small, petulant pinpricks. Thus, for no obvious immediate reason, they attacked Knut Hamsun, calling him a rotting corpse, who did not share his fellow Norwegians' hearty dislike for German rule. And to think that this corpse, rotting alive, used to be a highly popular author in our country. Hitler's speech of January 30th was duly reported. He said that the outcome of the war had already been settled in 1940, that an all-out U-boat war against England would start in the spring, and that the Americans were wasting their time. But what struck the Russians most was that there was no mention of the Soviet Union. Moreover, there was that ominous little phrase at the end: "I have calculated every conceivable possibility." Stalin knew that by now his December proposals had been ignored by Hitler. Moscow's nervousness produced strange results. On January 30th there was an ukaz of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet appointing Beria, head of the NKVD, General Commissar of State Security. A few days later the People's Commissariat of the Interior, NKVD, was turned into two different commissariats: Interior, NKVD, under LP Beria, and Security, NKB, under VN Merkulov. The phrase, mobilizational preparedness, kept recurring over and over again in propaganda and the press. The ukaz of the previous June on labor discipline was being more and more rigidly enforced, slackers and absentees in industry being subjected to ruthless punishment. Great attention was being given to the training of young people for industry in a network of establishments like railway and FZO factory schools, with their 600,000 pupils. These young people were intended to become an important labor reserve in the great national emergency. In the middle of February, at the 18th All-Union Conference of the party, long, detailed and rather critical reports were produced by Malenkov on the successes and shortcomings of industry and railways, by N. Voznesensky on the general progress of the economy of the USSR in 1941, and so on. The usual glorification of the invincible Red Army, referred to as recently as December 1940 by Zhukov as the mightiest army in the world, gave way to a more sober and critical assessment. On Red Army Day, February 23, 1941, the same General Zhukov clearly suggested in an article in Pravda that the army was undergoing a process of transformation which had not yet been completed, and that things were still far from perfect. 1941, he wrote, would be the year of the Great Change, Перелом, in the Red Army, the year of the reconstruction of the whole system of the soldiers' training and education. He congratulated himself on the changes that had already been made since the Finnish War, and pointed out that in August 1940 the officer's single command had been restored, which meant that the officer was no longer under the thumb of the commissar. As a result, the status, responsibility and authority of the officers had been greatly increased. This, Zhukov emphasized, was the essential foundation on which the other reforms would be built. He stressed the importance of military professionalism and attributed the spectacular defeat of the French army in 1940 largely to the French soldiers' low standard of training and to their unfamiliarity with modern weapons. In the Red Army, such sloppiness would not be tolerated. An imperialist war is raging round us. In the reconstruction of our system of military training, we have achieved some unquestionable successes. The training is taking place in near-combat conditions, and we have improved the tactical skill of our troops. But it would be a grave error to be smug and complacent about it. Much still remains to be done. The whole article, without sounding alarmist, nevertheless betrayed a certain feeling of uneasiness, though it is impossible to say whether a man like Zhukov anticipated a German invasion only 4 months later. The whole suggestion underlying his article was that the Great Change in the Red Army was a fairly long-term affair, which was not likely to be completed until 1942. In reality, the international situation in February 1941 was already rapidly deteriorating from the Russian point of view. The big question was whether Hitler would move west or east. On February 16th, the Soviet press quoted the Times, with some relief one may suspect, on the continued danger of a German invasion of England. On February 25th, it reported another Hitler speech promising more victories over the British, but again, as on January 30th, there was no mention of the Soviet Union. And then the trouble in the Balkans started in real earnest. On March 3rd, Andrei Wyszynski, Deputy Foreign Commissar, informed the Bulgarian government that he disagreed with its decision to let German troops enter Bulgaria to protect peace in the Balkans. On the contrary, Wyszynski said, we consider that this measure will merely extend the area of conflict to the Balkans, and the Soviet government cannot, therefore, support the Bulgarian government's policy. This was blunt enough. It was, in fact, the first open and official clash between Soviet and German interests. There were now German troops in Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania, but on March 27th there was a popular uprising in Belgrade against Yugoslavia becoming a German satellite with the connivance of its rulers. A group of officers, with General Simovic at their head, had organized the coup, which took place 2 days after Premier Cvetkovic and his foreign minister, with Prince Paul's blessing, had signed in Vienna an agreement joining the tripartite pact between Germany, Italy, and Japan. The Simovic revolt aroused great popular enthusiasm amongst the Serbs and incensed Hitler. Thinking no doubt that the Germans would still reckon with the Soviet Union, and obviously unaware of Hitler's decision to invade Yugoslavia, the Soviet government hastened to conclude a friendship and non-aggression pact with the new Yugoslav government. Significantly, it did not dare propose to Yugoslavia a mutual assistance pact, which would have committed Russia to immediate military action should Germany attack. Stalin and Molotov were wrong if they thought that such qualified support would frighten off Hitler. On April 5th, the Friendship and Non-Aggression Pact was solemnly signed in Moscow in the presence of Foreign Minister Simic, Ambassador Gabrilovich, and 2 of his assistants on the Yugoslav side, and Molotov, Stalin, and Wyszynski on the Russian side. Less than 24 hours later, the Germans invaded Yugoslavia, and the Luftwaffe dropped thousands of bombs on defenseless Belgrade. On April 7th, Pravda carried on its back page, and in unspectacular type, a TASS message from Berlin saying that Germany had declared war on Yugoslavia and Greece, and that the German army had started military operations against these 2 countries. The massive bombing of Belgrade, Hitler's revenge for the unheard-of affront he had suffered, was played down, even though, as time was to show, Yugoslavia's gallant revolt and tragic resistance providentially delayed the invasion of Russia by a few weeks. There was no official Russian reaction to the German invasion of Yugoslavia. All the Soviet Foreign Commissariat dared to do in the next few days was to instruct Wyszynski to inform the Hungarian ambassador that the Soviet Union could not approve of Hungary's attack on Yugoslavia. On April 11th, the Soviet press reported Churchill's speech saying that for several months past, the Germans had concentrated large armoured and other forces in Bulgaria, Hungary and Romania. But it refrained from any comment, and for the next few weeks it reported in a routine and objective kind of way the Germans' progress in Yugoslavia, Greece and Crete. There were no lamentations over the tragic fate of the Yugoslavs, with whom a friendship pact had so recently been signed. A showdown with Hitler seemed inevitable. Stalin's and Molotov's one aim now was to put off the evil hour, at any price. Chapter 9. The Last Weeks of Peace. In Soviet novels and films produced both during and since the war, the news of the invasion of June 22, 1941, is often represented as a complete surprise. Life was so peaceful and happy, and we were preparing to go on holiday when suddenly, on that lovely Sunday. Oddly enough, that is precisely what happened to a great many ordinary Soviet citizens, who had been conditioned for years into thinking that the Red Army was the finest army in the world, and that Hitler would never dare attack Russia. Others, more sophisticated, reacted the way the hero of Simonov's novel, The Living and the Dead, did. It seemed that everybody had been expecting the war for a long time, and yet, at the last moment, it came like a bolt from the blue. It was apparently impossible to prepare oneself in advance for such an enormous misfortune. But the politically minded people in Russia must have known for some time that the danger of war was immense, and there can be no doubt that the invasion of Yugoslavia must have deeply shaken both Stalin and Molotov. For some months past, the Kremlin had been receiving specific and grave warnings. As early as February, after his visit to Ankara, Sir Stafford Cripps had told the Soviet Foreign Commissariat that the Germans were preparing to invade the Balkans, and that they were also planning an attack on the Soviet Union in the near future. About the same time, similar information had been given by Sumner Welles to Konstantin Umansky, the Soviet ambassador in Washington, and then, in April, there was Churchill's famous message to Stalin. In the post-war history, these warnings are treated somewhat ungraciously. They were not disinterested warnings, the suggestion being that the British and Americans were merely trying to drag the Russians into the war and turn them into England's soldiers. Instead, the history claims that Soviet intelligence in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and even Germany had kept the government fully informed on what was going on. Be that as it may, it seems certain that Molotov and Stalin were both fully aware of the danger of a German attack, but still hoped that they could put off the evil hour, at least till the autumn, when the Germans would not attack, and then, by 1942, Russia would be better prepared for war. Russia's friendship pact with Yugoslavia had not deterred Hitler. It had turned out a lamentable fiasco. True, there had been a number of subtle little anti-German demonstrations before that, a few pinpricks in the press, as we have seen, and a few other little demonstrations, such as the award of a Stalin Prize in March 1941 to Eisenstein's ferociously anti-German film Alexander Nevsky, as well as to some other strongly nationalist and implicitly anti-invader works like Alexei Tolstoy's novel Peter I, Shaporin's oratorio, The Field of Kulikovo, and Sergei Tsensky's novel on the siege of Sebastopol. Behind the scenes at the end of March, Maniulski, vice president of the Comintern, had even declared that, in his opinion, a war with Nazi Germany could now scarcely be avoided. The story got round Moscow. Better still, in March, a number of Russian officers of Timoshenko's entourage had invited the British military attaché to a party. The conversation had been guarded and non-committal until the atmosphere had warmed up, no doubt helped by the vodka, and in the end some of the officers went so far as to drink to the victory over our common enemy. In the course of the evening they had made no secret of their deep concern about the general situation, especially in the Balkans. Having heard about this, I asked Cripps in Moscow in July 1941 whether it was true. Yes, that is, roughly, what happened. It was certainly something of a pointer. It was all the more significant since I, as ambassador, continued to be as good as boycotted by both Stalin and Molotov. The story was also later confirmed to me by Colonel E.R. Greer, the British military attaché, though he was uncertain about the exact date of the incident. Officially, no doubt, both Stalin and Molotov had to go on pretending that they were not frightened. After the signing of the Soviet-Yugoslav Pact, Gavrilovich, Yugoslav ambassador in Moscow, as he later told me himself, asked Stalin, "What will happen if the Germans turn on you?" To which Stalin replied, "All right, let them come." On April 13th, the day Belgrade fell, the Soviet-Japanese non-aggression pact was signed. It was a doubtful insurance, but still an insurance that the Russians took in view of the growing German menace. Everybody in Moscow was startled by Stalin's extraordinary display of cordiality to Matsuoka, the Japanese foreign minister, who had come from Berlin to Moscow to sign the pact. He took the unprecedented step of seeing Matsuoka off himself at the railway station. He embraced him and said, "We are Asiatics too, and we've got to stick together." To have secured Japanese neutrality in these conditions, and the promise by Japan not to attack Russia regardless of any commitments she had signed with third parties, was, in Stalin's eyes, no mean achievement. As long as Japan stuck to her word, it meant the avoidance of a two-front war if Germany attacked. On that station platform, Stalin was in an unusually exuberant mood, even shaking the hands of railwaymen and travellers as he walked down the platform arm in arm with Matsuoka. True, he also threw his arm round the neck of Colonel von Krebs, the German military attaché, who had also come to see Matsuoka off, saying, "We are going to remain friends, won't we?" But what mattered most to Stalin that day was his pact with Japan. Stalin had no great illusions about the Germans. Significantly, at the end of April, he telephoned Ilya Ehrenburg, saying that his anti-Nazi novel, The Fall of Paris, could now be published. Ehrenburg concluded from this call that, in Stalin's view, war with Germany was now inevitable. On May Day, there was a particularly impressive military parade in Red Square, complete with motorized units, many new KV and T-34 tanks, and hundreds of planes. It was rumored in Moscow that all these troops were on their way to Minsk, Leningrad, and the Polish border. Ambassador Count Schulenburg noted on May 2nd that the tension in Moscow was growing, and that the rumors of a Soviet-German war were becoming increasingly persistent. On that day, Hitler made his speech on the Balkan campaign. As in his two previous speeches, there was again no mention of the Soviet Union. On May 5th, a reception was given in the Kremlin to hundreds of young officers, new graduates of the military academies. Stalin spoke at this meeting. Officially, nothing was disclosed beyond what Pravda was to write on the following day. The article was entitled, "We must be prepared to deal with any surprises." In his speech, Comrade Stalin noted the profound changes that had taken place in the Red Army in the last few years, and emphasized that, on the strength of the experience of modern war, its organization had undergone important changes, and it had been substantially re-equipped. Comrade Stalin welcomed the officers who had graduated from the military academies and wished them all success in their work. He spoke for 40 minutes and was listened to with exceptionally great attention. Obviously, he had said much more than that in 40 minutes. After the outbreak of the war, I was given a fairly detailed account of this meeting, to which great importance was attached in Moscow at the time. I gathered that the main points that Stalin had then made were these. 1. The situation is extremely serious, and a German attack in the near future is not to be ruled out. Therefore, be prepared to deal with any surprises. 2. The Red Army is not, however, sufficiently strong to smash the Germans easily. Its equipment is still far from satisfactory. It is still suffering from a serious shortage of modern tanks, modern planes, and much else. The training of large masses of soldiers is still far from having been completed. The frontier defences in the new territories are far from good. 3. The Soviet government will try, by all the diplomatic means at its disposal, to put off a German attack on the Soviet Union at least till the autumn, by which time it will be too late for the Germans to attack. It may, or may not, succeed. 4. If it succeeds, then, almost inevitably, the war with Nazi Germany will be fought in 1942, in much more favourable conditions, since the Red Army will have been better trained and will have far more up-to-date equipment. Depending on the international situation, the Red Army will either wait for a German attack, or it may have to take the initiative, since the perpetuation of Nazi Germany as the dominant power in Europe is not normal. 5. England is not finished, and the weight of the American war potential is likely to count more and more. There is a very good chance that after the signing of the non-aggression pact with Japan, that country will stay quiet as far as the Soviet Union is concerned. Stalin reiterated that the period from now till August was the most dangerous of all. I have compiled this from several Russian verbal sources. All of them agreed in the main, and particularly on one of the most important points: Stalin's conviction that the war would almost inevitably be fought in 1942, with the Russians possibly having to take the initiative. Immediately following this Stalin speech to the young officers, there was a succession of desperate Russian attempts to appease the Germans in order to at least postpone the invasion, if there was to be one. On May 6th, an ukaz of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet appointed Stalin, until then only Secretary-General of the party, President of the Council of People's Commissars, that is, head of the Soviet government. Molotov became Deputy President, whilst remaining at the same time Foreign Commissar. The general public, not unnaturally, saw a danger signal in this appointment of Stalin as head of the government. In more normal conditions this would not have happened. One of the men most impressed by this government change was Count Schulenburg, who, in a series of dispatches to Berlin, argued that Stalin was the most determined opponent of any conflict with Germany. But his counsels of moderation fell on deaf ears in Berlin. Hitler had decided long ago to attack Russia, regardless of what Schulenburg, an exponent of the traditional Bismarckian Ostpolitik, thought or advised. The next few weeks were marked by a kind of cold-footed opportunism on Stalin's part. To impress Hitler with his friendliness and solidarity, he took such incongruous and gratuitous steps as closing down the embassies and legations of countries now occupied by the Germans, such as Belgium, Greece, and Yugoslavia, which implied a sort of de facto, if not de jure, recognition of their conquest by Germany. This measure was, of course, not extended to the French Vichy embassy in Moscow, which had existed since 1940. The ambassador was the erstwhile left-wing politician Gaston Bergerie, whose American wife, a former Schiaparelli model, would tell Russians how nice Paris was under the German occupation. Les Allemands sont tellement corrects. For good measure, the strictest instructions were reiterated to the military authorities in the frontier areas and elsewhere, on no account to shoot down any of the numerous German reconnaissance planes flying over Soviet territory. In May 1941, the Soviet government went so far as to give official recognition to the short-lived pro-German and anti-British government of Rashid Ali in Iraq, a country with which the Soviet Union had not had any diplomatic relations before. Also in May, only a few days after Stalin had become head of the government, the Russians were puzzled and alarmed by the startling news of Hess's arrival in Britain. The news was presented in a highly confusing manner. TASS reported from Berlin on May 12th that, according to the Germans, Hess had gone insane. But this was not borne out by TASS dispatches from London, and the suspicion immediately arose of an Anglo-German deal, needless to say, at Russia's expense. However, the Soviet press said very little about Hess. He was an awkward subject at a time when top priority had to be given to the development of cordial relations with Nazi Germany. Everything was done to keep the Germans happy, and considerable quantities of oil and other materials in short supply were rushed to Germany without pressing for the delivery of industrial equipment from Germany due to Russia under the trade agreement. Whereas Schulenburg remained amicable in his talks with Molotov, the German government's response to Stalin's friendly economic and diplomatic gestures was precisely nil. It seems, therefore, that it was in sheer desperation that, exactly a week before the invasion, Stalin decided to publish that famous TASS communique of June 14th, a document which was to figure prominently in all Soviet histories of the war written under Khrushchev as the most damning piece of evidence of Stalin's wishful thinking, short-sightedness, and total lack of understanding of what was going on in Germany, even at that late hour. This is the text of the famous TASS communique. Even before Cripps' arrival in London, and especially after he had arrived there have been more and more rumours of an early war between the Soviet Union and Germany. It is also rumoured that Germany has presented both territorial and economic claims to the Soviet Union. All this is nothing but clumsy propaganda by forces hostile to the USSR and Germany, and interested in an extension of the war. TASS is authorized to state: 1. Germany has not made any claims on the USSR, and is not offering it any new and closer understanding. There have been no such talks. 2. According to Soviet information, Germany is also unswervingly observing the conditions of the Soviet-German non-aggression pact, just as the USSR is doing. Therefore, in the opinion of Soviet circles, the rumors of Germany's intention to tear up the pact and to undertake an attack on the USSR are without any foundation. As for the transfer to the northern and eastern areas of Germany of troops during the past weeks, since the completion of their tasks in the Balkans, such troop movements are, one must suppose, prompted by motives which have no bearing on Soviet-German relations. 3. As is clear from her whole peace policy, the USSR intends to observe the conditions of the Soviet-German pact, and any talk of the Soviet Union preparing for war is manifestly absurd. 4. The summer rallies now taking place among Red Army reservists, and the coming manoeuvres, have no purpose other than the training of reservists and the checking of railway communications. As everyone knows, such exercises take place every year. To represent them as something hostile to Germany is absurd, to say the least. In the recent history, Stalin is taken severely to task for this TASS communique. Up to the last moment, IV Stalin tried to prevent a German attack and tried to influence the German government. In order to test Germany's intentions and to influence her government, Stalin caused TASS to publish this communique. It reflected Stalin's incorrect assessment of the political and military atmosphere. Published at a time when war was already on our threshold, the TASS statement misguided Soviet public opinion and weakened the vigilance of the Soviet people and of the Soviet armed forces. The history is no doubt quite right in saying that it was much too late in the day to test Germany's intentions, but on the other hand, it seems deliberately to exaggerate the TASS communique's soporific effect on the Soviet people. The Russians were sufficiently used to reading between the lines of government communications not to overlook the innuendo of the phrase, "These troop movements, one must suppose, are prompted by motives which have no bearing on Soviet-German relations." Far from being unduly reassured by this TASS communique, a very high proportion of the Russian people spent the next few days anxiously waiting for Berlin reactions to it. According to Gafencu, the Romanian minister in Moscow, thousands of people were glued to their wireless sets, listening to news from Berlin. But they listened in vain. The German government did not respond in any way to the TASS statement, and did not even publish it. When, on the night of June 21st, Molotov asked Schulenburg to call on him, it was too late. Schulenburg, apparently wholly uninformed of Hitler's plans, was unable to give any answer to Molotov's anxious questions as to the reasons for Germany's dissatisfaction, and not until he returned to the embassy did he receive Ribbentrop's instructions to go to see Molotov and, without entering into any discussions with him, to read out to him a cabled document which, framed in Hitler's most vituperative manner, was in fact a declaration of war. As Scheirer says, it was a familiar declaration, strewn with all the shop-worn lies and fabrications at which Hitler and Ribbentrop had become so expert. Perhaps it somehow topped all the previous ones for sheer effrontery and deceit. Sick at heart, the ambassador drove back to the Kremlin just as dawn was breaking, and read the document to Molotov. According to Schulenburg's account, the foreign commissar listened in silence and then said bitterly, "This is war. Do you believe that we deserve that?" Part 2. From the Invasion to the Battle of Moscow. Chapter 1. Soviet Unpreparedness in June 1941. In the early morning hours of June 22, 1941, Plan Barbarossa, on which Hitler and his generals had worked for the last 6 months, came into action, and the Russians were not prepared for the onslaught. The three-pronged German invasion, aimed at Leningrad in the north, Moscow in the middle, and the Ukraine and the Caucasus in the south, with the ultimate object of occupying within a short time practically the whole of European Russia, up to a line running from Archangel to Astrakhan, was to prove a failure. But the first weeks of the war, and indeed the first 3.5 months, were, to the Russians, an almost unmitigated disaster. The greater part of the Russian Air Force was wiped out in the first few days. The Russians lost thousands of tanks, hundreds of thousands, perhaps as many as 1 million Russian soldiers were taken prisoner in a series of spectacular encirclements during the first fortnight, and by the second week of July, some German generals thought the war was as good as won. How was this possible? Stalin's interpretation of these initial disasters, which was to remain the official version for many years afterwards, was that the element of surprise had been overwhelmingly in the Germans' favour. No doubt Stalin himself later admitted that certain mistakes had been made on the Russian side, but there was no mention of these mistakes at first, and the only explanation given in July was the suddenness and perfidiousness of the German attack. This explanation did not entirely satisfy the Russian people at the time. They had been told so much for years about the tremendous might of the Red Army that the non-stop advance of the German steamroller during the first 3 weeks of the war to Smolensk, to the outskirts of Kiev, and to only a short distance from Leningrad, came as a terrible shock. There was much questioning and heart-searching as to what had gone wrong. But in the face of the fearful threat of the destruction of Russia, and despite much sotto voce grumbling, this was not a time for recrimination, and whatever had gone wrong, and whatever the mistakes that had been made, the only thing to do was to fight the invaders. The mystique of a great national war, of a life-and-death struggle, took deep root in the Russians' consciousness within a very short time, and the national war motifs of Stalin's famous broadcast of July 3rd made such a deep impression precisely because they expressed the thoughts which, in the tragic circumstances of the time, the Russian people, consciously or unconsciously, wanted to hear clearly stated. Here, at last, was a clear program of action for a stunned and bewildered nation. But the fact remains that at first Russia proved totally unprepared to meet the German onslaught, and that in October 1941 the Germans very nearly won the war. While Stalin was alive, no serious attempt was made openly to analyze the numerous long-term as well as immediate causes of the military disasters of 1941, and it was not, in fact, till after the 20th Congress of the CPSU, Communist Party of the Soviet Union, in 1956, and Khrushchev's sharp and at times even exaggerated criticisms of Stalin's military genius, that Soviet military historians got down to the job of explaining what really happened. The explanations given for the disasters of 1941 are numerous and touch on a very wide range of subjects. Among the principal long-term causes, some were historical, for example, the 1937 purges in the Red Army. Some were psychological, the constant propaganda about the invincibility of the Red Army. Some were professional, lack of any proper experience of war among the Red Army as compared with the Germans, and, in many cases, a low standard of training. Some, finally, were economic, the failure of the Soviet war industries, despite the breathing space provided by the Soviet-German Pact, to turn the Red Army into a well-equipped modern army. Whether, as seems likely, the Red Army would have been perfectly fit to fight the Germans in 1942, it was obviously not in a condition to do so in 1941. One of the most important recent Russian publications, printed in 1960, is the first volume of the official History of the War. This explains with refreshing candour many of the things that went wrong in 1941. In particular, it deals in considerable detail with the bad psychological conditioning for the next war of both the Red Army and the Soviet people generally. Thus, it draws particular attention to the wishful thinking pervading the famous Draft Field Regulations of 1939, which said, "Any enemy attack on the Soviet Union will be met by a smashing blow from its armed forces. If any enemy inflicts war upon us, our Red Army will be the most fiercely attacking army the world has ever known. We shall conduct the war offensively and carry it into enemy territory. The activity of the Red Army will aim at the complete destruction of the enemy and the achievement of a decisive victory at a small cost in blood." The present-day history strongly criticizes this document, as well as other pieces of military doctrine current in the Red Army before 1941. Soviet strategic theory, it says, as propounded by the Draft Field Regulations of 1939 and other documents, did not prove to be entirely realistic. For one thing, they denied the effectiveness of the blitzkrieg, which tended to be dismissed as a lopsided bourgeois theory. Soviet military theory was largely based on the principle of ending any attack on the Soviet Union with the complete rout of the enemy on his own territory. Thus, the whole emphasis of Soviet military theory was on the offensive, and the failure of both Poland and France to break the German attack was all too easily attributed to A. the lack of organized resistance, and B. the nefarious activities of fifth columns in the rear in the case of France, and to the lack of national homogeneity in the case of the Polish army. Soviet strategy, says the history, considered defense as an essential part of war, but stressed its subsidiary role in relation to offensive operations. In principle, our strategy considered a forced retreat as a possibility, but only on a limited and isolated part of the front, and as a temporary measure, connected with preparations for the offensive. The question of large forces having to break out of a threatened encirclement was never seriously examined at all. Emphasis added. This makes, indeed, ironical reading in the light of what happened in 1941. There is another important point the history makes, namely the deadening effect on Soviet military thought of the Stalin personality cult. This personality cult led to dogmatism and scholasticism, which impaired the independent initiative of military research. It was necessary to wait for the instructions by a single man, and to look for the confirmation of theoretical propositions, not in life and practical experience, but in ready-made formulae and quotations. All this greatly reduced the scope of any free discussions of military theory. There were other shortcomings. The Red Army had had very little actual experience of war. Its only major experience dated back to the Civil War of 1918 to 1920, and the conditions in which that war was fought had very little relevance to modern warfare. Experience was, indeed, soon to show that heroes of the Civil War like Budyeni and Voroshilov were completely out of their depth in the war conditions of 1941. True, there had, since then, been the war in Spain, in which the Russians had participated in a small way, but, as the history says, the limited and peculiar nature of the war in Spain was wrongly interpreted. Thus, the conclusion was reached that the concept of large tank units, though we were the first to have applied them in practice, was erroneous. As a result, our mechanized tank corps were dissolved, and did not begin to be reconstituted again until the very eve of the German invasion. There had also been, in 1938 to 1939, the successful battles against the Japanese at Lake Hassan and Halkin Gul, but these again were different from the vast war of 1941. Certain bitter lessons, it is true, had been learned from the Winter War in Finland, but had not yet been sufficiently implemented. As for the German invasion of Poland and France, there was still an irresponsible tendency in the Red Army to imagine that it couldn't happen here, at least not along a vast front. This irresponsible optimism and wishful thinking were faithfully reflected in the political educational work done in the Red Army in 1940 to 1941. The history now readily admits that some appalling mistakes were made in this education, especially in all questions concerning Germany. Under the influence of the Soviet-Nazi pact, anti-Nazi propaganda was toned down to an almost unbelievable extent. Nothing was done to suggest that the Germans were Russia's most likely enemies in the next war. Instead, the Molotov line continued to be plugged that it was in the state interests of both countries not to attack one another. Much of the propaganda, both in the army and among the Soviet people generally, was, in 1940 and even in 1941, full of the most infantile wishful thinking. On the eve of the war, says the history, great harm was done by suggesting that any enemy attacking the Soviet Union would be easily defeated. There were popular films such as If War Comes Tomorrow, and the like, which kept rubbing in the idea. Even some army papers followed a similar line. Many writers and propagandists put across the pernicious idea that any fascist or imperialist state that attacked us would collapse at the very first shots, since the workers would rebel against their government. They wholly underrated the extent to which, in fascist countries, the masses had been doped, how terror had largely silenced the rebels, and how soldiers, officers, and their families had all acquired a vested interest in military loot. Nevertheless, even after the war had started, Molotov and Stalin still continued to distinguish between the long-suffering German people and the criminal Nazi clique. Such, according to the history, were the main factors of the psychological unpreparedness of the Soviet people and of the Red Army in 1941, on the eve of the German invasion. The picture, it must be said, is slightly exaggerated because, as will have been seen from our story of the Soviet-German Pact period, there was unquestionably in the country a growing uneasiness, which, especially after the fall of Yugoslavia in April 1941, developed into real anxiety. No less serious than this psychological unpreparedness for an all-out war against Nazi Germany was the military unpreparedness of the Red Army, both as regards the actual training of the men and the quantity and especially the quality of their equipment. A major question that arises in this connection is whether the Soviet government really made full use of the 22 months respite given it by the Soviet-German Pact. The argument put forward by present-day Soviet historians is that the Soviet Union had a very sound economic and industrial base in 1940 to 1941, that the importance of the defense measures taken during these 22 months cannot be overrated, but that the net result of it all was not as good as might have been expected. On the one hand, it is true, Soviet economy had a material and technical base which would permit it to embark on the mass production of all forms of modern armaments, and meet the demands of both the armed forces and the population in case of war. The armaments industry, based on a heavy industry, was able, before the war, to supply the army with all the necessary equipment, to set aside reserves, and fully supply new formations with equipment once the war had begun. With vast raw material reserves, the Soviet Union was economically prepared to repel a fascist aggression. The Soviet Union had the largest engineering industry in Europe, and some 9,000 large new industrial enterprises had been set up under the 3 5-year plans, 1,500 under the first, 4,500 under the second, and 3,000 during the first 3 years of the third, that is, up to 1941. In 1940 she produced 18.3 million tons of steel, 31 million tons of oil, and 166 million tons of coal. These production figures were, moreover, to be substantially increased in 1941. Military expenditure had represented only 12.7% of the budget during the second 5-year plan, but had, since the beginning of World War II, risen to 26.4%, and in 1941 there was a further increase in connection with the technical re-equipment of the army. Since September 1939 in particular, measures had been taken by the party and the government to increase in the next 1.5 to 2 years the productive capacity of certain armaments industries, and particularly of the aircraft industry, by at least 100%. But all this planning was one thing, and the actual results were quite another. These, as the history admits, were still extremely disappointing by the end of 1940, nor were they spectacular by any means by the middle of 1941, at the time of the German invasion. The new Soviet models, the Yak-1 and MiG-3 fighters, and the P-2 bombers, began to be produced in 1940, but only in very small quantities. Thus, only 20 MiG-3s, 64 Yak-1s, and 1 or 2 P-2s were produced in 1940. The position improved somewhat in the first half of 1941, when 1,946 of the new fighter planes, the MiG-3s, Lag-3s, and Yak-1s, were produced, as well as 458 P-2 bombers and 249 Ilyushin-II Stormoviks. But these quantities were totally insufficient to increase substantially the proportion of modern planes in the Army, and by June 1941, the great majority of Army planes consisted of obsolete models. The performance of the tank industry was no better. In June 1941, the Red Army had a very large number of tanks, but nearly all of these too were obsolete. The new tanks, the KV and the T-34, which were later to prove more than a match for the German tanks, were not yet in production in 1939. In 1940, only 243 KV tanks and 115 T-34 tanks were produced. Not till the first half of 1941 was there an impressive increase. During that period, 393 KVs and 1,110 T-34s came off the assembly line. Similarly, the production of guns, mortars, and automatic weapons proceeded at an intolerably slow pace. For this, the Deputy Commissars for Defense, G.I. Kulik, L.Z. Mechlis, and A.E. Shchadenko, are blamed. Kulik, in particular, is taken to task for having neglected the production of automatic rifles, the value of which he persisted in denying, and the lack of which was to put the Russian infantryman at a great disadvantage. The production of ammunition in 1941 was lagging behind even that of the guns. Although the first special anti-tank rifles were made in Russia in 1940 to 1941, these had not yet been supplied to the Army by the beginning of the war. Another very serious weakness of the Red Army was the absence of a large-scale automobile industry in the Soviet Union. In June 1941, the Soviet Union had a total of only 800,000 motor vehicles, and a large proportion of guns had to be drawn either by horses or by wholly inadequate farm tractors. On the other hand, Russian artillery is estimated by Russian experts to have been better than German artillery. Jet rockets, first used in the Finnish War, began to be produced on a large scale in 1940 to 1941, and Kostikov's famous Katyusha mortars were extremely popular with the Red Army almost from the very beginning. They first came into action at Smolensk about the middle of July. Radar was still in its infancy in the Red Army, and even ordinary wireless communications between Army units were not the general rule. Even the minimum requirements were not fulfilled in this respect. As a result, a lot of obsolete material was used. Many officers did not know how to handle wireless communications, and preferred the old-fashioned telephone. In a highly mobile war, this often proved quite useless. This is just one example in many of the widespread professional inferiority of the Russian soldier and officer as compared with their German opposite numbers in 1941, and it was, in fact, not till 1943 that, in the estimation of the Russian military leaders themselves, the Russian soldier and officer became professionally as competent as the German, if not more so. Very few officers or soldiers in 1941 had had any direct experience of war, and many of them were novices who had only lately been trained as replacements for the thousands of officers who had been purged back in 1937 and 1938. Although the officers' single command had been reintroduced in August 1940 through the eclipse of military commissars, an uneasy relationship continued to exist between many officers and those party and Komsomol cadres in the army which were expected to go on helping the officers, and in July the fully fledged military commissars were reintroduced again. Although, in July 1940, 54% of officers were party members or party candidates, and 22% were Komsomols, there remained among the officers a constant aftertaste of the Tukhachevsky affair, and a feeling of strain between them and certain party bosses in the army with their anti-officer complex. It was not till the autumn of 1942, as we shall see, that the officer fully came into his own rights. The training of specialized troops, notably tank crews and airmen, had also been seriously neglected. There are some quite astounding admissions on this score in the official history. Not only was there a shortage of modern tanks and planes in the frontier areas on the day the Germans struck, but there was also a serious shortage of properly trained airmen and tank crews. The new tanks did not begin to arrive in the frontier zones until April to May 1941, and on June 22nd, in all the 5 military districts, there were no more than 508 KVs and 967 T-34s in all. True, there were considerable numbers of old tanks, BT-5s, BT-7s, T-26s, etc., but by June 15th, only 27% were in working order. Worse still, the training of specialists for the new tanks required a considerable time. Since there was a shortage of tank crews, it was necessary to transfer to the tank units officers, sergeants, and soldiers from other army formations, from infantry and cavalry units. But time was too short to let these learn their job properly. By the beginning of the war, many tank men had had only 1.5 to 2 hours' experience in actual tank driving. Even many officers in tank units were not fully qualified to command them. Similarly, our airmen had not become properly familiarized with the new planes. Thus, in the Baltic military district, those operating the new planes had had, by June 22nd, only 15 hours flying experience, and those in the Kiev military district as little as 4 hours. Extraordinary figures when one considers that in the U.S. Air Force, for instance, 150 hours flying experience are required before combat. Such were some of the extraordinary shortcomings in the Red Army on the day the Germans attacked. There were many others, with which the history deals in some detail. The frontier was an extremely long one. The Finnish frontier between the Arctic and the Gulf of Finland, about 750 miles long, and the German frontier between a point just east of Memel on the Baltic and the mouth of the Danube in Romania, over 1,250 miles long. No doubt the Soviet government took a few belated precautions in May 1941, but the troops that were moved nearer the frontier were neither fully mobilized nor at full strength, and they lacked the necessary transport. The railways worked according to a peacetime schedule, and the whole deployment of these troops was carried out very slowly, since it was not thought that the war would start in the immediate future. By June 22nd, most of the troops in the frontier areas were scattered over wide spaces. In the Special Baltic Military District, they were scattered over a depth of 190 miles from the frontier. In the Western District, over a depth of 60 to 190 miles. In the Kiev District, over a depth of between 250 and 380 miles. The General Staff of the USSR assumed that these troops would be brought up to full strength during several days that would elapse between mobilization and the actual beginning of military operations. The whole defense of the state frontier was based on the assumption that a surprise attack by Germany was out of the question, and that a powerful German offensive would be preceded by a declaration of war, or by small-scale military operations, after which the Soviet troops could take up their defensive positions. No operational or tactical army groups had been formed to repel a surprise attack. The history goes on to quote a table showing that in the main invasion areas, the Germans had a clear-cut 4 or 5 to 1 superiority over the Russians. But, in addition to this numerical superiority, they also enjoyed great qualitative superiority, many of the Soviet soldiers in the frontier areas being fresh conscripts, youngsters without any knowledge or experience. There was also, as already mentioned, an appalling shortage of modern tanks on the Russian side, and of properly trained tank crews. The equipment of the frontier troops, says the history, was not to be completed until the end of 1941, or the beginning of 1942. Even grimmer is the story of how the modern Russian planes in the western areas were destroyed, mostly on the very first day of the invasion. The fast new planes required longer runways than had existed before, and it so happened that in the summer of 1941 a whole network of new airfields was being built in the frontier zones. The building of new airfields and the reconstruction of the old ones was in the hands of the NKVD. And here comes, in the history, the suggestion of perhaps deliberate sabotage on the part of Beria's organization. Taking no notice of the warnings from the military, Beria proceeded to build and rebuild a large number of airfields in the frontier areas simultaneously. In reality, there appears to be no objective proof that Beria was a traitor or a German agent, but he has always been available when in recent years awkward facts have had to be explained. This footnote should not suggest that the author has ever had any kindly feelings for Beria. As a result, our fighter aircraft were concentrated on June 22nd on a very limited number of airfields, which prevented their proper camouflage, maneuverability, and dispersal. Also, some of the new airfields had been built much too close to the frontier, which made them specially vulnerable in the event of a surprise attack. The absence of a proper network of airfields on June 22nd, and the overcrowding of a small number of the older airfields, the location of which was perfectly well known to the enemy, account for the very grave losses our Air Force suffered during the very first days of the war. Everything else at the frontier went wrong on that 22nd of June. The carrying capacity of the railways in the frontier areas, all acquired since 1939, was 3 or 4 times lower on the Russian side than on the German side. Also, the building of fortifications along the new borders was only at an initial stage in June 1941. A plan had been drawn up in the summer of 1940 for fortifying this border, but it was a plan stretching over several years. The fortifications on the old 1938 border had been dismantled, and on the new frontier only a few hundred pillboxes and gun emplacements had been built by the time the war started. Anti-tank ditches and other anti-tank and anti-infantry obstacles had been built to the extent of less than 25% of the plan. The Germans were, of course, very well informed about these fortifications, airfields, etc. The history mentions not only numerous German commando raids that had taken place since 1939, but also the more than 500 violations of Soviet airspace by the Luftwaffe, 152 of them since January 1941. To avoid any unpleasantness with Hitler, the frontier troops, according to the history, had been given strict orders not to shoot down any German reconnaissance planes over Soviet territory. The history actually attributes this order not to Stalin or Molotov, but to traitor Beria, who had the frontier guards under his jurisdiction. A significant conclusion made by the history is that the Soviet General Staff had some perfectly sound plans for making the frontier much less vulnerable by the end of 1941 or the beginning of 1942, but that, in view of the German menace in 1941, everything had been done too slowly and too late. And there follows the assertion that neither the General Staff nor the Commissariat of Defense would have shown such incompetence if there had not been those wholly unjustified repressions against the leading officers and political cadres of the army in the 1937 to 1938 purge. This reference to Tukhachevsky and the other victims of the purge is, of course, a monumental understatement when one considers that perhaps as many as 15,000 officers, probably about 10 or 15% of the total, but with a higher proportion of purgees in the higher ranks, were either temporarily or finally eliminated. Among those temporarily eliminated were such distinguished soldiers as the future marshals Govorov and Rokossovsky. The mess and muddle on the Russian side of the frontier was, of course, in striking contrast with what was going on the German side. Here, since the middle of 1940, that is, even before Plan Barbarossa had been finally adopted on December 18th, the Germans had been thoroughly preparing their ground for a possible attack on the Soviet Union. Roads, including Autobahnen, railways, and a large network of airfields, had been built during the year preceding the invasion. During that period, the Germans had built or modernized no fewer than 250 airfields and 50 landing strips in Poland for their deadly Heinkels, Dorniers, and Messerschmitts. In the words of a German chronicler, millions of German soldiers broke into Russia in June 1941 without enthusiasm, but with a quiet confidence in victory. Chapter 2. The Invasion. And now began for the Russian people l'année terrible, the most terrible it had ever known. In a matter of a few days and weeks, death and destruction swept over vast parts of the country. In the frontier zones, and indeed much further inland, the concentrated German onslaught smashed, captured, or wholly disorganized the Red Army units facing it. The Soviet Air Force was as good as wiped out in the western areas on the very first day of the German invasion. Within 5 days, the German forces had already captured Minsk, the capital of Byelorussia, well within the Soviet Union's 1938 borders, nor did it take much longer for the German armies to occupy all the areas incorporated by the Soviet Union since 1939, western Byelorussia, the western Ukraine, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. In the north, the Finns smashed through to the old 1939 border just northwest of Leningrad. By July 8th, the Germans were already crowing that the war in Russia was practically won. There is no doubt that Russia was dazed by these terrible initial reverses, and yet almost from the first day it was clear that it was a national war. This was something that was understood by the best foreign observers of Russia. Thus, a few days before I left London for Russia on July 2nd, 1941, I had a long talk with the late Sir Bernard Pears, who said, "I can already see it's going to be a tremendous national war, a bigger and better 1812. Similarly, at the end of June, G. Bernard Shaw wrote in a letter to The Times that, with Stalin now on our side, we were sure to win the war. On the other hand, British military experts at War Office or Ministry of Information briefings very clearly suggested that they did not think the war in Russia would last more than a few weeks, or at most, months." A feeling of consternation swept the country, but it was combined with an undercurrent of national defiance and the apprehension that it would be a long, hard, and desperate struggle. Everybody realized that millions of lives would be lost, and yet only very few people seemed to have visualized the possibility of utter military defeat and a total conquest of Russia by the Germans. In this respect, the contrast with France during the German invasion of 1940 is very striking. This fundamental confidence was characteristic of the attitude of the Russian people and of the large majority of the Ukrainians and Belarusians. It did not exist in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, or in the western Ukraine, where pro-Nazi and other anti-Soviet influences were strong. In these areas, the German invasion was either welcomed or suffered with relative indifference. The hostility with which the Russians were surrounded in parts of the western Ukraine, only recently incorporated in the Soviet Union, is well illustrated in the memoirs of General Fedyuninsky, who tells of how in May 1941 his car broke down in a village near Kovel. There gathered around us a crowd of about 20 people. No one was saying anything. Some, especially the better-dressed ones, smirked maliciously at us. No one offered to help. No doubt there were among them some poor people who sympathized with us, who had received land from the Soviet authorities, and who were later to fight bravely in the Red Army or in partisan units. But now they were silent, frightened by rumors of an early arrival of the Nazis, and by threats from the kulaks and the Bandera boys. What were the first days of the war like in the frontier areas invaded by the Germans? The memoirs of some of the Russian soldiers published in the last few years, especially those of General Feduninsky and of General Boldin, give a striking picture of these events. In April 1941, Feduninsky, who was later to play a distinguished role in the war, especially in breaking the Leningrad blockade, was appointed commander of the 15th Infantry Corps of the Special Kiev Military District, with his headquarters in the West Ukrainian town of Kovel, some 30 miles east of the border between the Soviet Union and German-occupied Poland, and on the main line to Kiev. At the time of my arrival in Kovel, the situation on our western frontier was becoming more and more tense. From a great variety of sources, and from our Army and Frontier Guard reconnaissance, we knew that since February German troops had begun to concentrate along our borders. Violations of our airspace had been on the increase in recent months. At that time we did not yet know that Stalin, disregarding the reports of our intelligence and of the commanders of our frontier districts, had badly misjudged the international situation, and particularly the timing of the Nazi aggression. The general found that the troops in the frontier areas were still on a peace footing, and that the reorganization was proceeding very slowly. The new planes and tanks which were to replace the obsolete models were arriving only at a very slow pace. The older officers, including some who had served in the Tsarist army, took a serious view of the coming war, but among the younger soldiers and officers there was a good deal of deplorable complacency. Many of them thought that our army could win an easy victory, and that the soldiers of any capitalist country, including Nazi Germany, would not fight actively against the Red Army. They also underrated the military experience and the enormous technical equipment of the German army. When the showdown came, the might of the German army came as a complete surprise to some of our officers. Although the famous TASS communiqué of June 14th dismissed the rumors of Germany's aggressive intentions as completely groundless, Feduninsky reiterates that it was completely contrary to what we were able to observe in the frontier areas, and he tells the story of how on June 18th a German deserter came over to the Russians. While drunk, he had hit an officer, and was afraid of being court-martialed and shot. He also claimed that his father was a communist. This German soldier declared that the German army was going to invade Russia at 4 a.m. on June 22nd. Feduninsky promptly phoned the local army commander, Tank General Potapov, but was told that the whole thing must be a provocation, and that it was no use getting into a panic about such nonsense. 2 days later, Feduninsky was visited by General Rokossovsky, who did not share Potapov's complacency and seemed extremely agitated. In the early hours of June 22nd, Feduninsky was called over the telephone by Potapov, who ordered that the troops be ready for any emergency, but added that ammunition had not yet been distributed. I had the impression that at army headquarters they were still not quite sure that the Nazis had started a war. The 15th Infantry Corps was expected to hold a line about 60 miles wide. We had to deploy our forces and occupy our defensive positions under constant shelling and air bombing. Communications were often broken, and combat orders often reached the units with great delay. Nevertheless, our officers did not lose control, and we reached the defensive positions where the Frontier Guards had already, for several hours, been waging an unequal struggle. Even the wives of the Frontier Guards were in the firing line, carrying water and ammunition, and taking care of the wounded. Some of the women were firing at the advancing Nazis, but the ranks of the Frontier Guards were melting away. Everywhere, barracks and houses, set on fire by enemy shells, were blazing. The Frontier Guards were fighting to the last man. They knew that in that misty dawn of June 22nd, troops were speeding to their rescue. Throughout that first day, Feduninsky's troops withstood the German onslaught, but the Germans threw in more and more new forces, and towards the evening, the Russians, having suffered very heavy losses, began to withdraw. The situation was further complicated by German paratroop landings in the Russian rear, as well as by numerous false reports of other paratroop landings spread by enemy agents. In Kovel, the Bandera gangs, acting as a German fifth column, were causing havoc, attacking Russian army cars, blowing up bridges, and spreading these false reports. As large German armoured forces were approaching Kovel from the northwest along the Brest-Kovel road, it was decided to evacuate Kovel. Parts of the 15th Infantry Corps continued to fight, while already encircled by the Germans. Even so, in 3 days' fighting, the main forces of the corps had been pushed back only some 12 to 20 miles from the frontier. Nevertheless, Kovel had to be abandoned, and new defensive positions to be taken up further east. But before evacuating Kovel, the wounded and the families of army officers had to be evacuated. Most officers' wives, used to frequent journeys, took only the bare essentials with them, but some lost their heads and would take to the railway station things like prams, mirrors, and even flower pots. Those in charge of the evacuation had quite a job to bring these people to their senses. The retreat was typical of so many similar retreats in June 1941. The Germans had complete control of the air, and losses from strafing were heavy. Moreover, saboteurs did their best to harass the Russian retreat by blowing up bridges. Railway junctions and lines of communication were being destroyed by German planes and diversionist groups. There was a shortage of wireless sets at Army headquarters, nor did many of us know how to use them. Orders and instructions were slow in arriving, and sometimes did not arrive at all. The liaison with neighbouring units was often completely absent, while nobody tried to establish it. Taking advantage of this, the enemy would often penetrate into our rear and attack the Soviet headquarters. Despite German air supremacy, our marching columns did not use any proper camouflage. Sometimes, on narrow roads, bottlenecks were formed by troops, artillery, motor vehicles, and field kitchens, and then the Nazi planes had the time of their life. Often our troops could not dig in, simply because they did not even have the simplest implements. Occasionally, trenches had to be dug with helmets, since there were no spades. Yet, despite the terrible losses suffered by the Russians, morale remained reasonably high. It would, of course, said Fedyuninsky, be wrong to deny that there were cases of nerves or cowardice, but they were rather unusual, and rapidly overcome by the steadfastness shown by the majority of the soldiers, whose morale was sustained by the party. How heavy the losses were could be judged from a regiment Fedyuninsky reviewed one day. It was now no larger than a peacetime infantry battalion. It is curious how, after telling this desperate story of the 15th Infantry Corps' retreat, and the story of the 2 regiments who broke out of a German encirclement after 8 days' heavy fighting, Fedyuninsky then dwells on the effect on the troops of Stalin's famous broadcast of July 3rd. It is hard to describe the enormous enthusiasm and patriotic uplift with which this appeal was met. We suddenly seemed to feel much stronger. When circumstances permitted, short meetings would be held by the army units. 2 platoons and companies' political instructors would explain the position at the front and tell them how, in response to the party's appeal, the whole Soviet people were rising like one man to fight the Holy Fatherland War. They stressed that the war would be very hard, and that many ordeals, privations, and sacrifices were yet ahead, but that the Nazis would never defeat our powerful and hard-working people. But the retreat continued, and by July 8th, Fedyuninsky's troops had withdrawn to the Korosten fortified line in the Ukraine, already well inside the old borders of the Soviet Union. On August 12th, after a further retreat towards Kiev, Fedyuninsky was summoned to Moscow and ordered by General Vasilevsky to fly immediately to Leningrad, where the situation was becoming even more serious than in the south. More dramatic and tragic still than Fedyuninsky's story of the first days of the war is that of General Boldin, who, in the winter of 1941, was to become famous as the commander responsible for the defense of Tula. He heard of the imminence of a German invasion on the evening of June 21st, while attending, with other officers, the performance of a Korneychuk comedy at the Army Officers' Club at Minsk. Suddenly, Colonel Blokhin, head of the intelligence department of our special Western Military District, appeared in our box and, leaning over the shoulder of our commander, Army General Pavlov, whispered something in his ear. "It can't be true," Pavlov said. Turning to me, he said, "Seems nonsense to me. Our reconnaissance reports that things are looking very alarming at the frontier. The German troops are supposed to be ready for action, and even to have shelled some of our positions." Then he touched my hand and pointed at the stage, suggesting we had better go on watching the play. The play no longer meant anything to Boldin. He began to brood about the alarming news that had been coming in for the last few days. For instance, the news from Grodno on June 20th that the Germans had taken down the barbed wire entanglements barring the Avgustov-Seni main road, that the rumbling of countless engines could be heard that day from across the border, and that several reconnaissance planes, some of them carrying bombs, had violated Russian airspace. On the 21st, there had been reports of heavy German troop concentrations at various points, complete with heavy and medium tanks. He was puzzled by the army commander's Olympian calm. This calm did not last long. In the early hours of the morning, Boldin received an agitated phone call from Pavlov, asking him to come to headquarters immediately. 10 minutes later, he was there. "What's happened?" I said. "Can't quite make it out," said Pavlov. "Some kind of devilry going on. General Kuznetsov phoned from Grodno a few minutes ago. Said the Germans had crossed the border along a wide front and were bombing Grodno with its army headquarters. Telephone communications have been smashed. The army units have had to change over to radio. 2 wireless stations are already out of action, must have been destroyed. There have also been calls from Golubev of the 10th Army and Colonel Sandalov of the 4th. Most unpleasant news. The Germans are bombing everywhere." Our conversation was interrupted by a call from Moscow. It was Marshal Timoshenko, the Commissar of Defense, who wanted Pavlov to report on the situation. Soon Kuznetsov phoned again to say that the Germans were continuing their air attacks. Along 30 miles, all the telephone and telegraph lines were down. Liaison between many units had been broken. During the next half hour, more and more news came in. The bombing was growing in intensity. They were bombing Bialystok and Grodno, Lida, Brest, Volkovysk, Slonim, and other Belarusian towns. Here and there had been German paratroop landings. Many of our planes had been destroyed on the ground, and the Luftwaffe were now strafing troops and citizens. The Germans had already occupied dozens of localities, and were pushing inland. Then came another phone call from Timoshenko, who said, "Comrade Boldin, remember that no action is to be taken against the Germans without our knowledge. Will you please tell Pavlov that Comrade Stalin has forbidden to open artillery fire against the Germans?" "But how is this possible?" I yelled into the receiver. "Our troops are in full retreat. Whole towns are in flames. People are being killed all over the place." "No," said Timoshenko. "There is to be no air reconnaissance more than 35 miles beyond the frontier." I argued that since the Nazis had knocked out practically all our front-line air force, this was impossible anyway, and insisted that we throw in the full weight of our infantry, artillery, and armour, and especially our anti-aircraft guns. But Timoshenko still said no, only reconnaissance of not more than 35 miles inside enemy territory. It was not till some time later that Moscow ordered us to put into action the Red Packet, that is, the plan for covering the state frontier. But this order came too late. The Germans had already engaged in full-scale military operations and had, in several places, penetrated deep into our territory. A few hours later, with Timoshenko's permission, Boldin flew to Bialystok. His plane was hit by 20 bullets from a Messerschmitt, but nevertheless managed to land on an airfield 20 miles east of the city. A few minutes later, 9 German planes appeared over the airfield and dropped their bombs without any interference. There were no anti-aircraft guns on that airfield. Several cars and Boldin's plane were destroyed. Every minute counted. We had to get to the 10th Army headquarters. There were no cars at the airfield, so I took a small truck and, together with some officers and a number of soldiers, 12 people in all, we got into it. I took the seat next to the driver and told him to drive to Bialystok. "It's dangerous, Comrade General," he said. 20 minutes before you landed, there was a German paratroop landing, so the commander of the airfield told me. An unpleasant bit of news, but it couldn't be helped. It was incredibly hot, and the air smelt of burning. At last we reached the Bialystok main road. Through the windscreen I could see 15 German bombers approaching from the west. They were flying low, with provocative insolence, as though our sky belonged to them. On their fuselages I could clearly see the spiders of the Nazi swastika. On the way, Boldin stopped a crowd of workers wandering in the opposite direction. "Where are you going?" I asked. "To Volkovysk," they said. "Who are you?" "We had been working on fortifications, but the place where we worked is now like a sea of flames," said an elderly man with an exhausted look on his face. These people seemed to have lost their heads, not knowing where they were going and why. Then we met a few cars led by a ZIS 101. The broad leaves of an aspidistra were protruding from one of the windows. It was the car of some local top official. Inside were 2 women and 2 children. "Surely," I said, "at a time like this you might have more important things to transport than your aspidistra." You might have taken some old people or children. With their heads bent, the women were silent. The driver, too, turned away, feeling ashamed. And then came the German strafing. 3 volleys of machine-gun fire hit our truck. The driver was killed. I managed to survive as I jumped out just in time, but with the exception of my ADC and a dispatch rider, all were killed. Nearby I noticed the same old ZIS 101. I went up to it. The women, the children, the driver were all killed. Only the evergreen leaves of the aspidistra were still sticking out of the window. Horror piled upon horror that day. Bialystok was in a complete state of chaos. At the railway station, a train packed with women and children evacuees was bombed, and hundreds were killed. At last, towards evening, Boldin reached the headquarters of the 10th Army, which had moved out of Bialystok to a little wood some distance outside the city. It consisted of 2 tents, with a table and a few chairs. General Golubev was there, with a number of staff officers. He had been unable to communicate with the front, that is, Army Group headquarters, as the telephone lines had been destroyed and radio communications were being constantly jammed by the enemy. Golubev told Boldin, "At daybreak 3 German Army corps, supported by masses of tanks and bombers, attacked my 5th Infantry Corps on my left flank. During the first hours, all divisions suffered very heavy losses." His face and voice showed that he was deeply shaken. Having asked my permission to light a cigarette, he unfolded a map. "To prevent our being outflanked in the south, I deployed the 13th Mechanized Corps along the river Kurets. But as you know, Ivan Vassilievich, there are very few tanks in our divisions. And what can you expect from those old T-26 tanks, only good enough for firing at sparrows?" From his further report it emerged that both the aircraft and the anti-aircraft guns of the Army Corps had been smashed, and that spies had apparently informed the Germans where the Army's fuel dumps were, for during the very first hours of the invasion these had all been destroyed by bombing. Then General Nikitin, commander of the 6th Cavalry Corps, arrived and reported how his men, after successfully repelling the first German attacks, had been almost wholly exterminated by German aircraft. The remnants of the Cavalry Corps had been concentrated in a wood northeast of Bialystok. Looking up from the map, General Golubev said, "It's hard, very hard, Ivan Vassilievich. My men are fighting like heroes. But what can you do against a tank or a plane? Where there is any chance of clinging to something, we hold on. We fight back from any strong position, and the enemy cannot dislodge us. But there are few such positions, and the Nazis drive their wedges forward. They avoid frontal attacks. They get round us. They gain both time and space. The frontier guards, too, are fighting well, but few of them are left, and we have no means of supporting them. And so the Nazis advance insolently, marching upright, behaving like conquerors. And that's on the very first day of the war. What'll happen after that?" At that very moment, communications with Minsk were re-established, and General Pavlov proceeded to give Boldin peremptory orders about the counter-offensive the 10th Army was to carry out that night. Boldin objected, pointing out that the 10th Army had been as good as wiped out. For a moment, Pavlov seemed to hesitate, and then said, "These are my orders. It's for you to carry them out." What, Boldin reflected, was the meaning of these totally unrealistic orders? And he related that, long after the war, he discovered that men like Pavlov used to issue such orders merely for the record, to show Moscow that something was being done to stop the Germans. Boldin does not mention the fact that Pavlov was, soon afterwards, to be shot for his incompetence, or as a scapegoat. Pavlov is also mentioned in Ehrenburg's memoirs as one of the Russian generals he met in 1937 in Spain. He also refers to Pavlov's tragic end in 1941. The rest of this tragic chapter in Boldin's book deals with the attempts during the 23rd to mount a counter-offensive with the remnants of the 10th Army, some other units, and the Armoured Corps under General Hatskilevich, which was still in comparatively good shape. But all day long the troops and the army headquarters were being attacked by enemy aircraft. One general was killed, and although Hatskilevich's tank crews fought bravely, they were beginning to run out of fuel. Boldin, unable to contact the front headquarters, sent 2 planes to Minsk, begging for fuel to be flown to the headquarters of the 10th Army, but both planes were shot down. It was in this desperate situation that Marshal Kulik suddenly arrived from Moscow. Kulik was a Stalinist upstart who had risen to the top of the army hierarchy since the 1937 purge. Little more was to be heard of him after the beginning of the war. He listened to my explanations, then made a vague gesture and mumbled, "Yes, I see." It was quite obvious that when leaving Moscow he had no idea that the situation was as serious as this. Soon afterwards the Marshal left our command post. When saying goodbye, he said he would see what he could do. As I watched his car driving away, I wondered what he had come for. I had known him as a man of energy and willpower, but now his nerves seemed to have given way. General Nikitin seemed to think so too. When the car had disappeared in a cloud of dust, he remarked, "A strange visit." A few minutes later Hatskilevich arrived. He was in a state of great agitation. "We are firing our last shells. Once we've done that, we shall have to destroy the tanks." "Yes," I said. "I don't see what else we can do." Within a few hours, General Hatskilevich died a hero's death on the field of battle. Surrounded on all sides, like the other troops in the famous Bialystok pocket, without ammunition, the general's officers and soldiers under Boldin split into small groups and started moving east, hoping for the best. Boldin's small group of men, who picked up more and more soldiers in the woods in the course of their 45 days' trek — in the end there were 2,000 of them — finally managed to cross the front near Smolensk and to join the main Russian forces. There were countless other units who did not have Boldin's good luck, and who were either wiped out by the Germans or forced to surrender. Boldin admits that during the first few days of the trek, the morale among some of his own soldiers was low, especially as a result of German leaflets saying, "Moscow has surrendered. Any further resistance is useless. Surrender to victorious Germany now." Yet most of them were not desperate, but angry. The first-hand accounts of Generals Fedyuninsky and Boldin confirmed that Stalin and the Army High Command still seemed, even at the 12th hour, to have hoped to avoid the war. It was not until the night of the invasion that urgent directives were sent out to the army secretly to man the gun emplacements along the frontier, to disperse the aircraft concentrated on the frontier zone airfields, and to get the troops and anti-aircraft defences into a state of military preparedness. No other measures were prescribed, and even these orders came too late. Thus, General Purkayev recalls that when he started moving his troops to the frontier, the war had already begun several hours before. Another commander, Army General Popov, recalls that when the Germans started their air raids on Brest-Litovsk, it all came as a complete surprise. A regiment which was rushed to the frontier from Riga was intercepted by superior German forces advancing north and practically exterminated. The official Soviet history admits that in many frontier areas the Germans broke all resistance within a short time. Many troops went into battle completely unprepared, and the Germans had little difficulty in breaking through the frontier defences. The Soviet Air Force was almost wiped out over large areas. During the first days of the war, German bombers raided 66 airfields, especially those where the most modern planes were concentrated. Before noon on June 22nd, 1,200 planes were destroyed, 800 of them on the ground. The central sector suffered the heaviest casualties of all. 528 planes were destroyed on the ground, and 210 in the air. There were practically no reserves in the frontier areas. Telephone and telegraph communications were disrupted in the very first hours of the war. Army units lost contact with each other. Some front commanders lacked the necessary operational and strategic training and the experience required for the command of large operational forces in war conditions. Throughout the day, the Soviet General Staff was unable to gain a clear idea of what was happening. Issued at 7:15 a.m. on June 22nd, the first directive of the General Staff to the frontier troops reflects their ignorance of the true situation and, seen in retrospect, has the ring of bitter travesty. 1. Our troops are to attack enemy forces with all the strength and means at their disposal, and to annihilate them wherever they have violated the Soviet border. 2. Our reconnaissance and combat aircraft shall ascertain where enemy aircraft and land forces are concentrated. By striking mighty blows, our aircraft are to smash the main enemy troop concentrations and their aircraft on its airfields. These blows are to be struck anywhere within 60 to 100 miles of German territory. Memel and Königsberg are to be heavily bombed. Until further notice, no air attacks are to be made on Finnish or Romanian territory. This order, given after the Soviet Air Force had already been practically eliminated, could naturally not be carried out. By the end of June 22nd, the left flank of the German Army Group Centre had already advanced far beyond Kaunas, where it had routed the Russian 11th Army, now in disorderly retreat from Kaunas to Vilna. No doubt, here and there, the Russians were able to hang on, as, for instance, the garrison of the citadel at Brest-Litovsk, which, although surrounded on all sides and constantly bombed and shelled, held out for over a month till July 24th. When the Germans finally captured the citadel, most of its defenders were dead or severely wounded. The main German forces in the area, however, bypassed Brest-Litovsk and pushed 35 miles east on the very first day of the war. The first official communiqué, published at 10 p.m. on June 22nd, was probably intended to prevent panic or bewilderment among the Soviet population. In the course of the day, regular German troops fought our frontier troops and achieved minor successes in a number of sectors. In the afternoon, with advance field forces of the Red Army arriving at the frontier, the attacks of the German groups have been repelled along most of the frontier, with heavy losses to the enemy. That the General Staff itself had no very clear idea of what was happening on the first day of the war is confirmed by the second directive given to the troops in the frontier area. The Southwestern Army Group was to start, on the very next day, a major offensive, which would lead, by the end of June 24th, to the capture of Lublin, some 30 miles beyond the Soviet border. The Northwestern Army Group was, at the same time, to capture Suwałki, and all three army groups were, moreover, ordered to surround any German forces that had penetrated into Soviet territory. Absurd though the order was, a pathetic attempt was made to carry it out. In a number of places the Russians succeeded in concentrating what tanks they still had in the frontier areas, but in the absence of air support, they were wiped out by German bombers. The German advance continued almost without a hitch. Large Russian forces were trapped in the Bialystok pocket, and 11 divisions in the Minsk area. By June 28th, the Germans had already reached the city of Minsk, were pushing deep into the Baltic republics, and were approaching Pskov on the straight line to Leningrad. A few days later, the remnants of 16 Russian divisions were facing two powerful German tank formations along the Berezina, and under these conditions it was unthinkable to form a new 220 miles long defence line. Some delaying actions were, however, fought with great gallantry by the Russians, notably east of Minsk at Borisov, where they threw in a large number of tanks, though most of them obsolete. These delaying actions to some extent helped to gain time in which to bring up reserves and organize a defence in depth in what already came to be known as the Smolensk-Moscow direction. Some minor delaying actions were also fought, with suicidal bravery, against the German Army Group South. Held up in the Rovno area and unable to pursue their advance towards Kiev, the Germans turned north and got bogged down for some time in what were described as battles of local importance. But by July 9th, the Germans had broken through to Zhytomyr, which was captured, and were threatening to break through to Kiev and to encircle the main Russian forces in the northern Ukraine. But here again, at Berdychev, the Russians threw in some armour, and there was heavy fighting around Berdychev for almost a week. Chapter 3. Molotov and Stalin speak. It was not until several hours after the Germans had invaded the Soviet Union that an official announcement was made over the radio by Foreign Commissar Molotov. Men and women, citizens of the Soviet Union, he began in a faltering, slightly stuttery voice. The Soviet government and its head, Comrade Stalin, have instructed me to make the following statement. At 4 o'clock this morning, without declaration of war and without any claims being made on the Soviet Union, German troops attacked our country, attacked our frontier in many places, and bombed from the air Zhytomyr, Kiev, Sebastopol, Kaunas, and some other places. There are over 200 dead or wounded. Similar air and artillery attacks have also been made from Romanian and Finnish territory. The next sentence betrayed Molotov's extraordinary dismay, and suggested that, in its dealings with the Germans, the Soviet government would have been willing to consider almost any concessions to put off the evil hour. This unheard-of attack on our country is an unparalleled act of perfidy in the history of civilized nations. This attack has been made despite the fact that there was a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and Germany, a pact the terms of which were scrupulously observed by the Soviet Union. We have been attacked even though, throughout the period of the pact, the German government had been unable to make the slightest complaint about the USSR not carrying out its obligations. Therefore, the whole responsibility for this act of robbery must fall on the Nazi rulers. Molotov then spoke of the visit he had received at 5:30 in the morning from the German ambassador, who had informed him that Germany had decided to attack the Soviet Union because of Russian troop concentrations on the frontier. He stated emphatically that no Soviet plane had ever been allowed to cross the border, and he branded as lies and provocations the announcement over the Romanian radio that morning that the Russians had bombed Romanian airfields, and Hitler's statement, trying after the event to concoct stories about the non-observance of the Soviet-German pact by the Soviet Union. But now that the Germans had attacked the Soviet Union, the Soviet government had ordered its troops to repel the attack and to throw the Germans out of Soviet territory. This war has not been inflicted upon us by the German people, or by the German workers, peasants, and intellectuals, of whose sufferings we are fully aware, but by Germany's bloodthirsty rulers, who have already enslaved the French, the Czechs, the Poles, the Serbs, and the peoples of Norway, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, Greece, and other countries. Molotov did not doubt that the Soviet armed forces would do their duty and smash the aggressor. He recalled that Russia had been invaded before, that in the Great Patriotic War of 1812, the whole Russian people had risen as one man to crush Napoleon. The same would happen to arrogant Hitler. The government of the Soviet Union is deeply convinced that the whole population of our country will do their duty and will work hard and conscientiously. Our people must be more united than ever. The greatest discipline, organizing ability, and selflessness worthy of a Soviet patriot must be demanded of everybody to meet the needs of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and to secure victory. The government calls upon you, men and women citizens of the Soviet Union, to rally even more closely round the glorious Bolshevik Party, around the Soviet government and our great leader, Comrade Stalin. Our cause is good. The enemy will be smashed. Victory will be ours. There were a few catchphrases that stuck, about this being another patriotic war after the model of 1812, as well as the last paragraph. Our cause is good. The enemy will be smashed. Victory will be ours. Победа будет за нами. But the general tone of the broadcast, and especially the complaint that the Germans had made no demands on Russia, left an uneasy, almost humiliating feeling. It took 12 incredibly long and anxious days before Stalin himself broadcast to the Russian people. In the midst of the conflicting, reticent, and, to all appearances, untrue military communiques, the Russian people derived what cheer they could from Churchill's historic broadcast on the night of June 22nd, less than 24 hours after the German invasion. These were the passages that made a particularly strong impression on the Russians. He admitted that no one has been a more consistent opponent of communism than I have in the last 25 years. I will unsay no word that I have spoken about it. But then he went on, as only he could do. I see the Russian soldiers standing on the threshold of their native land. I see them guarding their homes where their mothers and wives pray. Ah, yes, for there are times when all pray, for the safety of their loved ones. I see the 10,000 villages of Russia, where the means of existence is wrung so hardly from the soil, but where there are still primordial joys, where maidens laugh and children play. I see advancing on all this in hideous onslaught the Nazi war machine. I see the dull, drilled, docile, brutish masses of the Hun soldiery plodding on like a swarm of crawling locusts. I see the German bombers and fighters in the sky, still smarting from many a British whipping, delighted to find what they believe is an easier and safer prey. And then the assurance that there would never be a deal with Hitler, and the promise that Britain would support Russia, and finally the conviction that he, Hitler, wishes to destroy the Russian power because he hopes that if he succeeds in this, he will be able to bring back the main strength of his army and air force from the east and hurl it upon this island. The comments I heard from Russians were almost all along these lines. We had heard about Hesse. We suspected that there might well be a deal between Britain and Germany. We remembered Munich and those Anglo-Franco-Soviet talks in the summer of 1939. We had felt deeply about the bombing of London, but had all along been taught to distrust England. One of our first thoughts when Germany invaded us was that it had perhaps been done by agreement with England. That England should be an ally, yes, an ally, was more than we had ever hoped for. At last Stalin spoke. It was an extraordinary performance, and not the least impressive thing about it were these opening words. Comrades, citizens, brothers and sisters, fighters of our army and navy, I am speaking to you, my friends. This was something new. Stalin had never spoken like this before, but the words fitted perfectly into the atmosphere of those days. Stalin began by saying that the Nazi invasion was continuing, despite the heroic defense of the Red Army, and although the best German divisions and Air Force units had already been smashed and had found their grave on the field of battle. Understanding the territorial losses already suffered, Stalin then said that the Nazi troops had succeeded in capturing Lithuania, a large part of Latvia, the western part of Byelorussia, and parts of the western Ukraine. German planes had bombarded Murmansk, Orsha, Mogilov, Smolensk, Kiev, Odessa, and Sebastopol. A serious threat hangs over our country. Did this mean, Stalin asked, that the German fascist troops were invincible? Of course not. The armies of Napoleon and of William II also used to be considered invincible, yet they were smashed in the end, and the same would happen to Hitler's army. Only on our territory has it, for the first time, met with serious resistance. That a part of our territory had, nevertheless, been occupied was chiefly due to the fact that the war had begun in conditions favourable to the Germans and unfavourable to the Red Army. At the time of the attack, the German troops, 170 divisions in all, had been fully mobilised and were in a state of military preparedness along the Soviet frontier, merely waiting for the signal to advance. The Soviet troops had not been fully mobilised and had not been moved to the frontier. Important, too, was the fact that Fascist Germany unexpectedly and perfidiously violated the 1939 Non-Aggression Pact between herself and the USSR, wholly indifferent to the consideration that she would be branded as the aggressor by the whole world. Stalin then proceeded to justify the Soviet-German pact. One might well ask, how was it possible for the Soviet government to sign a non-aggression pact with such inhuman scoundrels as Hitler and Ribbentrop? Had not a serious mistake been made? Of course not. A non-aggression pact is a peace pact between two states, and that was the pact that Germany proposed to us in 1939. No peace-loving state could have rejected such a pact with another country, even if scoundrels like Hitler and Ribbentrop stood at its head. All the more so, as this pact did not in any way violate the territorial integrity, independence, or honour of our country. Stalin went on to say that the pact had given the Soviet Union time to prepare against a German attack, should Nazi Germany decide to embark on one. This war has been inflicted on us, and our country has entered into a life-and-death struggle against its most wicked and perfidious enemy, German fascism. Our troops are fighting heroically against heavy odds, against an enemy heavily armed with tanks and aircraft. The main forces of the Red Army, armed with thousands of tanks and planes, are now entering the battle. Together with the Red Army, the whole of our people are rising to defend their country. The enemy is cruel and merciless. He aims at grabbing our land, our wheat and oil. He wants to restore the power of the landowners, re-establish Tsarism, and destroy the national culture of the peoples of the Soviet Union, and turn them into the slaves of German princes and barons. There should be no room in our ranks for whimperers and cowards, for deserters and panic-mongers. Our people should be fearless in their struggle, and should selflessly fight our patriotic war of liberation against the fascist enslavers. After a reference to Lenin, Stalin said, "We must immediately put our whole production on a war footing, and place everything at the service of the front and the organization of the enemy's rout. The Red Army and Navy, and the whole Soviet people, must fight for every inch of Soviet soil, fight to the last drop of blood for our towns and villages. We must organize every kind of help for the Red Army, make sure that its ranks are constantly renewed, and that it is supplied with everything it needs. We must organize the rapid transport of troops and equipment, and help to the wounded. All enterprises must intensify their work, and produce more and more military equipment of every kind. A merciless struggle must be undertaken against all deserters and panic-mongers. We must destroy spies, diversionists, and enemy paratroopers. Military tribunals should immediately try anyone who, through panic or cowardice, is interfering with our defense, regardless of position or rank." And then came the famous scorched earth instructions. Whenever units of the Red Army are forced to retreat, all railway rolling stock must be driven away. The enemy must not be left a single engine or a single railway truck, and not a pound of bread nor a pint of oil. The kolkhozniki must drive away all their livestock, hand their grain reserves to the state organs for evacuation to the rear. All valuable property, whether grain, fuel, or non-ferrous metals, which cannot be evacuated, must be destroyed. Then followed the partisan war instructions. In the occupied territories, partisan units must be formed. These must be diversionist groups for fighting enemy units, for spreading the partisan war everywhere, for blowing up and destroying roads and bridges and telephone and telegraph wires, for setting fire to forests, enemy stores and road convoys. In the occupied areas, intolerable conditions must be created for the enemy and his accomplices, who must be persecuted and destroyed at every step. This war, Stalin continued, was not an ordinary war between two armies. It was a war of the entire Soviet people against the German fascist troops. The purpose of this all-people war was not only to destroy the threat hanging over the Soviet Union, but also to help all the nations of Europe groaning under the German yoke. In this war, the Soviet people would have faithful allies in the peoples of Europe and America, including the German people enslaved by their ringleaders. The Soviet people's struggle for the freedom of their country would be merged with the struggle of the peoples of Europe and America for their independence and their democratic freedoms. In this connection, the historic statement of Mr. Churchill on Britain's help to the Soviet Union and the statement by the United States government on its willingness to help our country can only meet with a feeling of gratitude in the hearts of our people and are highly indicative. And then came the conclusion. Comrades, our forces are immeasurably large. The insolent enemy must soon become aware of this. Together with the Red Army, many thousands of workers, kolkhozniki, and intellectuals are going to the war. Millions more will rise. The workers of Moscow and Leningrad have already begun to form an opolchenie, home guard, of many thousands in support of the Red Army. Such opolchenie forces must be constituted in every town threatened with invasion. A state defense committee has been formed to deal with the rapid mobilization of all the country's resources. All the power and authority of the state are vested in it. This state defense committee has embarked upon its work, and it calls upon the whole people to rally round the party of Lenin and Stalin, and round the Soviet government for the selfless support of the Red Army and Navy, for the routing of the enemy, for our victory. All the strength of the people must be used to smash the enemy. Onward, to victory. The members of this committee, presided over by Stalin, were Molotov, deputy chairman, Voroshilov, Malenkov, and Beria, a fact not mentioned in the 1961 history, which merely states that Stalin was chairman. The effect of this speech, addressed to a nervous and often frightened and bewildered people, was very important. Until then, there had been something artificial in the adulation of Stalin. His name was associated not only with the stupendous effort of the 5-year plans, but also with the ruthless methods employed in the collectivization campaign, and, worse still, with the terror of the purges. The Soviet people now felt that they had a leader to look to. In his relatively short broadcast, Stalin not only created the hope, if not yet the certainty, of victory, but he laid down in short, significant sentences the whole program of wartime conduct for a whole nation. He also appealed to the national pride, to the patriotic instincts of the Russian people. It was a great pull-yourselves-together speech, a blood, sweat and tears speech, with Churchill's post-Dunkirk speech as its only parallel. An admirable description of the effect of Stalin's speech is to be found in Konstantin Simonov's famous novel The Living and the Dead. Here the speech was listened to in a field hospital. Stalin spoke in a toneless, slow voice with a strong Georgian accent. Once or twice during his speech you could hear a glass click as he drank water. His voice was low and soft, and might have seemed perfectly calm but for his heavy, tired breathing, and that water he kept drinking during the speech. There was a discrepancy between that even voice and the tragic situation of which he spoke, and in this discrepancy there was strength. People were not surprised. It was what they were expecting from Stalin. They loved him in different ways, wholeheartedly or with reservations, admiring him and yet fearing him, and some did not like him at all. But nobody doubted his courage and his iron will, and now was a time when these two qualities were needed more than anything else in the man who stood at the head of a country at war. Stalin did not describe the situation as tragic. Such a word would have been hard to imagine as coming from him, but the things of which he spoke, opolchenie, partisans, occupied territories, meant the end of illusions. The truth, he told, was a bitter truth, but at last it was uttered, and people felt that they stood more firmly on the ground. And the very fact that Stalin should have talked about the unhappy beginning of a vast and terrible war without changing his vocabulary, and that he should have spoken in his almost usual way about the great but not insuperable difficulties that would have to be overcome, this too suggested not weakness, but great strength. "My friends," Sinstov repeated over and over again. And suddenly he realized that in all the great and even gigantic work that Stalin had been doing, there had been a lack of just these words. Brothers and sisters, my friends. And even more so, the feelings that stood behind these words. Was it only a tragedy like the war that could give birth to these words and these feelings? Above all, what was left in his heart after Stalin's speech was a tense expectation of a change for the better. This passage is all the more remarkable as it was written in 1958, when the general attitude to Stalin had already become extremely critical. But Simonov was clearly unwilling to distort history on this cardinal point. Other works written in the late 1950s, without exception, admit the extreme importance of Stalin's broadcast of July 3rd, even though some do not even mention his name, but merely speak of a government communication. Chapter 4. Smolensk, the first check to the Blitzkrieg. The State Defense Committee, the formation of which Stalin had announced in his July 3rd speech, was charged not only with the military conduct of the war, but also with the rapid mobilization of all the country's resources. Among the decisions it made in these crucial days were many of far-reaching importance. They concerned the whole field of economic wartime organization, including industrial mobilization and the evacuation of whole industries to the east, as well as reorganization within the armed forces. Militarily, the State Defense Committee decided to decentralize the command system to some extent by dividing the enormous front into three main sectors, each with a command of its own. Voroshilov was appointed to command the northwestern direction, including the Baltic and Northern fleets. Timoshenko was appointed to the western direction, and Budyonny to the southwestern direction, including the Black Sea Fleet. As principal members of their war councils, that is, the senior party leaders for the areas concerned, they were given Zhdanov, Bulganin, and Khrushchev, respectively. On July 16th, the military commissars were reintroduced. L.Z. Mechlis, head of the political propaganda of the Red Army, had fanatically supported this measure. Mechlis had been notorious in the past as one of the purgers of the army, and was held directly responsible for the liquidation of Blucher. He was something of a politicization fanatic, and had been on particularly bad terms with Timoshenko. A protégé of Voroshilov, he was unpopular with the younger generals, and finally in 1942, after the disastrous Kerch operation in the Crimea, he was demoted. He was sharply disliked not only by men like Zhukov and Rokossovsky, who did not favor the reintroduction of the officer and commissar dual command in the army in 1941, but also on more personal grounds by some top-ranking members of the Politburo, such as Shcherbakov. The eventual abolition of dual command should not be confused with the political department in the army, which continued as before. One cannot help suspecting that the reintroduction of commissars was something of a panic measure, due to the fear of a latent, if not open, conflict between the army and the party, and the doubt whether some of the officers, many of whom had highly unpleasant memories of the purges, would prove reliable. It is difficult to be sure how much hostility to the party there was among the officers. In the higher ranks, many veterans of the revolution, such as Budyonny and Voroshilov, were probably more party than army, and others, like Kornev, were half and half. But several of the brilliant younger generals, such as Zhukov, Talbukhin, Rokossovsky, and Govorov, were probably more army than party. The last two, for instance, had themselves been purged in 1937, and, though now fully rehabilitated, must still have had a good many reservations about the party, however strong their patriotism. In fact, the military commissars were to prove a cause of friction, and were to be abolished again in the autumn of 1942. Similarly, it was decided at the end of June to mobilize members of the party and Komsomol as politboitsi, that is, political soldiers, to be incorporated in the army. Each Obkom or Kraikom, that is, provincial party committee, was to mobilize within 3 days between 500 and 5,000 communists and place them at the disposal of the Commissariat of Defense. In this way, 95,000 politboitsi were mobilized, and of these, 58,000 were sent into the army in the field within the first 3 months of the war. Another measure was the approval of the constitution of the Opolchenia, that is, mainly workers' battalions, in cities like Moscow, Leningrad, Kiev, Odessa, Makayevka, Gorlovka, and other industrial centers. These Home Guard units were to be used extensively, and often very wastefully, to fill in gaps at the front, notably in the defense of Moscow, Leningrad, and Odessa. The story of these poorly trained and poorly armed units is one of the most tragic in the whole war. Judging from the available figures, the eagerness to join the Opolchenia varied from place to place. It was highest in Leningrad, rather lower in Moscow, and much lower in Kiev. Apart from the Opolchenia, a variety of other emergency formations were constituted in both towns and villages, such as anti-paratroop units, and orders were given for air raid precautions. All Soviet citizens between the ages of 16 and 60, men, and 18 and 50, women, must compulsorily take part in civil defense groups to be constituted by enterprises, offices, and house committees. The training in anti-aircraft and anti-gas defense is to be carried out by the WWII. The WWII was the Society for Aiding Defense and the Aircraft and Chemical Industries. It was a voluntary society, set up long before the war, for giving some military experience to the population. Later, during the war, it was renamed DOSAF, Voluntary Society for Aiding the Army, Air Force, and Navy. Another important set of instructions issued at the end of June concerned the organization of partisan warfare in the enemy rear. But while the principle of the thing was important, large-scale partisan war behind the German lines did not develop until considerably later. While the State Defense Committee were making these plans and also laying the foundations for a thorough economic reorganization of the country, the military situation continued to be disastrous. At the beginning of July, there were large gaps in the front. The first echelon of the Red Army had suffered such appalling losses in the first weeks of the invasion that it scarcely still counted as an effective force. The hopes of holding a new defense line, referred to by the Western press as the Stalin Line, running from Narva on the Gulf of Finland, through Pskov, Polotsk, and then along the Dnieper to Kherson on the Black Sea, had been smashed. And though there were still reserves of men, the Red Army was suffering severe shortages of weapons of all kinds. In these circumstances, the Soviet command had to decide on priorities, and it was decided that the first priority was to make every effort to hold up the enemy in the Smolensk-Moscow direction. Seen in perspective, the Battle of Smolensk was to mark the beginning of a new phase in the campaign, and, indeed, to introduce a decidedly different pattern into the struggle between Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. In the Smolensk area, for the first time, Soviet resistance succeeded in bringing the German blitzkrieg advance to a halt, if only for a couple of months. Thus, at the very center of gravity of the invaders' attack, on the direct road to Moscow, the freedom of maneuver of the German High Command was seriously restricted, and its all-important time schedule upset. It was on July 16th that von Bock's advance guards reached the outskirts of Smolensk, and ran into resistance such as they had not met before. Hitherto they had encountered only limited nests of resistance and relatively small units making heroic and suicidal last-ditch stands. This time they were met with firm resistance on a coherent and relatively wide front. The Russians were determined not to allow the enemy to advance much further. They threw in reserves along a wide front from Velikie Luki to Mazir, and their counterattacks were successful in checking the German advance. Though Smolensk itself fell, heavy fighting continued in the area, and for the rest of July and August the Germans failed to break through the Russian line, firmly stabilized about 20 to 25 miles east of Smolensk, the Yartsevo-Yelnya-Desna line. As usual, German and Russian histories disagree about which side had the numerical advantage in men and material in the Smolensk battle. General Guderian, for example, has referred to the Russians' great numerical superiority in tanks. In view of the heavy Russian losses earlier, this is extremely improbable, though it must be remembered that after such a deep and rapid advance into enemy territory, many of the German tanks may not have been operational anymore. Wear and tear would have taken their toll, and the supply lines were by now so extended, in a country with inadequate roads, that spares and fuel may well not have been arriving at the front quickly enough, or in the quantities needed. Such numerical comparisons are in any case often misleading, whether in the heat of the battle or after the event, and it would be fruitless to discuss the rival claims in detail here. There were, however, three factors which favoured the Russians in the battle around Smolensk. Firstly, the morale of the Russian troops was now much higher than it had been. The thought that they were not fighting in distant Byelorussia, but literally on the road to Moscow, had an important psychological effect. Secondly, Soviet artillery, which was almost the only weapon the Red Army had with which to fight both tanks and aircraft, was considerably better than the German. Thirdly, very important militarily, and even more so psychologically, there was the first appearance of the devastating Katyusha mortars. As Marshal Yeremenko later wrote, "We first tried out this superb weapon at Rudnya, northwest of Smolensk. In the afternoon of July 15th, the earth shook with the unusual explosion of jet mines. Like red-tailed comets, the mines were hurled into the air. The frequent and dazzling explosions, the like of which had never been seen, struck the imagination. The effect of the simultaneous explosion of dozens of these mines was terrific. The Germans fled in panic, and even our own troops near the points of the explosions, who for reasons of secrecy had not been warned that this new weapon would be used, rushed back from the front line. The Russians had also thrown in a few modern planes, so that German air supremacy was no longer quite as complete as it had been during the first 3 weeks of the war. But whatever the numerical superiority of either side, the essential fact remains that the Russians succeeded in slowing down and then halting the German blitzkrieg just east of Smolensk, and that this had several important consequences. From the Russian point of view, it was a desperate rearguard action, but one on a large enough scale and long enough sustained to give the Russian High Command a breathing space. The Smolensk line was the shield behind which the Soviet armies were able to regroup and bring up reserves for the defense of Moscow. But for this, Moscow might well have fallen as Hitler had originally planned, before the winter set in. From the German point of view, the Russian stand in the Smolensk area was the first to check their plans, and the resulting delay faced them with a major strategic problem. On August 4th, when the heavy fighting around Smolensk had already gone on for about 3 weeks, Hitler held a conference at Nowy Borisov, at the headquarters of Army Group Center. According to Guderian, who attended it, Hitler designated the industrial area of Leningrad as his primary objective. He had not yet decided whether Moscow or the Ukraine would come next, but seemed to incline towards the latter target. He hoped to be in possession of Moscow and Kharkov by the time winter began, but no decisions were reached on this day. For the next 20 days, heavy but still inconclusive fighting continued in the Smolensk area, and when Hitler held another conference on August 23rd, Guderian's pleading in favor of a concentrated drive on Moscow was turned down. Hitler had finally made up his mind to attack the Ukraine and the Crimea, saying that the raw materials and the agriculture of the Ukraine were vitally important to the prosecution of the war. As for the Crimea, it was a Soviet aircraft carrier for attacking the Romanian oil fields, and must therefore be eliminated. My generals, he said, know nothing about the economic aspects of war. Whether or not Hitler still thought that under this new plan Moscow could fall before the winter, it was clear to Guderian that this was now most unlikely, and he took Hitler's decision very badly, or at least he said so after the war. He was later to refer to Hitler's decision to move 2 armies and 1 tank group to the south, instead of concentrating the attack on Moscow, as a fatal error. Though the Russians dismiss as fantastic the German claim to have captured 348,000 prisoners, over 3,000 tanks, and over 3,000 guns in the Smolensk fighting, Russian losses were undoubtedly heavy. They themselves admit the loss of 32,000 men missing, 685 tanks, and 1,176 guns. Nevertheless, the Smolensk battle was one of the turning points of the war. The Russians had halted the German blitzkrieg and had forced Hitler to change his plans. Furthermore, it had an important effect on morale within the Red Army. Whereas initially many Russian soldiers had been, as it were, psychologically overwhelmed by the power of the German army, and particularly by the number of their tanks, by the end of July more and more Russian soldiers had learnt to use weapons such as grenades and Molotov cocktails against tanks, and perhaps because of pep talks by the army's propaganda services, a healthy hatred of the Germans more and more took the place of sheer fear. An important aid to morale was a lavish distribution of medals and decorations, though not as lavish as it became later. About 1,000 decorations were awarded after Smolensk, and 7 men were given the title, Hero of the Soviet Union. Chapter 5. Close-up 1. Moscow at the beginning of the war. I arrived in Russia on July 3, 1941, that is, 12 days after the beginning of the German invasion. Geographically, the journey from London to Moscow was of a kind that was only conceivable in wartime. Travelling with the second batch of the British military mission, I was flown to Inverness, then to the Shetlands, and from there by Catalina flying boat, all in one 16-hour hop, to Archangel. The last few hours we flew over the vast uninhabited tundra country of the Kola Peninsula. Then, after flying over the White Sea and Archangel harbour, we came down on the waters of the Dvina River, some miles south of Archangel. Here, on board a sort of large houseboat, a sumptuous supper had been laid on by the local military authorities, and this supper continued right through the white night till 2 or 3 in the morning. Among the members of this second batch of the military mission, the first batch, with General Mason McFarlane at its head, had flown to Moscow a few days before, were 2 Home Office officials in colonel's uniform, one a firefighting expert, who was taking a stirrup pump to Moscow, and the other a shelter expert. Our hosts were a colonel and 2 majors, both extremely amiable, and as the evening progressed, other officers joined the party. Several referred to Stalin's broadcast that day, and thought it would be a very long and hard war, but that Russia would win it in the end. One of the majors assured me that Moscow's air defences were such that it would probably never be bombed, and that the same was true of Leningrad. All of them were eagerly interested in Britain, with which Russia had, obviously, had very little contact for a long time. The curious thing was that both the colonel and the 2 majors showed a very special interest in Rudolf Hess, and seemed, in fact, rather worried about him. They had read Churchill's speech, and said that the Russian people had been very gratified by it, though they knew that Churchill had been one of the chief interventionists in the Civil War. Even so, one of them asked, was I really absolutely sure that Hess's proposals had been turned down? They were, obviously, not quite sure yet of either Britain's or America's disposition. Outside it had been a white night throughout. The fir trees on the steep sandy banks of the river were silhouetted against the brief twilight. There were lots of mosquitoes about. After a couple of hours' sleep we were taken in motorboats some distance up the river, and then by car to an airfield. At 6 a.m. the sun was already high in the sky. Blades of grass and wild flowers were swept by the wind as we walked to the plain. It was a luxurious giant Douglas, and for 3 or 4 hours we flew over what looked like one vast interminable forest. Then at Rybinsk we crossed the Volga, and, after flying over some more thickly populated country, we reached the outskirts of Moscow. On the face of it, Moscow looked perfectly normal. The streets were crowded, and the shops were still full of goods. There seemed no food shortage of any kind. In Maraseyka Street I walked that first day into a big food shop, and was surprised by the enormous display of sweets and pastilla and marmelade. People were still buying food freely, without any coupons. In their summer clothes the young people of Moscow looked anything but shabby. Most of the girls wore white blouses, and the men white, yellow, or blue sports shirts, or buttoned-up shirts with embroidered collars. Posters on the walls were being eagerly read, and there were certainly plenty of posters. A Russian tank crushing a giant crab with a Hitler moustache, a red soldier ramming his bayonet down the throat of a giant Hitler-faced rat. "Раздавить фашистскую гадину," it said, "crush the fascist vermin." Appeals to women. Women, go and work on the collective farms, replace the men now in the army. On numerous houses the front pages of that morning's Pravda or Izvestia, with the full text of Stalin's speech, were stuck up, and everywhere crowds of people were rereading it. All sorts of peculiar things were happening. I saw the last issue of Bezbozhnik, the godless paper. It was entirely devoted to indignant denunciations of the Nazi persecutions of the Protestant and Catholic churches in Germany. Clearly, Stalin was working for the greatest unity among the Russian people, and anti-religious propaganda had completely vanished since the war had begun. However, the Bezbozhnik's volte-face was a bit blatant, and in fact this was to be its last issue. It was closed down owing to paper shortage. Instead, Emelian Yaroslavsky, the anti-God leader, was publishing pamphlets like The Great Patriotic War in the best nationalist tradition, which they were now selling on bookstalls. Partly perhaps as a result of Stalin's warning against spies and diversionists, there was a real spy mania in Moscow. People seemed to see spies and paratroopers everywhere. The British Army NCOs who had travelled with me from Archangel had a most unpleasant experience on that very first day. From the airfield, they had gone to Moscow in a lorry together with the mission's luggage. At a street corner they had been stopped by the militia. Puzzled by the unfamiliar British uniforms, a crowd had gathered round them, and somebody had said parachutists, whereupon the crowd had grown angry and vociferous. So the NCOs had to be taken off to a police station, where they were finally rescued by an embassy official. Everyone was being asked for papers on all kinds of occasions, and it was absolutely essential to have these in order, especially after the midnight curfew, when a special pass was required. Speaking anything but Russian aroused immediate suspicion. Auxiliary militia women were particularly keen. I remember walking with Jean Champenois along Gorky Street at sunset, when suddenly a militia woman pounced on him, shouting, "Why are you smoking?" and ordered him to put out his cigarette at once. She thought he might be signalling to German aircraft. The Agence Havas correspondent in Moscow, who joined the Free French in 1941. All day long, soldiers were marching along the streets, usually singing. The Opolchenia movement was in full swing. During those first days of July, tens of thousands of men, many of them elderly, volunteered, appearing at assembly points, such as the one opposite the house I lived in Kakhlovsky Lane, by the hundred, all carrying small bundles or suitcases. After being sorted out, and partly rejected, they were sent to training camps. Apart from that, the mood in Moscow still seemed reasonably calm. People could still be seen laughing and joking in the streets, though, significantly, very few talked openly about the war. I found the Lenin Mausoleum closed and was waved away, but without any explanation, by 2 bayoneted guards. On the surface, life seemed, in many ways, to go on as before. 14 theatres were open and invariably crowded, and restaurants and hotels continued to be packed. For all that, Moscow was preparing for air raids. Already on July 9th, special trucks began to run along the tram lines, distributing heaps of sand. That week I wrote an article on the London Blitz and on British air raid precautions, and this was promptly published in Izvestia, which was much talked about, and even produced some polemics on the pros and cons of pouring buckets of water over incendiaries, which I had declared to be wrong. My story of the London Blitz was widely discussed, all the more so as, during the Soviet-German Pact, the Russian press had not dwelt very much on Britain's experiences of bombing. The prospect of German air raids led, by the second week of July, to a large-scale evacuation of children from Moscow. Many women were also urged to leave and to work on kolkhozes. Railway stations were crowded with people who had permits to leave Moscow. Many of the women I saw at the Kursk station on the night of July 11th, on their way to Gorky, were weeping. Many thought they would not get back to Moscow for a long time, and perhaps, for all they knew, the Germans would come. Anglo-Russian relations were rapidly improving. Sir Stafford Cripps, who had been cold-shouldered by the Russians right up to the beginning of the Nazi invasion, had 2 meetings with Stalin in the second week of July, and on July 12th the Anglo-Soviet agreement was solemnly signed by Molotov and Cripps in Molotov's office at the Kremlin, in the presence of Stalin, Admiral Kuznetsov, General Shaposhnikov, General Mason Macfarlane, and Lawrence Cadbury, head of the British Trade Mission. Stalin, through an interpreter, talked at some length to Mason Macfarlane, and chocolates and Soviet champagne were served. At Lazovsky's press conference on the following afternoon, the Russians were still showing surprise at the signing of the agreement providing for mutual aid and promising not to make a separate peace with Germany. A deputy foreign commissar and the deputy chief of Sovinform Bureau. His chief in the latter organization was that extremely hard Stalinist party boss, member of the Politburo, A.S. Shcherbakov. Lazovsky himself seemed pleasantly surprised, and said it was the biggest blow for Hitler, since it smashed his plan for fighting East and West separately. Asked whether the USA could be considered a silent partner to this agreement, he said gallantly, "The USA is too great a country to be silent." The press set up in Moscow during those first weeks of the war was a very strange one. The only official sources of information were the Soviet press, with their war communiques and their war reportage, and these press conferences held 3 times a week by Lazovsky. The reportage in the press dealt chiefly with isolated cases of Russian bravery and heroism, though occasionally, especially in the army paper, Red Star, there were some useful analytical articles. The communiques tended to be cagey, and often gave only the vaguest indications of where the fighting was actually taking place, but people soon learned to read between the lines. Fighting in the Minsk direction or the Smolensk direction usually meant that these cities had already been lost, and a study of the communique vocabulary taught one to understand the degree of the Russian setbacks. Thus, heavy defensive battles against superior enemy forces meant that the Russians were in full and disorderly retreat. This was the worst of all the communique phrases. The general tendency of Lazovsky's press conferences was to suggest that all the Russian setbacks were temporary, that, whatever the loss of territory, the Germans were not going to win, that Moscow and Leningrad in any case would not be lost, that Russian losses were admittedly high, but that German losses were higher still, the most questionable of his arguments, that relations between Germany and her satellites were highly strained, also a questionable proposition in the summer and autumn of 1941. Occasionally he revealed important facts, such as the destruction by the Russians of the Dnieper Dam, or the deportation to the east of the entire population of the Volga German Autonomous Soviet Republic, a matter of about 500,000 people. Major disasters, such as the capture by the Germans of many hundreds of thousands of prisoners and the stupendous losses in aircraft, were not mentioned at all. On the other hand, he tended, if anything, to exaggerate the number of German tanks and aircraft engaged on the Russian front. Thus, he spoke of 10,000 German tanks taking part in the fighting. Lazovsky was an old Bolshevik, with a smooth cosmopolitan veneer, a first-vintage émigré, who had spent many years in Geneva and Paris, had known Lenin, spoke good French, and, with his barbiche and carefully cut clothes, looked rather like an old boulevardier, whom one could well imagine on the terrace of the Napolitain during La Belle Époque. After the Revolution, he had been active on the Profintern, the Red Trade Union International, a body of small consequence, and later became a member of the Foreign Affairs Commissariat. With his old Bolshevik background, he must have had some anxious moments during the purges, nor can he have been happy during the Soviet-German Pact. However, Lazovsky was a good survivor, though, personally, he did not fit very well into the Stalin-Molotov milieu. In 1943 he became a leading member of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, and this led, in the end, to his downfall. In 1949, along with other prominent members of this committee, that perfectly harmless old man was shot. In 1941 he was considered, wrongly perhaps, as one of the Foreign Commissariat's survivors of the Litvinov era, more sympathetic to the West than Molotov, though, on one notable occasion, he very clearly dissociated himself from Litvinov. It was a curious incident. Just a couple of days before the signing of the Krips-Molotov agreement, Litvinov, who had been under a cloud since May 1939, was to speak on Moscow radio, but when it came to the point, he spoke only on the foreign wavelengths and in English. On the following morning, the Soviet press gave a few scraps of his broadcast, leaving out his "let bygones be bygones" and "we have all made mistakes." It concentrated instead on the passage in which he asserted that the Germans were the common enemy, and that there must be no de facto armistice in the West. When Lazovsky was asked what role Litvinov was going to play in future, he replied, very reluctantly, that Mr. Litvinov would presumably broadcast again. The sources of information available to the Russian public were pretty watertight. At the very beginning of the war, all private wireless sets had to be handed in to the militia. Only foreign diplomats, journalists, and certain Russian officials were allowed to keep theirs. Everyone else had only loudspeakers giving the Moscow program. It certainly would have been unfortunate if some of the German propaganda stories had got round, especially from those rusty old White Russian colonels with their alcoholic voices, that's at least how they sounded, who bellowed about Stalin and his Zhidy, Yids, preparing to flee the country, about their fat bank balances at Buenos Aires, about the millions of prisoners taken by the Germans, the desperate plight of the Red Army, the imminence of the fall of Moscow and Leningrad, and the Germans bringing real socialism to Russia, and the like. Not that the news was by any means good, even without these German commentaries. Already, by July 11th, it was known that the Germans were getting near Smolensk, and that most of the Baltic republics had been overrun. By the 14th, it was announced that fighting was taking place in the direction of Ostrov, which suggested a rapid German advance towards Leningrad from the south. By the 22nd, it was learned that the Finns were fighting in the direction of Petrozavodsk. By July 28th, that the Germans were advancing on Kiev. But the fact that, by the middle of July, the Germans seemed to have got stuck at Smolensk created in Moscow a curious state of euphoria, a feeling that perhaps the worst was over, even though the news from both the Leningrad front and the Ukraine continued to be distressingly bad. The first air raid on Moscow took place on the night of July 21st. What was most impressive was the tremendous anti-aircraft barrage, with shrapnel from the anti-aircraft shells clattering down onto the streets like a hailstorm, and dozens of searchlights lighting the sky. I had never seen or heard anything like it in London. Fire-watching was organised on a vast scale. Later I heard that many of the fire-watchers had been badly injured by incendiary bombs, sometimes through inexperience, but usually through sheer Russian foolhardiness. Youngsters would at first just pick up the bombs with their bare hands. It was soon learned that there were 3 circles of anti-aircraft defences round Moscow, and that during the first raid barely 10 or 15 German planes out of 200 had broken through. Some high-explosive bombs and some incendiaries could be heard dropping, but only very few. There were quite a number of broken windows the next morning, a few bomb craters, including one in Red Square, a few fires, which were rapidly put out, but nothing very serious. On the night of July 22nd there was a second blitz, which also caused only limited damage, except that over 100 people were killed when one big shelter off Arbat Square received a direct hit. But, as on the first night, only a very small number of planes got through. The air raids continued off and on through the last days of July and most of August. In the instructions issued at the end of July, it was now said that sand must be used against incendiaries rather than water, though, in reality, water continued to be used as well. No shirking was allowed in firefighting. 3 fellows guilty of neglect, and so held responsible for the destruction by fire of a large warehouse worth 3 million rubles, were shot. I wrote at the time, "I wonder if Moscow is taking the Blitz as well as London. People look grim, and there are mighty few bomb jokes. Perhaps people here feel individually more helpless than they do in London. Ambulances are comparatively scarce, and perhaps too precious to risk in a big Blitz, and they therefore do not collect the wounded during a raid, but only after the all-clear has gone. Until then, the wounded have only the local first aid to rely upon. The fire-watching rules are very drastic, and a dangerous amount of sleep is lost, nor are most of the shelters adapted yet for sleeping." But on the whole, Moscow, during those first 2 months of the war, presented a rather paradoxical sight. Official optimism was being more or less kept up by the press. The halting of the Germans at Smolensk was made out to be of the utmost importance, even though the news from other sectors of the front was still looking highly ominous. But at least the German advance was not what it had been during the desperate first fortnight. Conditions in Moscow were becoming more difficult. If, at the beginning of July, there was no real shortage of anything, food and cigarettes in particular were plentiful, and so were even nice-looking boxes of chocolates made in Riga, Latvian SSR, now already in German hands. Some hoarding went on in a smallish way all the time, and by July 15th the food shortage became very noticeable, and the mountains of cigarette packets displayed at almost every street corner rapidly disappeared. On July 18th, drastic food rationing was introduced, and the population split up into favoured, semi-favoured, and unfavoured categories, the rations of the latter being already extremely meagre. True, the kolkhoz markets continued to function, but prices were rising rapidly. There were still some consumer goods in the shops, and at the end of August I even managed to buy a fur coat of sorts, made of white Siberian dogskin, in a shop in Steleshnikov Lane, where there was still a fairly good assortment of reindeer polushipki, fur jackets, and the like. I paid 335 roubles, about £7, for my dog coat, which was cheap. But other shops, I found, were already quickly running out of shoes, galoshes, and valinki, felt boots. Restaurants were, however, continuing as before, and good meals were still served in the big hotels, the Metropole, Moskva, or in restaurants like the famous Aragvi in Gorky Street. The cocktail hall in Gorky Street was also crowded. The theatres, 14 of them, and the cinemas were working normally, and many of them were competing in producing topical and patriotic shows. The Bolshoi Theatre was closed, but its filiale in Pushkin Street was working, and there were the usual crowds of young people clamouring outside for spare tickets, in case anybody had one, and inside the theatre, giving frantic ovations whenever the famous tenors Lemeshev or Kozlovsky sang. At the Mali Theatre they were playing Korneichuk's In the Ukrainian Steppes, when one of the characters said, "There is nothing more maddening than when you're interrupted just as you are completing the roof of your cottage. If only we have 5 more years. But if war comes, then we shall fight with a fierceness and anger the like of which the world has never seen." It brought the house down. Whenever in cinemas Stalin appeared on newsreels, there was frantic cheering, which, in the dark, people presumably wouldn't do unless they felt like it. There could be no doubt about Stalin's authority, especially since that July 3rd broadcast. He was the Khazyain, the boss, who it was hoped knew what he was doing. Even so, people felt that things had gone badly wrong, and many were greatly surprised that Russia should have been invaded at all. Patriotic plays were being concocted, such as The Confrontation in Tyrov's Kamerny Theatre, in which a German agent finally gives up in despair, finding all the Russian people completely united, or plays about Suvorov or Kutuzov, those victorious Russian ancestors. The Hermitage Garden continued to be crowded on Sundays by a half-civilian, half-military public. Here, in a crowded hall, Busia Goldstein played Tchaikovsky's Violin Concerto, while in one of the theatres they were playing satirical sketches, ridiculing Hitler and Goebbels, and German soldiers and German generals and German paratroopers, who were always outwitted by the patriotic Russian villagers. None of it, perhaps, terribly convincing in the circumstances. Nevertheless, people enjoyed it and laughed. Poets and composers were busy writing patriotic poems or patriotic war songs, and soldiers would be seen marching down the streets singing the pre-war Little Blue Scarf, or Katyusha, or Of Boy za Rodinu, of Boy za Stalina, into battle for the country, into battle for Stalin, or Alexandrov's brand-new and solemn Sacred War, which was to remain a kind of semi-official anthem throughout the war years. But alongside all this, many theatres continued as before, the Moscow Art Theatre going on with The Three Sisters and Anna Karenina, and The School for Scandal, and the usual Bolshoi ballet season opening at the end of September with Swan Lake, with Lepeshinskaya dancing. This only a few days before the Germans' final offensive began. The British and American embassies were very active during those days. Cripps and Steinhardt had become familiar Moscow figures, and could often be seen on newsreels. At the end of July, diplomatic relations were restored with the Polish government in London, though this was soon to lead to the first complications. When, a day or two after the Maisky-Sikorsky agreement of July 30th, I asked Lazowski whether the release of Polish war prisoners had begun, and whether steps had been taken to form a Polish army in Russia, he became extremely cagey, saying that such steps were being taken, but with the Poles scattered all over the Soviet Union, there were a lot of practical problems still to be settled, nor could he state how many Polish prisoners there were, since this would give away vital secrets to the enemy. Soon after that, Sikorsky referred in a broadcast to the destruction of Poland by Germany and Russia in 1939, and demanded that Poland be restored within her 1939 frontiers. Izvestia immediately protested. Sorry, but frontiers are not immutable, and the British government realizes this, and has not guaranteed any East European frontiers. Mr. Eden said so the other day. But with goodwill on both sides, Poland and the Soviet Union will settle this question, as they settled so many other questions. Moreover, Russia did not want to destroy Poland, but merely wanted to prevent the Germans from getting too near Minsk and Kiev. Diplomatic relations were also resumed with the exiled governments of Yugoslavia, Belgium, and Norway. An important Anglo-Soviet decision was to occupy Iran, a decision which was to produce some unintentionally amusing stories in Pravda, whose correspondent, describing the enthusiasm with which the Soviet troops were welcomed by the Persian population, quoted one old man as saying, "I welcome you in the name of Article 6 of the Treaty of 1921. This also gave rise to some bitter jokes, like this one. "Thank God we've occupied Persia. When the Germans have occupied the whole of Russia, we'll have somewhere to run away to." The highlight of diplomatic activity during that grim summer was Harry Hopkins's visit, to be followed later by the Beaverbrook visit. All this, especially the Hopkins visit, had a cheering effect on the Russians. The exact purpose of the Hopkins visit was, of course, not disclosed at the time, except that it was assumed that the Americans were going to help. Needless to say, among ordinary Russians, there was already much talk about the necessity of a second front. Why couldn't the British land in France? Very little was, as yet, said about this officially, but party propaganda had clearly spread the word that this was very important, if not absolutely decisive. A good deal was made, as a sop to Russian morale, of British air raids on Germany, though everybody seemed to feel that that wasn't enough. But of the active and at times cantankerous correspondence that was already going on between Churchill and Stalin, nothing was yet known to the Russian public. Both Sir Stafford Cripps and General Mason Macfarlane, the head of the British military mission, were well disposed to the Russians, even though Macfarlane occasionally spoke of this blood-stained regime, and Cripps had had to suffer a good many humiliations at the time of the Soviet-German pact. I used to see a great deal of both of them during that summer and early autumn. Both considered the situation at the Russian front serious, but never hopeless, and were clearly convinced that the Russians would not be crushed, even though there were times when things looked pretty desperate, at the very beginning, and then after the Germans had captured Kiev and forced the Dnieper, and then again when they closed in on Leningrad and started their final offensive against Moscow. But throughout, both considered Russia as a lasting and decisive factor in the struggle against Nazi Germany. Both were greatly impressed by Stalin, by his knowledge of details, though Cripps told me about the middle of August that, at least on one occasion, he had found Stalin badly rattled, adding, however, that he may have been play-acting and simply trying to get Britain and America to do more than they were doing. Cripps was, above all, impressed by the fact that, with possibly one exception, Stalin, in his negotiations with the British and the Americans, always expressed himself in terms of a long war. His request for aluminium, in particular, was taken by Cripps as an indication of Stalin's thinking a long way ahead. Some of the younger British and American diplomats and journalists, however, tended to think that the Russians were heading for catastrophe. One American woman journalist thought she would, as a neutral, stay on to see from her Hotel National window the Germans march through Red Square. Some even gloated over the enthusiasm with which the Latvians and Estonians were said to be welcoming the Germans. But, in the main, there was, among the journalists, a feeling of goodwill and admiration for the Russians. Apart from the bourgeois journalists, who were very few at the beginning of the war, but who received reinforcements as time went on, there were the so-called Comintern journalists, correspondents of communist papers. They had had a difficult time during the Soviet-German pact, and now kept rather aloof. Nor were the communist leaders from foreign countries, Pieck, Torres, Ulbricht, Gottwald, Anna Pauker, Dimitrov, to be seen at all in 1941. It was scarcely known even whether they were still in Moscow. Apart from the very small number of official communist correspondents, at least 3 of these were Americans and 2 were Spaniards, there were some other people vaguely connected with the Comintern, with the foreign services of Moscow Radio or with Moscow News, among them the once famous Baradin, who had been Soviet Russia's foremost emissary in China. Many of these were survivors of all kinds of purges, and some had been only recently allowed to return from exile. They were, as it were, the flotsam and jetsam of a now bygone era. The Russians did not encourage them to mix with respectable, allied, though bourgeois, correspondents. One of the best of these seemingly lost souls was John Gibbons, a convinced Glasgow communist who had fought the Black and Tans in his early youth and had, since the closing down of the Daily Worker in 1939, been working on Moscow radio. He was one of the few people I knew who lived in the famous Comintern Hotel, the Lux in Gorky Street. His wife, a cosy, sentimental, fat woman, continued to pine for her native Southampton. But John Gibbons, though he had lived through many sombre crises since 1936, remained a strangely happy and balanced man. True, during the next grim winter of 1941 to 1942, he was to suffer deeply from having tea without sugar and only a piece of dry bread, while his boss on Moscow radio, with a higher category ration card, was in the same office eating ham and eggs. It's part of the system, he would say, and no doubt they are right, but it was bloody unpleasant to smell the ham and eggs, all the more so as the boss thought it was quite normal, and never offered me even a scrap of the ham. Chapter 6. Close-up 2. Autumn Journey to the Smolensk Front. The Battle of Yelnya, southeast of Smolensk, which went on throughout the whole of August, was not a major battle of the Soviet-German war, and yet one has to live back into the fearful summer of 1941 to realize how vital it was for Russian morale. Throughout August and part of September, it was built up by the Russian press and by Russian propaganda out of all proportion to its real or ultimate importance, and yet here was not only, as it were, the first victory of the Red Army over the Germans. Here was also the first piece of territory, perhaps only 100 or 150 square miles, in the whole of Europe reconquered from Hitler's Wehrmacht. It is strange to think that in 1941 even that was considered a vast achievement. After the capture of Smolensk, the Germans were held up along most of the central front, but they had managed to drive a wedge southeast of Smolensk, capturing the town of Yelnya and a number of villages. According to Guderian, there was some dispute among the German generals whether to defend the Yelnya salient or to evacuate it. In the end it was decided to evacuate it, though at heavy loss of life, which clearly suggests that the Russians actually drove the Germans out after weeks of heavy fighting. The price paid in human lives by the Russians for this prestige victory had been very high, and when, later in October, the big German offensive had started against Moscow, the Russians in what had been the Yelnya salient were doomed to encirclement. Although, until then, foreign correspondents had not been allowed at the front, the Yelnya victory was something that called for worldwide publicity, and 7 or 8 were taken in cars on a week's trip beginning on September 15th. What, in retrospect, was so striking about it was a certain tragic pathos of the whole scene. Tragic was the town of Vyazma, exposed to constant air attack from nearby German airfields. More tragic still were the young airmen at the small fighter airfield near Vyazma, who, with their 7 or 8 sorties a day over the German lines, were on a constant near-suicide job. Tragic, too, was the completely devastated countryside of the Yelnya salient, where every village and every town had been destroyed, and the few surviving civilians were now living in cellars or dugouts. Vyazma, where we arrived in the late afternoon, looked almost normal, in spite of a large number of soldiers and bombed houses. It was a harmless little town, with its few government buildings in the central square and a few derelict churches, and a statue of Lenin, and the rest of the town a mass of quiet provincial streets, with wooden houses and little gardens in front of them, and rows of rough wooden fences. In the gardens grew large sunflowers and dahlias, and old women with scarves round their heads chatted in front of the garden gates. The place could not have changed much since the days of Gogol. The interview we had on that first night at Vyazma with General Sokolovsky, at that time General Konev's chief of staff, was, in the circumstances, reassuring. He spoke in a quiet, even voice, describing what the Russian army had done on this central sector during the past few weeks. He attached the greatest importance to the fact that the Russians had stopped the German advance beyond Smolensk, claimed that several German armies had been smashed up in the last month, and that, in the first days of September alone, they had suffered 20,000 casualties. Several hundred German planes had been shot down in this sector over a number of weeks. The blitzkrieg as such, he said, was over, and the process of grinding down the German war machine had now started in real earnest, and the Russians had even succeeded in recapturing a considerable slice of territory in this sector. To check the Russian counter-offensive, the Germans had had to bring up reinforcements in the last few days. He thought German communications were being seriously interfered with by the partisans in the enemy rear. He also thought that Russian artillery was greatly superior to German artillery, though he admitted that the Germans still had great air and tank superiority. Another important point he made was that the Russian troops all had poloshubki, sheepskin jackets, and other adequate winter clothes, and they could stand even 50 degrees of frost. The Germans could not stand up to it. It was significant that he should already then have attached the greatest importance to the part winter was soon going to play. As an afterthought, he said that he could only speak of the Central Front, and could not speak with first-hand knowledge of Voroshilov in the north and Budyonny in the south, where, indeed, the situation was then extremely serious. Asked whether, in view of what he had said, a new German offensive against Moscow was now impossible, he said, of course not. They may always try a last desperate gamble, or even a few last desperate gambles. But I don't think, he added firmly, that they will get to Moscow. At sunset we drove to a small fighter base outside Vyazma. Here were the Stalin Hawks, the Stalinskие Sokoli, in their own surroundings. The moment we arrived, we heard the drone of engines, and, despite the growing darkness, a Russian fighter swooped down and landed gracefully on the airfield. A crowd of airmen on the ground ran up to the new arrival. The newly landed plane was a fighter, but had been fitted with a bomb bay. The young pilot was, by now, busily examining one of the wooden wings which had been pierced by an anti-aircraft shell. He had dropped his bombs on a German airfield near Smolensk, and there had been some heavy anti-aircraft fire. He had set fire to a hangar and seemed very pleased with the result. He was about 20, but had done a good deal of flying. When asked how much flying a day he did, he said, "From here to the German lines, 5, 6, 7 raids a day. Only takes about an hour or so, there and back." There was another young, fair-haired airman whom I asked how he liked the dangerous life. "I love it. It may be dangerous, but every moment of it is exciting. It's the best life there is. It's well worth it." Did he really mean it, I wondered? Later we were shown a rocket that was used by these planes against tanks. Even so, there was something pathetic about these slow, obsolete planes being used as supposed fighter bombers, with probably very little effect, but at a terribly high cost in Russian lives. That week spent in the Smolensk country, the Smolenshchina, was, in a sense, a heartening but also a highly tragic experience. This was, historically, one of the oldest of Russian lands, not Estonian, Latvian, or even Belarusian or Ukrainian. This was very nearly the heart of old Muscovy. The ancient city of Smolensk was already in German hands, and the front was running some 20 or 25 miles east of it. There were villages through which we travelled where the Germans had not yet been. There were hardly any young men left in these villages, only women and children and a few very old men, and many of the women were anxious and full of foreboding. Many of these villages in the frontal zone had been bombed and machine-gunned. Some villages and small towns, like Dukhovshchina, had been completely wiped out by German bombing, and the fields of rye and flax around them had remained unharvested. And then there were the soldiers. We visited many regimental headquarters, some of them only a mile or two from the front line, and with shells frequently falling around. For the last month these men had been advancing, though at heavy cost. Many of the officers, like Colonel Kirillov, who received us on a wooded hill overlooking the German lines on the other side of a narrow plain, were like something out of Tolstoy, brave, a little gruff, taking war in their stride. Some of these men had retreated hundreds of miles, but now they were happy to have stopped and even driven back the Germans. Kirillov had adopted as a son of the regiment a pathetic little 14-year-old boy, whose father and mother had both been killed in the bombing of a nearby village. One night we stayed at a field hospital consisting of several large dugouts. 2 of them were still crowded with men who had been too severely wounded to be transported, men who had lost both their eyes or both legs. Only a week before there had been hundreds of wounded in these dugouts. All the nurses were pupils of the Tomsk Medical School, all young and extraordinarily pretty, as Siberian women usually are. There was a staff of 7 surgeons, 6 doctors, and these 48 nurses, and only a week before they had had to handle as many as 300 wounded a day. The operating dugout was well equipped, and there were X-ray and blood transfusion units. As yet, the chief surgeon, a Moscow man, said they had not been short of any medical supplies. But perhaps the optimism among the soldiers was more on the surface. I had a talk one day with a captain whose hometown was Kharkov, and who had studied history and economics at Kharkov University. He had been engaged in some heavy fighting round Kiev during the previous month, until his regiment had been moved to this Smolensk sector. He was in a gloomy mood. "It's no use pretending that all is well," he said. "The flag-waving, the hurrah patriotism of our press are all very well for propaganda purposes to keep up morale, but it can be overdone, as it sometimes is. We shall need a lot of help from abroad. I know the Ukraine. I know how immensely important it is for our whole national economy. Now we have lost Krivoy Rog and Dnipropetrovsk, and without the Krivoy Rog iron ore, Kharkov and Stalina, if we don't lose them too, we'll find it hard to work at anything like full capacity. Leningrad, with its skilled labour, is also more or less isolated, and we just don't know how much further the Germans are going to push. With their troops already at Poltava, we may well lose Kharkov. We've been hearing for weeks about the economic conference that's to meet in Moscow. They say Lord Beaverbrook is on his way. I wonder what good it'll do. He went on, "This is a very grim war, and you cannot imagine the hatred the Germans have stirred up among our people. We are easy-going, good-natured people, you know, but I assure you, they have turned our people into spiteful mujiks. Zlые mujiki. That's what we've got in the Red Army now. Men thirsting for revenge. We officers sometimes have a job in keeping our soldiers from killing German prisoners. I know they want to do it, especially when they see some of these arrogant, fanatical Nazi swine. I have never known such hatred before, and there's good reason for it. Think of those towns and villages over there," he said, pointing at the red sunset over Smolensk. "Think of all the torture and degradation these people are made to suffer." There was a flicker of mad hatred in his eyes, and I cannot help thinking of my wife and my own 10-year-old daughter in Kharkov. He was silent for a time, controlling himself, and hammering one knee with his fingers. "Of course," he said at last, "there are the partisans. They are at least a personal solution to thousands of people over there. There comes a moment when people can't bear it any longer. They go off into the woods in the hope that they may murder a German sometime. Often it's like suicide. Often they know that sooner or later they are almost sure to be caught, and to be put through all the beastliness the Germans are capable of." He then talked about the partisans generally, thought they were important, though not as important as they might be, and sooner or later, if the Russians went on retreating, the partisans would lose touch with their sources of supply and would soon be short of arms. No doubt they can continue to carry on sabotage in a small way, and various forms of passive resistance, but they may no longer constitute a serious armed force. If only we had fully prepared the partisan movement, if only we had piled up thousands of arms dumps throughout Western Russia. Something was done, but not nearly enough, and in the south there are, unfortunately, no woods. It was during this visit to the front that I first met Alexei Surkov, the Russian poet, who was there as a war correspondent. Later during the war we recalled those days. "Those were fearful days," he said. "Do you know that we wanted to show you people some of our tanks? Well, I can now tell you, we didn't have a damned thing." The town of Dorogobuj, famous before the war for its cheeses, on the banks of the upper Dnieper, which we reached one night after travelling for hours along terribly muddy, bumpy roads, had been bombed by the Germans, and now nothing was left of it but the shells of the stone and brick buildings and the chimney stacks of the wooden houses. Of its 10,000 inhabitants, only about 100 people were still there. In July, in broad daylight, waves of German planes had dropped high explosives and incendiary bombs over the town for a whole hour. There were no troops there at the time. Men, women, children had been killed. Nobody knew how many. After spending the night in an army tent outside the town, we saw the next morning some 50 people, mostly women and some pale-looking children, lining up for food outside an army canteen in one of the few, only half-destroyed buildings of the town. We drove to Yelnya through what was now reconquered territory. There had been heavy fighting there. The woods were shattered by shell fire. There were, here and there, large mass graves, with crudely painted wooden obelisks on top of them, in which hundreds of Russian soldiers had been buried. The village of Ushakova, where some of the heaviest fighting had taken place for over a month, had been razed to the ground, and only from the bare patches along the road could one roughly imagine where the houses had stood. In Ustinovka, another village some distance away, most of the thatched roofs had been torn away by bomb blast. The people in the village had fled before the Germans came, but now there were faint signs of life again. An old peasant and 2 little boys had returned since the Russians had recaptured the village, and were working in the deserted fields digging up potatoes that had been sown long before the Germans had come. And there was nobody else in the village, except an old woman, a blind old woman who had gone insane. She was there when the village was shelled and had gone mad. I saw her wandering barefooted about the village, carrying a few dirty rags, a rusty pail, and a tattered sheepskin. One of the boys said that she slept in her shattered hut, and they gave her potatoes, and sometimes soldiers passing through the village would give her something, though she never asked for anything. She just stared with her blind white eyes, and never uttered any articulate words except the word cherti, the devils. We drove on to Yelnya, through more miles of uncut fields. Once we drove off the road into a wood because there were 3 or 4 German planes overhead. In the wood there were Russian batteries and other signs of military activity. Yelnya had been wholly destroyed. On both sides of the road leading to the centre of the town, all the houses, mostly wooden houses, had been burned, and all that was left was piles of ashes and chimney stacks, with fireplaces some way down. It had been a town of about 15,000 inhabitants. The only building still intact was a large stone church. Most of the civilians who had been here during the German occupation had now gone. The town had been captured by the Germans almost by surprise, and very few civilians had had time to escape. Nearly all the able-bodied men and women had been formed into forced labour battalions and driven into the German rear. A few hundred elderly people and children had been allowed to stay on in the town. The night the Germans decided to pull out of Yelnya, for the Russians were closing in, threatening to encircle the town, the remaining people of Yelnya were ordered to assemble inside the church. They spent a night of terror. Through the high windows of the church black smoke was pouring in, and they could see the flames. For the Germans were now going round the houses, picking up what few valuables they could find, and then systematically setting fire to every house in the town. The Russians drove into the town through the burning wreckage, and were able to release the now homeless prisoners. In the course of this one and only visit to the front, we had talked to 3 German airmen, the crew of a German bomber that had been shot down almost immediately after their raid on Vyazma. They had just missed the house where we were staying, but had killed several people in the house across the street. All 3 were arrogant, boasted of having bombed London, and were quite sure that Moscow would fall before the winter. They argued that the war against Russia had been rendered inevitable by the war against England. It was part of the same war, and, once Russia had been knocked out, England would be brought to her knees. "And what about America?" somebody asked. "America? That's a long way away. America, das ist sehr weit." They also said that it had taken 5 Russian fighters to bring down their Heinkel. Chapter 7. Advance on Leningrad. While the Red Army succeeded in stabilizing the front east of Smolensk, events in the north, and before long in the south, took a turn for the worse. The unequalled tragedy of Leningrad will be related in some detail later in this book, and the German advance on Leningrad need be mentioned only briefly here. The German plan was to make one rapid thrust through Pskov, Luga, and Gatchina to Leningrad, and to capture the city, while the Finns were expected to strike from the north. A second enveloping movement was to be carried out round Lake Ilmen, and then on to Petrozavodsk, east of Lake Lodoga, where the German troops were to join with the Finns. The Russian troops of the northwest direction under Voroshilov had been routed in the Baltic republics, and the Wehrmacht crashed through to Ostrov and the ancient Russian city of Pskov on their way to Leningrad, some 200 miles to the north. They had captured Ostrov on July 10th and Pskov 2 days later. Another German force, after capturing Riga and occupying the whole of Latvia, was rapidly advancing into Estonia, with the Russians retreating in disorder to Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, and one of the most important Soviet naval bases on the Baltic. Of the original 30 divisions of the Northwestern Front, only 5 were now fully manned and fully armed. The rest were left with a 10 to 30% complement of either men or equipment. By July 10th, the position was as disastrous as during the worst stages of the Russian retreat through Byelorussia. The Germans had a 2.4 to 1 superiority in men, 4 to 1 in guns, and nearly 6 to 1 in mortars, not to speak about tanks and aircraft. In this, as in most other cases, there is a discrepancy between the Russian and the German estimates of the German forces involved. According to Telpuchovsky, the Germans had assembled for their thrust against Leningrad 700,000 men, 1,500 tanks, and 1,200 planes. The Germans, without giving any figure for the number of men in Heeresgruppe Nord, claimed that it had only 900 tanks and 350 planes in its drive on Leningrad. To slow down the German advance on Leningrad, not only were some regular reserve troops thrown in, especially along the river Luga, but also freshly improvised Opolchenia units, consisting of workers' battalions, student and even schoolboy battalions, so characteristic of that levée en masse spirit which was to prove stronger in Leningrad than in almost any other Soviet city. Moreover, several 100,000 civilians had been mobilized early in July to dig 3 lines of trenches, anti-tank ditches, and other admittedly rudimentary defences on the approaches to Leningrad. The outer line of defence was along the river Luga. As it is now openly admitted, no fortifications of any kind existed in that part of Russia. For even though the Soviet government had been extremely concerned about the security of Leningrad, and had even embarked on its winter war of 1939 to 1940 to push the Finnish frontier back, it had never even occurred to anybody before the war that Leningrad might be threatened from the south or southwest. The Germans pushed on relentlessly, and reached the Luga River long before the Russian defences were complete. Nevertheless, by July 10th, a long stretch of the Luga line had been manned by the so-called Luga Operational Group, consisting of 4 regular infantry divisions and 3 divisions of Leningrad Opolchenia. The German advance was indeed slowed down, but the Germans succeeded in establishing a number of bridgeheads on the north side of the Luga. Meanwhile, other German forces were overrunning Estonia on the west side of Lake Peipus. Breaking through to Kunda on the Gulf of Finland, east of Tallinn on August 7th, the Germans cut off the Russian forces who had retreated to the Estonian capital. Even before that, other German forces had pushed north to Kingisepp along the east bank of Lake Peipus, and the threat to Leningrad had grown immensely. The Germans had forced the Narva River, and were not only advancing on the former Russian capital from the Narva-Kingisepp area, where the Russians had already suffered terrible losses in heavy fighting, and from the Luga area, but were also advancing to the east of Leningrad, both north and south of Lake Ilmen, with the obvious purpose of isolating Leningrad from the east and joining with the Finns on the east side of Lake Ladoga. In July, the Finns had already struck out in 2 directions, across the Karelian Isthmus up to the frontier, and to the east of Lake Ladoga, towards Petrozavodsk, on the banks of Lake Onega. A particularly harrowing episode was the attempt of the Soviet troops marooned at Tallinn to escape by sea. For over a month, they had tried to stop the Germans capturing Tallinn from the south. A large part of the Soviet Baltic Navy was still at Tallinn, and the greatest possible number of troops were to be evacuated by sea. It was a kind of Dunkirk, but without air cover, all available Russian aircraft being concentrated in and around Leningrad, where the situation was already highly critical, as the Germans had, by this time, practically cut off Leningrad from the east. At Tallinn there were 20,000 Russian troops, and these, together with the Baltic Navy, had tied up substantial German forces within a radius of 10 to 20 miles for over a month. 25,000 civilians were mobilized to strengthen the defences to the south of the city, though how enthusiastic these Estonians were may be questioned. The Germans started their all-out attack on Tallinn on August 19th, but the Russians, supported by the guns of the coastal defences and warships, were able to hold their ground for nearly a week. On August 26th, however, the Germans broke into the city, and the Russian Supreme Command ordered the evacuation of Tallinn, all the more so as Leningrad badly needed what troops and ships could still be rescued. After 2 more days of intensive street fighting, the convoy of troop transports and warships sailed from Tallinn harbour. The Germans claimed that not a single ship would be able to leave Tallinn, but according to the Russians, most of the ships, including the flagship Minsk, got through, despite constant attacks from German aircraft and torpedo boats, and floating mines which the Germans had scattered throughout the Gulf of Finland. The biggest losses were suffered by the trawlers and destroyers trying to take the convoy through the German minefields. In the end, the greater part of the ships, carrying several thousand soldiers, landed in Kronstadt or Leningrad. The Russian naval garrisons of Darga and other islands off the Estonian coast held out till the middle of October, when the 500 survivors of the defence of Darga succeeded in sailing under cover of night to Hanga, the Russian naval base in Finland, which was then still in Russian hands. It was, in fact, not until the Russian armies had retreated, or fled might be the right word, to the immediate vicinity of Leningrad after the collapse of the Luga line, that they began to contain the Germans with any success. Voroshilov had lost his head completely, and it was not until General Zhukov was rushed to Leningrad at the beginning of September and reorganized the troops on the spot that the defense of Leningrad began in real earnest. It was to become the greatest of all the great Russian stories of human endurance. Never yet had a city of the size of Leningrad been besieged for nearly 2.5 years. Chapter 8. Rout in the Ukraine. Khrushchev versus Stalin. Meantime, as we have seen, Hitler had decided to strike his main blow not at Moscow, but at the Ukraine. Abandoning, for the time being, the drive on Moscow, he had transferred some troops to the north to speed up the capture of Leningrad, and even larger reinforcements were sent to the Ukraine, which, together with the Crimea, he planned to overrun within a few weeks. Early in July, the Russians had had a few local successes in the Ukraine. Thus, they had checked a German breakthrough to Kiev some 10 or 12 miles outside the city. But at the end of July and the beginning of August, the blitzkrieg had been resumed. On August 17th, the Germans occupied Dnipropetrovsk, at the far end of the Dnieper Bend, and forced the Dnieper, despite the Soviet Supreme Command's order to hold the Dnieper line at all costs. Kherson, Nikolaev, and the iron ore centre of Krivoy Rog were captured. In the southwest, Odessa was cut off by the Romanians from the Soviet mainland. Meanwhile, north of Kiev, the Germans had started another offensive in the general direction of Kanatop, Poltava, and ultimately Kharkov. Thus, by the beginning of September, Kiev formed, in fact, the tip of a long and constantly narrowing salient, the Germans having advanced far to the east, both north and south of the Ukrainian capital. It is here that we come to one of the major controversies of the war, a controversy involving not only Hitler and his generals, but also Stalin and Khrushchev. Khrushchev was a member of the War Council attached to the staff of Marshal Budyonny, the commander-in-chief of the southwestern direction. It should be explained, to avoid confusion, that the southwestern direction was one of 3 directions into which the whole front had been split in July. Several fronts, that is, army groups, came under the authority of each direction. One of the fronts that came under the authority of the southwest direction was the Southwest Front, the principal victim of the Kiev encirclement. By October 1941, the front was no longer divided into directions, but only into fronts, that is, army groups. In September, the commander of the direction was Budyonny, the commander of the front was Kirpanos. Present-day histories are untiring in their praise of Khrushchev, who, as a member of the Politburo and as secretary of the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party, aroused everywhere, they say, the patriotic fervour of the people of the Ukraine and of Kiev in particular, even though, lacking the great proletarian and revolutionary traditions of Moscow and Leningrad, the levée en masse seems to have been considerably less spectacular there than in the other 2 cities. Moreover, Kiev had a peculiar mentality. Only some 20 years before, it had been occupied in quick succession by the German and Austrian armies, who had put up a puppet ruler, Hetman Skoropadsky, at the head of the Ukrainian state, by Ukrainian nationalists under Petliura, by Reds, Whites, and Reds again, and for a short time in 1920, even by Piłsudski's Poles. Older people may have remembered that the German-Austrian occupation of 1918 had not been as terrible as all that. As by September 9th the Germans were advancing on Nyezhin from the north, and other German armies had penetrated far into the Dnieper Bend in the south, and as no Russian reserves were available to check these 2 German advances, Budyonny and Khrushchev decided to pull out of the Kiev salient. On September 11th, they informed Stalin that his previous instructions to dispatch 2 infantry divisions from Kiev to stop the German advance in the north could not be carried out, that the Soviet armies in the Ukraine had been badly weakened by weeks of heavy fighting, and that, despite the Supreme Command's opinion to the contrary, they considered the time ripe for withdrawing to a new line in the east. On that same day, in speaking to General Kirpanos, commander of the southwestern front, Stalin emphatically rejected the proposal to abandon Kiev and to withdraw the troops from the Kiev salient to the river Psyol in the Kursk-Poltava area. He insisted that troops be taken from other sectors of the front and thrown against the Germans advancing on Kanatop, east of Nyezhin. He also relieved Budyonny of his command and replaced him by Timoshenko, who arrived in Kiev on September 13th to take up his new duties. On that day, the bottleneck from which the four armies of the southwestern front could have pulled out was only 20 miles wide, between Lachwitze and Lubny. 2 days later, German tank formations closed this bottleneck. Here we come to the climax of the Stalin-Khrushchev controversy, of which so much is made in the present-day history. On September 14th, Major General Tupilov, Chief of Staff of the Southwest Front, considered it his duty to inform General Shaposhnikov, the Chief of Staff in Moscow, of the catastrophic situation. There were, he concluded, only a couple of days left. General Shaposhnikov called this report panicky, asked the commanders of the Southwest Front not to lose their heads and to carry out Comrade Stalin's orders of September 11th. But on September 16th, the Germans closed the bottleneck, and the four Soviet armies were surrounded. One of them, the 37th, was still holding the Kiev bridgehead on the west bank of the Dnieper. All these troops, says the history, had already suffered very heavy losses, were disorganized and had lost most of their fighting capacity. All this could have been avoided if Budionny's and Khrushchev's advice had been followed in time. After pointing out that the Supreme Command had a very erroneous idea of the whole situation, the history goes on, since the Supreme Command still would not order a general retreat, the War Council of the Southwestern Direction accepted N.S. Khrushchev's proposal to abandon Kiev and to lead the troops of the Southwest Front out of the encirclement. Since the enemy had not yet consolidated his front along the Psyol, this seemed the only reasonable solution. On Budionny's and Khrushchev's behalf, this decision was transmitted verbally by General Bagramian to General Kirpanos, who was then at Priluki, the headquarters of the Southwest Front. Instead of immediately carrying out this order, Kirpanos finally asked Moscow whether or not to carry out the instructions of the War Council of the Southwestern Direction. It was not till 11:40 p.m. on September 17th that Shaposhnikov replied that the Supreme Command had authorized the abandonment of Kiev, but still said nothing about breaking across the river Psyol. Thus, 2 days were wasted, in which substantial Russian forces could have broken out, but did not. What followed was an incoherent attempt to break out of the encirclement. It was all the more incoherent since communications between the various army headquarters were non-existent. Thus, separated from the other armies, the 37th Army continued its hopeless fight for Kiev during the next few days, and only then began, without any hope of success, to fight its way out. Only some units succeeded in breaking out. For example, one of 2,000 men with General Bagramian at their head. The General Staff of the Southwest Front and members of its War Council, having been unable to find a single plane, followed Bagramian with 800 men, but were cut off by German tanks. Near Lachwitze, a battle raged for 2 days, in the course of which General Kirpanos was mortally wounded, and M.A. Burmistrenko, a member of the War Council and Secretary of the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party, as well as the Chief of Staff of the Army Group, General Tupikov, were killed. Only very few members of the General Staff escaped. Tens of thousands of soldiers, officers, and political personnel died in the unequal struggle, or were taken prisoner, many of them wounded. The Germans claimed that the Wehrmacht captured no fewer than 665,000 prisoners in the Kiev encirclement. According to the history, there were 677,085 men on the southwestern front at the beginning of the Kiev operation. But of these, a total of 150,541 men had escaped encirclement. The troops that were encircled fought on through the greater part of September and suffered very heavy losses, while others succeeded in breaking out. Not more than 1/3 of the number of troops who had been originally surrounded were taken prisoner. These Russian statistics would reduce the number of prisoners taken to about 175,000. One cannot help suspecting that the truth must lie somewhere halfway between the Russian and the German figures. The question remains whether Stalin was not perhaps right, after all, to have clung to the Kiev salient for as long as he did. Paradoxically, the history suggests that this German victory in the Ukraine hopelessly upset Hitler's timetable. This, indeed, coincides with the prevalent German view. In the opinion of some of the leading German generals, the time wasted on the Kiev operation very largely upset the plans of the German High Command to reach Moscow before the winter had set in. Thus, Halder considered that the Battle of Kiev was the greatest strategic mistake in the Eastern Campaign, an opinion shared by Guderian, who spoke of the Battle of Kiev as a great tactical victory, but doubted that great strategic advantages were to be derived from it. Guderian found some comfort, though not very much, in the thought that although the planned assault on Leningrad had to be abandoned in favour of a tight investment, the prospects for occupying the Donetsk basin and reaching the Don were now good. It is not quite clear, though, whether, at the time, he entirely agreed with the OKH's belief that the enemy was no longer capable of creating a firm defensive front or offering serious resistance in the area of Army Group South. In any case, however, the Germans had torn a 200-mile gap in the Russian front in the Ukraine, and in the next 2 months they occupied the whole eastern Ukraine and nearly the whole Crimea, and were not thrown some distance back until after they had captured Rostov. Although Odessa was to rank officially among the 4 hero cities, the others being Leningrad, Moscow, and Stalingrad, its defence against 1 German and 18 Romanian divisions between August 5th and October 16th by the Special Maritime Army under General Petrov was in reality something of a sideshow in the general pattern of the war in 1941. It was long after the war that, on Khrushchev's initiative, Kiev was added to the hero cities. In military quarters this decision was sharply criticised, one colonel who had gone right through the whole war telling me, "Hero city, my foot. It was one of our worst skedaddles." Reaching the Black Sea coast at the beginning of August, the enemy had cut off Odessa from the Russian mainland, but this main Russian naval base in the western part of the Black Sea was able to maintain communications by sea with both the Crimea and the Caucasus. The Black Sea Navy and Marines played an important part in the defence of Odessa, where extremely heavy fighting was raging at the end of August, and losses in effectives reached as much as 40% overall, and in the case of the Marines, as much as 70 to 80%. In order to hold Odessa as long as possible, for this tied up considerable enemy forces, reinforcements were sent by sea, including a number of those invaluable Katyusha mortars, whose mass production had only just begun. It is remarkable, in view of the German air superiority, that the Russians should have been able to maintain, as they claim, regular sea communications from Odessa throughout the siege of the city. They even claimed that they managed to evacuate by sea to the Caucasus 350,000 civilians, that is about half of the population, and some 200,000 tons of industrial equipment. When practically the whole of the Crimea, with the exception of Sevastopol, had been overrun by the Germans, 80,000 soldiers and a considerable amount of military equipment were successfully transported by sea from Odessa to Sevastopol and the Caucasus, and this despite a large-scale attempt at sabotage by enemy agents who, at the height of the evacuation, set fire to numerous port installations. Odessa fell after 2.5 months of extremely fierce fighting, and losses were heavy on both sides. The Russians were very surprised by the toughness of the Romanian troops, since Romania's military record, particularly in World War I, had not been exactly glorious. According to the Russians, always prone to exaggerate enemy losses, the Romanians had lost 110,000 men at Odessa, but this is by no means a fantastic figure, since, according to the Romanians, their army lost, between the outbreak of the war and October 10th, 1941, as many as 70,000 dead and 100,000 wounded. Odessa and all the country between the Dniester and the western Bug were to be incorporated in Romania under the name of Transnistria. There was, as we shall see, going to be a marked difference between the Romanian and the German occupation regime. Whether 175,000 prisoners were taken east of Kiev, or 400,000 or 600,000, all this Russian and German quibbling over figures is one thing. Another is what all this represented in human terms. A heavy silence hung over the whole question all through the war, and indeed for many years after. Certainly Molotov issued from time to time long notes on the ill-treatment of Russian war prisoners, or on atrocities committed by the Germans in the occupied areas of the Soviet Union. But these were clumsy documents, in which horrors were piled upon horrors, to such an extent that those who read them, not only in the West, but even in Russia in 1941 to 1943, only half believed them, if that. Except for some atrocities the Germans had committed in the relatively small areas around Moscow that were liberated by the Russians in the winter of 1941 to 1942, There was still very little first-hand information on the German occupation, or even on the German treatment of war prisoners. Only after Stalingrad, when the Russians began to liberate enormous areas, did the truth begin to emerge, and even then, not the whole truth. The full enormity of it did not begin to be measured until the liberation of Poland with its super-death camps, and the occupation of Germany, when stock could at last be taken of what had happened to the Russians deported to Germany as slave labour, or captured as war prisoners, particularly in 1941 to 1942. For long after the war, very little was said about those who were taken prisoner in those early war days. A stigma was still attached to those unfortunate people. The human tragedy of the Russian prisoners was not to be openly discussed in Russia until long after the war. By far the most graphic account of what it was like to have been trapped in the Kiev encirclement was not to be written until 20 years after, and published in the form of a short story in Novy Mir of January 1963. But, though presented as fiction, it is the tale of one of its survivors, and has the ring of absolute authenticity. In the 30 pages of Through the Night, Leonid Volinsky succeeds in telling the story of German captivity with the same concentrated intensity that Solzhenitsyn had given to his account of the Stalin labor camps. The story begins on September 17, 1941, in a Ukrainian village, just as the German ring is about to close round the Russians. Many years afterwards, I read a book by von Tippelskirch, a German general, who wrote that the encirclement of our troops east of Kiev had tied down large German forces, and so ruined Hitler's game, since it delayed his offensive against Moscow. No doubt that's just how things happened, but we knew nothing about that. To hundreds of thousands of men trying during those nights to break out of the German ring, groping their way through forests and marshes, and under a hailstorm of German bombs and shells, all this was nothing but a vast and inexplicable tragedy. On that night of the 17th, the narrator was wandering along a road. 2,000 or 3,000 motor vehicles were burning. It was important not to let the Germans have them. That night, too, he saw a group of 10 senior officers also walking towards Lachwitza, where there was believed to be a gap in the ring. He recognized among them the commander of the front, General Kirpanos. Not until several years later did I learn that he shot himself that night, or it may have been the following night, having refused to fly off in a plane that had been sent for him with great difficulty. His remains have since been reburied in Kiev. With him also died a member of his war council, Burmistrenko, who had been the second secretary of the Central Committee of the Ukrainian CP before the war. It is curious to note that, according to the official history, Kirpanos was killed. There is no mention of his suicide. On the following morning, the narrator and 3 other soldiers, seeing German tanks approaching, hid in an overgrown ravine, but the Germans noticed them and proceeded to machine-gun the bottom of the ravine. 1 man was killed, but the 3 others surrendered. The thought of suicide crossed the narrator's mind, but no more. A German soldier, a decent and pleasant fellow, at first sight slapped their faces and ordered them to empty their pockets. Closely followed by a tank, they had to run to a village called Kovali. By the end of the day, 10,000 prisoners were assembled there. On the following morning, the commissars, communists, and Jews were summoned to come forward, after the arrival of some 15 SS men in black uniforms and with skulls on their caps. Some 300 came forward, were stripped to the waist and lined up in the yard. Then the interpreter, a young man, speaking with a strong Galician accent, shouted that some must still be in hiding, and anyone who denounced a communist, commissar, or Jew could take his clothes and other belongings. And among 10,000 men you will always find a dozen or 2 such people. It may not be a high percentage, but there it is. Such people do exist, and always will. So in the end, 400 were shot, being taken away 10 at a time and ordered to dig their graves. They all died silently, except one, who uttered heart-rending screams as he crawled at the SS men's feet. "Don't kill me! My mother is a Ukrainian!" One of the SS men kicked him in the face and knocked his teeth out, and he was hauled off to the execution ground, his bare feet dragging through the dust. The surviving war prisoners were marched first to one camp and then to another, and the soldiers, decent-looking, ordinary chaps, perhaps German working men, automatically shot any stragglers, or anyone falling down by the roadside. The rest of the story is one of such constant starvation, cold, and humiliation that the prisoners rapidly lost all human semblance and human dignity. The narrator and 2 other men succeeded in escaping, but they were the lucky exceptions. Chapter 9. The Evacuation of Industry. The evacuation of industry threatened by the German invasion had been one of the Soviet government's major concerns almost since the moment the war had begun. During the very first days of the war, 2 important industrial centres were lost, Riga and Minsk. But there was nothing of outstanding industrial importance in Lithuania, the rest of Latvia, Byelorussia, or the western Ukraine. The great industrial areas of the European part of the Soviet Union threatened by the invasion, or at any rate by destruction from the air, were the whole of central and eastern Ukraine, including the Kharkov, Dnipropetrovsk, Kryvyi Rog, Mariupol and Nikopol areas, and the Donbass, and, secondly, the industrial areas of Moscow and Leningrad. Whether or not the Soviet government believed, in the early weeks of the war, that the Germans would reach Leningrad, Moscow, Kharkov, or the Donbass, it very rightly decided there and then to take no chances, and laid down as a firm principle the evacuation of all essential industries, and particularly the war industries to the east. It knew from the start that this was a matter of life and death if the Germans were going to overrun large areas of European Russia. This transplantation of industry in the second half of 1941 and the beginning of 1942, and its rehousing in the East, must rank among the most stupendous organizational and human achievements of the Soviet Union during war. A steep increase in war production and the reorganization of the entire war industry on a new basis depended on the rapid transfer of heavy industry from the western and central areas of European Russia and the Ukraine to the distant rear, where it would not only be out of the German army's reach, but would also be beyond the range of German aircraft. As early as July 4th, the State Defense Committee ordered the chairman of the Gosplan, Voznesensky, to draw up a detailed plan for setting up in the east what was, in effect, a second line of industrial defense. The aim was to organize a coherent, productive combination between the industries already existing in the east and those to be transplanted there. The evacuation of industry to the Urals, the Volga country, western Siberia and Central Asia started at a very early stage of the war, not only from the industrial centres immediately threatened by the Germans, but from other centres as well. Thus, as early as July 2nd, it was decided to move the armoured plate mill from Mariupol in the southern Ukraine to Magnitogorsk, though Mariupol was still hundreds of miles away from the front. On the following day, the State Defense Committee, after approving the plans for the output of guns and small arms during the next few months, decided to transfer to the east 26 armament plants from Leningrad, Moscow, and Tula. During the same week, it was decided to send east part of the equipment, workers, and technical staff from the diesel department of the Kirov plant in Leningrad and the tractor plant in Kharkov. Another large plant for manufacturing tank engines was to be transferred from Kharkov to Chelyabinsk in the Urals. At the same time, the conversion of certain industries was decided upon. Thus, the Gorky automobile plant was to concentrate on the output of tank engines. These 2 decisions laid the foundations for a vast Volga-Urals combine for the mass production of tanks. Similar steps were taken in respect of the aircraft industry. With the German threat to the eastern Ukraine growing, it was decided to evacuate without delay such vast enterprises as the Zaporozhye steel mills, Zaporozhstal. On August 7th, orders were given to evacuate the enormous tube rolling mill at Dnipropetrovsk. The first trains evacuating this plant left on August 9th, and the 9th group of trains, loaded with the plant's equipment, arrived at Pervouralsk in the Urals on September 6th. By December 24th, it was in production again. Many other large plants were also evacuated during August. The dismantling and loading of the equipment went on non-stop for 24 hours a day, often under enemy bombing. The size of the operation may be judged from the fact that in the case of Zaporozhstal alone, it required 8,000 railway trucks to evacuate the entire plant and its stocks. Most of the equipment, weighing some 50,000 tons, was put to work in the Magnitogorsk engineering combine. On September 21st, L.P. Kornets of the Ukrainian government, who supervised the evacuation, was able to report to the government that, at Zaporozhye all plants have been evacuated. The evacuation took place in an organized manner and with proper camouflage. He added that the raw materials were now being evacuated. In addition to the local workers, many hundreds of miners had been brought to Zaporozhye to help with the dismantling of the steel mill equipment. Rather less successful was the evacuation of some of the plants of the Donbass, which was overrun by the Germans more quickly than had been expected, and here the scorched earth policy was extensively applied. Similarly, the Dnieper Dam was at least partly demolished by the retreating Russians. All the same, it had been possible to rescue a great deal. Altogether, 283 major industrial enterprises had been evacuated from the Ukraine between June and October, besides 136 smaller factories. More difficult, in the chaotic conditions of the first weeks of the invasion, had been the evacuation of the industrial plants of Byelorussia, all the more so as the railways were under constant air bombardment. Even so, some 100 enterprises, though not comparable in importance to those of the Ukraine, were evacuated, chiefly from the eastern parts of Byelorussia, Gomel and Vitebsk. The evacuation of Leningrad plants and their workers began in July after the Germans had reached the Luga River, but only 92 enterprises specializing in war production and some workshops of the Kirov and Izhora plants were evacuated in time. The rest were trapped in Leningrad after the Germans had cut all the railway lines. The large-scale industrial evacuation of Moscow was not started until October 10th, with the Germans only a few miles away. But by the end of November, 498 enterprises had been moved to the east, together with about 210,000 workers. No fewer than 71,000 railway wagons were required for this evacuation. During those grim winter months, measures were also taken to evacuate from threatened areas like Kursk, Voronezh, and the North Caucasian provinces as much as possible of the available food reserves, as well as the equipment of many light industry factories. This fantastic migration of industries and men to the east was not completed without considerable difficulties. There were gigantic bottlenecks at certain major railway junctions, such as Chelyabinsk, and the evacuees suffered some terrible hardships on the way to the Urals, Siberia, and Kazakhstan in the late autumn and at the height of winter. Altogether, between July and November 1941, no fewer than 1,523 industrial enterprises, including 1,360 large war plants, had been moved to the east, 226 to the Volga area, 667 to the Urals, 244 to western Siberia, 78 to eastern Siberia, 308 to Kazakhstan and Central Asia. The evacuation cargoes amounted to a total of 1.5 million railway wagon loads. This transplantation of industry to the east at the height of the German invasion in 1941 is, of course, an altogether unique achievement, but it would, at the same time, be naive to assume that everything of any industrial importance was either evacuated in time or destroyed on the strength of Stalin's scorched earth instructions of July 3rd. After the war, the Soviet government officially claimed that, apart from destroying 6 million houses, leaving 25 million people homeless, slaughtering or carrying off 7 million horses, 17 million head of cattle, 20 million pigs, etc., the Germans and their allies had also destroyed 31,850 industrial enterprises, employing some 4 million persons before the war, and had destroyed or carried away 239,000 electro-motors and 175,000 machine tools. Molotov's speech on reparations on August 26, 1946, at the Paris Peace Conference for the satellite countries. Even allowing for the fact that, with an eye on reparations, Molotov quoted some greatly inflated figures for the industrial equipment destroyed or looted by the Germans and their allies, his statement is, in fact, still an admission that a very important quantity of such equipment was left behind. Everything tends to show that a very important part in this evacuation of industry and its resettlement in the east was played by Molotov, Beria, Malenkov, and Kaganovich. But one would look in vain for any of these names in present-day accounts of this gigantic achievement, which was ultimately to enable Russia to carry on the war. Instead, the names that are now given pride of place are Mikoyan and Kosygin, who remain among Mr. Khrushchev's closest associates, and Voznesensky, who was shot, apparently in the course of the lurid Leningrad affair in 1949. Especially when the Battle of Moscow was at its height, and after the Russian counteroffensive had begun, The Russian working class worked with redoubled energy in resettling the evacuated war plants. Here was the combination of a great feat of organization with an almost unparalleled example of mass devotion, for the men and women engaged in restarting the evacuated armaments industry had to work at the height of winter, with worse than inadequate food and housing. In October, many government departments, such as the People's Commissariats of Aircraft Production, Tank Production, Armaments, Iron and Steel, and Munitions, were evacuated from Moscow to Kuybyshev. Voznesensky, the head of Gosplan, was instructed to send a weekly report to Moscow on the progress of the armaments industries. Similarly, a part of the apparat of the Central Committee of the CPSU had been evacuated to Kuybyshev and was authorized to send recommendations and instructions to the regional party committees of the Volga, Urals, Siberian and Central Asian provinces concerning the organization of industries evacuated to these areas, and also concerning agricultural state purchases. Special evacuation bases were established in industrial centers such as Gorky, Kuybyshev, Chelyabinsk, Novosibirsk, Sverdlovsk, Magnitogorsk, Tashkent, etc. Many evacuated factories were merged with local enterprises. Thus, a large tank plant from the Ukraine was integrated with a number of local plants to form a large combine which came to be known as the Stalin-Urals Tank Works, while the Chelyabinsk tractor plant, having merged with the evacuated Kharkov diesel works and parts of the Leningrad-Kirov plant, came to be popularly known as Tankograd. Some of the industrial giants could not be transplanted as single units and had to be decentralized, thus part of the Moscow ball-bearing plant being resettled in Saratov, another in Kuybyshev, and still another in Tomsk. All this created a variety of new organizational problems. During the war, I had the opportunity of talking to many workers, both men and women, who had been evacuated to the Urals or Siberia during the grim autumn or early winter months of 1941. The story of how whole industries and millions of people had been moved to the east, of how industries were set up in a minimum of time, in appallingly difficult conditions, and of how these industries managed to increase production to an enormous extent during 1942 was, above all, a story of incredible human endurance. In most places, living conditions were fearful. In many places, food was very short too. People worked because they knew that it was absolutely necessary. They worked 12, 13, sometimes 14 or 15 hours a day. They lived on their nerves. They knew that never was their work more urgently needed than now. Many died in the process. All these people knew what losses were being suffered by the soldiers, and they, in the distant rear, did not grumble much. While the soldiers were suffering and risking so much, it was not for the civilians to shirk even the most crippling, most heartbreaking work. At the height of the Siberian winter, some people had to walk to work, sometimes 3, 4, 6 miles, and then work for 12 hours or more, and then walk back again, day after day, month after month. There was little or no exaggeration in the stories published in the press. For instance, the story of how, on an empty space outside Sverdlovsk, 2 enormous buildings were erected in a fortnight for a factory being brought from the Ukraine. Among the mountains and the pine forests there is spread out the beautiful capital of the Urals, Sverdlovsk. It has many fine buildings, but I want to tell you of the 2 most remarkable buildings in the area. Winter had already come when Sverdlovsk received Comrade Stalin's order to erect 2 buildings for the plant evacuated from the south. The trains packed with machinery and people were on the way. The war factory had to start production in its new home, and it had to do so in not more than a fortnight. 14 days and not an hour more. It was then that the people of the Urals came to this spot with shovels, bars, and pickaxes. Students, typists, accountants, shop assistants, housewives, artists, teachers. The earth was like stone, frozen hard by our fierce Siberian frost. Axes and pickaxes could not break the stony soil. In the light of arc lamps, people hacked at the earth all night. They blew up the stones and the frozen earth, and they laid the foundations. Their feet and hands were swollen with frostbite, but they did not leave work. Over the charts and blueprints laid out on packing cases, the blizzard was raging. Hundreds of trucks kept rolling up with building materials. On the 12th day, into the new buildings with their glass roofs, the machinery, covered with hoarfrost, began to arrive. Braziers were kept alight to unfreeze the machines, and 2 days later, the war factory began production. At the time, however, the press scarcely ever referred to the special difficulties arising from wartime shortages. For example, a government instruction of September 11, 1941, laid down that steel and reinforced concrete were to be used very sparingly, and only in cases when the use of other local materials, such as timber, was technically wholly out of the question. So, especially in 1941, many of the factory buildings were made of wood. These buildings were architecturally displeasing, and often altogether puny to look at, but usually even large factory buildings were erected in a matter of 15 to 20 days. People worked day and night, the scene of their work being lit by arc lamps or by electric bulbs suspended on trees. In one of the Volga cities, the new buildings of the largest aircraft factory in the country were being built in this way. Even before the roof had been completed, the machine tools were already functioning. Even when the thermometer went down to 40 degrees below, people continued to work. On December 10th, 14 days after the arrival of the last trainloads of equipment, the first MiG fighter plane was produced. By the end of the month, 30 MiG planes were turned out. Similarly, the last lot of workers of the Kharkov tank works left Kharkov on October 19th, but already on December 8th, in their new Ural surroundings, they were able to assemble their first 25 T-34 tanks, which were promptly sent to the front. Though a very high proportion of Soviet heavy industry, and especially war industry, was successfully moved to the east within 4 or 5 months, there was an inevitable drop in production in the meantime. There was, in fact, a gap of nearly a year, roughly from August 1941 to August 1942, when the Red Army was extremely short of equipment, and this shortage was very nearly disastrous between October 1941 and the following spring. It was, as we shall see, one of the principal reasons why the Battle of Moscow was only a partial and not a complete victory. It also largely accounts for the Russians' grievous reverses of the following summer. Even so, the increase in armament production immediately after the invasion was very considerable. In the whole of 1941, the aircraft industry produced a total of nearly 16,000 planes of all types, of which more than 10,000 were produced after the invasion, but mostly between July and October. The figures for the production of tanks and other weapons were equally striking, and the production of munitions of all kinds in the second half of 1941 was almost 3 times what it had been in the first. The tragedy of it was that by October, all this progress came virtually to a standstill. The difficulties facing the Soviet armaments industry in the East were enormous. Not all the workers of the evacuated plants could be transferred at the same time as the machinery. In many cases, for a variety of reasons, only 40 or 50% of the workers followed. There was also at first a very serious shortage of certain raw materials. High-grade steels for armor plating had, in the main, been produced in the eastern Ukraine. This meant a fundamental reconversion of the various production processes in the East. This reconversion resulted in a temporary lowering of the output of the blast and open hearth furnaces. There was an extreme shortage of molybdenum and manganese. A high proportion of the manganese had been produced in the Nikopol area, which was now under German occupation. New manganese mining areas had to be opened up in the Urals and Kazakhstan, where conditions of terrain and climate presented incredible difficulties. The Nikopol miners, who had brought to the east their mining equipment, started producing manganese ore, with the help of locally conscripted labor, in a remote part of Sverdlovsk province, where manganese mining had been only tentatively begun shortly before the war. The gradual organization of the large-scale smelting of ferromanganese at the Kushvisk plant in the Kuzbas and at Magnitogorsk was later described as a stupendous industrial victory, equal in importance to a major military victory. No more remarkable, as a fact of human endurance, was the development of molybdenum mines in the waterless steppe near Lake Balkhash in Central Asia. When the Germans had overrun the Donbass, the Soviet Union lost over 60% of her coal output, and the production of coal had to be stepped up in the Urals, the Kuzbas, and Karaganda areas. In December 1941, it was decided to sink 44 new mines within the next 3 months. Desperate efforts were also made to increase the output of aluminium, nickel, cobalt, zinc, oil, chemicals, etc. in the East. The critical situation is best summarized in the second volume of the official history. In the late autumn of 1941, our country lived through its most difficult days, both militarily and economically. The front required more and more armaments and munitions, but owing to the evacuation of so many plants, the number of factories producing war equipment had sharply fallen. By the end of October, not a single plant in the south was working. Of the blast furnaces in operation on June 1st, only 38% were now working. Of the open hearth furnaces, only 52%. Of the electric steel smelting furnaces, 38%. Of the rolling mills, 52%. Compared with June 1941, we were producing, by the end of October 1941, 33% of pig iron, 42% of steel, 42% of rolled iron. By December, the output of steel had dropped by 2/3. We had lost all the coal mines of the Donbas and of the Moscow Basin. Rolled non-ferrous metals were down to practically nothing, and the total industrial output had dropped since June by over 50%. It was the lowest point reached throughout the war. The migration of the aircraft industry had a disastrous effect on the output of planes. This dropped in November to about 30% of its September output. There was no means of replacing the heavy losses suffered by our Air Force in the battles of Moscow, Leningrad, etc. Only by concentrating all aircraft reserves on the most decisive sectors of the front could the Soviet Air Force carry on at all in the winter fighting of 1941 to 1942. Owing to evacuation, there was also a heavy drop in the output of tanks during the late autumn and winter months, and the same applied to the production of guns and munitions. Nor was the conversion of peace production to war production easy. Out of the 30 agricultural machinery plants earmarked for such conversion, only 9 had the necessary equipment for doing so. In the munitions industry there was a serious shortage of ferroalloys, nickel, and non-ferrous metals. There were also desperate shortages of aluminium, copper, and tin. The loss of the Donbas, with its highly developed chemical industries, and the evacuation of the chemical industries of Moscow and Leningrad resulted in a sharp drop in the output of explosives. Out of the 26 chemical plants evacuated to the east, only 8 had reached their destination by the beginning of December, and only 4 of these had started production. Between August and November 1941, 303 munitions plants were out of action. These used to produce every month many millions of shells, air bombs, shell cases, detonating fuses, hand grenades, and some 25,000 tons of explosives. There was a growing disproportion between the number of guns produced and the amount of ammunition available for each gun. In the second half of 1941, the front was chiefly using the ammunition reserves accumulated in peacetime. But after 6 months, these reserves were practically down to zero, while current production was fulfilling the Army's needs only up to 50 or 60%. Apart from these heavy losses, Soviet industry also suffered from a serious shortage of manpower. The annual average of workers and employees in the national economy had dropped from 31.2 million in 1940 to 27.3 million in 1941. In November, this figure had dropped to 19.8 million. Some had been left behind in the occupied areas. Others were still on their way to the east. But on November 9th, while the Germans were still prophesying the imminent fall of Moscow, the State Defense Committee laid down precise plans for the speeding up of production in the east, and, in particular, it stipulated that in 1942, 22,000 planes and 22,000 to 25,000 heavy and medium tanks be produced. Just as Russia was becoming industrially more and more dependent on the east, by the end of 1941, she had become almost equally dependent on the east for food. The war had seriously lowered the efficiency of agriculture. Most of the men in the villages had been called up, including the tractor drivers who had been called up to drive tanks. Many of the horses, automobiles, and tractors had been requisitioned for the army. Practically all the agricultural work in Russia during the war was done by women and adolescents. In many kolkhozes, the ploughing was reduced to the most elementary forms, while at harvest time the population of the whole neighborhood, including town dwellers, was mobilized to help. Horses were used when they were still available, and when there were still tractors, they were usually fitted with gas generators because of the oil shortage. The territorial losses suffered in 1941 had an almost catastrophic effect on Russian food supplies. Before the war, the territory overrun by the Germans by November 1941 had produced 38% of the cereals, 84% of the sugar, and contained 38% of the cattle and 60% of the pigs. By January 1st, 1942, the number of cows in the Soviet Union, not counting those in the occupied areas, had dropped from 27.8 million to 15 million, and the number of pigs had dropped by over 60%. The Volga country, the Urals, Western Siberia, and Kazakhstan were to become the Soviet Union's food base for the greater part of the war. The areas under cultivation were greatly extended, and crops which had not been grown in these parts before, like sugar beet and sunflower, were introduced. With the loss of the Don and Kuban country in the summer of 1942, the dependence on the eastern food base was to become even greater. Chapter 10. Battle of Moscow begins. The October 16th Panic. In his statement to us at Vyazma in the middle of September, General Sokolovsky had made 3 important points. First, that despite terrible setbacks, the Red Army was gradually grinding down the Wehrmacht. Secondly, that it was very likely that the Germans would make one last desperate attempt, or even several last desperate attempts to capture Moscow, but they would fail in this. And thirdly, that the Red Army was well clothed for a winter campaign. The impression that the Russians were rapidly learning all kinds of lessons, were dismissing as useless some of the pre-war theories, which were wholly inapplicable to prevailing conditions, and that professional soldiers of the highest order were taking over the command from the army politicians and the Civil War legends like Budyonny and Voroshilov, was to be confirmed in the next few weeks. Some brilliant soldiers had survived the army purges of 1937 to 1938, notably Zhukov and Shaposhnikov, and had continued at their posts during the worst time of the German invasion. Zhukov had literally saved Leningrad in the nick of time by taking over from Voroshilov when all seemed lost. Apart from him and Shaposhnikov, Timoshenko, a first-class staff officer who had started his career in the Tsar's army, was almost the only one of the pre-war top brass to prove a man of ability and imagination. The first months of the war had been a school of the greatest value to the officers of the Red Army, and it was above all those who had distinguished themselves in the operations of June to October 1941, who were to form that brilliant pleiad of generals and marshals, the like of whom had not been seen since Napoleon's Grande Armée. In the course of the summer and autumn, important changes had been made in the organization of the Air Force by General Novikov, and in the use of artillery by General Voronov. Both Zhukov and Kornev had played a leading role in holding up the Germans at Smolensk. Rokossovsky, Vatutin, Chernyakhovsky, Ratmistrov, Boldin, Malinovsky, Fedyuninsky, Govorov, Meretskov, Yeremenko, Byalov, Lelushenko, Bagramian, and numerous other men, who were to become famous during the Battle of Moscow or in other important battles in 1941, were men who had, as it were, won their spurs in the heavy fighting during the first months of the war. Distinction in the field now became Stalin's criterion in making top army appointments. It is, indeed, perfectly true that the summer and autumn battles had brought on a military purge, as opposed to a political purge of the military. There was a growing restlessness with the incompetent and the inept. The great and signal strength of the Soviet High Command was that it was able to produce that minimum of high-caliber commanders capable of steering the Red Army out of total disaster. Undoubtedly some of the commanders had only a purely nominal party affiliation, and some of the new men, such as Rokossovsky, had actually been victims of the army purges of 1937 to 1938, and so could not have had any tender feelings for Stalin. The Stavka, the general headquarters of the Soviet High Command, was set up on June 23rd, and a few days later the State Defense Committee, GKO, consisting of Stalin, Molotov, Voroshilov, Malenkov, and Beria. On July 10th, the Stavka of the High Command became the Stavka of the Supreme Command, with Stalin, Molotov, Voroshilov, Budyonny, Shaposhnikov, and General Zhukov, the Chief of Staff, as members. On July 19th, Stalin became Defense Commissar, and on August 7th, Commander-in-Chief. The Commissar system was greatly reinforced. The Commissars, as representatives of the party and the government in the Red Army, were to watch over the officers' and soldiers' morale, and share with the commander full responsibility for the unit's conduct in battle. They were also to report to the Supreme Command any cases of unworthiness amongst either officers or political personnel. This was a hangover from the Civil War, and indeed from the much more recent period when the officer corps was suspected of unreliability. In practice, in 1941, the commissars proved, in the great majority of cases, to be either men who almost fully supported the officers, or were, at most, a minor technical nuisance, but inspired by the same lutte à outrance spirit, and faced daily by pressing military tasks, the old political and personal differences between officer and commissar were now usually less harsh than in the past. Even so, the dual command had its drawbacks, and at the time of Stalingrad, the commissar's role was to be drastically modified. Whether or not there was any serious need for giving the officer a party whip, there was certainly even less need for the NKVD's rear security units to check panic through the use of machine gunners ready to keep the Red Army from any unauthorized withdrawals. What initial fears there might have been that the troops would not fight were soon dispelled by the stubborn and bitter defense which the Red Army put up against the Germans, fighting, as Halder observed, to the last man, and employing treacherous methods, in which the Russian did not cease firing until he was dead. These rear security units were a revival of a practice inherited from the Civil War, and proved wholly unnecessary in 1941, the army itself dealing rigorously with any cases of cowardice and panic. The role of the NKVD in actual military operations remains rather obscure, though it is known that, apart from the frontier guards, who were under NKVD jurisdiction, and who were the first to meet the German onslaught, there were to be some very important occasions in which NKVD troops fought as battle units, for example at Voronezh in June to July 1942, where they helped to prevent a particularly dangerous German breakthrough. But there was a much grimmer side to the NKVD's connection with the Red Army. Thus, not only Russian prisoners who had managed to escape from the Germans, but even whole army units who, as so often happened in 1941, had broken out of German encirclement, were subjected as suspects to the most harsh and petty interrogation by the OO, a Sorby Atdel, special department, run by the NKVD. In Simonov's novel The Living and the Dead, there is a particularly sickening episode based on actual fact, in which a large number of officers and soldiers break out of a German encirclement after many weeks' fighting. They are promptly disarmed by the NKVD. But it so happens that at that very moment the Germans have started their offensive against Moscow, and as the disarmed men are being taken to a NKVD sorting station, they are trapped by the Germans and simply massacred, unable to offer any resistance. Apart from that, however, the NKVD interfered less than before with the Red Army. This is not to say that the army was left strictly to itself. Officers were still subjected to NKVD surveillance. The borderline between the military and the political elements in the army was vanishing, and Stalin himself presided over this development. Whatever he had done in the past to weaken the army by his purges and his constant political interference, he had learned his lesson from the summer and autumn of 1941. Voroshilov and Budyonny were pushed into the background, and the role of the NKVD bosses greatly reduced. The patriotic, nationalist and 1812 line was wholeheartedly taken up by all ranks of the army. All the military talent, discovered and tested in the first battles of the war, and in some cases, before that in the Far East, was assembled. All available reserves were thrown into battle, including some crack divisions from Central Asia and the Far East, a measure made possible by the non-aggression pact concluded with the Japanese in 1939. Whatever bad memories and reservations the generals may have had, Stalin had become the indispensable unifying factor in the patrie danger atmosphere of October to November 1941. There was no alternative. The Germans were on the outskirts of Leningrad, were pushing through the Donbass on their way to Rostov, and on September 30th the final offensive against Moscow had started. The Battle of Moscow falls broadly into three phases: the first German offensive from September 30th to nearly the end of October, the second German offensive from November 17th right up to December 5th, and the Russian counter-offensive of December 6th, which lasted till spring 1942. On September 30th, Guderian's panzer units on the southern flank of Heeresgruppe Mitte, Army Group Centre, thrust against Gluchov and Ariel, which fell on October 2nd, but were then held up by a tank group under Colonel Katyukov beyond Mtensk, on the road to Tula. The surprise was complete. The trams were still running at Ariel when the German tanks broke in. Other German forces launched full-scale attacks from the southwest in the Bryansk area and from the west on the Smolensk-Moscow road. Large Soviet troop concentrations were encircled south of Bryansk and in the Vyazma area due west of Moscow. The Germans had planned to contain Soviet troops surrounded in the Vyazma area mainly by infantry, thus freeing their panzer and motorized divisions for a lightning advance on Moscow. But for more than a week, fighting a circular battle of extreme ferocity, the remnants of the 19th, 20th, 24th, and 32nd Armies and the troops under General Boldin tied up most of the German 4th Army and of the 4th Tank Corps. This resistance enabled the Soviet Supreme Command to extricate and withdraw more of their frontline troops from the encirclement to the Mozhaisk line and to bring up reserves from the rear. As usual in such matters, there are considerable discrepancies between German and Russian, and even between Russian accounts of the Vyazma encirclement. The German claim, repeated by Tippelskirch, that the Russians lost in the Vyazma area 67 infantry, 6 cavalry and 7 tank divisions, totaling 663,000 prisoners, as well as 1,242 tanks and 5,412 guns, is dismissed by some Russians as a piece of German daydreaming, or a deliberate deception calculated to extract decorations and promotions from the Führer. In reality, 10 Soviet divisions, 8 infantry, 1 motorized and 1 cavalry, were fighting against 30 or 32 German divisions. Moreover, these encircled Russian divisions, seriously weakened by earlier fighting, tied up 30 or 32 German divisions west of Vyazma for a week, from October 6th to 13th. The official history, while not accepting inflated German claims, suggests that a far greater number of troops were encircled at Vyazma. It is also certain from numerous Russian breakout accounts that the number of Russian dead must have been enormous. It is perhaps significant that, while claiming 50,000 prisoners in the Bryansk encirclement in October 1941, Guderian should, when referring to the Vyazma encirclement, mention no figure at all for prisoners taken there. Maybe his figures disagreed with the official ones. By October 6th, German tank units had broken through the Rzhev-Vyazma defense line and were advancing towards the Mozhaisk line of fortified positions some 50 miles west of Moscow, which had been improvised and prepared during the summer of 1941, and ran from Kalinin, northwest of Moscow on the Moscow-Leningrad railway line, to Kaluga, southwest of Moscow, and halfway between Tula and Vyazma, Mala-Yaroslavets and Tula. The few troops manning these defences could halt the advance units of the Heeresgruppe Mitte, but not the bulk of the German forces. While reinforcements from the Far East and Central Asia were on their way to the Moscow front, the GKO headquarters threw in what reserves they could muster. The infantry of Generals Artemyev and Lelushenko and the tanks of General Kurkin, which fought here, were, by October 9th, placed under the direct orders of the Soviet Supreme Command. On the following day, Zhukov was appointed commander-in-chief of the whole front. But the Germans bypassed the Mozhaisk line from the south and captured Kaluga on October 12th. 2 days later, outflanking the Mozhaisk line in the north, they broke into Kalinin. After heavy fighting, Mozhaisk itself was abandoned on October 18th. Already on the 14th, fierce battles were raging in the Volokholamsk sector, midway between Mozhaisk and Kalinin, some 50 miles northwest of Moscow. The situation was extremely serious. There was no continuous front anymore. The German Air Force was master of the sky. The German tank units, penetrating deep into the rear, were forcing the Red Army units to retreat to new positions to avoid encirclement. Together with the army, thousands of Soviet civilians were moving east. People on foot or in horse carts, cattle, cars, were moving east in a continuous stream along all the roads, making troop movements even more difficult. Despite stiff resistance everywhere, the Germans were closing in on Moscow from all directions. It was 2 days after the fall of Kalinin, and when the threat of a breakthrough from Volokholamsk to Istra and Moscow looked a near certainty, that the Moscow panic reached its height. This was on October 16th. To this day, the story is current that on that morning 2 German tanks broke into Khimki, a northern suburb of Moscow, where they were promptly destroyed. That 2 such tanks ever existed, except in some frightened Muscovite's imagination, is not confirmed by any serious source. What happened in Moscow on October 16th? Many have spoken of the big skedaddle, Bolshoi Drap, that took place that day. Although, as we shall see, this is an overgeneralization, October 16th in Moscow was certainly not a tale of the unanimous heroism of the people of Moscow, as recorded in the official history. It took the Moscow population several days to realize how serious the new German offensive was. During the last days of September, and indeed for the first few days of October, all attention was centered on the big German offensive in the Ukraine, the news of the breakthrough into the Crimea, and the Beaverbrook visit, which had begun on September 29th. At his press conference on September 28th, Lazowski had tried to sound very reassuring, saying that the Germans were losing many tens of thousands dead outside Leningrad, but that no matter how many more they lost, they still wouldn't get into Leningrad. He also said that communications continued to be maintained, and that, although there was rationing in the city, there was no food shortage. He also said that there was heavy fighting for the Crimea, but denied that the Germans had as yet crossed the Perikop Isthmus. As for the German claim of having captured 500,000 or 600,000 prisoners in the Ukraine after the loss of Kiev, he was much more cagey, saying that the battle was continuing, and that it was not in the Russians' interest to give out information prematurely. However, he added the somewhat sinister phrase, "The farther east the Germans push, the nearer will they get to the grave of Nazi Germany." He seemed to be prepared for the loss of Kharkov and the Donbass, though he did not say so. It did not become clear until October 4th or 5th that an offensive against Moscow had started, and even so it was not clear how big it was. There was, needless to say, nothing in the Russian papers about Hitler's speech of October 2nd, announcing his final drive against Moscow. However, Lazowski referred to it in his press conference of October 7th. He looked slightly flustered, but said that Hitler's speech only showed that the fellow was getting desperate. He knows he isn't going to win the war, but he has to keep the Germans more or less contented during the winter, and he must therefore achieve some major success, which would suggest that a certain stage of the war has closed. The second reason why it is essential for Hitler to do something big is the Anglo-American-Soviet agreement, which has caused a feeling of despondency in Germany. The Germans could, at a pinch, swallow a Bolshevik agreement with Britain, but a Bolshevik agreement with America was more than the Germans had ever expected. Lazowski added that anyway the capture of this or that city would not affect the final outcome of the war. It was as if he was already preparing the press for the possible loss of Moscow. Yet he managed to end on a note of bravado. If the Germans want to see a few 100,000 more of their people killed, they'll succeed in that, if in nothing else. The news on the night of the 7th was even worse, with the first official reference to heavy fighting in the direction of Vyazma. On the 8th, while Pravda and Izvestia were careful not to sound too alarmed, Pravda actually started with a routine article on the work of women in wartime. The army paper, Red Star, looked extremely disquieting. It said that the very existence of the Soviet state was in danger, and that every man of the Red Army must stand firm and fight to the last drop of blood. It described the new German offensive as a last desperate fling. Hitler has thrown into it everything he has got, even every old and obsolete tank, every midget tank the Germans have collected in Holland, France, or Belgium has been thrown into this battle. The Soviet soldiers must at any price destroy these tanks, old and new, large or small. All the riff-raff armour of ruined Europe is being thrown against the Soviet Union. Pravda sounded the alarm on the 9th, warning the people of Moscow against careless complacency, and calling on them to mobilize all their forces to repel the enemy's offensive. On the following day it called for vigilance, saying that, in addition to advancing on Moscow, the enemy is also trying, through the wide network of its agents, spies, and agents provocateurs, to disorganize the rear and to create panic. On October 12th, Pravda spoke of the terrible danger threatening the country. Even without the help of enemy agents, there was enough in Pravda to spread the greatest alarm among the population of Moscow. Talk of evacuation had begun on the 8th, and foreign embassies, as well as numerous Russian government offices and institutions, were told to expect a decision on it very shortly. The atmosphere was becoming extremely tense. There was talk of Moscow as a super Madrid, among the braver and feverish attempts to get away among the less brave. By October 13th, the situation in Moscow had become highly critical. Numerous German troops, which had, for over a week, been held up by the Vyazma encirclement, had become available for the final attack on Moscow. The Western Front, under the general command of General Zhukov, assisted by General Konev, and with General Sokolovsky as Chief of Staff, consisted of 4 sectors: Volokholamsk under Rokossovsky, Mozhaisk under Govorov, Maloyaroslavets under Golubyev, and Kaluga under Zakharkin. There was absolutely no certainty that a German breakthrough could be prevented, and on October 12th, the State Defense Committee had decided to call upon the people of Moscow to build a defense line some distance outside Moscow, another one right along the city border, and 2 supplementary city lines along the outer and inner rings of boulevards within Moscow itself. On the morning of October 13th, Shcherbakov, secretary of the Central Committee and of the Moscow Party Committee of the Communist Party, spoke at a meeting called by the Moscow Party organization. Let us not shut our eyes. Moscow is in danger. He appealed to the workers of the city to send all possible reserves to the front and to the defense lines both inside and outside the city, and to increase greatly the output of arms and munitions. The resolutions passed by the Moscow organization called for iron discipline, a merciless struggle against even the slightest manifestations of panic, against cowards, deserters, and rumor-mongers. The resolution further decided that within 2 or 3 days each Moscow district should assemble a battalion of volunteers. These came to be known as Moscow's Communist Battalions, and were, like some of the Opolchenia regiments, to play an important role in the defense of Moscow by filling in gaps, at a very heavy cost in lives. Within 3 days, 12,000 such volunteers were formed into platoons and battalions, most of them with little military training and no fighting experience. It was on October 12th and 13th that it was decided to evacuate immediately to Kuybyshev and other cities in the east a large number of government offices, including many people's commissariats, part of the party organizations, and the entire diplomatic corps of Moscow. Moscow's most important armaments works were to be evacuated as well. Practically all scientific and cultural institutions, such as the Academy of Sciences, the university, and the theatres, were to be moved. But the State Defense Committee, the Stavka of the Supreme Command, and a skeleton administration were to stay on in Moscow until further notice. The principal newspapers, such as Pravda, Red Star, Izvestia, Komsomolskaya Pravda, and Trud, continued to be published in the capital. The news of these evacuations was followed by the official communiqué published on the morning of October 16th. It said, "During the night of October 14th to 15th, the position on the Western Front became worse. The German fascist troops hurled against our troops large quantities of tanks and motorized infantry, and in one sector broke through our defenses." In describing the Great October crisis in Moscow, it is important to distinguish between 3 factors. First, the army, which fought on desperately against superior enemy forces, and yielded ground only very slowly, although owing to relatively poor maneuverability, it was unable to prevent some spectacular German local successes, such as the capture of Kaluga in the south on the 12th, of Kalinin in the north on the 14th, or that breakthrough in what was rather vaguely described as the Volokholamsk sector, to which the panic communiqué published on October 16th referred. Even long afterwards, it was believed in Moscow that on the 15th the Germans had crashed through much further towards Moscow than is apparent today from any published record of the fighting. Only then, it was said, did Rokossovsky stop the rot by throwing in the last reserves, including scarcely trained Opolchensi and troops from Siberia as soon as they disembarked from the trains. There are countless stories of regular soldiers and even Opolchensi attacking German tanks with hand grenades and with petrol bottles, and of other last-ditch exploits. The morale of the fighting forces certainly did not crack. The fact that fresh troops from the Far East and Central Asia were being thrown in all the time, though only in limited numbers, had a salutary effect in keeping up the spirit of the troops who had already fought without respite for over a fortnight. Secondly, there was the Moscow working class. Most of them were ready to put in long hours of overtime in factories producing armaments and ammunition, to build defences, to fight the Germans inside Moscow should they break through, or, if all failed, to follow the Red Army to the east. However, there were different shades in the determination of the workers to defend Moscow at all costs. The very fact that not more than 12,000 should have volunteered for the communist brigades at the height of the near panic of October 13th to 16th seems indicative. Was it because, to many, these improvised battalions seemed futile in this kind of war? Or was it because, at the back of many workers' minds, there was the idea that Russia was still vast, and that it might be more advantageous to fight the decisive battle somewhere east? Thirdly, there was a large mass of Muscovites, difficult to classify, who were more responsible than the others for the great skedaddle of October 16th. These included anybody from plain WWII, ready to run away from danger, to small, medium, and even high party or non-party officials who felt that Moscow had become a job for the army, and that there was not much that civilians could do. Among these people there was a genuine fear of finding themselves under German occupation, and, with regular passes, or with passes of sorts they had somehow wangled, or sometimes with no passes at all, people fled to the east, just as in Paris people had fled to the south in 1940 as the Germans approached the capital. Later, many of these people were to be bitterly ashamed of having fled, of having overrated the might of the Germans, of having not had enough confidence in the Red Army. And yet, had not the government shown the way, as it were, by frantically speeding up on all those evacuations from the 10th of October onwards? Especially in 1942, the big skedaddle of October 16th continued to be a nasty memory with many. There were some grim jokes on the subject, especially in connection with the medal for the defense of Moscow that had been distributed lavishly among the soldiers and civilians. There was the joke about the two kinds of ribbons. Some Moscow medals should be suspended on the regular moire ribbon, others on a drap ribbon, drap meaning both a thick kind of cloth and skedaddle. There was also the joke of a famous and very plump and well-equipped actress who had received a Moscow medal for defending Moscow from Kubyshev with her breast. I remember Surkov telling me that when he arrived in Moscow from the front on the 16th, he phoned some 15 or 20 of his friends, and all had vanished. In fiction, more than in formal history, there are some valuable descriptions of Moscow at the height of the crisis. For instance, in Simonov's The Living and the Dead, already quoted. Here is a picture of Moscow during that grim 16th of October and the following days, with the railway station stampedes, with officials fleeing in their cars without a permit, the Opolchensi and communist battalion men sullenly walking rather than marching down the streets, dressed in a motley collection of clothes, smoking but not singing, with the hammer and sickle factory working day and night, turning out thousands of anti-tank hedgehogs, which are then driven to the outer ring of boulevards, with its smell of burning papers, with the rapid succession of air raids and air battles over Moscow, in which Russian airmen often suicidally ram enemy planes, with the demoralization of the majority and the grim determination among the minority to hang on to Moscow and to fight, if necessary, inside the city. By the 16th, many factories had already been evacuated. All the same, below all the froth of panic and despair, there was another Moscow. Later, when all this belonged to the past, and somebody recalled that 16th of October with sorrow or bitterness, he, Simonov's hero, would say nothing. The memory of Moscow that day was unbearable to him, like the face of a person you love distorted by fear. And yet, not only outside Moscow, where the troops were fighting and dying that day, but inside Moscow itself, there were enough people who were doing all within their power not to surrender it. And that was why Moscow was not lost. And yet, at the front that day, the war seemed to have taken a fatal turn, and there were people in Moscow that same day who, in their despair, were ready to believe that the Germans would enter Moscow tomorrow. As always happens in tragic moments, the deep faith and inconspicuous work of those who carried on was not yet known to all, and had not yet come to bear fruit, while the bewilderment, terror, and despair of the others hit you between the eyes. This was inevitable. That day, tens of thousands, getting away from the Germans, rolled like avalanches towards the railway stations and towards the eastern exits of Moscow. And yet, out of these tens of thousands, there were perhaps only a few thousand whom history could rightly condemn. Simonov wrote this account of Moscow on October 16, 1941, after a lapse of nearly 20 years, but his story, which could not have been published in Stalin's day, rings true in the light of what I had heard of those grim days only a few months later, in 1942. I also remember a very different kind of story. A story told me by a leading woman member of the Komsomol at the famous Trek-Gorka cotton mill, a remarkable girl of about 25 called Olga Sapozhnikova, who belonged to a long dynasty of Moscow cotton weavers. All her 3 brothers had been called up, and one was wounded and another missing. She was a little plump and heavy, and had rough proletarian hands with closely clipped fingernails. And yet she had poise and character, and there was a solid kind of Russian beauty in that pale face, in her large, quiet grey eyes, firm jaw, finely shaped mouth, and her white teeth showing when she smiled. Not a single nondescript feature about her. She belonged, even physically, to the proletarian aristocracy. Her character, like her body, shaped by good tradition. The story she told me on September 19th, 1942, differed in one respect from present-day stories. She told me how even the bravest and most determined people in Moscow had felt uncertain of whether Moscow could be saved, or could be effectively defended had the Germans fought their way into the city. Those were dreadful days. It started about the 12th. I was ordered, like most of the girls at the factory, to join the Labour Front. We were taken some kilometres out of Moscow. There was a large crowd of us, and we were told to dig trenches. We were all very calm, but dazed, and couldn't take it in. On the very first day we were machine-gunned by a Fritz who swooped right down. 11 of the girls were killed and 4 wounded. She said it very calmly, without affectation. We went on working all day and the next day. Fortunately, no more Fritzes came. But I was very worried about father and mother, both of them old Trek-Gorka textile workers, with nobody to look after them. I explained this to our commissar, and he let me go back to Moscow. They were strange, those nights in Moscow. You heard the guns firing so clearly. On the 16th, when the Germans had broken through, I went to the factory. My heart went cold when I saw that the factory had closed down. A lot of the directors had fled, but Dundukov was in charge, a very good man who never lost his head. He handed out large quantities of food to us. I was given 125 pounds of flour and 17 pounds of butter and a lot of sugar, so that it should not fall into German hands. For me, as a Komsomol, and a well-known Komsomol at that, it was not much use staying on in Moscow. The factory people suggested that I could evacuate father and mother to Chelyabinsk. But whatever was done about the old people, there was only one thing I could do, and that was to follow the Red Army. A lot of people had already left Moscow. I went and talked to Mother. She wouldn't hear of Chelyabinsk. No, she said, God will protect us here, and Moscow will not fall. That night I went down to the cellar with Mother. We took down a small kerosene lamp and buried all the sugar and flour, and also Father's party card. We thought we'd live in the cellar if the Germans came, for we knew that they couldn't stay in Moscow for long. Perhaps I would have left with the Red Army, but it was hard to leave Mother and Father alone. That night Mother cried and said, "The whole family has scattered, and are you going to leave me too?" There was a feeling that night that the Germans might appear in the street at any moment. Yes, it was possible, and Krasnaya Presnya was the part through which they would have come into Moscow. There were no trains any more by which we could leave, and what was Father to do? He might have walked 2 or 3 kilometres, but no more. But they did not come that night. At the factory the next morning everything was mined. It was only a case of pressing a button, and the whole factory would have gone up in the air. And then came a phone message from Pronin, the chairman of the Moscow Soviet, saying absolutely nothing must be blown up. And it was also on that day that the announcement was made that Stalin was in Moscow, and this made an enormous difference to morale. It now seemed certain that Moscow would not be lost. Even so, from the northern outskirts, people were being evacuated to the centre. There were continuous air raid warnings, and bombs fell. But on the 20th the factory was opened again. We all felt so much better, and were quite cheerful again after that. It was indeed on October 17th that Shcherbakov announced on the radio that Stalin was in Moscow. At the same time he explained to the people of Moscow the complexity of the situation. In official Russian wartime terminology, complexity always meant gravity, as a result of the German offensive against the capital. He also explained why it had been necessary to take those numerous evacuation measures. He firmly denied the rumours about the imminent surrender of the city, rumours, he said, which had been spread by enemy agents. Moscow, he said, would be defended stubbornly to the last drop of blood. Every one of us, no matter what his work or his position, shall act like a soldier defending Moscow against the fascist invaders." 2 days later, a state of siege was proclaimed in Moscow. This had partly been caused by the looting that had gone on here and there at the height of the panic. Now all breaches of law and order were to be dealt with by emergency tribunals, and all spies, diversionists, and agents provocateurs were to be shot on the spot. The maintenance of order inside Moscow was entrusted to the commandant of the city and his NKVD troops. These, together with regular army units and newly formed communist battalions, were to man the Garadskie Rubezhi, the defense lines just outside and inside Moscow. The state of siege had, by all accounts I was to hear later, a salutary and indeed stimulating effect on morale. By the end of October, over 2 million people had been officially evacuated from Moscow. In addition, there were many others who had fled unofficially. Many stories were current later, for instance about a very important person on Moscow radio who disappeared on October 16th and did not turn up again until 3 weeks later. Disciplinary action was taken in some cases against such deserters, but there is no official record of the extent of these reprisals. It seems, however, that allowances were made for the general state of chaos in Moscow that day, and for the fact that people were genuinely frightened of falling under German occupation. Many of those who had stayed on in Moscow later took some pride in not having lost their heads, or their faith in Moscow being saved, and liked to recall the heroic atmosphere of half-empty Moscow in the second half of October and in November, with the battle still raging not far away and, indeed, coming nearer and nearer in the second half of November. Those who had fled retorted in some cases, "You didn't mind being occupied by the Germans. I did." But it was now felt that the situation was well in hand, and that a sudden German incursion into Moscow, which seemed so likely on that 16th of October, had become impossible. Chapter 11. Battle of Moscow II. Stalin's Holy Russia speech. In the first 19 days of their offensive, the Germans had advanced to less than 50 miles from Moscow at Narafominsk, and were even nearer the capital in the Volokholamsk area. But all the time the Russian resistance was stiffening, and by October 18th, counterattacks slowed down the German advance. Losses were extremely heavy on both sides. There were signs of growing fatigue among the Germans, and between October 18th and the beginning of November they made very little progress. German war memoirs stress the Wehrmacht's supply difficulties, but it is quite clear that the famous Russian winter was in no way decisive either in October or at the beginning of November. On the contrary, some of the Germans' difficulties arose from the fact that the roads had not yet frozen. To quote Guderian, "On October 29th our leading tanks reached a point some 2 miles from Tula. An attempt to capture the city by a coup de main failed owing to the enemy's strong anti-tank and anti-aircraft defences. We lost many tanks and officers. The condition of the Arel-Tula road had meantime grown so bad that arrangements had to be made for the 3rd Panzer Division to be supplied by air. In view of the impossibility of launching a frontal attack on Tula, General Freiherr von Geyer suggested that in order to continue our advance, we bypass the town to the east. He was also of the opinion that there was no possibility of using motorized troops until the frost set in." Guderian's argument that rain and mud interfered with the success of the first German offensive against Moscow seems futile, since it affected the Russians as much as the Germans. Besides, Guderian himself admits that it was the defense put up by the Russians, and not the mud, that stopped him from capturing Tula, this key position on the way to Moscow. Moreover, the Russians also sprang on him the unpleasant surprise of throwing in some of their T-34 tanks under Katyukov, much to Guderian's disgust. On the night of November 6th, that is, a week after the first German offensive against Moscow had virtually petered out, and 10 days before the second offensive began, Moscow celebrated the 24th anniversary of the revolution. The Germans were still some 40 miles from Moscow, in some places even nearer, and although the atmosphere in Moscow was that of a besieged city, with tens of thousands of wounded crowding the hospitals, and many thousands more arriving every day, the conviction that Moscow would not be lost had steadily grown in